From Suffering to Serenity. The Transformative Journey of Ozui Rinpoche by Ahiranta Rinpoche at 2024. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. and U.K. copyright law. Produced by Happy Adventures Hampshire, UK. Previously released under the title, Freedom. Escaping the Prison of the Mind. Contact, ahiranta@gmail.com. Forward. Ozui Rinpoche, an enlightened master, emerged from a humble background, where the seeds of wisdom were sown through extraordinary life experiences. Born in a serene village, he exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to the world around him from an early age. His profound connection with nature and the people in his community led him to question the nature of existence and the essence of happiness. Throughout his youth, Ozui faced numerous challenges that tested his spirit. He encountered loss, hardship, and moments of deep introspection, each shaping his understanding of suffering and compassion. It was during these trials that he began to cultivate a unique perspective. Without any formal training, Ozui Rinpoche sought wisdom in everyday experiences. He never engaged with various spiritual traditions, never learned from elders nor immersing himself in the teachings of those who had walked the path before him. His innate curiosity and openness to look inside allowed him to come to profound insights. A pivotal moment in Ozui's journey occurred during a solitary retreat in prison, where he spent time in solitude, meditation and reflection. This period of deep contemplation led him to a transcendent experience, awakening a profound realization of interconnectedness and the impermanence of life. It was here that he fully embraced his path to enlightenment, shedding layers of ego and embracing the essence of compassion. Later in life, Ozui Rinpoche became a beacon of light for others, sharing his insights and guiding those seeking their own paths to enlightenment. His teachings emphasized the importance of living in the present, cultivating mindfulness, and embodying compassion in every interaction. Ozui's legacy continues to inspire countless individuals on their spiritual journeys, proving that enlightenment can arise from the richness of lived experience, regardless of formal training. His story is a testament to the power of introspection, resilience, and the transformative nature of love and compassion. What you are about to explore in this book is the profound concept of true freedom. Many individuals navigate their lives unaware that they are confined within a metaphorical prison of their own making. Throughout this narrative, Ozui's story will show you the various dimensions of this imprisonment, shedding light on the ways it manifests in everyday life. If passion and enthusiasm compels you to engage fully with this material, you will have the opportunity to unlock this freedom for yourself, experiencing the profound joy that comes to those who are willing to invest the necessary effort and dedication to transform your life. You are encouraged to take a moment to reflect on how often you wake up each morning filled with excitement about what the day might hold. Perhaps you eagerly anticipate the arrival of your next paycheck, the thrill of an upcoming celebration, the prospect of acquiring a new vehicle, or the possibility of meeting a new romantic partner. However, how frequently do you find that these anticipated events don't quite unfold as envisioned? It can be disheartening to realize that, despite your enthusiasm, reality often diverges from expectations, leaving you feeling unfulfilled. What remains certain is the tendency to cling to the belief that genuine satisfaction is always just around the corner, waiting in some future moment. Yet, as one encounters a series of disappointments, this belief can gradually erode motivation and drain energy. This ongoing sense of letdown can become so profound that it diminishes zest for life, making individuals feel weary and disconnected from the happiness they once yearned for. Over time, this cycle of disappointment can lead to a sense of hopelessness that feels inescapable, further complicating the journey toward fulfillment. Fortunately, there exists a more fulfilling alternative. The disciples frequently asked Jesus about the nature of the kingdom of heaven. On one occasion, Jesus brought a child into their presence and imparted a profound lesson: to gain entry into the kingdom of heaven, they must become as little children. Matthew 18 verse 3. When one allows themselves to adopt the perspective of a child, one finds that all aspects of life acquire renewed significance, enabling them to view the world through the innocent eyes of youth. In this state of mind, everything becomes vibrant and invigorating, filled with possibilities that may have previously been overlooked. This refreshing outlook breathes new life into one's spirits, rekindling the enthusiasm that one might have lost along the way. As you reconnect with this childlike wonder, an entirely new cycle of energy begins to unfold, empowering you to engage with your surroundings and experiences in a more profound and meaningful way. This revitalization can lead to increased creativity and joy, allowing you to tackle life's challenges with renewed hope and an open heart. Ozzy's book, titled Freedom. Escape the Prison of the Mind, explores the profound theme of awakening from what can be described as the great sleep that many individuals experience throughout their lives. This narrative invites you to delve into the depths of your consciousness and understand the limitations that often confine them. If you haven't yet encountered this transformative story in Ozzy's own words, I highly recommend that you take the time to do so. Engaging with his insights directly can provide a deeper understanding of the journey toward liberation from the constraints of the mind and offer valuable perspectives on achieving true freedom. When referring to sleep, Ozzy speaks about a condition in which one becomes entrapped by the mechanical, unobserved aspects of the mind, specifically, the unfocused mind that operates much like a boat without a rudder, aimlessly drifting and subject to the unpredictable forces of the wind. While you, as a reader, engage with these words, there is a strong possibility that your minds may already be wandering off in various directions, illustrating the very state this book seeks to illuminate. The purpose of this exploration is to inspire a heightened sense of awareness and mindfulness, guiding you toward breaking free from this automatic, unreflective state and ultimately reclaiming the clarity and focus that are essential for genuine liberation and personal growth. Through open and honest talk about his story, Ozzy hopes to inspire you on your journey of self-discovery, assisting you in evolving into a self-realized or an enlightened individual. Even if enlightenment may not be your goal or seem unattainable now, the intention to facilitate understanding at least on an intellectual level is a start. Achieving a purely intellectual grasp of these profound concepts can serve as a crucial initial first step toward authentic development on the path to self-realization. By establishing this foundational knowledge, you create a springboard for delving into the deeper dimensions of your existence, ultimately allowing for greater awareness, personal growth, and transformation in your life. This journey is not solely about gaining insights, it's also about fostering a deeper connection to your true selves as you navigate the complexities of your inner worlds. This biography narrates some of the many stories of Ozzy Rinpoche's life, but it is important to clarify that the intention is not to promote him as an identity in any way. Instead, the aim is to provide a tangible illustration of what Ozzy's self-realization genuinely entailed. Although the narrative centers on Ozzy's personal experiences and challenges, the core message is fundamentally aimed at you, the reader. It serves as a reminder that we are the ones who must undertake the journey to uncover the truth for yourself. Through sharing his journey, Ozzy hopes to shed light on pathways that may resonate with your own experiences and struggles, inspiring you to seek and discover your unique understanding of self-realization. Regarding Ozzy's credentials, they were especially obtained during a period of incarceration, initially at Cardiff Prison in Wales and subsequently at Dartmoor Prison in England. Throughout this challenging time, Ozzy dedicated himself to diligent inner work and personal growth, which ultimately led to a profound change leading to the state of enlightenment. It was through this commitment that he transformed himself, morphing his experiences into valuable lessons, allowing him to emerge with a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. Enlightenment represents a journey of rising above the ego, along with its numerous concepts and theories, which often stem from the desire to present oneself favorably to others. This inclination can manifest as a form of self-deception and is a byproduct of lower nature. To experience true peace, the profound and encompassing peace that many yearn for, it is crucial to learn how to read the intricate pages of your book of self. Within this metaphorical tome, you can uncover all the answers you seek. It is essential to cultivate an understanding of the ego, recognizing its various manifestations and ultimately conquering its influence. This transformative process requires a deep and introspective exploration of your inner self, leading to heightened awareness and the ability to master the often misleading sway of the ego over your life. By embracing this journey, you can achieve a deeper sense of fulfillment and tranquility. Embarking on this journey of self-discovery is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a transformative process that enables individuals to unravel the pretenses that have dictated one's life choices and interactions. Through this introspective exploration, one can embrace a more truthful existence that resonates with one's core being. This path not only enhances self-awareness but also fosters a deeper connection to the world around oneself, allowing you to engage with life in a more meaningful, authentic, and fulfilling manner. Ultimately, seeking the truth empowers you to break free from the constraints of your constructed identities, liberating you to live in alignment with your true natures and embrace the richness of your existence. The pursuit of true light and inner peace is not merely a destination to be reached, rather, it is an ongoing journey that necessitates commitment, discipline, and unwavering effort. It involves a thorough examination of thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors, allowing individuals to understand how these shape their perceptions and experiences. By engaging in this continuous process of self-reflection and work, you can gradually peel away the layers of distraction, confusion, and false identities, thereby revealing a clearer, more authentic sense of self and purpose. As you gain this understanding, the burdens that once felt heavy and oppressive will begin to take on new forms, revealing your true nature. You will find that what once felt like obstacles may now present itself as opportunities for growth and expansion. Life itself will transform into a joyful and blissful experience, filled with moments of clarity and happiness. In this state of heightened awareness and understanding, you will discover a sense of freedom that transcends the limitations you previously believed were insurmountable. You will be liberated from the constraints of negative thoughts and limiting beliefs, allowing you to embrace life's possibilities with open arms. This newfound freedom empowers you to navigate your existence with grace and confidence, enabling you to fully engage with the beauty and richness that life has to offer. This freedom has always resided within you, quietly waiting to be acknowledged. However, the fear of the unknown can often compel individuals to cling tightly to familiar patterns and routines, creating a sense of confinement that hinders your ability to fully embrace the myriad possibilities that life presents. This apprehension may lead you to hold on to what is comfortable, even when it no longer serves your highest good. Yet, if you can summon the courage to release these fears and let go of your attachments, you will uncover the profound realization that life can be so much richer and more fulfilling, not just for yourself, but also for those who are woven into the fabric of your life. When you muster the bravery to step into the unknown, they open yourself to new experiences, diverse perspectives, and boundless opportunities for growth and transformation. As you loosen your grip on the familiar, you may discover that the world around you begins to shift in extraordinary ways. Relationships can deepen, connections may become more meaningful, and you might even inspire those in your circle to embark on your own journeys of exploration and self-discovery. Embracing this courage to let go creates a liberating sense of freedom that allows joy, creativity, and spontaneity to flourish in your life. You will start to recognize that the fear which once constrained you was merely an illusion, a barrier constructed by your own minds. In the absence of that fear, you can approach life with renewed enthusiasm, curiosity, and an open heart. This transformative shift not only enhances your personal well-being but also positively influences your interactions with others, generating a ripple effect of positivity, growth, and understanding within your relationships. Ultimately, by choosing to confront your fears and wholeheartedly embrace the unknown, you unlock a brighter future brimming with potential and possibilities. Life evolves into a dynamic journey of discovery, where you can fully engage with the beauty and richness of existence. This path allows you to cultivate a deeper sense of connection with both your true self and the individuals who surround you, creating a harmonious existence filled with love, growth, and shared experiences. In this way, letting go becomes a powerful catalyst for transformation, leading you toward a more joyful and fulfilling life. Ozi's stories function as an example of how we are influenced by all that happens to and around us while we grow up. Ahiranta Rinpoche Chapter 1. Childhood Memories. Nothing in his early childhood indicated that Ozai would eventually find himself behind bars. His formative years were, in many respects, quite typical, filled with the usual joys, challenges, and learning experiences that shape a young person's life. However, there exists one rather curious incident from the time of his birth that has lingered in his memory, casting a peculiar shadow of intrigue over his origins. This incident, though seemingly trivial at first glance, has taken on a deeper significance as Ozai has reflected upon it over the years. According to family lore, during the hours leading up to his entry into the world, an unexpected series of events unfolded, creating an atmosphere charged with a sense of impending change. Those present recounted how the environment felt almost electric, as if the universe itself was anticipating something extraordinary. On the day Ozai made his grand entrance into the world, an amusing and rather unforgettable incident occurred, eventually becoming a cherished tale in his family's history. A group of student nurses, clearly captivated by his undeniable charm and striking good looks as a newborn, decided to take him on a delightful little adventure. Their enthusiasm was so infectious that they whisked him away for a few hours of exploration, eager to show off their adorable little charge. Interestingly, Ozai was his parents' third child, which perhaps contributed to their lack of concern when he was spirited away. With two other children at home, they were somewhat accustomed to the chaos and excitement that accompanies a growing family. Rather than panic, his mother and father exchanged amused glances, likely trusting that the nurses had his best interests at heart. As he embarked on this unexpected outing, Ozai's parents remained relaxed, confident in the knowledge that he was in capable hands. The nurses, filled with youthful exuberance, took great pleasure in parading him around, showcasing his cuteness to anyone who would take a moment to admire him. Reflecting on that memorable day, Ozai cannot help but smile at how, even as an infant, he was already making an impact and creating a stir. It serves as a humorous reminder of the joy and unpredictability of life, and while he may not recall those early moments, the legacy of that delightful escapade continues to be a source of laughter and fondness within his family. Ozai chuckles at the thought of his early foray into the world, where he was already making waves and creating a stir, even from such a tender age. While the vivid details of that day have faded over time, he can confidently proclaim that he has managed to retain a certain level of charm and good looks that continues to shine through to this very day. When he reached the tender age of 18 months, Ozai's parents embarked on a significant life change, deciding to relocate their family to the serene countryside. They brought along his older brother and sister, envisioning a life where their children could revel in the joys of outdoor play, enjoying the vast expanse of a back garden to explore and discover. A wartime friend of his father's played an instrumental role in this transition, assisting him in finding a charming house nestled within a picturesque mining valley known as Garnfaith, which is conveniently situated just outside the town of Pontypool in Wales. The prospect of living in the countryside sparked a sense of excitement within the family. They eagerly anticipated the myriad joys of outdoor activities and the opportunity to immerse themselves in a new and vibrant environment, one that stood in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of urban life. Garnfaith, with its scenic but grey landscapes and tight-knit community, promised to provide an ideal backdrop for nurturing the children's imaginations and fostering their connection to the natural world. After the family settled into their new abode, Ozai's parents soon came to the realization that the house was not at all what they had envisioned. Rather than the picturesque cottage they had hoped for, it revealed itself to be a derelict miner's cottage, steeped in neglect and in a rather alarming state of disrepair. The reality of their living situation was far from what they had anticipated. There was no hot water available, the bedrooms lacked any partitions for privacy, and the toilet was unfortunately located outside, presenting an array of inconveniences that added to the challenges of their new rural life. Confronted with this unexpected situation, Ozai's parents understood that their foremost task would be to address the pressing need to restore their home to a habitable condition. The very first job on their agenda was to clear out all the accumulated rubble and debris that had collected within the walls of the house over the years. Equipped with shovels and a steadfast determination, they set to work, fully committed to transforming their new living space into a comfortable and welcoming environment for their family. Despite the daunting nature of the work that lay ahead, there was an undeniable sense of camaraderie and shared purpose that united them in their efforts. As they diligently shoveled away the remnants of neglect, they began to envision the potential their home held, imagining how they could breathe new life into the worn cottage and create a warm, inviting sanctuary for their children. This initial labor would not only mark the beginning of a long and arduous journey of restoration but also serve as an opportunity for growth, bonding, and the cultivation of resilience as a family, laying the groundwork for many cherished memories to come. After the family had settled into their new residence, Ozzy's father successfully secured a job, which instilled a sense of stability and hope for their future. However, just 6 weeks after they moved into their new home, an unimaginable tragedy struck when his father suffered a heart attack and, to their profound sorrow, passed away. May his soul rest in peace. This sudden and heartbreaking loss cast a long shadow over their lives, creating an indelible void that would deeply affect each member of the family in ways they could hardly comprehend. Though he never had the opportunity to genuinely know his father, Ozzy felt an enduring connection that transcended the boundaries of time and circumstance. In moments of difficulty and uncertainty, he often sensed his father's presence, as if he were quietly offering guidance and support from a distance. This intangible bond provided him with a profound sense of solace, allowing him to navigate life's challenges with the comforting belief that his father was watching over him, providing strength even from beyond. Ozzy's love for his father runs incredibly deep, filled with a warmth and affection that he holds dear to his heart. Although their time together was tragically limited, the memories he cherishes, however few they may be, are rich with meaning and significance. This enduring love remains unwavering, serving as a powerful testament to the impact his father has had on his life, despite his absence. In his heart and spirit, his father continues to be a source of inspiration and strength, reminding him of the unbreakable ties of family and the profound nature of love that persists, even in the face of overwhelming loss. The lessons imparted by his father's memory continue to shape Ozzy's character and guide him through the complexities of life. He finds comfort in knowing that his father's spirit remains intertwined with his own journey, offering encouragement and wisdom as he faces life's myriad challenges. Each day, he carries with him the cherished essence of his father, allowing that love to illuminate his path forward, serving as a constant reminder that the bonds of family endure, even when physically separated. Ozzy shared a particularly close and cherished bond with his older sister, Margaret, whose life was tragically cut short when she passed away at the young age of 51. Her unexpected departure came one fateful day when she went to bed, only to never awaken again, leaving a profound sense of loss and sorrow in its wake. This heartbreaking event not only created a significant void in his life but also evoked vivid memories of the heartfelt conversations they had shared during their formative years. As he reflected on their time together, Ozzy found himself reminiscing about the warmth of her laughter and the way she always made herself available to listen whenever he needed someone to confide in. They would often spend countless hours together, immersed in deep discussions, sharing their dreams, aspirations, and fears, weaving a rich tapestry of sisterly love and mutual understanding that felt unbreakable. Their conversations would range from whimsical childhood fantasies to more serious reflections on life and the future, fostering a bond that was both profound and enduring. In the aftermath of her passing, Ozzy couldn't help but revisit one particular conversation that stood out in his memory, a moment they had shared in their youth filled with innocence and hope. During that exchange, Margaret imparted wisdom that resonated with him even more deeply in the context of her absence. Her words, which had once seemed simple and straightforward, now carried an immense weight of significance, serving as a poignant reminder of the love, guidance, and support she had so freely offered throughout their lives. Even though she was no longer physically present, the cherished memories of their time together, along with the invaluable lessons she imparted, continued to shape Ozzy's understanding of life, love, and the importance of treasuring every moment spent with those they hold dear. He realized that the bond they shared transcended the boundaries of time and space, living on in his heart as a source of comfort and strength, reminding him to embrace life fully and to honor her memory by nurturing the relationships that mattered most. In one of his cherished memories they sat together in the small, inviting room, where the warm glow of the coal fire crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows that played against the walls. Outside, the air was biting and frigid, a stark contrast to the cozy warmth enveloping them as the evening progressed and bedtime approached. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of intimacy. As they nestled deeper into the comforting ambience, Margaret turned to him with a contemplative look in her eyes, her expression both thoughtful and sincere. She began to unveil a personal ritual that she had embraced over the years, one that revealed her innermost thoughts and emotions. She mentioned that every night, just before she settled down to sleep, she would recite a heartfelt prayer, a simple yet profoundly significant act meant to offer her protection in the event that she were to pass away during the night. Her words were imbued with sincerity, reflecting her deeply held belief in the power of prayer and the solace it provided her in moments of uncertainty and vulnerability. As Ozzy absorbed her words, he felt a complex blend of admiration and concern for her perspective. This revelation served as a poignant reminder of life's inherent fragility, and her willingness to address such a solemn topic resonated deeply within him. Margaret's nightly ritual not only spoke to her own anxieties but also illuminated the vital importance of faith, connection, and shared understanding in navigating the unpredictable journey of life. It was during these heartfelt exchanges that Ozzy truly appreciated the profound strength of their relationship, recognizing that together they could confront whatever challenges might lie ahead. The shared moments of vulnerability and openness reinforced their connection, providing a sense of comfort and reassurance that would carry them through the uncertainties of the future. The notion that one could quietly pass away in their sleep ignited a deep sense of curiosity within him. At such a tender age, Ozzy had never truly contemplated the reality that death could come suddenly and silently during the night, without any forewarning or chance for a final goodbye. This idea both intrigued and terrified him, as it unveiled a subject he had previously approached with the blissful ignorance of childhood. As Ozzy mulled over the profound implications of this unsettling thought, an overwhelming wave of fear began to wash over him. The very possibility of drifting off to sleep and never awakening again sent shivers coursing down his spine. It was a chilling prospect to entertain, especially when considering the sheer lack of control one would have in such a situation, no ability to voice concerns, express fears, or make choices about the inevitable. The sheer helplessness of succumbing to such a fate was daunting, forcing him to confront the uncomfortable reality of his own vulnerability and the unpredictable nature of life itself. In that moment of introspection, he found himself wrestling with the complexities of existence and the inherent fragility that accompanies it. This realization felt like a rite of passage, an awakening to the harsh truths that lay beyond the safe confines of childhood dreams. This newfound awareness left Ozzy feeling a blend of anxiety and contemplation, as he navigated the delicate balance between the innocence of youth and the sobering realities that life could sometimes present. It was a pivotal moment in his understanding of the world, one that would linger in his thoughts and shape his perspective as he endeavored to make sense of the unpredictable journey that lay ahead. Since the tragic and unexpected passing of Margaret, that particular incident has frequently resurfaced in Ozzy's mind, haunting him with an unsettling regularity. He often finds himself lost in thought, pondering whether she might have had a premonition of her fate, sensing the inherent fragility of life in a way that he, in his youthful innocence, could not fully comprehend. The idea that she could have lived before, perhaps enduring a similar experience in a past existence, also flits through his consciousness, adding layers of complexity to his grief and reflections on their time together. The weight of this profound loss has compelled Ozzy to confront not only his feelings of sorrow but also the regrets that linger in the quiet corners of his heart. His most significant regret revolves around the fact that he never seized the opportunity to articulate the depth of his love and admiration for her, his cherished, big sis. He now wishes he had been more expressive about the appreciation he felt for her unwavering support, guidance, and the unique bond that they shared throughout their lives. In the aftermath of her passing, now 25 years ago, Ozzy is still left with an aching sense of longing, a yearning to communicate the sentiments that remained unspoken during her lifetime. The realization that he had failed to convey his feelings fills him with a bittersweet sorrow, as he reflects on the countless moments they shared, the comforting advice she offered during difficult times, and the simple but invaluable wisdom she imparted. He often envisions how he would give anything for just one more chance to tell her how profoundly she meant to him, to express the significant impact she had on his life, and to celebrate the beautiful connection they once enjoyed. This deep-seated regret serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of expressing love and appreciation while there is still time, a lesson that Ozzy now carries with him as he navigates the complexities of relationships and the inevitable passage of time. He understands that life is fleeting and that the bonds we share with others should never be taken for granted. Ozzy brings up these profound losses for two significant reasons. First, as a gesture of deep respect and reverence for those cherished members of his family who have left an indelible mark on their lives, and second, because these painful life experiences have the potential to shape individuals into better people. The respect he holds for them is unwavering, their memories deserve acknowledgement and honor. Each of them contributed uniquely to the fabric of the family, leaving behind legacies of love, kindness, and wisdom that continue to influence those who remain. By speaking of their passing, he pays tribute to their lives and the joy they brought to the family's existence. Moreover, these sorrowful experiences, while deeply painful, can also serve as catalysts for personal growth and transformation. Grief, though a heavy burden, often compels individuals to reflect on their own lives and priorities. It teaches the value of compassion, empathy, and the importance of cherishing every moment spent with loved ones. In facing the harsh realities of loss, they learn to appreciate the fragility of life and the connections shared, prompting them to strive to be more understanding, supportive, and present for those around them. Ultimately, these experiences remind them that through struggles and heartaches, there is an opportunity to evolve into more resilient, nurturing individuals who can uplift others in their times of need. It is through the lens of loss that many find the strength to embrace life more fully, encouraging them to honor those they have lost by living their lives with intention, love, and gratitude. From experience, Ozzy knows that far too many individuals fail to give adequate consideration to the significance of death and all the profound implications that accompany it. In a society often preoccupied with the relentless pace of daily life, the contemplation of mortality frequently takes a back seat, overshadowed by the distractions and demands of modern existence. This tendency to sidestep such a weighty topic can lead to a superficial understanding of life and its transient nature, ultimately preventing many from fully appreciating the precious time they have with loved ones. Death, although a challenging subject to confront, is an essential aspect of the human experience. It compels individuals to grapple with the fragility of existence and the inevitability of loss, prompting important reflections on what truly matters. When people shy away from this contemplation, they risk missing out on valuable insights about the nature of their relationships, the importance of kindness, and the legacy they hope to leave behind. By engaging thoughtfully with the realities of death, individuals can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude for the moments they share with others. Acknowledging mortality can inspire a greater appreciation for the present, encouraging people to nurture meaningful connections and live their lives with purpose and intention. Furthermore, this awareness can help individuals prioritize their values, urging them to engage in acts of love and kindness while they still have the chance. Ultimately, Ozzy stresses that reflecting on the concept of death can enrich one's understanding of life itself, prompting a more profound engagement with both the joys and challenges that it presents. This introspection can lead to a more fulfilling existence, as individuals learn to embrace the fleeting nature of life and the importance of cherishing every moment spent with those they hold dear. In this way, the contemplation of death can serve as a powerful catalyst for personal growth and deeper connections with others. Despite the fact that their modest house in Garndafaith, endearingly dubbed Garn by the locals, was relatively small, to him, it embodied the essence of home and radiated a deep sense of comfort and belonging. The intimate setting held an undeniable charm, nurturing fond memories that he cherished dearly. Gathered closely around the crackling coal fire, occasionally grumbled at anyone who dared to stand directly in front of the fire, selfishly soaking up its precious warmth. Especially during the winter months, Ozai became acutely aware of the imperfections in their snug abode, most notably the conspicuous gap beneath the front door. This seemingly minor flaw had significant implications. Through that unwelcoming opening, the frigid air and swirling snow would invade their cozy space, drifting into the front room and creating a striking contrast to the inviting warmth radiating from the fire. The sight of snowflakes dancing through the gap and settling on the floor served as a vivid reminder of the harsh elements outside, yet it also contributed to the overall character of their living situation. The warmth provided a stark contrast to the chilly winds howling outside. As Ozai approached the tender age of 3, his mother found herself increasingly troubled by the fact that he had not yet spoken a single word. This prolonged silence, while not uncommon for some children, began to weigh heavily on her heart and mind, leading her to contemplate the possibility that something might be amiss. Driven by a blend of concern and love, she decided to seek professional guidance and took him to visit a doctor. During the appointment, the doctor carefully conducted a thorough examination, assessing his overall health and developmental milestones. After a meticulous evaluation, the doctor confidently concluded that he was, in fact, in good health. He reassured her that every child develops at their own pace and that he would eventually learn to speak when he was ready. This diagnosis provided a profound sense of relief for Ozai's mother, easing the worries that had been consuming her thoughts. Ozai's initial experiences with the spirit realm occurred in that house located in the Garn. It was clear that their home was haunted. He would lie in bed alongside his brother, who was positioned at the top end, while he rested at the bottom. In the stillness of the night, he often heard unsettling sounds, including mysterious banging and the echo of footsteps. As a child, he found solace in his imagination, choosing to believe that these noises were merely the playful calls of birds and animals outside. Often, Ozai would find himself waking up in the morning to discover that one of his socks had inexplicably gone missing. This recurring issue became a source of considerable irritation for his mother, who would frequently chastise him about it. She would remind him that replacing socks and other articles of clothing was not something they could easily manage financially. With a sigh, she would express her frustration at the ongoing mystery of these disappearing belongings, emphasizing how difficult it was to keep up with such losses. Her scolding instilled in him a heightened sense of caution about where Ozai placed his socks, as he tried to ensure they would remain safe from disappearing. At first, he was convinced that mischievous mice were the ones responsible for the missing items, picturing them darting around in the night and stealthily pilfering his belongings. However, he soon realized that it was quite improbable for mice to navigate beneath his pillow and make off with his socks without him noticing their tiny movements. This realization led him to reconsider the situation, prompting him to explore various other possibilities for the mysterious disappearances that continued to perplex him. Ozai's mother was quite skeptical about his assertions that socks were mysteriously disappearing from beneath his pillow. In the end, he harbored a strong suspicion that she was fully aware of the reality behind the strange vanishings but opted not to address it directly. One of her core philosophies was that if an individual chose not to believe in something, it would eventually dissipate and cease to exist, while nurturing belief in it would somehow bring it into existence and make it undeniably real. This perspective most likely reflected her desire to maintain a sense of mastery over their circumstances, subtly encouraging him to dismiss the peculiar happenings rather than allow them to occupy his thoughts and concerns. One fateful evening, as Ozai lay in bed enveloped by the tranquil stillness of the night, he was suddenly jolted by an unexpected and peculiar sound that seemed to invade the serene atmosphere of the house. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the wind swirling its way up the staircase, accompanied by a haunting howling noise that sent an unsettling shiver racing down his spine. Intrigued yet slightly unnerved by this strange auditory phenomenon, he instinctively felt compelled to replicate the unusual sound himself, viewing it as a whimsical challenge to his own creativity and imagination. However, upon deeper reflection and careful consideration, it became increasingly clear that such a sound could not have arisen naturally in that specific area of the house. The staircase was completely isolated from the rest of the living space, with no nearby doors or windows that could possibly account for the eerie noise that had disrupted the peaceful ambience of Ozai's surroundings. This realization not only intensified the mystery of the situation but also left him pondering the strange occurrences that seemed to linger ominously in the shadows of his home, adding a palpable layer of intrigue to the already curious atmosphere that enveloped him. The very thought that something inexplicable might be at play filled him with both a sense of wonder and apprehension, igniting his imagination in ways he had never anticipated. On top of that, whenever Ozzy found himself in the unsettling position of lying on his back while trying to fall asleep, an overwhelming sensation would envelop him, making it seem as though he were being lifted and swept away from the confines of the house by a powerful, swirling vortex of wind. This disconcerting feeling struck him with such intensity that it frightened him to his very core, instilling a profound sense of dread that lingered in his mind. In a desperate bid to escape this terrifying experience, he instinctively adopted the habit of sleeping on his side, seeking solace in this position to ward off the unsettling sensations that had plagued his nights. Even to this day, Ozzy remains resolute in his preference for lying on his side, steadfastly avoiding the risk of encountering the unnerving feelings that would inevitably arise if he were to lay flat on his back. This habitual choice has become a deeply ingrained aspect of his nightly routine, a lasting remnant of those fearful nights that left an indelible mark on his psyche. As Ozzy matured and navigated the complexities of his teenage years, he increasingly sought refuge in the comforting embrace of his blankets, often cocooning himself within their soft layers. This habit was primarily a response to his profound fear of the dark, a fear that was significantly heightened by the eerie and unsettling tales spun by his mother. In her attempts to ensure that her children would willingly settle down for the night without any resistance, she frequently invoked the presence of a so-called ghost. This spectral figure, conjured from her imagination, served as a playful yet effective tool to instill a sense of urgency about bedtime. Her stories, rich with vivid imagery and haunting descriptions of this ghostly presence, were designed to compel them into action, urging them to seek the safety and warmth of their beds. However, what initially seemed to Ozzy like mere folklore and a whimsical bedtime tactic soon took on a more disturbing reality. Unbeknownst to him at the time, their household was, in fact, inhabited by an actual ghost, a revelation that added a chilling and unsettling dimension to his childhood fears. One fateful night Ozzy was suddenly woken by the unmistakable sound of his name being called out multiple times. The voice, which resonated through the air with an eerie clarity, sent a jolt of surprise coursing through him. Intrigued yet apprehensive, he felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the source of this mysterious summons. He systematically examined every corner of his bedroom, but despite his diligent efforts, he could not ascertain who or what was responsible for the disembodied voice that had interrupted his sleep. Knowing that his mother was downstairs and that she was alone, Ozzy decided to approach her and inquire if she had been the one calling for him. As he had anticipated, she responded firmly with a definitive no. The moment she spoke, he was struck by the realization that the voice he had heard bore no resemblance to hers whatsoever. It was distinctly that of a man, deep, resonant, and commanding. In that moment, he felt a powerful conviction that he would have recognized his mother's voice instantly had it genuinely been her calling out to him. This realization sent a shiver down his spine, leaving Ozzy with an unsettling sense of confusion. The echo of that mysterious call lingered in his mind, intertwining with the atmosphere of the house, which suddenly felt charged with a palpable tension, as if it were holding its breath. He couldn't dismiss the thought that perhaps there was more to this encounter than mere coincidence, and the possibility that something inexplicable was at play began to gnaw at his thoughts. As Ozzy made his way back to his room, the haunting echoes of that voice continued to reverberate within him. He found himself deep in contemplation about the nature of what he had experienced. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, a trick of the mind playing games in the stillness of the night? Or was there truly something, or someone, else inhabiting the space around him, lingering in the shadows and reaching out to him for reasons unknown? The quiet of the night enveloped him as Ozzy lay in bed, wide awake and restless, pondering the implications of his unsettling encounter. It felt as though he had crossed an invisible threshold into a realm of the unknown, and he was left grappling with the lingering question: were they truly alone in their family home, or was there an enigmatic presence that had called out to him from the depths of the darkness? This mystery loomed over him, a haunting reminder that not all things are as they seem, and that occasionally, the echoes of the past can weave their way into the present in the most unexpected and disconcerting ways. As Ozzy immersed himself in this newfound quest for understanding, he began to approach the mystery with a blend of excitement and trepidation. Each night, after the house had settled into silence and the familiar sounds of creaking wood and rustling leaves filled the air, he would find himself wandering through the dimly lit corridor, his heart racing with anticipation. He felt like a modern-day explorer, venturing into the uncharted territories of his own home, driven by the hope of uncovering its hidden secrets. After a few unsuccessful expeditions, Ozzy took a deep breath and recounted the unusual incident to his mother, eager to convey the unsettling experience that had profoundly impacted him. With a sense of urgency, he described how he continued to hear his name being called out so clearly, how it had reverberated throughout his bedroom, stirring a mixture of curiosity and apprehension within him. However, to his dismay, she dismissed his account almost immediately, attributing it to nothing more than a vivid imagination or a simple trick of the mind. Her skepticism stung like a sharp thorn, but he remained steadfast in his belief. To him, the encounter was undeniably real, just as tangible as the warm and comforting presence of his mother sitting before him. Ozzy made every effort to express the gravity of his experience, detailing how the voice had echoed through with such clarity that it still resonated in his thoughts. He described the urgency he felt in responding to the call, the way it had compelled him to search every corner of the house in pursuit of its source. Yet, no matter how passionately he tried to convey the intensity of the moment, her dismissive attitude lingered like an unwelcome shadow over his thoughts. In her eyes, it seemed that the significance of his experience was diminished, reduced to mere fanciful imaginings that did not warrant serious consideration. Despite her disbelief, Ozzy could not shake the undeniable certainty that something extraordinary transpired. The voice haunted him, a persistent reminder that there existed more in the world than what could be easily explained or understood. He felt an inexplicable connection to the unseen, a sense that perhaps there were layers of existence that remained shrouded in mystery, waiting patiently to be explored and understood. As Ozzy lay in bed, grappling with the stark contrast between his undeniable reality and his mother's skepticism, he resolved to seek out the truth on his own terms. He understood that his experience was valid, worthy of exploration and acknowledgement. The echoes of the past could still resonate in the present, and he felt a compelling urge to uncover whatever mysteries lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. This journey was one Ozzy felt destined to embark upon, driven by a desire to explore the unknown. He was determined to delve deeper into the realms of the inexplicable, regardless of whether anyone else believed in the truth of his experience. He was convinced that the voice he heard was not merely a figment of his imagination, it was a genuine encounter that had opened his eyes to a world filled with possibilities and enigmas. With a heart full of resolve and curiosity, he prepared himself to navigate the uncharted waters of the supernatural, eager to discover what lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. In the 1950s, the valleys of Wales were steeped in a history of coal mining, marked by both the glory of industry and the shadows of decline. A derelict miner's voyage through these valleys would have been a poignant and haunting experience. As Ozzy grew up, he found himself surrounded by the rugged grey slag heaps covering the beautiful Welsh landscape. The valleys, once vibrant with the sounds of bustling communities and the clattering of machinery, now echoed with a sense of desolation. The remnants of their old mining village lay up against the hillside, with crumbling houses and abandoned structures standing as silent witnesses to a once thriving industry. The miner, clad in weathered clothing and a battered cap, that would walk along narrow paths that wound through the hills, his footsteps stirring memories of camaraderie and toil, were a thing from the past. As the sun began to set over the valleys, casting a golden hue on the landscape, Ozzy's mother paused to take in the beauty around her. Despite the hardships and the weight of nostalgia, she had developed a profound sense of connection to the land and to the legacy of those who had come before her. Her voyage through the valleys was not just a journey through a physical landscape, but also a pilgrimage through memory, resilience, and the enduring spirit of a community which helped her through her darkest time after losing her husband, the love of her life. As decades passed, Ozzy's mother finally recounted a remarkable experience she had in their derelict miner's cottage on the Garn. One evening, while she was nestled in her bed, a vague, misty figure emerged before her. Over the course of a few moments, this figure gradually took on a more defined and solid form. To her astonishment, she recognized it as her husband. Though he did not utter a single word during this surreal encounter, he appeared as tangible and real as anyone could be. She expressed that, despite his silence, she had an overwhelming sense that he was there to ensure she was safe and well. This poignant moment stayed vividly in her memory until the moment she died, a testament to the deep loving bond they shared. During early childhood, Ozzy found himself engulfed in a profound sensation of existence, feeling not only that they were vividly alive in the present moment but also that their essence had persisted throughout time. This realization resonated deeply within them, igniting a compelling urge to seek affirmation from his mother. Again he approached her with a heart full of expectation, convinced that she would echo the beliefs he held so dearly. To his astonishment, however, her response was far more stark and unyielding than he had anticipated. "No," she declared firmly, "you only have one life to live, and one day you will die, and that will be the end of it." Her words struck a powerful chord, cutting through the veil of his hopeful convictions with a sobering clarity. In that moment, she introduced a candid perspective on the transient nature of life, emphasizing the singular journey that each individual must navigate. The weight of her truth settled heavily on Ozzy's heart, forcing him to grapple with the reality of mortality and the finite opportunities that life presents. Her response plunged Ozzy into a profound sense of melancholy that enveloped him like a heavy fog. Until that pivotal moment, he had found solace in a comforting calm, buoyed by the unwavering conviction of his eternal existence and his conviction that life transcended the boundaries of the present. However, in a single, heart-wrenching instant, that serene assurance was abruptly stripped away, leaving behind a vast void filled with uncertainty and despair. The stark and unyielding reality of her words resonated painfully within him, shattering the delicate foundation of hope upon which Ozzy built his understanding of life and existence. What had once seemed like an unshakable truth was now replaced by a haunting awareness of the inevitable finality that awaited every living being. This new perspective cast a dark shadow over his thoughts and emotions, leaving him to grapple with the unsettling notion of mortality and the ephemeral nature of life itself. The weight of this revelation pressed heavily on his heart, forcing him to confront feelings he had previously managed to avoid. The impact of that conversation lingered within Ozzy for an extended period, resonating in the depths of his thoughts and emotions. After all, she was his mother, a figure he had always revered, and at that tender age, he firmly believed that she possessed the answers to all of life's profound questions. Her words bore a significant weight, one that was difficult to dismiss or forget, as he had always perceived her as a wellspring of wisdom and insight. This unwavering belief highlighted the innocence of youth, where a child often views their parents as infallible beings, capable of alleviating any concerns or fears that might arise. In the days that followed, he found himself lost in contemplation, reflecting on her assertions and wrestling with the unsettling realization that the certainties Ozzy had once held dear were now clouded by uncertainty and doubt. The simplicity of childhood innocence began to clash with the complex realities of adulthood, leaving him in a state of confusion and introspection. This conversation marked a pivotal moment in Ozzy's development, as it not only challenged his previously unshakable perceptions but also signified the beginning of his journey from the carefree and uncomplicated world of childhood into the more intricate and often bewildering realms of uncertainty, understanding and acceptance. It was a moment that stood as a bridge between two phases of his life, forcing him to confront the uncomfortable truths of existence and the transient nature of life itself. Shortly after experiencing that profound revelation, Ozzy found himself remembering a technique that had once been imparted to him in a previous lifetime. This intriguing method revolved around the practice of posing a question and then allowing the answer to naturally arise from within his own consciousness. It struck him as quite remarkable that he could not possibly have learned this technique from any source in his current existence, given that he had so little experience or wisdom to draw upon at that particular stage of his life. The memory of this practice felt like a distant echo of a past life, a whisper of ancient wisdom that had somehow managed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. As Ozzy embraced this technique, it provided him with a sense of comfort and a connection to something far greater than his immediate reality. It offered him a valuable pathway to introspection, allowing him to delve deeper into the complexities of his thoughts and feelings in a manner that felt both familiar and profoundly enlightening. This newfound awareness opened the door to Ozzy's inner wisdom, encouraging him to trust in his capacity to find clarity amidst the storm of confusion that had recently engulfed him. Each question he posed became an invitation to explore the depths of his own psyche, leading him toward insights that felt timeless and deeply rooted in his very essence. Through this practice, he began to navigate the tumultuous landscape of his emotions, gradually fostering a sense of understanding and acceptance that had previously eluded him. As he recalled this transformative technique, a profound sense of relief cascaded over Ozzy, effectively lifting the immense burden of mortality that had weighed heavily on his heart and mind. The suffocating anxiety that had accompanied his thoughts began to dissolve, and with its departure, his previous sense of calm gradually re-emerged. It felt as though a dense veil had been lifted, allowing warm light to seep into the once dark corners of his worries and fears. With each moment spent engaging in this introspective practice, Ozzy experienced the chains of fear and uncertainty loosening their relentless grip. The simple act of posing questions and patiently awaiting the answers to surface from within rekindled a deep sense of inner peace, reminding him of the resilience and strength of his spirit. This connection to the wisdom of his past provided a comforting reassurance that life and existence harbored greater significance beyond the transient and often daunting nature of the physical world. In embracing this technique, Ozzy discovered the tranquility that had once defined his being, restoring a sense of balance and harmony within himself. The once overbearing specter of mortality began to feel less imposing, gradually replaced by a renewed understanding of life's cyclical nature and its inherent beauty. With this newfound clarity, he found himself more open to the myriad possibilities that lay ahead, ready to navigate the complexities of existence with a lighter heart, a clearer mind, and an invigorated spirit. Each breath he took became a testament to his resilience, propelling him forward into a future filled with hope and potential. One day, a profound and thought-provoking question emerged within Ozzy's consciousness, prompting him to embark on a journey of deep reflection. What is the true purpose of my life? What exactly am I meant to accomplish during my time in this vast and intricate universe? This moment of introspection felt both daunting and illuminating, as he grappled with the significance of his existence and the unique role he played in the grand tapestry of life. The inquiry resonated within him like a gentle nudge from Ozzy's innermost self, urging him to delve into the depths of his being and consider the aspirations, dreams, and values that shaped his identity. It was not merely a fleeting thought that could be brushed aside, rather, it was a profound call to explore the very essence of his existence and the distinctive contributions he could offer to the world around him. As he contemplated these questions, Ozzy experienced a blend of curiosity and trepidation. He understood that seeking answers would require him to confront his own beliefs and desires, to sift through the cacophony of daily life, and to uncover the truths that lay hidden within the recesses of his heart. This journey of self-discovery held the promise of illuminating his path, guiding him toward a more profound understanding of his place in the world. In embracing this quest for meaning, Ozzy recognized that each step taken in pursuit of these answers could lead to greater clarity and purpose. It was an invitation to explore the depths of his potential, to consider how his experiences and choices could interweave with the lives of others, ultimately enriching not only his own life but also the lives of those around him. This exploration could transform his understanding of fulfillment, allowing him to navigate his existence with newfound intention and passion. The answer emerged within Ozzy as though it had been summoned from the depths of his subconscious, almost as if it were a gentle whisper echoing from the back of his mind. He sensed that this profound revelation did not originate from the mundane aspects of his everyday self, rather, it resonated from a deep and hidden place within his very being. It was an insight that transcended the ordinary, one that felt both ancient and refreshingly new at the same time. In that illuminating moment of clarity, Ozzy came to understand that his purpose in this earthly journey was to serve as a teacher, to share the knowledge and wisdom he had accumulated throughout his experiences in lives he had already lived. Moreover, he realized that he was also here to absorb and learn all the new lessons that had emerged since the last time his soul graced this planet as Gurdjieff. This dual role of both imparting knowledge and engaging in continuous learning filled him with a profound sense of purpose, connecting him to the greater cycle of existence and the collective journey of humanity. Embracing this realization, Ozzy felt an exhilarating surge of excitement intertwined with a deep sense of responsibility. It was as if he had been entrusted with a sacred mission that extended beyond his individual existence. The prospect of sharing his insights with others while simultaneously absorbing fresh experiences invigorated his spirit and ignited a passion within him. It encouraged him to wholeheartedly embrace the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead, fully aware that each interaction and lesson would contribute immensely to his personal growth and understanding. This newfound clarity not only illuminated his path but also instilled a profound sense of fulfillment, as Ozzy recognized the significance of his journey in the grand design of life. Each moment became an opportunity for exploration and connection, weaving his experiences into the rich tapestry of existence and reminding him that his role was integral to the unfolding story of the universe. At another moment of introspection, Ozzy found himself pondering a deeply existential question: who am I? What, in essence, is this I that defines my existence? This inquiry stirred within him a sense of curiosity and wonder, compelling him to explore the very nature of his identity and the constructs that shaped his understanding of self. As he delved into this profound contemplation, he began to unravel the layers of his being, reflecting on the myriad experiences, beliefs, and relationships that had contributed to Ozzy's sense of identity. He recognized that the I was not merely a static label but a dynamic and evolving entity, shaped by the passage of time and the influence of the world around him. Ozzy considered the roles he played in various aspects of his life: son, friend, teacher, learner, and how each role added to the complexity of his identity. Yet, beneath these external labels, he sensed a deeper essence that transcended these definitions. This essence represented his true self, a core of consciousness that existed beyond societal expectations and personal achievements. In grappling with these questions, Ozzy realized that understanding the I was not merely about cataloging his experiences or roles, it was about connecting with the deeper aspects of his being and recognizing the intrinsic value of his existence. This journey of self-discovery held the promise of unveiling not only who he was but also the potential that lay within him, waiting to be expressed in the world. Each answer he uncovered would lead him closer to the truth of his existence, illuminating the path toward a more authentic and meaningful life. It gradually dawned on him that he could not possibly be confined to the name his parents had bestowed upon him. After all, that was merely a label, a string of letters representing something far more intricate and nuanced. This profound realization ignited a deeper inquiry within him: so, who am I, truly? He began to comprehend that he was not solely defined by that name or by the roles that society had assigned to him. Instead, he recognized that he was simply this life, this vibrant moment of existence unfolding before him. In that enlightening moment, Ozzy felt a wave of liberation wash over him, freeing him from the constraints of identity that he had previously accepted. He was here, fully present in the now, and he simply existed. The essence of his being transcended any external identifiers or societal expectations. A realization began to dawn upon him: he could not possibly be confined to the name his mother had bestowed upon him, a label, a collection of letters to identify him in the eyes of the world. This epiphany ignited a deeper inquiry within his mind: so, who am I, truly? He started to grasp that he was not defined solely by that name or the various roles society had assigned to him. Rather, he came to understand that he was simply this life, this vibrant experience of existence unfolding before him. In that moment of profound clarity, Ozzy felt a surge of liberation wash over him, as if the weight of external expectations had been lifted. He was here, present in the now, and he simply existed. The essence of his being transcended any superficial identifiers or societal constructs, it was deeply rooted in the pure experience of living itself. He recognized that his true self was not limited to the titles or accomplishments he had accrued over time, but was an integral part of the vast, interconnected tapestry of life that surrounded him. This newfound understanding filled Ozzy with a sense of peace and clarity that he had long sought. He realized that he was not merely a name or a series of accolades, he was an embodiment of existence in its most authentic form. Each breath he took, each fleeting moment he experienced, contributed to the richness and depth of his life. Embracing this notion allowed him to feel more connected to the world around him, as he recognized that his presence, simply as it was, held its own unique significance and value. The simplicity of just being became a powerful source of strength and fulfillment, guiding Ozzy toward a more genuine and meaningful experience of life. He understood that in the act of simply existing, he was participating in the greater unfolding of reality, and that this participation, in all its forms, was a vital expression of who he truly was. As the years unfolded and passed by, Ozzy gradually began to forget the moments of profound realization and clarity that had once illuminated his path. The essence of that inner peace, which had felt so tangible and present, slowly faded into the background, overshadowed by the relentless demands and distractions of everyday life. The complexities of existence, along with the weight of responsibilities, began to obscure those early insights, leading him further away from the deep understanding of his true self. Days turned into months, and months into years, as the din of routine life drowned out the gentle whisper of his deeper consciousness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a significant turning point awaited Ozzy in the form of an unexpected experience. It was during his time in prison, an event that still lay far off in the future, that the seeds of that long-lost inner peace would begin to take root once again. The confinement and solitude he would eventually face would present him with a unique opportunity for reflection and introspection, allowing him to sift through the layers of his past and reconnect with the essence of who he truly was. Although that moment of renewal was still a distant prospect, Ozzy began to sense that the journey ahead would ultimately guide him back to the profound truths he had once grasped so firmly. The path to rediscovery would not be without its challenges, but it held the promise of rekindling the tranquility he had lost and illuminating the way toward a deeper understanding of himself and his place within the broader tapestry of existence. With each passing day, he would inch closer to reclaiming that sense of harmony and connection, which had once defined his experience of life. In anticipation of this transformative journey, Ozzy recognized that the trials he would face in prison could serve as a crucible for personal growth. The solitude, while daunting, could also become a fertile ground for contemplation, offering him the chance to confront the shadows of his past and emerge with renewed clarity. He understood that the process of reconnecting with his inner peace was not merely about returning to a previous state but about evolving into a more authentic version of himself, one that embraced both the lessons of his past and the possibilities of his future. But before all that was to happen, the moment arrived for Ozzy to embark on the journey of formal education, a pivotal chapter in Ozzy's life that would shape his experiences and interactions in unexpected ways. As he stepped into the school environment, he felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension, fully aware that this new setting would come with its own set of challenges and opportunities for growth. However, Ozzy soon found himself inadvertently drawn into situations that would land him in trouble. The dynamics of school life, with its myriad social interactions and the pressures of fitting in, often led him down paths he had not anticipated. Whether it was engaging in playful antics with classmates or inadvertently crossing boundaries set by teachers, he discovered that navigating the complexities of school was fraught with potential pitfalls. Chapter 2. Ozzy's school years. As Ozzy journeyed through his formative years in that rundown mining cottage in Garn Village, tucked away in the enchanting yet rugged Welsh countryside, Ozzy was a notably quiet and contemplative child. His silence was striking. He did not utter a single word until he reached well beyond the age of 4, an unusual milestone that set him apart from the other children in the community. This profound reticence left those around him pondering the thoughts and emotions that must have been swirling beneath his calm and composed surface. The quaint, albeit crumbling, environment of the village, with its echoes of a bygone industrial era, seemed to reflect Ozzy's own quiet nature, creating a backdrop that was both hauntingly beautiful and melancholic. While other children engaged in lively chatter and playful antics, Ozzy observed the world around him with wide, inquisitive eyes, absorbing the sights and sounds of his surroundings in silence. His prolonged lack of speech during those early years became a source of both intrigue and concern for his family, who could only speculate about what was transpiring in his mind and why he had chosen to remain mute for such an extended period. Each day, they wondered if he would eventually find his voice, and what stories he would tell once he did. The entrance to his first school loomed large, almost overwhelmingly so, in Ozzy's young imagination. One fateful day, filled with a rush of excitement or perhaps a sense of urgency, he dashed through those imposing doors with careless abandon. In his eagerness, he allowed the heavy doors to swing shut behind him with a forceful slam that reverberated through the hallway. In that instant, he was taken aback by the sudden and piercing sound of a loud scream, which cut through the atmosphere like a knife. The unexpected outburst startled him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed as a mix of curiosity and alarm surged within him. He quickly turned around, his heart racing, eager to discover the source of the commotion and what had transpired just moments before. Ozzy turned around to find a girl standing there, raising her hand in a desperate plea for attention. To his astonishment, he noticed that her little finger hung at an odd angle, dangling precariously to one side and only connected to her hand by a narrow strip of skin. The sight was both shocking and unsettling, leaving him rooted in place, utterly speechless and unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A wave of concern surged through him as he stood there, grappling with the gravity of the situation. Just at that moment, a dinner lady rushed onto the scene, her face reflecting a mix of urgency and alarm. She quickly approached the girl, her demeanor indicating that she was well aware of the seriousness of the injury. With careful efficiency, she guided the girl away, ensuring she would receive the immediate medical attention she required. The entire encounter left him in a state of disbelief, the vivid image of the girl's injury etched into his memory, lingering long after they had disappeared from view. Shortly after the alarming incident, Ozzy received an unexpected summons to the headmistress's office, a place that filled him with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. As he entered the office, he was greeted by a serious atmosphere, and he quickly realized that he would be questioned about the troubling event he had just witnessed. With a deep breath, he began to explain the sequence of events as clearly as he could. He described how he had hurried through the doors, allowing them to slam shut behind him with a loud bang, and then detailed the shocking moment when he turned to see the little girl standing there, her finger hanging at an awkward angle, barely attached to her hand. His heart raced as he recounted the vivid memory, hoping to convey the confusion and concern that had washed over him in that instant. He wanted to ensure that they understood the gravity of what he had seen and felt, emphasizing the urgency of the situation that had unfolded before him. The headmistress listened intently to Ozzy's recounting of the events, but her expression did not waver from skepticism, which made it abundantly clear that she struggled to fully believe his narrative. A wave of confusion washed over him as he grappled with her lack of faith in his words. Until that moment, he had always held the conviction that honesty was a universal value, one that was respected and upheld, especially by adults. He had naturally assumed that if he spoke the truth with sincerity, they would trust him without hesitation or doubt. The stark realization that his earnest account might not be enough to persuade her left him feeling both disheartened and bewildered. This encounter marked a significant turning point for him, forcing him to confront the uncomfortable notion that not everyone values truth in the same way. It created a profound dissonance between his expectations of adult behavior and the harsh reality he was now experiencing, leading him to question why his genuine attempt to communicate what had happened was met with such disbelief. After a tense and uncomfortable exchange, she ultimately decided to let Ozzy off with a mere caution, but that resolution did little to ease the confusion that continued to swirl in his mind. In the days and weeks that followed, he found himself grappling with her perplexing behavior, unable to dispel the unsettling feelings that lingered long after their meeting. Each time he reflected on their conversation, the memory loomed over him like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over his mood and filling him with a persistent sense of disappointment. He couldn't shake the thought of why she had chosen to approach him with such skepticism rather than empathy or understanding. This internal struggle created a heavy burden on his heart, making it increasingly difficult to concentrate on anything else. He found himself repeatedly replaying the scene in his mind, searching for clarity and trying to make sense of the situation, as well as the unexpected doubts that had been cast upon his honesty and sincerity. The entire experience left him feeling isolated, questioning not only the incident itself but also the nature of trust and belief in the adult world around him. During the early days of his school experience, Ozzy found himself with only one solitary friend, often spending the majority of his time in quiet isolation. As the days went by, he began to observe how the entire class started to gravitate towards a particular individual, a boy named John McAdam. John had an extraordinary talent for igniting a sense of heroism within his peers, inspiring them to see themselves as champions in their own right. His magnetic presence was impossible to ignore. He possessed a remarkable ability to captivate the other children, fostering a sense of camaraderie and teamwork among them. John's boundless enthusiasm was truly infectious, creating an atmosphere of adventure that stirred the imaginations of those around him. As John weaved together tales of bravery and valor, his classmates began to reimagine themselves not merely as ordinary children but as potential heroes capable of achieving remarkable feats. This transformation cultivated an air of excitement and possibility that spread like wildfire throughout the classroom, making it nearly impossible for anyone to resist his compelling influence. While Ozzy remained somewhat on the periphery, quietly observing this dynamic unfold, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for how John managed to bring out the very best in others. Despite his own struggles to find a firm footing within this vibrant tapestry of friendship and adventure, he marveled at the way John's charisma united the group, encouraging them to embrace their own strengths and capabilities. It was a fascinating spectacle, one that left Ozzy pondering his own place in this evolving social landscape. During that time, early 1960s, the Second World War remained a frequent topic of discussion on television, capturing the attention of many. The concepts of war, along with the associated killing and violence, became central to his understanding of heroism. As Ozzy engaged in play with his peers on the schoolyard, their activities revolved entirely around themes of conflict and battle. Given this environment, it is hardly surprising that his generation would come to be known for its involvement in gang warfare. There was a young boy whose curls were so remarkably white, tight, and abundant that they seemed to defy gravity, making him one of the most visually distinctive children in his surroundings. Unfortunately, his striking appearance often rendered him a target for ridicule, and a group of young soldiers, hardened by their experiences in World War II, took great pleasure in making his life a constant struggle. Despite Ozzy's initial urge to reach out and befriend the boy, as he was genuinely drawn to the child's individuality and the warm spirit he sensed beneath the exterior, he quickly recognized the potential consequences of such a friendship. If he were to stand by the boy's side, it was all too likely that he would also become a victim of the same mockery and torment that the boy faced daily. This sobering realization prompted him to rethink his approach, leading him to the conclusion that it would be wiser to maintain his distance and focus on his own well-being rather than risk inviting the soldiers' ire upon himself. One fateful day, the gang made the unsettling decision to redirect their attention toward Ozzy, despite his diligent efforts to blend into the background. Their selection of a target often seemed entirely arbitrary, frequently landing on whichever child happened to be by themselves at that moment. Regrettably, it seemed that his turn had finally come. A wave of sheer terror washed over him as he caught sight of John McAdam confidently striding in his direction, accompanied by his band of enthusiastic young soldiers, each one eager to partake in the upcoming torment. The very thought of having to confront them sent chills down his spine, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety. He instinctively wanted to flee or find a place to hide, but instead, he found himself frozen in place, trapped in a web of fear and uncertainty about what cruel antics awaited him in the moments to come. The air felt thick with tension as he prepared himself for the onslaught that he could feel was imminent. Ozzy, still a child of little words, exchanged a few words that would soon slip from his memory, but in that critical moment, he was resolute in his determination to conceal any indication of fear. With his back literally pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, he felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment and vulnerability. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the fight erupted. It was a daunting and intimidating scenario, him standing alone against the entire gang, a situation that felt overwhelmingly stacked against him. The tension in the air was thick and charged as he steeled himself for the impending confrontation, fully aware that he had no choice but to stand his ground and face the onslaught. Every instinct screamed at him to retreat, yet at the age of 4 Ozzy instinctively knew that showing any sign of weakness could provoke even more aggression from his attackers. They began to lash out with a ferocity that took Ozzy by surprise, and in a frantic response, he flailed his arms back, launching punches with no clear aim or intention regarding where they might land. The chaotic melee unfolded around him like a storm, a whirlwind of flailing fists and shouts echoing in the air. Just as suddenly as the altercation had erupted, it came to an abrupt halt. In a moment that seemed to defy the chaos surrounding them, he caught sight of John McAdam, clutching his nose with both hands, blood gushing from it in a vivid crimson stream. It became apparent that amidst the chaotic flurry of desperate punches, John had taken a direct hit, leaving him momentarily stunned and in agony. This unexpected turn of events created a brief pause in the action, as both parties processed the sudden shift in the dynamics of their struggle, each side momentarily stunned by the consequences of the confrontation. Without any deliberate intention on his part, Ozzy suddenly found himself leading a group of his own. He had inadvertently stepped into the role of a hero, having bravely stood up to a villain and emerged victorious from a chaotic confrontation. This unexpected shift in his social standing brought with it a thrilling sense of empowerment and validation that he had never anticipated. From that pivotal moment onward, extending through his secondary school years, life in the schoolyard transformed into an ongoing struggle for supremacy. Each day became filled with a series of challenges and rivalries as Ozzy navigated the intricate complexities of social hierarchies and the relentless quest for dominance among his peers. The once simple playground had evolved into a battleground where alliances were forged and rivalries intensified, creating an environment where confrontations were not just likely but inevitable. This ceaseless pursuit of status and recognition profoundly shaped the dynamics of his formative years, leaving a lasting impact on his experiences during that tumultuous time. As he maneuvered through this social landscape, Ozzy learned valuable lessons about loyalty, betrayal, and the intricate dance of power dynamics. Friendships were formed and dissolved with alarming speed, and trust became a rare commodity. The constant push and pull of relationships kept him on his toes, forcing him to adapt and evolve in order to maintain his standing within the group. The emotional roller coaster of these interactions often left him feeling exhilarated one moment and drained the next. The thrill of victory in a social skirmish was frequently followed by the anxiety of potential retaliation or the challenge of sustaining his newfound status. He became acutely aware of the transient nature of popularity, understanding that today's allies could easily become tomorrow's adversaries. Throughout this journey, Ozzy grappled with the complexities of identity and self-worth, as his value increasingly felt tied to his social standing. He discovered that the playground was more than just a place for games and laughter, it was a microcosm of the larger world, rich with lessons about human behavior and the often harsh realities of social interaction. This relentless pursuit of dominance and recognition not only shaped his adolescence but also laid the groundwork for the person he would become in the years to come, instilling in him a profound understanding of the intricate web of human relationships. Several years had now elapsed since Ozzy's father passed away. Throughout this period, his mother had begun to search for a way forward, determined to embrace a new chapter in her life. She met a man and remarried, and welcomed 2 additional children into their family, Ozzy's younger brother and sister. Their arrival introduced a whirlwind of emotions, as he navigated the adjustments required within their household and faced the complexities of stepping into the role of an older sibling. The family dynamics had undoubtedly shifted, creating a new environment filled with challenges. The marriage ultimately proved to be a complete disaster. Her new husband quickly revealed himself to be a notorious womanizer, and his troubling behavior escalated to a point where he subjected my mother and both my older brother and sister to horrific abuse. The ramifications of his actions were not only severe but also deeply damaging, leaving emotional scars that would haunt them for many years to come. Even now, my brother finds himself grappling with the lingering after-effects of that abuse, continually struggling to heal from the trauma he endured during those harrowing years. What should have been a nurturing and loving environment instead morphed into a source of pain and chaos, fundamentally altering their childhood experiences and casting a long shadow over their paths into adulthood. The mental and emotional scars left on Ozzy's older brother would turn Ozzy's life at home into hell, when his brother turned into his abuser. One particularly distressing morning, Ozzy made his way downstairs, only to be confronted with an appalling scene: urine and excreta scattered across the floor, creating an atmosphere of utter disarray and filth. As he took in this shocking sight, his gaze fell upon his mother, who bore the unmistakable marks of violence, two black eyes that vividly illustrated the brutality she had recently endured. Despite the gravity of the situation, her demeanor was strangely composed as she uttered a chilling statement: "I hope the next time I see him, he's sitting in a wheelchair." Her words resonated with a mixture of pain and fierce determination, encapsulating the turmoil that had woven itself into the fabric of their daily lives. This moment served as a stark reminder of the pervasive violence that had infiltrated their home, leaving him to navigate the unsettling emotions of fear, anger, and uncertainty amidst the debris of their disrupted existence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as he grappled with the profound impact of the circumstances surrounding them. The mental and emotional scars that were inflicted upon Ozzy's older brother would ultimately wreak havoc on Ozzy's life at home, transforming it into a veritable hell. As his brother descended into a darker path, he became the very source of Ozzy's torment. The older sibling subjected Ozzy to an unrelenting barrage of cruelty and abuse, a level of mistreatment that was both harrowing and deeply damaging. This relentless torment drove Ozzy into a state of profound despair, where thoughts of suicide began to creep into his mind, and he found himself longing for an escape from the unbearable pain. What should have been a sanctuary, their home, morphed into a place of fear and suffering, where Ozzy felt trapped in a seemingly endless cycle of anguish. Each day was marked by the weight of his brother's brutality, leaving him to grapple not only with the physical manifestations of abuse but also with the emotional turmoil that accompanied it. The psychological impact of this relentless mistreatment left deep imprints on Ozzy's psyche, fundamentally reshaping his worldview, eroding his sense of self-worth, and burdening him with feelings of hopelessness that seemed insurmountable. The once vibrant spirit within him began to fade, overshadowed by the darkness of his reality. As Ozzy took in this shocking sight, his gaze fell upon his mother, who bore the unmistakable marks of violence, two black eyes that vividly illustrated the brutality she had recently endured at the hands of his stepfather. Despite the gravity of the situation, her demeanor was strangely composed as she uttered a chilling statement: "I hope the next time I see him, he's sitting in a wheelchair." After the separation, the subsequent encounter Ozzy's mother had with her now ex-husband occurred in the child support court. To her surprise, he was indeed in a wheelchair, a stark reminder of the changes that had transpired in their lives. His condition rendered him unable to work or earn any income, which significantly exacerbated the challenges Ozzy's mother faced. Rather than finding relief from the burdens of single motherhood, she discovered herself in an even more dire predicament than before. Instead of having 3 children to care for on her own, she now had the monumental responsibility of raising 5. This sudden increase in her family's size not only heightened her financial strain but also added to the emotional toll of her already demanding life. The pressure to provide for a larger household felt overwhelming, as she struggled to meet the needs of each child. The complexities of her situation deepened, leaving her to confront the harsh realities of her circumstance. Each day was a testament to her resilience, yet the weight of these new responsibilities loomed heavily over her, shaping her daily existence in profound ways. Those days were exceptionally arduous for Ozzy's mother, characterized by numerous challenges that seemed to multiply with each passing moment. One of the most significant factors that intensified her struggles was the reality that she was a Greek Cypriot immigrant who had never been afforded the opportunity to learn how to read or write. During her time in school in Cyprus, the nation was engulfed in turmoil, and she was forced to abandon her education prematurely at a tender age. In the 1930s, the British Foreign Office was actively engaged in strategic planning to position additional military bases on Cyprus as a vital defense base within the eastern Mediterranean during this tumultuous period. As the threat of conflict became increasingly imminent, the groundwork laid in these reports underscored the urgency of establishing Cyprus as a defensive stronghold, which would play a critical role in the broader military strategy of the British Empire. And beyond. At just around 8 years old, Ozzy's mother found herself thrust into the role of laborer, tasked with the monumental responsibility of helping build the roads that were crucial for the imminent expected war. Incredible as it may seem, this formative experience occurred during such a crucial time in Margaret's life, profoundly shaping her resilience. Despite facing overwhelming challenges, she emerged as an extraordinarily strong and tenacious woman. By contemporary standards, her achievements are nothing short of remarkable, especially considering the significant obstacles she encountered. Navigating the hardships of life without the fundamental literacy skills that many take for granted, and without the support of family, speaks volumes about her indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. At this point in time, Margaret had reached her teenage years. As her mother faced the relentless struggle of making ends meet, the financial strain became increasingly apparent, forcing Margaret to leave school and seek employment to help support the family. This choice arose just as she began to yearn for the fun and excitement typical of adolescence, a period filled with dreams, friendships, and carefree moments. However, the heavy burden of responsibility that fell upon her shoulders likely overshadowed those youthful aspirations, leaving her feeling weighed down by the obligations she had to shoulder. The necessity of stepping into the role of a provider at such a young age was not only taxing but also stifling, robbing her of the vibrant experiences that should have characterized her formative years. The dichotomy between her desire for freedom and the harsh realities of her situation must have created a profound sense of despair. Confronted with these mounting pressures, the emotional toll became too great for Margaret to bear. In a moment of desperation and a quest for liberation, she made the drastic decision to run away from home. This act of defiance was likely fueled by a deep-seated need to escape the overwhelming responsibilities that had come to define her life. Margaret's departure marked a significant turning point, not only in her own journey but also in the overall dynamics of her family. It underscored the profound impact of their difficult circumstances on each member, revealing the complex interplay between duty and the longing for personal fulfillment. Unbeknownst to all, Margaret had also found herself in the delicate situation of being pregnant during this tumultuous chapter in her life. The reality of navigating the challenges of youth combined with the complexities of unplanned motherhood created a particularly daunting predicament, especially given the societal norms prevalent in 1960s Welsh society. Being so young and unmarried carried significant weight, presenting her with a host of societal stigmas and expectations that would have been overwhelming to confront. During this era, the expectations placed on young women were often rigidly defined and unforgiving. Traditional values emphasized the importance of marriage and family structure, leaving little room for deviation. The prospect of raising a child outside of wedlock would have subjected Margaret to intense scrutiny and judgment from the community, further complicating an already precarious situation. The societal pressures surrounding her must have intensified her feelings of isolation and trepidation as she wrestled with the weighty responsibilities of impending motherhood while still yearning for the carefree joys of her youth. In a society that frequently lacked understanding and compassion for individuals in her circumstances, Margaret found herself at a critical juncture. She was faced with heart-wrenching decisions that would carry profound implications not only for her future but also for the future of her child. The combination of her tender age, the societal stigma associated with being an unmarried mother, and the emotional turmoil of her situation created a perfect storm of challenges that would test her resilience and strength in ways she could never have anticipated. Each choice she was compelled to make would shape not only her own life but also the lives of those around her, emphasizing the complexity of her struggle and the depth of her courage in the face of adversity. Margaret eventually made her way to London, a city where countless teenage runaways often seek refuge in hopes of escaping their circumstances. It was a place filled with both opportunity and uncertainty, representing a chance for her to break free from the weight of her responsibilities. However, as the days turned into months and months into years, there was no word from her for a full 2 years. During that time, a profound silence enveloped Ozzy's family's lives, and her absence left a significant void. Despite the ache in their hearts, they would never openly express their feelings of loss and longing. Instead, they masked their emotions, putting on brave faces while grappling with the deep sense of yearning for the connection they once shared. The uncertainty of Margaret's situation weighed heavily on their minds, as they often wondered what she was experiencing and whether she was safe. Each passing day without news left them with a mix of hope and despair, clinging to the hope that she was thriving in her new life, even as they mourned the bond that had been so abruptly severed. Deeply concerned for Margaret's well-being, her mother decided to involve the police in the search for her. After some time, the authorities located Margaret and informed her mother that she was safe and in good health. However, since Margaret had reached the age of legal adulthood, the police were unable to disclose her address. Furthermore, it became clear that Margaret herself wished to maintain her distance, not wanting her mother to know where she was residing. In light of this revelation, her mother made a significant decision: it was time for them to leave their current home behind. The rundown miner's house had become a symbol of their struggles, and almost anything seemed preferable to the conditions they had been living in. With a renewed sense of hope, she moved them to a new housing project known as Trevethan, seeking a fresh start for the family. Settling into Trevethan brought about a whirlwind of changes, including the necessity of starting at a new school, Snatchwood. This transition was both exciting and daunting, as they faced the challenges of adapting to a new environment, meeting new peers, and adjusting to different teachers and curricula. The move represented not just a physical relocation but also an opportunity to redefine their lives and perhaps escape some of the burdens of their past. While the uncertainties of this new chapter loomed large, there was also a glimmer of hope that new beginnings might lead to brighter days ahead for them all. Snatchwood was constructed right next to an imposing quarry face, which was carefully fenced off to prevent children from gaining access to the potentially hazardous area. At first, the presence of the quarry did not disturb her, it merely blended into the landscape of Ozzy's new surroundings. However, one fateful day, he experienced a vivid and unsettling vision that would forever alter his perception. In this haunting image, he saw the entire quarry give way, collapsing dramatically and burying all the children in the schoolyard beneath an avalanche of rocks and debris. This frightening vision struck Ozzy with such ferocity that it ignited an intense and deep-seated fear within him. The thought of such a catastrophic event transpiring became an overwhelming source of anxiety, prompting him to avoid the entire area surrounding the school at all costs. He began to navigate his way to and from school by giving the quarry a wide berth, consciously steering clear of any place that might remind him of the ominous image that had taken root in his mind. What had once been an ordinary backdrop to Ozzy's daily life transformed into a source of dread. His imagination spiraled into a realm of worrying trepidation, as each step toward school filled him with a sense of impending doom. With each passing day, his heart raced at the thought of the looming quarry, and he found himself constantly scanning the skies and the ground for any signs of instability that might herald disaster. This irrational fear, born from a single haunting vision, profoundly altered his experience in what was meant to be a fresh start, making it increasingly difficult for him to feel at ease in a place that he desperately wanted to embrace. The once vibrant world around him now seemed tinged with anxiety, overshadowing the potential for new friendships and experiences. Snatchwood was constructed adjacent to a quarry face that had been securely fenced off to prevent the children from accessing its dangerous depths. Initially, the presence of the quarry did not trouble Ozzy, it simply blended into the landscape of his new surroundings. However, one fateful day, a vivid and alarming vision invaded his mind. He imagined the entire structure crumbling down, sending a torrent of rocks cascading into the schoolyard and burying all the children beneath the rubble. This terrifying vision struck Ozzy with immense intensity, igniting a deep-seated fear that lingered long after the image faded. Overwhelmed by the thought of such a catastrophic event occurring, he became increasingly anxious and began to avoid the entire area surrounding the school. In his mind, it was no longer just a quarry, it had transformed into a looming threat. From that point on, Ozzy took great care to navigate his way to and from school, intentionally keeping his distance from the quarry. Each journey was marked by a conscious effort to steer clear of any place that might remind him of the haunting image that had taken root in his thoughts. What had once been an ordinary part of his environment now became a source of dread, overshadowing his daily routine and casting a shadow over his experience at Snatchwood. About 2 weeks after Ozzy's unsettling vision, a tragic disaster struck in a place known as Aberfan. A slag heap, burdened by heavy rainfall, collapsed, resulting in the heartbreaking loss of over 100 children who were killed by the falling debris. The news of this catastrophe sent shockwaves throughout the community, deepening the sense of vulnerability felt by many. In the aftermath of the disaster, authorities took swift action to prevent similar tragedies from occurring. All the slag heaps across Wales were leveled off, and the quarry face near Snatchwood was equipped with protective wire meshing to reinforce its safety. This decisive response brought a sense of relief to Ozzy, easing the fears that had weighed heavily on his mind since that fateful vision. The measures taken to secure the area helped restore a degree of comfort and security, allowing him to feel safer in his surroundings as he navigated his daily life at school. During his early days at the new school, Ozzy faced another challenge that added to his sense of unease. Some of the children were eager to discover what he was all about. In any group of children or adults, there often arises a natural inclination to test the newcomer, an instinct to assess whether he poses a threat, to push him aside to eliminate competition, and ultimately to decide whether to extend respect or to dominate him. In these social dynamics, the atmosphere could be charged with an unspoken tension, as the established children sought to establish their hierarchy. Ozzy found himself navigating this complex landscape, unsure of how to assert himself while also yearning to fit in. Each encounter felt like a trial, as he was subjected to scrutiny and judgment. The need to prove himself weighed heavily on his shoulders, adding to the challenges of adapting to a new environment where acceptance and belonging were paramount. There exists, too, a primal and unconscious instinct among groups to discern who among them is the best fighter. This tendency may stem from an inherent desire for the group to identify a leader, with the understanding that a strong leader attracts a greater number of followers. The more followers one has, the more respect and influence one garners within the community. This urge to dominate can be observed in most social hierarchies, yet it evolves into more nuanced forms as individuals mature. Among adults, this instinct crystallizes into various expressions, such as striving to be the competitive businessman, subtly showcasing intelligence, or cultivating a sense of superiority over others in certain activities. The mindset often becomes one of comparison. I possess these unique qualities, and they set me apart, making me better than others in some way. In these dynamics, the interplay of respect and competition continues to shape relationships, influencing how individuals navigate their interactions and assert their identities. Ozzy found himself caught in this web of social maneuvering, where the desire for acceptance and recognition often clashed with the instinct to establish his place within the group. The truth is that, as creations of God, each of us possesses a unique specialness, but this intrinsic value is not founded on being superior to others. It resembles the scenario where a dog might declare to a cat, "I am special because I am a dog, and you are a cat." Such comparisons breed the enemy of humanity, our ego. The ego fosters division by creating a false sense of hierarchy, leading us to judge and compare ourselves against others. Without the influence of the ego, we would be able to perceive our fellow human beings, along with all forms of life on earth, as our brothers and sisters. This perspective would allow us to embrace our shared existence and intrinsic worth, fostering compassion and understanding rather than competition and division. If we could transcend our egos, we might cultivate a world where respect and connection flourish, celebrating the diversity of life without diminishing the value of anyone or anything. Under the prevailing circumstances, it became abundantly clear to Ozzy that he would have to engage in a physical confrontation to establish his standing among his peers. Plans were made for all the students to convene after school to address this matter through direct confrontation. There was no room for dissent, no objections raised, just a stark and unyielding acceptance that this fight was an inevitable course of action. Ozzy was scheduled to face in this impending bout a boy by the name of Pete Murphy. As the date of the confrontation drew nearer, Ozzy found himself grappling with a rising tide of anxiety and apprehension. He recognized that this fight was not merely a trivial dispute, it held significant weight as a pivotal moment that would shape his reputation within the intricate social fabric of the school. The burden of expectation loomed heavily over him, and he grasped that this encounter would serve as a crucial test of his bravery and resilience. Winning the fight could potentially earn him respect and acceptance among his classmates, allowing Ozzy to carve out a place for himself within the group. Conversely, the prospect of losing left him unsettled, as it could expose him to further ridicule and isolation. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he mentally steeled himself for the challenge that lay ahead, knowing that the outcome would have lasting implications on his experience at the school. Once school had concluded for the day, Ozzy found himself atop the hill that he had to ascend on his journey home. Just a short distance beyond was a wooded area featuring a clearing where the fights regularly took place. All the children who faced no pressure from their parents to head straight home after school would gather to witness the spectacle. The fight erupted with a whirlwind of punches flying back and forth. Ozzy could not recall who had initiated the first strike, but the intensity escalated as he and Pete Murphy battled fiercely, pushing each other to their limits. The struggle continued endlessly, until they reached a stalemate, both sprawled on the ground, unwilling to concede any ground to the other. After what felt like an hour of grappling in this relentless contest, they were completely drained, yet neither was prepared to surrender. The onlookers had thinned out, leaving just one inquisitive little boy clad in glasses, shorts, and a school cap. Eventually, even that solitary spectator disappeared from view. Moments later, the boy returned with his parents, who intervened and put an end to the fight. From that pivotal day forward, Ozzy and Pete Murphy forged a deep and lasting friendship. Their camaraderie has endured through the years, remaining strong to this very day. Pete and Ozzy embarked on a multitude of thrilling adventures together, forming a bond that felt akin to brotherhood. Their days were filled with laughter as they engaged in playful pranks, constantly dreaming up inventive schemes to earn a bit of pocket money for their beloved treats, custard cream cookies and fluffy sponge cakes. When they weren't plotting their next money-making venture, they immersed themselves in the delightful pastime of bird nesting. Each of them had cultivated a treasured collection of bird eggs, which became a matter of great pride for both. The inspiration for this captivating hobby originated from Pete's uncle, who possessed an impressive bird egg collection. He arranged his exquisite eggs in an artistic display, and each one came with a unique story that recounted the exciting adventure behind its collection. Their fervor for this hobby often led them into a variety of amusing and sometimes challenging predicaments. They had only just reached the tender age of 7 when they first delved into this pursuit. At that time, society had little regard for concepts like wildlife protection, and in their youthful innocence, they remained blissfully unaware of any ethical concerns surrounding their activities. On a particularly unforgettable occasion, Pete and Ozzy found themselves united in a shared goal, to enhance their cherished bird egg collections by acquiring a much-coveted raven's egg. The ravens, renowned for their intelligence and striking plumage, had chosen to build their nests on an imposing quarry face that loomed dramatically at least 70 feet high. This daunting elevation presented a significant challenge for the two young adventurers. To reach the precious egg, they would have to navigate across a sheer rock face, with the perilous 70-foot drop lurking ominously below, ready to instill fear in anyone bold enough to attempt the ascent. Pete, ever the embodiment of courage and fearlessness, approached the daunting task with an air of unwavering confidence. In stark contrast, Ozzy felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he gazed at that towering rock face. The sight filled him with a profound sense of trepidation that he struggled to suppress. Despite the turmoil within, he was resolute in his determination not to show any signs of apprehension to his friend or anyone else. He firmly believed he had an image to uphold and was determined that no one should catch a glimpse of the internal conflict brewing just beneath the surface. After a brief discussion, filled with excitement and a hint of trepidation, they agreed that Pete would take the lead and attempt to scale the rock face first. Ozzy focused intently on every move Pete made, carefully observing where his friend placed his hands and feet, determined to replicate his technique when it was finally his turn to tackle the ascent. At one pivotal moment during Pete's climb, he encountered a precarious situation, teetering on the edge of a rocky outcrop. Ozzy watched his friend's predicament unfold with a mix of concern and a flicker of hope, secretly wishing that Pete would decide the risk was too great and allow them to abandon the daring venture altogether. Much to Ozzy's dismay, Pete, demonstrating his resourcefulness and unyielding spirit, managed to navigate the tricky section with surprising agility, eventually reaching the relative safety of a ledge on the opposite side. The raven's nest now loomed enticingly close, just a short distance beyond the ledge. Once he successfully reached the ledge, Pete paused for a moment, taking in the breathtaking view before turning back to call out to Ozzy, "Come on. I'll watch you across." Perhaps he sensed the fear radiating from his friend, or maybe he simply recognized the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Regardless of the motivation behind his encouraging words, neither boy would ever confess to any hint of weakness, maintaining their bravado in the face of potential danger. Their friendship, forged through shared adventures and an unspoken understanding of each other's fears. As Ozzy found himself confronted with the formidable rock face, a surge of apprehension gripped his heart, causing it to pound with trepidation. In a desperate attempt to overcome his overwhelming fears, he grappled with his own thoughts, rationalizing, "I must do this. If Pete, with all his daring, can manage this treacherous climb, then surely I too can rise to the challenge." This internal dialogue was Ozzy's way of trying to steel his nerves and confront the obstacle head-on, pushing past the debilitating doubts that threatened to consume him. Ozzy had been certain that his fearless companion would ultimately decide to turn back, unwilling to risk life and limb. Yet, now, with Pete calling out to him from the relative safety of the distant ledge, Ozzy found himself with no choice but to forge ahead. It was a do-or-die situation that left him no room for hesitation or retreat, a test of his mettle that demanded he rise to the occasion. Mustering every ounce of his courage, Ozzy began to carefully make his way across the sheer rock face. He navigated the initial section without too much difficulty, his focus unwavering as he followed the path his friend had taken. But as he approached the area he knew would present a formidable obstacle, his resolve began to waver once more. At a critical juncture, the toehold would only support the weight of a single leg, while the other leg would need to be stretched out at a precarious 70-degree angle. The only available hand grips were the small, narrow cracks in the rock face, allowing for mere inches of finger purchase, a tenuous hold at best. Suddenly, Ozzy felt his entire body seize up with a paralyzing fear. Every muscle in his body tensed as a flood of terrifying thoughts consumed his mind, visions of plummeting from the rock face and plunging to his demise. "This is it," he despaired. "I'm going to die." The more he succumbed to this overwhelming terror, the more rigidly he froze in place, his body betraying his resolve and betraying the trust he had placed in his own abilities. Amidst the chaos of his panicked thoughts, Ozzy's mind began to process a more logical line of reasoning. This rational voice within told him that the more afraid he became, the less chance he had of reaching the safety of the ledge and reuniting with his friend. The wisest course of action, it suggested, would be to remain where he was and hope that someone would call the fire department to come to his rescue, rather than risk a perilous fall that would almost certainly prove fatal. Ozzy's harrowing adventure unfolded over 6 decades ago, yet the allure of that treacherous rock face remains as potent as ever, drawing in adventurous youngsters even to this day. The same towering cliffs that once tested the resolve of Ozzy and Pete continue to beckon the brave and the curious. Tragically, the dangers inherent in such daring pursuits are all too real. Just last year, a teenager lost his life after falling from the very ledge that Ozzy and Pete had conquered when they were merely 7 years old. Ozzy allowed himself a brief moment of respite, a fleeting escape from the relentless tension that had enveloped him throughout this daunting climb. However, this sense of relief was short-lived, as he was soon confronted with yet another formidable challenge. The continuous exertion of scaling the rock face was taking a significant toll on his body. His hands and legs were now engulfed in excruciating pain that radiated through his weary muscles and joints. Each movement felt like a monumental struggle, and he realized that decisive action was needed soon. If assistance from the fire department was ever going to materialize, it would have to be Pete who took the initiative to alert them to Ozzy's precarious situation. However, since Pete would have to traverse right past him to reach safety, this option was now rendered impossible. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Ozzy's shoulders. It was entirely up to him to chart a course forward. The overwhelming temptation to remain frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, loomed large, presenting an easy way out of the daunting struggle ahead. Yet, deep within, Ozzy understood that if he did not muster the courage to act soon, he was facing the very real and terrifying prospect of falling to his death. The stakes had never felt higher, and the urgency of the moment pressed upon him like a vice. Ozzy scanned the path ahead, carefully analyzing what he needed to do in order to navigate this precarious situation. Pete's voice rang out with encouragement, providing vital guidance as he pointed out where Ozzy should place each foot and hand in succession. Despite the mounting anxiety coursing through him, Ozzy knew that he had to place his trust in Pete's experience and judgment. The thought of momentarily holding on with just one hand was unsettling, but he recognized that this was a necessary step to make any meaningful progress. It was his only chance to extricate himself from this perilous predicament and secure his safety. With a deep, steadying breath, Ozzy steeled himself for the challenge that lay before him, ready to follow Pete's directions and push through the pain, determined to overcome the daunting obstacles that threatened to overwhelm him. When Ozzy finally reached the ledge, his heart raced violently, pounding so fiercely within his chest that he could distinctly hear its frantic thudding echoing in his ears. Each beat felt like a relentless drum urging him onward, a vivid reminder of the adrenaline surging through his veins. The next few steps he took were a welcome reprieve, significantly easier than the arduous climb he had just endured. As Ozzy closed the distance to where Pete stood waiting, a profound sense of safety washed over him, enveloping him in a comforting embrace that felt almost surreal. At long last, he felt secure, no longer teetering on the precipice of danger, and the weight that had pressed upon him during his ascent began to lift. He took a deep, calming breath, filling his lungs with the crisp, invigorating air of the ledge, though his body still quivered slightly from the residual effects of the ordeal. The intense fear and physical exertion that had gripped Ozzy moments before were beginning to ebb, giving way to a mixture of exhilaration and relief. Standing beside Pete, he allowed himself to savor the victory of having triumphed over both the daunting physical challenge and the mental battle that had threatened to overwhelm him. In that moment, as he looked at his friend and felt the solid ground beneath his feet, Ozzy realized that he had not only conquered the rock face but also emerged stronger, more resilient, and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After a brief interlude to catch their breath, Ozzy and Pete made the decision to continue their adventure toward the elusive raven's nest perched precariously on the cliffside. With a sense of purpose, Pete took the lead, confidently navigating the rocky terrain ahead of Ozzy. However, upon his return from the nest, he delivered some disappointing news. It turned out there were no eggs nestled within the branches after all. Undeterred by this setback, the two friends settled down on the ledge, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they took a moment to appreciate the breathtaking view that stretched before them. As they chatted and shared stories, a sobering realization began to creep into Ozzy's mind. To make their way back home, they would inevitably have to face the treacherous crossing of the quarry once more. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Ozzy's muscles ached from the initial crossing, a persistent reminder of the physical strain he had endured during their earlier escapade. He felt a pressing need for recovery, wishing to allow his body a moment to regain its strength and stamina before confronting the daunting challenge again. The prospect of repeating such a dangerous maneuver filled him with apprehension. He was acutely aware that he was not looking forward to it at all. When the moment finally arrived for them to retrace their steps, Ozai steeled himself for the ordeal that lay ahead. Once again, he closely monitored Pete's movements, his gaze fixed on every deliberate step his friend took. Although Pete encountered some difficulties along the way, he managed to traverse the rocky quarry face with a relative ease that left Ozai both impressed and perplexed. As Pete climbed back across the rugged terrain, Ozai couldn't help but wonder how he made the whole process seem so effortless. Perhaps it was a matter of Pete not fully comprehending the inherent dangers of their situation, he mused. Then another thought crossed his mind: maybe Pete's shorter stature afforded him some sort of advantage, allowing for easier maneuverability on the treacherous rocks. However, that line of reasoning quickly dissipated. Being smaller meant that Pete would have to leap proportionately further, which should have made the crossing even more challenging. Yet, there was Pete, seemingly gliding across the rock face with an ease that left Ozai bewildered, prompting him to ponder the mystery of his friend's apparent ability to conquer such a daunting task with little apparent effort. As Ozai's mind churned with a chaotic whirlwind of excuses, he grappled with the disconcerting realization that Pete seemed to navigate the rocky terrain with such effortless ease while he himself found it incredibly challenging. After much contemplation, he finally arrived at a pivotal conclusion. The root of the issue lay in the fact that he was overanalyzing the entire situation, while Pete approached it with a refreshing instinctual simplicity. Even before they had set out on this expedition, it had been Ozai who insisted, "Hang on. Let's devise a comprehensive plan for how we're going to tackle this climb. Let's take a good look at the rock face. We will position ourselves here, and then we will place that foot there, and so forth." In stark contrast, Pete had merely wished to plunge right into the adventure, relying purely on his instincts and intuition without the burden of a detailed strategy or a methodical approach. Ozai's mind, however, was consumed by thoughts of countless possibilities, potential pitfalls, and various angles of approach. All of his mental energy seemed to be directed towards formulating intricate ideas and contingencies, which only served to amplify his anxiety and self-doubt. Then, like a light bulb illuminating a darkened room, a profound realization struck Ozai: it was his own overactive mind that was holding him back. It was his incessant thoughts that had stirred up fear and apprehension within him. He came to understand that the very act of overthinking was what was hindering his ability to traverse the rock face with confidence and ease. In that moment of clarity, he recognized that his own mind could have so easily cost him his life, a sobering thought that sent chills racing down his spine. With this newfound understanding, Ozai made a resolute decision, one that would change the course of his approach. He vowed to focus entirely on the rock face that lay before him, determined to silence the nagging thoughts that whispered of potential falls and the dizzying height at which they were perched. He would concentrate solely on each deliberate movement, anchoring himself in the present moment, free from the shackles of fear, worry, and doubt. This mental shift would be his key to overcoming the challenges ahead, paving the way for him to reclaim his sense of control and confidence on the precarious path that awaited him. With a deep breath, he prepared himself to confront the rock face anew, ready to embrace the challenge without the weight of his fears holding him back. As the moment approached for Ozai to make his return across the precarious rock face, a flutter of apprehension gripped his chest, tightening like a vice. He could clearly see the expression on Pete's face, one that seemed to communicate an unspoken understanding that he anticipated Ozai might face difficulties on this next leg of their journey. Without hesitation, Pete sprang into action, eagerly shouting out advice and directing him on precisely where to place his feet as he prepared to embark on his crossing. Determined not to succumb to that paralyzing fear he had experienced earlier, Ozai made a conscious and deliberate effort to block out any thoughts that could lead to anxiety or self-doubt. Instead, he resolved to focus solely on the task at hand, navigating the rock face safely. With unwavering concentration, He honed in entirely on the movements of his hands and feet, meticulously planning each step, visualizing where he would position them next. By narrowing his focus in this manner, he crafted a mental space that excluded any lingering doubts or fears, allowing him to approach the challenge with newfound clarity. To his astonishment, before Ozzy fully realized it, what he had once perceived as a daunting and life-threatening challenge was quickly behind him. The crossing, which had loomed large and intimidating in his mind, transformed into a completed task, and he found himself safely on the other side, a wave of relief washing over him. This little escapade imparted an invaluable lesson that resonated deeply within Ozzy at such a formative age. He learned that while the mind possesses the incredible potential to be a powerful tool, capable of planning, strategizing, and problem-solving, it can also become a debilitating force if mismanaged or allowed to spiral into negative thought patterns. The experience underscored the importance of harnessing his mental faculties in a constructive manner, embracing clarity and focus rather than succumbing to fear and doubt. It was a profound truth that Ozzy would carry with him, shaping his approach to challenges in the future. He began to understand that each new obstacle could be reframed not as a threat to his well-being but as a valuable opportunity for personal growth and understanding. This realization marked a turning point in his journey, instilling in him a sense of resilience and fortitude that would serve him well in the adventures yet to come. Pete and Ozzy embarked on countless more adventures together, each one filled with excitement and a hint of mischief. Their days were often marked by spontaneous explorations and playful escapades that pushed the boundaries of their youthful curiosity. Whether they were scaling rocky cliffs, navigating dense forests, or discovering hidden trails, there was always an air of exhilaration as they sought out new thrills. Their camaraderie grew stronger with each adventure, as they bounced ideas off one another and devised plans to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead. They often found themselves in situations that required a touch of ingenuity and a willingness to embrace the unexpected. Mischief was never far from their minds, whether it was concocting elaborate schemes to sneak into forbidden areas or playfully teasing each other as they navigated tricky terrains. Their laughter echoed through the woods, a testament to the joy of shared experiences and the bond they were forging. In every adventure, they learned valuable lessons about teamwork, trust, and the importance of embracing the unknown. Each escapade became a cherished memory, a chapter in their story of friendship that enriched their lives and fueled their desire for exploration. With every new challenge they faced, they grew bolder and more confident, ready to take on whatever the world had in store for them next. The spirit of adventure became an integral part of who they were, and there was no telling where their mischief would lead them next. One particularly memorable day, Pete and Ozzy set out on an ambitious mission to go door to door in their neighborhood, collecting donations for a Royal Air Force charity. Armed with trays brimming with small pins designed in the shape of RAF wings, they intended to offer these tokens in exchange for generous contributions from the community. They were not only motivated by the desire to support a worthy cause but also by the prospect of earning a little pocket money for themselves, specifically to indulge in their favorite treats, scrumptious custard creams and light, fluffy sponge cake. Their charitable campaign commenced in their own neighborhood, where they diligently knocked on doors, greeted each resident with wide smiles, and explained their cause with enthusiasm. However, after completing their rounds, they were met with a sense of disappointment as they discovered that they still had a considerable surplus of wings left over. Their reasoning was straightforward: the more wings they successfully sold, the greater the amount of money they could collect for their own enjoyment. In a moment of inspiration, they devised a clever plan, theorizing that venturing into a wealthier neighborhood might yield larger donations. To their delight, this hypothesis proved to be quite accurate. They trekked across many miles over the mountains and through the valleys far away from home, their feet growing weary yet resolute, and they made it a point to pause periodically to empty their collection box and assess their earnings. This task was surprisingly simple. By turning the box upside down and inserting a popsicle stick into the slot, they could watch in fascination as the coins rolled out, creating a delightful clinking sound as they tumbled together. With each successful collection, their enthusiasm grew exponentially, spurring them on to continue their mission. Even when the rain began to fall, they pressed on, undeterred by their fatigue or the increasingly cold and blustery weather. The persistent drizzle only seemed to amplify their determination, as they forged ahead with a shared sense of purpose and camaraderie. After trudging through the rain for a couple of hours, they finally decided it was time to return to Pete's house and tally their collective efforts. Upon their arrival, they eagerly emptied the collection box, their hearts racing with anticipation as they wondered just how much they had managed to gather. The day had unfolded into a true adventure, filled with valuable teamwork, unwavering resilience, and the exhilaration of contributing to a noble cause, all while looking forward to treating themselves to some well-deserved sweets as a reward for their hard work and dedication. When they finally settled down to meticulously count their hard-earned donations, Pete and Ozzy were absolutely astonished to discover that they had successfully collected over 20 pounds, a remarkably substantial sum for two young boys. A wave of excitement and pride surged through them as they realized that their efforts had far exceeded their initial expectations. Eager to reward themselves for their dedication and perseverance, they quickly came to a consensus that it would be reasonable to take 3 pounds each as their commission for the collecting work they had undertaken. However, in the days that followed, the allure of their growing stash proved increasingly difficult to resist. The temptation to withdraw even more money became an overwhelming urge that neither of them could ignore. As the days went by, they found themselves making a total of 3 separate withdrawals, each time experiencing a rush of exhilaration as they removed more of their hard-won earnings. Ultimately, they ended up taking out a total of 15 pounds, which left them with a mere 5 pounds remaining in the collection box. As they reflected on their choices, a mixture of exhilaration and guilt washed over them. What had started as a noble endeavor to support a charitable cause had morphed into an exercise in self-indulgence. They had initially set out with the honorable intention of helping others, but the thrill of having money readily available had led them down a path of temptation. This experience became a poignant lesson about the importance of self-control and the necessity of staying true to their original purpose, even if their actions had strayed somewhat from the initial intent that had inspired them to embark on this venture in the first place. The day finally arrived for Pete and Ozzy to return the collection box to school, and Ozzy found himself engulfed in a profound sense of dread regarding the entire situation. The thought of facing the potential consequences of their actions weighed heavily on his mind, especially given how far they had strayed from the original, noble intentions behind their charitable efforts. In a desperate and somewhat misguided attempt to evade the inevitable confrontation, Ozzy hatched a plan to feign illness. He believed that by pretending to be unwell, he could skillfully sidestep the awkwardness of returning the collection box and the possible fallout that awaited him. With a heavy heart and a sigh of resignation, he reluctantly handed over the collection box, along with his empty tray, to Pete, urging him to take them back to school on his own. As Ozzy watched his friend shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, a pang of guilt shot through him. Ozzy was acutely aware that Pete would likely find himself in a challenging predicament when questioned about their collection efforts. Deep inside, he feared that Pete would be in over his head, facing scrutiny and possibly even reprimands, and he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that when the time came for him to return to school, he too would inevitably have to confront the repercussions of his decision to hide. As the hours passed and the school day dragged on, Ozzy's mind raced with anxiety and worry. He envisioned the worst-case scenarios unfolding in front of him. What if the teacher inquired about the total amount they had collected? What if Pete was put on the spot regarding their earlier withdrawals? The thought of being caught in a web of lies filled him with unease. The impending sense of trouble loomed over him like a dark cloud, casting a shadow on his thoughts, and he couldn't shake the feeling that his attempt to escape responsibility would only serve to delay the inevitable confrontation. Sooner or later, he would have to grapple with the consequences of his actions, and the weight of this realization hung heavily on his conscience as he anxiously awaited the end of the school day. The next day, Ozzy found himself anxiously scanning the crowd for Pete, eagerly awaiting news about what the teachers had said regarding the collection and the extent of the trouble Pete was currently facing. To his surprise and dismay, Pete did not bring up the subject at all. This left Ozzy feeling perplexed and uneasy. A nagging suspicion began to creep into his mind. Had Pete simply forgotten about it, or was he intentionally choosing to avoid the topic for some unknown reason? Ozzy's heart raced with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, as he couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had indeed transpired. As time went on, it became glaringly apparent to Ozzy that he could no longer avoid the inevitable return to school. His attempts to feign illness had grown increasingly flimsy, leaving him with a sense of impending dread. He realized that all his excuses had finally run dry, and he was left with no choice but to confront the reality of the situation. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to face whatever consequences awaited him, knowing that he had to return to school and deal with the fallout of his earlier decisions. Upon arriving at school, Ozzy spotted the teacher who was responsible for overseeing the collection in the bustling hallway. His instinct was to pretend he didn't see him, hoping to sidestep any awkward conversations or probing inquiries that might arise. With a practiced nonchalance, Ozzy strolled past him, putting on a brave front while internally grappling with a whirlwind of anxiety. This charade continued for several days, each moment filled with increasing tension as he attempted to evade the reality of what was looming ahead. As the days turned into a blur of routine classes and fleeting interactions with classmates, Ozzy began to arrive at a troubling conclusion: perhaps the teachers had not yet taken the time to count the money from the collection. This thought lingered in the back of his mind, offering a faint glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, he could escape the inevitable fallout that he feared would come once they finally did. Yet, the uncertainty gnawed at him relentlessly, and he knew deep down that it was only a matter of time before the truth would resurface, forcing him to confront the repercussions of his actions and the decisions he had made that had led him to this anxious moment. Then, one fateful morning, the students assembled for the school assembly, and an announcement was made that the following day would bring a significant update regarding the R.A.F. collection. As the morning of the anticipated announcement arrived, Ozzy found himself making an increasing number of trips to the washroom, an instinctual response to the overwhelming anxiety that consumed him. He was acutely aware that this moment would be pivotal, and a sense of impending doom loomed over him. Standing in the assembly hall, he braced himself for the worst possible outcome. Just a week prior, the headmaster had summoned his brother to the stage to administer punishment with the cane for his involvement in a fight, and now Ozzy was convinced that he would be the one facing similar consequences. His heart pounded erratically as the headmaster began to read aloud the names of the students who had participated in the collection efforts. With each name announced, the headmaster would also reveal the total amount each pupil had raised, and Ozzy listened intently. The sums varied widely, ranging from a modest 10 shillings to a more substantial £3, and he thought to himself that these amounts certainly sounded impressive. However, amidst the rising tension, a troubling realization began to take shape in his mind. How could it be rationalized that they had sold an entire tray of pins yet handed over a meager £5? Even if they had received merely a penny for each pin sold, surely the total should have far surpassed £5. This glaring discrepancy gnawed at him relentlessly, amplifying Ozzy's anxiety as he mentally prepared for the inevitable confrontation that lay ahead. The thought of having to explain their shortcomings weighed heavily on his conscience, and he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the truth would soon be uncovered, forcing him to confront the repercussions of their actions and the decisions that had led him to this nerve-wracking moment. As the headmaster progressed through the list of names, the moment he reached the names of Pete and Ozzy, an overwhelming sense of foreboding enveloped Ozzy. A chill ran down his spine, and his legs began to quiver slightly beneath him, betraying the anxiety that surged through his veins. In a frantic scramble to prepare for the worst possible outcome, his mind raced to devise a plausible excuse for their predicament. Perhaps they could concoct a story about losing the pins altogether, or maybe they could claim that a gang of intimidating bullies had come along and snatched nearly all the money, leaving them with a meager sum of just £5. Just as he was spiraling deeper into these distressing thoughts, the headmaster's authoritative voice rang out, cutting through the tension in the air, "And now I want the entire school to give a round of applause for the team that has collected the most." To his utter astonishment, it was them. The realization struck Ozzy like a wave of relief, washing away some of the dread that had been building within him. In that exhilarating moment, Ozzy felt a profound sense of joy and pride swell within him, despite the heavy cloud of guilt that loomed over his conscience. If only the audience had known the true story behind their collection, the reality of their situation would undoubtedly have altered the tone of this celebration. The applause and recognition felt incredibly bittersweet, as he wrestled with the knowledge that their apparent success was built on a precarious foundation of deception and misrepresentation. Yet, in that fleeting moment of glory, he allowed himself to revel in the accolades, feeling a complex mix of triumph and unease. The incident emerged as a profound turning point for Ozzy, shedding light on the unsettling reality that temptation can often overshadow even the most basic tenets of common sense. In the aftermath of the event, he found himself immersed in deep introspection, reflecting on the choices he had made and the precarious circumstances into which he had unwittingly allowed himself to be drawn. With a renewed sense of awareness, he resolutely vowed that he would never again place himself in such a compromising and uncomfortable situation, or so he firmly believed at that particular moment. The lessons he had gleaned from this experience felt vivid and impactful, and he was determined to carry them forward as guiding principles in his life. However, as life often unfolds in unexpected ways, individuals can find themselves surprisingly forgetful of the invaluable lessons that experience has imparted. Despite his initial commitment to change his ways, Ozzy began to recognize that the unpredictable nature of life could lead him down paths he never intended to traverse. He came to understand that the intricate dance between temptation and human nature could cloud one's judgment, making it all too easy to neglect the wisdom he had painstakingly acquired from his recent ordeal. Thus, as Ozzy moved forward on his journey, he mentally prepared himself for the likelihood that, at some future point, he might find himself wrestling once again with similar choices and dilemmas. The memory of this particular incident, while fresh and compelling in the present, could easily begin to fade over time, potentially leading him to unwittingly stray from the insights he had gained. In acknowledging this reality, Ozzy understood the ongoing challenge of remaining vigilant against the allure of temptation and recognized the critical importance of holding steadfast to the lessons learned, even as life continued to unfold in unpredictable and often complicated ways. He knew that the journey of self-awareness and growth was continuous, and he would need to be proactive in reminding himself of the lessons that had shaped him thus far. As they embarked on their transition into secondary school, a rather mischievous and rebellious habit began to take root within their group. Playing truant quickly became a frequent and almost habitual occurrence. This newfound inclination to skip classes flourished particularly during academic subjects that demanded their focus, such as English and geography, both of which they found far less stimulating compared to other activities. However, Ozzy was never inclined to abandon classes that allowed him to tap into his artistic talents or engage in hands-on creative projects. Those subjects always held a special allure that captivated his interest. Rather than fulfilling their educational responsibilities, they frequently sought out alternative escapades. On certain days, they would choose to visit a friend's house, relishing the sense of freedom and escape from the confines of the school environment. On warmer, sunnier days, they would venture outdoors to climb the trees situated across from the school, skillfully scaling their sturdy branches to gain a higher vantage point from which they could taunt and tease the younger children still confined to the schoolyard below. This became an exhilarating game of sorts, filled with laughter, camaraderie, and a sense of liberation that they eagerly embraced. However, one particularly alarming incident unfolded when a member of their group, who possessed a ball-bearing repeater air rifle, made the reckless decision to aim and shoot at the unsuspecting children playing in the schoolyard. This shocking act of irresponsibility was far beyond extreme, even by their own rather audacious standards, and it prompted the school authorities to take immediate and decisive action by contacting the police to oversee the situation. Such was the chaotic and often unruly nature of teenagers in that part of Wales during that time. Their antics had escalated to a level of uncontrollability that necessitated intervention from law enforcement. The incident served as a stark and sobering reminder of the reckless behavior that frequently accompanied their youthful defiance, underscoring the increasing need for boundaries, guidance, and a sense of responsibility within their group. It became painfully evident that their actions could have serious consequences, not only for themselves but for those around them, leaving them to contemplate the ramifications of their choices in the face of such reckless abandon. The thrill of their youthful adventures was now tinged with the weight of accountability, forcing them to reckon with the potential dangers of their carefree escapades. It was during one of those delightful afternoons spent playfully exploring and climbing among the trees that they unexpectedly encountered a truly bizarre phenomenon, one that remains shrouded in mystery even to this very day. On that particular day, Ozzy was in the company of his friends Pete Murphy and Steve Wells. They were completely absorbed in their playful antics amid the branches of trees located on the grounds of an old graveyard, which had become an untamed wilderness, overrun with thick grass, stubborn weeds, and dense bushes. Just a couple of weeks prior to their adventure, Steve's grandfather had been laid to rest in that very graveyard, not far from the spot where they were engaged in their youthful exuberance. Before they embarked on their climbing escapades, they took a moment to visit his grave and pay their respects, a gesture that added a solemn note to their otherwise carefree day. As they perched high up in the branches, laughing and enjoying the moment, Ozzy suddenly noticed something peculiar emerging from the tangled brambles below. Intrigued yet somewhat apprehensive, he decided to descend and investigate this strange sight more closely. With each cautious step he took toward the mysterious phenomenon, he felt an increasing sensation of bewilderment and trepidation wash over him. What Ozzy encountered defied any logical explanation. It appeared to be a swirling cloud of concentrated steam, roughly 3 feet in diameter, rising mysteriously from the solid earth beneath his feet. The sight was both captivating and unsettling, prompting him to shout to Pete and Steve, urging them to come down from the trees and witness this peculiar occurrence for themselves. They quickly scrambled down from their lofty perches and rushed over to his side, but the moment they all stood together in front of this strange spectacle, an overwhelming sense of alarm surged through them. In an instant, they bolted away like lightning, driven by an instinctual urge to escape whatever this enigmatic presence was. The only way Ozzy can describe what they witnessed is that it resembled a genie emerging from a bottle, swirling and ethereal in its manifestation. It was a sight unlike anything he had ever encountered before or has seen since. The experience left him utterly flabbergasted, and to this day, he remains deeply puzzled about the true nature of what they observed. One undeniable fact is that it was not simply a figment of their imaginations, as all three of them clearly witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon together. The memory of that strange encounter continues to linger vividly in his mind, serving as a poignant reminder of the inexplicable mysteries that life can present in the most unexpected and seemingly ordinary moments. It was an uncanny experience that has etched itself into his recollections of childhood wonder, curiosity, and the ever-present allure of the unknown. As they transitioned into their early teenage years, a whole new social scene began to unfold before them, and they eagerly embraced the opportunity to attend lively disco events. Among the most popular venues was a vibrant establishment known as Court Bleddon, which had become a hotspot where all the local talent would gather on a weekly basis. Given their youthful exuberance and the tidal wave of hormones that often accompanied adolescence, attending these electrifying events quickly became a rite of passage and an integral part of their social lives. Court Bleddon was located deep in the countryside, a considerable distance from their homes. Being young lads still navigating the trials and tribulations of school life, they found themselves lacking both their own means of transportation and the financial resources required to afford a taxi ride. On occasion, they managed to charm one of the older teens into giving them a lift in their vehicle, but even when they were fortunate enough to secure a ride there, they often faced the daunting challenge of finding their own way back home after the night's festivities had come to an end. On one particularly memorable night, after an exhilarating evening filled with dancing and laughter at Court Bleddon, Pete and Ozzy began their long trek home, which involved walking approximately 10 miles. Their route took them along winding roads, predominantly unlit, as they navigated through the pitch-black countryside. This created an atmosphere that was both eerie and thrilling, heightening their senses as they made their way through the darkness. As they walked, they became aware of a young couple trailing behind them, their laughter and playful giggles echoing through the stillness of the night. Due to the enveloping darkness, they couldn't discern the couple's identities, but the sound of their merriment was unmistakable and added an air of intrigue to their surroundings. As they continued along the path, they caught fragments of the couple's conversation, which only fueled their curiosity. Eventually, they approached a stretch of road that was long and straight, intermittently illuminated by the soft glow of streetlights that appeared like beacons in the night. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and caution, they turned around to see who this couple might be, still able to hear their chatter resonating in the air. However, when they looked back, they were met with an unsettling and disconcerting surprise: there was absolutely no one there. Confused and somewhat unnerved, they resumed walking, only to glance back once more. The couple's voices seemed to be right behind them, even though the lit portion of the road now stretched far into the distance, much farther than their hearing range should have allowed. They had distinctly heard the couple following them for an extended period, yet again, there was not a single soul in sight. The eerie realization sent a chill racing down their spines, and the unsettling atmosphere prompted them to flee from the spot as if propelled by rocket fuel, driven by a deep-seated instinct to escape whatever inexplicable presence had haunted them that night. It was an experience that left an indelible mark on their memories, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that can arise during what should be the simplest of adventures, forever altering their perception of the world around them. Before they faced the unsettling experience with the couple, they had already encountered another mysterious event on that same stretch of road. This particular section was enveloped in what felt like near-total darkness, with towering hedges lining both sides, creating an almost claustrophobic atmosphere that intensified the sense of isolation. These dense and high hedges significantly contributed to the pervasive gloom that surrounded them. However, in the stretches where the hedges receded, the silvery glow of the moonlight provided just enough illumination for them to navigate their path without stumbling or losing their way. As they ventured deeper into a particularly shadowy area, they were abruptly startled by a sound that resembled an electrically generated hum, akin to the low buzzing noise one might hear when standing near high-voltage electricity pylons. This peculiar and unsettling noise seemed to follow them relentlessly, trailing closely behind as they walked, instilling within them an eerie sense of being pursued by an unseen entity or force. With growing unease, they quickly realized that the sound could not possibly originate from anything stationary, as it appeared to accompany them wherever they went, almost as if it were a phantom presence. Intrigued yet apprehensive, they pressed on until they reached a section of the road where the hedges were noticeably lower. It was at this juncture that they made the decision to investigate further, propelled by a potent mix of curiosity and a strong desire to uncover the elusive source of this enigmatic noise that had been haunting them. They climbed over a nearby gate, eager to peer behind the hedges in search of an explanation for the sound that had dogged their steps for what felt like an eternity. To their astonishment, when they looked behind the dense foliage, they discovered absolutely nothing that could account for the strange noise that had followed them. There were no hidden machines, no animals rustling in the underbrush, and certainly no other people, just the quiet rustle of leaves in the night air, which seemed almost mocking in its tranquility. This baffling experience has remained etched in their memories as yet another unsolved mystery in their young lives, prompting them to ponder the unknown forces that might inhabit the shadows. The inexplicable nature of that sound and its relentless pursuit left them feeling both bewildered and fascinated, serving as a haunting reminder of the peculiar occurrences that can unfold during their journeys through what seems like the ordinary world. It was yet another chapter in their adolescent adventures that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural, inviting them to question what truly lies beyond the veil of darkness that enveloped them on that eerie night. The memory of that strange encounter continues to resonate with them even today, a testament to the inexplicable wonders and fears that can arise amidst the simplest of journeys, forever reminding them that the world is filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. In the aftermath of their unnerving encounter with the couple on the road, Ozzy found himself discussing the incident with various people within their community. To his astonishment, he learned that some time prior, a tragic event had occurred in that very same location. A young couple had been struck down by a vehicle and killed instantly. The revelation sent a chill down his spine, as it resonated deeply with the strange experience they had just endured. Given the rural nature of the area, it was easy to believe that such a terrible accident could happen. The road was narrow, winding through the countryside, and lacked adequate lighting, making it imperative for drivers to remain vigilant. At that late hour, no one in a car would expect to encounter pedestrians walking along that desolate stretch of road. The combination of darkness and isolation created a precarious situation for anyone unfortunate enough to be there. As Ozzy pieced together the chilling information, it became increasingly clear that they must have encountered the spirits of the young couple who had met such a tragic fate. The idea that they had brushed against the remnants of their presence, their laughter and voices echoing through the night, sent shivers down his spine. It was as if they had stepped into a realm that transcended the boundaries of life and death, a brief intersection between their world and the afterlife. The thought that the couple's spirits might still linger in that area, tied to the very place where their lives had been abruptly cut short, filled Ozzy with a mixture of awe and unease. It was a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the mysteries that lie beyond their understanding. This revelation only deepened the intrigue surrounding their experience, leaving them with more questions than answers about the nature of existence and the unseen forces that may inhabit their world. In the days that followed, the incident with the couple became a topic of conversation among their friends and peers, sparking a sense of curiosity and fascination with the supernatural. They found themselves speculating about the possibility of encounters with spirits and the stories that lingered in the shadows of their everyday lives. The encounter transformed from a simple night out into a profound exploration of the mysteries that bind the living to those who have passed on, forever altering their perception of the world around them. For anyone intrigued by such phenomena and eager to explore the locations where these incidents unfolded, the road from Court Bledon to Little Mill, just outside Pontypool, serves as a fitting backdrop. If one is feeling adventurous, it would be worth visiting during the early hours of the morning to see if they can encounter anything unusual themselves. However, they should exercise caution, as that road can be quite dangerous. On both occasions that Ozzy walked it, he encountered strange phenomena, and he would confidently suggest that the chances are high that others might experience something extraordinary as well. Just remember to stay alert and aware of one's surroundings while embarking on this intriguing journey. A few years earlier, Ozzy just turned 10 years old. Neither Pete nor Ozzy exhibited much enthusiasm for the academic offerings provided by their school, with Pete demonstrating an even greater disinterest than his friend. Due to the fact that Ozzy was placed in the B stream while Pete found himself in the C stream, their opportunities to interact were considerably limited during that period. One day, when Ozzy finally caught up with Pete, he discovered that Pete had taken the initiative to start training at Jack Evans Boxing Club, located in Pondwynet. Although Ozzy held a deep admiration for the sport, especially for the legendary bouts of his sporting idol, Muhammad Ali, he personally felt that boxing was not a suitable pursuit for him. When Pete extended an invitation for Ozzy to join him at the boxing club, he politely declined, saying, "No, I'm not interested." Instead, he had recently embarked on a journey into the world of judo classes, believing that this martial art was a better fit for his interests and abilities. Nevertheless, Ozzy was keenly aware that judo did not command the same level of respect and recognition that boxing enjoyed, and Pete was quick to remind him of this stark contrast. Undeterred by his friend's encouragement, Pete once again urged Ozzy to accompany him to the boxing club. The thought of potentially sustaining injuries was unappealing to Ozzy, and he was particularly averse to the idea of stepping into the ring only to be seen defeated by others. He firmly believed that participating in such a spectacle would jeopardize his carefully cultivated image as the toughest among his peers. After some persuasion, Pete finally reassured Ozzy, saying, "I only go down there to keep fit. That's all I do it for." This pragmatic approach to boxing resonated with Ozzy, prompting him to reconsider. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided that perhaps it was indeed a good idea to join Pete at the boxing club, viewing it as an opportunity to maintain his fitness while spending time with his friend. The boxing gym presented an impressive setup that immediately caught the eye. It was filled with an array of punch bags, reflex balls, speed balls, weights, and heavy leather bags, creating an atmosphere buzzing with energy and determination. The walls were adorned with photographs of legendary boxers from bygone eras, each image a testament to the grit and spirit of the sport. Central to the gym was a well-maintained boxing ring, which served as a training ground not only for the entire Welsh boxing squad but also for a few European champions who, at that age, appeared quite formidable to Ozzy. To his surprise, Ozzy found himself genuinely enjoying the training sessions. For several weeks, however, he skillfully managed to evade the dreaded sparring sessions. There was absolutely no chance he was going to step into that ring. He had observed sparring bouts from the sidelines, witnessing blood and mucus flying out with alarming frequency, which certainly did not instill any confidence. One particularly harrowing day, he had watched a fellow boxer get knocked out cold, a sight that only intensified his reluctance to participate. His myriad of excuses kept Ozzy out of the ring for an entire 4 weeks, but he soon realized that it was becoming increasingly inevitable that he would eventually have to either step into the ring or cease his training altogether. Jack Evans, the owner of the gym, was only interested in dedicating his time and resources to those boxers who displayed genuine motivation and commitment, and Ozzy understood that he could not continue to avoid the inevitable. And so, there he found himself, with no more excuses to rely upon. As the seasoned Ernie Morgan began to strap on his gloves, puffing away on his Woodbine cigarettes, whose acrid smoke made Ozzy's eyes sting, he felt a parching dryness in his mouth and an unsettling, queasy sensation in his stomach. Just before he was about to step into the ring, his nerves got the better of him, and he suddenly lost his composure, vomiting all over Ernie's shoes. In that moment, his heart screamed for him to stop, to call it a day and abandon the training once and for all. Yet, the harsh reality was that half a dozen of the lads from school were watching him intently, their eyes were fixed on him, the one who had worked so diligently to maintain his reputation as the toughest individual among them. This was Ozzy's day of reckoning, a moment that would determine whether he would rise to the occasion or be revealed for what he truly was. With the weight of their expectations pressing heavily on his shoulders, he found himself with no choice but to take a deep breath, summon his courage, and prepare to step into the ring for a sparring session. Chapter 3. Boxing. Ozzy was preparing to face a young man who had been engaged in boxing for quite some time. With a fierce glare directed at his opponent, he could sense that even before they stepped into the ring, he had already managed to get into his rival's head. He excelled at this psychological game. Within his opponent's eyes, he detected a hint of vulnerability that he planned to exploit to gain the upper hand in their encounter. Once he established the right mindset, the remainder of the fight appeared straightforward. It was not merely about physical prowess, it was about crafting the right persona to take advantage of his adversary's weaknesses. After old Ernie had fitted him with his gloves, his cigarette smoke lingering in the air and making it difficult to breathe, he felt a rush of readiness envelop him. As they commenced sparring, Ozzy could feel the intense gaze of his schoolmates upon him, scrutinizing each of his movements. They were a tough crowd, and he felt a profound sense of duty to defend not only his own reputation but also that of his peers. His opponent had been boxing since he was barely 7 or 8 years old and demonstrated impressive agility. He would jab at him and then swiftly retreat whenever he came too close. Yet, he could sense a deeper layer beneath that tactical approach, fear. Determined to turn the situation to his advantage, he resolved that for every solid punch he absorbed, he would retaliate with 2 hard hits of his own. This strategy turned out to be remarkably effective. Surprisingly, as the months progressed, Ozzy began to relish the sparring sessions. He found himself sparring with a wide range of opponents, from bantamweights to heavyweights. The exhilarating feeling of power that came with boxing was addictive, and it garnered him the respect he so desperately sought. He felt fully in command, both physically and mentally. However, there was one aspect of boxing that Ozzy found particularly unsettling: the presence of an audience. The spectators made him feel anxious, although he was confident that he would eventually conquer this fear. Inside the ring, he felt invincible. He rapidly honed his skills and was acutely aware of his burgeoning talent. One day, a friend of his brother inquired of Jack Evans, a well-regarded figure in the boxing community, whether he thought the young fighter possessed any real skill. Jack compared him to John Conte, a seasoned boxer. When Ozzy caught wind of this assessment, he felt a surge of indignation. He believed he was far superior to Conte. Had Jack mentioned Muhammad Ali instead, he might have felt more satisfied, such was the inflated nature of his ego. This burgeoning ego was constantly nurtured by Ozzy friends, and each fight served to fuel it further. Boxing became an all-consuming addiction that eclipsed everything else in his life. His aspirations were crystal clear. He was determined to become a world champion and to surpass every other boxer who had ever graced the ring. During his training sessions, Ozzy was unwavering in his commitment to outwork everyone else in the gym. Each workout was approached with relentless intensity, as he pushed himself to either outperform those around him or accomplish the same tasks at a much faster rate. His competitive spirit was fierce and unyielding. The only sense of satisfaction he derived from his efforts was the knowledge that he had surpassed everyone else. To settle for being second best was simply not an option he was willing to entertain. At this particular juncture in Ozzy's life, his older brother, John, was navigating a tumultuous period. John, who was a year and a half his senior, was grappling with significant anger issues and had morphed into a notably aggressive teenager. His large stature only exacerbated his intimidating presence. While still a student, John had even attempted to try out for the Welsh rugby team, showcasing a level of physical prowess that could have easily earned him a spot on the squad. Unfortunately, a violent incident in which he nearly caused serious injury to another player due to his explosive temper led to his dismissal from the team and ultimately dashed his sporting aspirations. Despite the chaos that often surrounded John, Ozzy held a profound respect for his brother. However, this respect was deeply intertwined with a sense of fear. More often than not, John's aggression was unleashed upon him, creating a tense and hostile environment in which he felt trapped. Numerous instances arose where John would seize his clothes, returning them in tatters, often stained with blood from prior confrontations. If he dared to voice his concerns or stand up for himself, it would only incite a more ferocious reaction from John, leaving him in a state of constant dread. The beatings he endured were not infrequent, and he often arrived at school sporting visible injuries. Black eyes and swollen noses became tragically commonplace in his life. As the situation escalated and became increasingly unbearable, there came a point when thoughts of self-harm began to permeate his mind. Ozzy felt engulfed in a profound sense of hopelessness, struggling daily against an unrelenting tide of anxiety and fear, specifically the fear of impending violence that seemed not only probable but inevitable. In a moment of desperation and contemplation, Ozzy recalled a scene from a film he had seen, where men stranded in a desolate desert pushed themselves beyond their physical limits until they succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Inspired by this grim portrayal, he formulated a dark plan to escape his own suffering. He resolved that he would run relentlessly until his body could endure no more, ultimately leading to his demise. On the fateful day he selected, Ozzy set his sights on a nearby mountain known as the Folly. As he sprinted toward it, he pushed himself to maintain the fastest pace he could muster, determined to cover the distance as swiftly as possible. The mountain loomed in front of him, appearing to stretch far into the horizon. He was firmly convinced that if he ran with enough intensity, it would inevitably bring about his end. His heart would give out, and he would collapse in defeat. Fueled by a tempest of anger and sorrow over Ozzy's circumstances, he ran with every ounce of strength he could muster. The more furious he became, the stronger his desire to escape from his life through death grew. Yet, to his utter astonishment, he reached the peak of the mountain, still very much alive. With a mixture of disbelief and newfound determination, he turned toward the next summit and continued his relentless pursuit, pushing himself beyond the limits of what he once thought was humanly possible. Ozzy reached the top of yet another mountain and, driven by the same fierce determination, pressed on, convinced that this time he would finally meet his end. Yet again, he found himself standing triumphantly at the summit, still alive and breathing. This baffled him. Everything he had learned from various sources suggested that such a grueling physical endeavor would undoubtedly lead to his demise, yet here he was, defying those expectations and proving his doubts wrong. In that transformative moment, a profound realization enveloped him. The weight of his deep-seated depression began to lift, and the thoughts of self-harm evaporated like mist in the morning sun. Ozzy's analytical mind kicked into gear, and he grasped an essential truth: the mind imposes limitations on the body, yet the body is capable of far more than the mind believes it can endure. The revelation was stark and clear: it was indeed the mind that constricted the body. This newfound understanding became a cornerstone of his perspective, an insight that would remain with Ozzy throughout his life. He observed this truth manifest repeatedly, both in his own experiences and in the lives of those around him. People possess the potential to achieve so much more than their thoughts allow them to believe. Ultimately, it is the mind that constructs barriers and perpetuates the illusion of impossibility, making it crucial to challenge and transcend those mental limits. What truly distinguishes a world champion from the rest of the population? Are they not constructed from the same fundamental materials, bone, blood, muscles, and skin, as the rest of us? So, what is the essential difference? The answer, quite simply, lies within the mind. In truth, the realm of possibilities is virtually limitless. If an individual desires something fervently enough, it can indeed transform into reality. The only constraints we face are those we impose upon ourselves through our beliefs and perceptions. If you possess an unwavering conviction that you can achieve your aspirations, then there is a strong likelihood that you will. You may find yourself questioning why not everyone who embraces this philosophy can become, say, a world champion boxer. The explanation is rooted in the strength of each person's belief and the depth of sacrifice they are willing to undertake. To cultivate total belief, one must be prepared to do whatever it takes to secure their goals. This belief must transcend mere verbal affirmation or conscious thought processes. It necessitates a profound alignment with what I refer to as the feeling center. This center must resonate with an all-encompassing belief that integrates complete self-confidence, fortified by an unwavering sense of certainty that originates from the solar plexus area of the body. You must forge a powerful emotional connection to your belief, coupled with an unwavering commitment to the assertion, I can, and I will. When you find yourself immersed in a state of total belief, your mind becomes still, there are no lingering doubts or uncertainties. You simply possess an innate knowledge that you are capable of achieving your objectives. The varying levels of achievement correlate directly with the intensity of one's belief. If you do not genuinely believe in your heart that your goals are worth the substantial energy and effort required to attain them, then this doubt will serve as an obstacle that limits your potential for success. Just prior to Ozzy's 15th birthday, the school year came to an end for the Easter holiday. Students who opted not to take any examinations were granted permission to leave. This condition applied not only to me but also to nearly all of the boys I attended school with. None of us harbored much interest in securing academic qualifications or pursuing traditional pathways to success. As a result, Ozzy made the decision to bid farewell to school and embark on his first job, stepping into a new chapter of his life that was filled with uncertainty yet brimming with the potential for growth and self-discovery. This choice marked the beginning of a journey during which he would soon come to realize that belief and determination could significantly shape his trajectory and ultimately define his future. Embracing this new path would challenge him to explore his capabilities and test the limits of his aspirations, setting the stage for what lay ahead. Chapter 4. Out to Sea. Ozzy's job at that time involved working on a coal delivery truck, which fascinated him for various reasons. Primarily, he saw it as a chance to showcase his toughness and resilience. He likened himself to a bird that proudly displays its vibrant plumage to intimidate potential challengers. Yet, beneath that bold facade lay a frightened individual, grappling with his own insecurities and fears. In addition to this, Ozzy recognized that the job would provide a valuable complement to his boxing training. Not only would he participate in training sessions, but he would also engage in a physically demanding occupation that would inherently enhance his strength and overall conditioning. However, the pay was dismally low, even by the standards of the time. Ozzy's weekly earnings amounted to a mere £5.50. He would dutifully hand over £5 to his mother for household expenses and keep the remaining 50 pence for any clothing he might require. Fortunately, Jack Evans, the owner of the boxing gym, had taken a liking to him and generously allowed him to train free of charge. As a result, clothing became the only significant expense for which he needed to save. To commute to work each morning, Ozzy would run the entire distance, which was approximately 4 or 5 miles. This daily routine proved to be beneficial for his training regimen, as it allowed him to build both endurance and stamina while simultaneously preparing for his boxing matches. The amount of food Ozzy consumed was nothing short of astonishing. Given the extensive physical energy he expended daily, he found himself needing to eat constantly. His hunger was so overwhelming that he became indifferent to the specifics of what he consumed. He would eat anything that was available and satisfying. By this stage in his life, Ozzy's mother was in a relationship with a man who would ultimately become a stabilizing presence in their household. He was more of a father figure to him and his siblings than anyone else had ever been. He often found himself wondering how this man and his mother managed to endure the relentless antics and mischief that he and his brother orchestrated during their teenage years. They must have been a constant source of headaches and frustration for them. Despite being deeply immersed in his training and focused on the aspiration of becoming a world champion boxer, his mind was also filled with dreams of new adventures and exciting possibilities. His imagination was heavily influenced by the captivating shows and movies he watched on television. At that age, Ozzy's favorite actors included the comedic genius Bob Hope, the charming Bing Crosby, and the iconic Humphrey Bogart. He was particularly enamored with the Road to series, often envisioning himself traveling to the exotic and picturesque locales featured in those films. One particularly memorable scene in a Humphrey Bogart movie depicted him pulling the African Ozzy's carefully clipped the advertisement from the newspaper and swiftly mailed off a letter of application, making certain that his mother observed every step of the operation. From her body language, he could clearly sense that she believed he was merely indulging in a flight of fancy. Her demeanor suggested a subtle admonition, as if she were saying, "Come back down to earth and be realistic." Being young, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride, and harboring a massive ego, Ozzy felt a compelling need to validate his aspirations. With great enthusiasm, he declared to his brother and all of his friends that he intended to join the merchant navy. What had initially begun as a whimsical fantasy meant to boost his self-esteem was rapidly transforming into a serious pursuit. At this pivotal moment, Ozzy understood that backing out was no longer a feasible option, even if he had the desire to do so. The thought of traversing distant lands and immersing himself in the rich tapestry of cultures around the world genuinely captivated his imagination, making the prospect of such an adventure increasingly appealing. In Ozzy's quest for knowledge about life in the merchant navy, he sought the insights of several adults he was acquainted with. One prevalent stereotype that emerged from their conversations was the notion that many merchant seamen tended to turn gay due to the extensive periods spent at sea without any female companionship. This idea troubled him. The prospect of potentially becoming gay left him feeling uneasy, as it was not a path he envisioned for himself. Yet, if what he was told held any truth, it seemed that such a transformation might be inevitable for those in that line of work. Despite Ozzy's reservations regarding this stereotype, the enticing allure of the opportunities that lay ahead, the chance to explore the globe at no personal cost while being compensated for his travels, ultimately outweighed his concerns. The thrill of adventure, combined with the promise of new experiences and discoveries, ignited an undeniable spark within him, compelling him to embrace this burgeoning ambition with enthusiasm and determination. The prospect of embarking on a journey across vast oceans, encountering a multitude of diverse cultures, and witnessing breathtaking landscapes filled him with an exhilarating sense of anticipation that he could hardly ignore. This newfound sense of purpose propelled him forward, urging him to take the leap into a world of possibility and excitement. Ozzy's brother could not resist the opportunity to tease him about the possibility of becoming gay, playfully mocking his ambitions in a manner characteristic of sibling rivalry. One day, he and his friend jokingly suggested that when someone joined the merchant navy, they were given what they called the golden rivet. His youthful naivety compelled him to ask for clarification on this rather peculiar phrase, and the implications behind it filled him with a sense of confusion and apprehension that he hadn't expected. The thought weighed heavily on his mind, invoking a mixture of fear and curiosity. However, after further contemplation, Ozzy began to reason that his brother and his friend were merely expressing jealousy and attempting to undermine the bold plans he had set for himself. Instead of allowing their teasing to dissuade him from his aspirations, he resolved to confront their mockery with renewed determination. Their jests served only to intensify Ozzy's desire to prove them wrong, fueling his ambition to pursue his dream of joining the merchant navy. He was determined not to let their playful taunts hinder his aspirations, and he embraced the challenge as a motivating force to propel him forward. With each passing moment, he felt more resolute in his decision, ready to embark on the journey that lay ahead, undeterred by the laughter of those who doubted him. A few weeks later, Ozzy received a highly anticipated letter that brought with it the exciting news that he had been accepted into the program. Before he fully grasped what was happening, he found himself at Sea Training School in Gravesend, a charming town located on the scenic southeast coast of England. During this training, Ozzy was assigned the role of a catering boy, which he initially regarded with some disdain, perceiving it as a somewhat girly job. His disappointment stemmed from the fact that a recent medical examination had revealed he was colorblind, thereby disqualifying him from fulfilling his original aspiration of working as a deckhand, a position he had envisioned for himself with great enthusiasm. Despite these initial challenges and his reservations about the job, Ozzy managed to navigate through the training process with relative ease, encountering only a few minor obstacles along the way. His perseverance paid off when he successfully secured a position with Geest Banana Ships, a company known for its vibrant trade routes. The first vessel he was assigned to was the Geest Tide, which embarked on a journey to the Caribbean, a destination that sparked a sense of adventure and excitement within him. As Ozzy stepped aboard the ship for the first time, a wave of nerves washed over him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. The surroundings were all unfamiliar, and he was uncertain about how to proceed with his duties. However, as time passed and he began to immerse himself in the daily operations aboard the vessel, he gradually started to learn the routines and expectations of life at sea. With each passing day, Ozzy became more comfortable in his role, and the remainder of the trip unfolded without major incident. This experience not only allowed him to gain confidence in his abilities but also served as a significant milestone in his journey toward independence and self-discovery. Embracing the challenges and the camaraderie of life aboard the ship, he found himself embarking on a transformative adventure that would shape his future in ways he had yet to imagine. Before they reached the islands, a series of remarkable occurrences unfolded that Ozzy would forever cherish and remember with profound admiration. One day, as part of his regular duties aboard the ship, he stepped out onto the deck to dispose of the leftover tea overboard. As he cast his gaze across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, he was utterly captivated by an extraordinary spectacle. The water had transformed into a surface so impeccably flat that it resembled a colossal mirror. In all his years, he had never witnessed anything quite like it. As far as his eyes could see, the ocean stretched out in a seemingly infinite expanse, reflecting the brilliant sky above with an ethereal glow. In that moment, he felt as though he had entered a dreamlike realm, completely unprepared for the breathtaking beauty that unfolded before him. The sheer magnificence of the scene left an indelible mark on his memory, etching it into his consciousness. After taking a few moments to fully immerse himself in the stunning vista, Ozzy proceeded to empty the tea overboard. However, on his way back, he turned to steal another glance at the mesmerizing ocean and was left in a state of disbelief, convinced he was experiencing some kind of mirage. Silver shapes appeared to be rising from the water and soaring gracefully through the air. He spent a considerable amount of time contemplating the nature of these enigmatic forms, as he had never encountered nor even heard of such a phenomenon in his life. The following day, Ozzy once again set out to carry out his routine task of emptying the tea. To his amazement, the sea had once again taken on the appearance of a boundless, glimmering mirror, reflecting the vibrant hues of the sky. As he reclined on the deck, he suddenly caught sight of something truly extraordinary, a fish with wings. This astonishing revelation unraveled the mystery of the silver shapes he had observed the previous day. He realized that what he had witnessed was a school of flying fish, remarkable creatures that had previously existed only in stories and imagination. This discovery filled him with exhilaration and curiosity, as he marveled at the incredible wonders of the ocean and the extraordinary experiences that lay ahead on his journey. Each moment aboard the ship was infused with new surprises, further igniting his passion for exploration and the adventures that awaited him in the vastness of the sea. With each passing day, he felt more connected to the wonders of nature and the limitless possibilities that came with life at sea. As they drew closer to the captivating Caribbean islands, they were greeted by a lively school of dolphins gracefully swimming alongside the ship. These enchanting creatures delighted any onlookers fortunate enough to witness their performance, showcasing acrobatics and engaging in playful games that resembled a circus extravaganza. The beauty of it all lay in the fact that this spectacular display was entirely free of charge. These dolphins were not in captivity, nor were they performing tricks for food. Instead, they were simply embodying their natural essence, reveling in the boundless freedom of the ocean. It was a mesmerizing sight, one that would linger in his memory for years to come. In Ozzy's youthful naivety, he found himself utterly astonished by his first encounter with the islanders. The individuals responsible for transporting the bananas to the boat were dressed in tattered rags and went about their work without shoes. Having been raised in a society where wearing shoes was the standard norm, he felt a profound sense of shock at this stark contrast. Even the most impoverished individuals in his own community managed to wear some form of footwear, so spotting these people without shoes stirred deep emotions within him, evoking a strong sense of compassion and sadness for their circumstances. Their journey brought them to the island of Dominica, where the ship was required to anchor offshore. The dock workers would then navigate their boats out to the vessel, bringing with them an abundance of cases filled with bananas. They formed an efficient chain gang, skillfully hurling boxes of bananas from their boats onto the ship with remarkable strength and coordination. Some of these workers were so large and muscular that Ozzy felt as if he were knee-high to a grasshopper in their presence. Their impressive physical stature left a lasting impression on him, highlighting the sheer strength and resilience of the islanders. As Ozzy absorbed the breathtaking scenery of the islands, he found himself enchanted by the simplicity and authenticity of the islanders' way of life. The vibrant colors of the landscape, the lush greenery, and the crystal-clear blue waters painted a picture of paradise that was both beautiful and humbling. After successfully completing their first voyage without encountering any significant issues, the ship set sail once again, making its way back toward the familiar shores of good old England. This experience had opened his eyes to the vast wonders of the world beyond his own upbringing, igniting within him a sense of adventure and curiosity that would accompany him throughout his future journeys. Each moment spent in the Caribbean deepened his appreciation for the beauty of life and the rich tapestry of diverse cultures that thrived around the globe, leaving him eager to explore more of what the world had to offer. That journey spanned roughly 8 weeks from start to finish, and by the time Ozzy made his way back home, he had successfully amassed a substantial amount of money. Overwhelmed with a sense of pride and generosity, he eagerly decided to treat his younger sister to a brand new wardrobe, delighting in the happiness it brought her. It was a small gesture, yet it filled him with joy to see her face light up with excitement. Following that, Ozzy orchestrated a lively gathering with his friends, inviting them out for an evening of revelry. He generously offered to cover the cost of their drinks, ensuring that the night would be a memorable one, all at his expense. As they settled into the atmosphere of the venue, he animatedly recounted tales of his thrilling adventures at sea, painting vivid pictures of the experiences he had encountered along the way. This was more than just a night out, it served as a significant boost to Ozzy's self-esteem, as he took pleasure in the fact that he had embarked on a journey filled with experiences that none of his friends had yet undertaken. In his mind, he had transformed into a figure of adventure and worldly knowledge, someone who had ventured beyond the familiar confines of their small community. With wads of cash in hand, he proudly showcased his newfound status, reveling in the admiration and attention he received from his peers. As Ozzy shared his captivating stories, he could see the intrigue and fascination reflected in their eyes, and this fueled his sense of validation. The evening was alive with laughter, camaraderie, and a shared sense of joy, a celebration not only of his achievements but also of the friendships that enriched his life. It was a moment to treasure, one that marked a new chapter in his journey and solidified the bonds of friendship among them. Eagerly, he anticipated the future adventures that awaited him, confident that there were many more stories yet to be written in the chapters of his life. After spending a brief yet meaningful 4 days at home, the moment arrived for Ozzy to return to the ship and embark on yet another journey across the sea. A part of him was filled with excitement and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead, while another part yearned to remain enveloped in the comfort of his familiar surroundings, surrounded by friends in the world he had come to know and love. The memories of his previous loneliness at sea lingered in his thoughts, and the prospect of returning to that alien environment stirred a mix of anxiety and apprehension within him. Although Ozzy still considered himself somewhat inexperienced and, wet behind the ears, his innate sense of adventure ultimately prevailed over his hesitations. It would have been all too easy for him to choose the path of comfort and stay at home, indulging in the joys of friendship and familiarity. However, the mere thought of starting a job and then failing to fulfill his responsibilities filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. Even at the tender age of 15, he clung to a sense of self-respect, or at least what he believed to be self-respect, that urged him to embrace this challenge. With this conviction driving Ozzy forward, he resolutely made his way onto the ship once again, ready to face the trials and tribulations that lay ahead on the open sea. As he stepped aboard, a whirlwind of emotions surged through him, a blend of excitement and nerves intertwining as he prepared to navigate the vast waters that awaited them. He understood that embarking on this adventure meant confronting the unknown, but he was determined to prove to himself that he possessed the strength and resilience necessary to succeed. Taking a deep breath, Ozzy joined his fellow crew members, and together they set sail once more, the ship cutting through the waves with a sense of purpose. Each swell of water and gust of wind promised new experiences, and he was eager to embrace whatever lay ahead. He hoped this journey would not only broaden his horizons but also facilitate his growth into the person he aspired to become, instilling in him the confidence that he could navigate both the seas and the challenges of life. As they sailed gracefully past the stunning Azores, a collection of islands that seemed to rise majestically from the ocean, his curiosity got the better of him. Ozzy turned to one of the crew members and inquired about the islands they were passing. His limited education had left him somewhat uninformed when it came to geography, and during their initial encounter with these islands, he had mistakenly thought they were already approaching the Caribbean. After about a day of sailing, an alarming announcement reached them: the engine room was on fire. Initially, he didn't give it much thought, as those around him appeared largely unfazed by the news. The crew and passengers reacted as if it were merely a minor incident, a small fire that would soon be extinguished without any significant consequence. However, the situation escalated rapidly when the order was issued to evacuate to the upper deck. By this point, thick, acrid smoke was billowing out from the engine room, and an unsettling feeling began to settle in his stomach. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the gravity of the situation became apparent. While a few individuals succumbed to panic, the majority of the crew and passengers maintained a sense of calm, their spirits surprisingly resilient given the circumstances. As the ship began to lean precariously to the port side, Ozzy watched with a mix of dread and concern. The engineers, displaying remarkable courage and determination, fought valiantly to contain the fire raging in the engine room. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to bring the flames under control. However, the damage had already been inflicted, there was now no way for the ship to continue its scheduled voyage. Instead, they were faced with the necessity of returning to Berry Dock. Throughout the return journey, the ship continued to list to one side, creating an unsettling sensation that sent ripples of unease through all on board. It was a sobering experience, one that served as a stark reminder of the unpredictability of life at sea. As they navigated back, Ozzy couldn't help but reflect on the fragility of their situation and how quickly circumstances could change. This incident reinforced the importance of remaining alert and adaptable in the face of unforeseen challenges, as well as the need for camaraderie and resilience in times of crisis. Each moment was a lesson in the delicate balance between adventure and the unpredictable nature of the open ocean. After a brief interlude at home, where Ozzy eagerly awaited the call for his next voyage, he found himself once again assigned to another Geest ship. This time, they set sail toward the captivating Caribbean, a destination that always promised adventure and excitement. Their journey included the familiar tour of the islands, and when they arrived at St. Lucia, the atmosphere buzzed with the sounds of the ocean and the allure of the land. As they docked, a couple of West Indian ladies came aboard the ship. One of them knocked on his cabin door, and feeling a bit isolated, Ozzy welcomed her in. He craved some companionship during what could sometimes feel like the long, monotonous stretches at sea. Without hesitation, she got straight to the point, her words leaving no doubt about the purpose of her visit. "You want AF, why F, why?" she asked with audacious directness. Taken aback yet undeniably intrigued, he replied that he wouldn't mind engaging in such an encounter. $5, she stated plainly, her voice steady and confident. He hesitated for a moment before admitting that he only had $3 in his pocket. "Okay," she replied, accepting his offer with surprising ease. This encounter marked Ozzy's first experience with a woman from another country, and it was an unforgettable introduction to the complexities of adult relationships. Upon returning home, he eagerly shared this intriguing story with his friends. By that time, many of them had experienced stints in youth detention centers, and they listened attentively, hanging on every word. In the valleys of Wales during those days, black girls were quite rare, so his experience felt like a significant tale to recount, a proud notch on his metaphorical belt. As Ozzy prepared for the next trip, he found himself in the mess room after several days at sea, surrounded by a group of older crew members from Liverpool. He listened intently as they discussed something they referred to as a dose. This term was unfamiliar to him, prompting him to inquire about its meaning. They explained that it referred to a sexually transmitted disease. Although he had a vague understanding of the concept from his sex education lessons in school, he found himself captivated by the details they shared as they described the symptoms of gonorrhea. To Ozzy's absolute horror, a chilling realization dawned on him: the girl he had been with had likely transmitted gonorrhea to him. As word of his predicament spread throughout the crew, he quickly became the subject of their laughter and ridicule. It was his first experience in such intimate matters, and it felt like a cruel twist of fate to catch something so easily. No one had warned him that venereal diseases were prevalent in those regions. He had to learn this harsh lesson the hard way. This unfortunate incident served as a stark reminder of the unforeseen consequences that can arise from impulsive decisions. It underscored the importance of being informed and cautious, especially when navigating the murky waters of relationships and intimacy. The experience left a lasting impression on him, shaping his understanding of responsibility and the need for awareness in matters of the heart and health. When they finally docked in Barbados, he was relieved to receive the necessary treatment for his ailment, and thankfully, Ozzy managed to rid himself of it completely. The sensation of relief washed over him like a gentle tide, as he gradually returned to his normal self. The once painful experience of using the toilet became a mere memory, a reminder of the trials he had faced. On the next voyage, they made a familiar stop back at St. Lucia, and to Ozzy's astonishment, the very same girl was there, ready to repeat her routine. She approached his cabin with the same self-assured demeanor, and before he could fully process the situation, she began her usual pitch. "Hey, man, you want AF, why F, why?" she asked with a casualness that belied the weight of her proposition. Recalling the previous ordeal, Ozzy responded with caution, informing her that the last time they had been intimate, he had caught a dose from her. "No, not me, man," she replied dismissively, brushing off his concerns as if they were inconsequential. Deep down, however, he knew it had to be her, as she was the only woman he had ever been involved with in that way. Out of nowhere, she suddenly began to rub Ozzy in his most vulnerable area, and he was taken aback by her boldness. He had never encountered such a provocative situation before, and the unexpected turn of events left him momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond. Then, without skipping a beat, she asked him once more if he wanted to engage in the same activity. It was an incredibly difficult decision to make, and after a moment of internal conflict, he regretfully found himself saying, "Yes, okay," once again. Despite Ozzy's better judgment and the lingering fear of potentially being reinfected with gonorrhea, he simply could not resist her allure. The temptation was overwhelming, and he gave in to his desires. Following their encounter, he found himself consumed with worry, anxious that he might have contracted gonorrhea again. However, much to his relief, the familiar symptoms never resurfaced. He supposed it was fortunate that he had just completed the treatment for his initial bout, which likely played a crucial role in his escape from a second painful experience. This entire episode left Ozzy grappling with a blend of emotions, relief, confusion, and a lingering sense of vulnerability. It served as a stark reminder of the complexities inherent in desire and the often unforeseen risks that accompany the pursuit of fleeting pleasures, particularly in the unpredictable environment of life at sea. Each experience shaped his understanding of intimacy, responsibility, and the delicate balance between desire and consequence, leaving him to ponder the choices he made in a world filled with temptations. Ozzy's journey into the realm of sexual education was far from complete. One evening, after diligently fulfilling his duties, he found himself with a rare opportunity for leisure. Eager for some social interaction to break the monotony of ship life, he decided to head to the mess room, hoping to find someone to engage in conversation with. As he approached the door, he grasped the handle and pushed it down, anticipating a casual gathering. To his utter astonishment and disbelief, Ozzy was confronted with a scene he had never expected: 2 West Indian crew members sprawled across the couch, entangled in an intimate act with one another. His eyes widened in shock as he quickly closed the door, retreating back to his cabin in a state of bewilderment. The sight had triggered an unexpected wave of fear within him, leaving him feeling unsettled and confused about what he had just witnessed. In the days that followed, Ozzy found himself plagued by vivid and intrusive images of himself engaging in sexual acts with a man. Each time these thoughts surfaced, he felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion for allowing such filth to invade his mind. Yet, despite his best efforts to push them away, the images refused to fade. They became increasingly frequent, compelling him to question his own sexuality. He struggled to expel these thoughts, wrestling with the unsettling question of why they persisted in his mind. Memories of warnings Ozzy had received echoed in his thoughts, advice suggesting that joining the merchant navy could lead one to embrace a homosexual identity. These apprehensions spiraled into a deeper sense of depression as he battled with the relentless imagery that seemed to haunt him. With each attempt to rationalize his feelings, the images grew more vivid and intrusive, stirring emotions he was ill-equipped to confront. As time progressed, the persistent images began to stimulate Ozzy's body physically, complicating his already tumultuous emotional state. He found himself grappling with the terrifying notion of accepting that he might be gay, a realization that felt utterly wrong and foreign to him. How had he arrived at this crossroads in his life? Then, a profound realization struck Ozzy. He understood that he had allowed external influences to shape his thoughts and beliefs about his own identity. The images he had absorbed from the outside world had taken root in his psyche, much like someone swallowing unwanted food without questioning its contents. They had remained hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to resurface, and the sight of the West Indian crew members had acted as a catalyst for this flood of unsettling thoughts. Ozzy came to recognize that it was purely because he had permitted these images and beliefs to take shape in his mind that he began to accept them as truths. It dawned on him that this was ultimately a choice he had made. He realized that he had not been born with these thoughts, rather, he had absorbed them as if they were inherently his own. Upon reaching this pivotal understanding, it felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from Ozzy's shoulders. A newfound sense of ease washed over him, restoring his comfort within himself. He learned that his identity is defined by what he believes about himself, rather than by the perceptions of others. Additionally, he became acutely aware of the powerful influence of imagination, shaping not only how one thinks but also how one perceives their own identity. This empowering realization allowed him to reclaim control over his thoughts, enabling him to define himself on his own terms, free from the constraints and pressures of external expectations. It was a liberating moment that fostered a deeper sense of self-acceptance and clarity about his identity. Some time after his personal journey of self-discovery, Ozzy found himself engrossed in a thought-provoking television documentary that featured a man who firmly believed he was a woman trapped in a man's body. As he watched this poignant story unfold, he felt a profound sense of empathy for the individual. It dawned on him that he had triumphed in a personal battle at the tender age of 15, an internal struggle with identity and acceptance, that some individuals, sadly, never manage to overcome throughout their entire lives. This experience led Ozzy to reflect on the nature of belief and perception. It became increasingly clear that many people become ensnared by their own ideas and convictions, often to their detriment. His heart genuinely went out to those who grappled with such profound challenges. Had this individual been able to grasp the immense power of his own mind, he couldn't help but think that he might have been able to reshape the narrative of his life, thereby alleviating much of the pain and suffering he had experienced. The mind possesses an extraordinary capacity to create whatever reality one chooses to perceive. Ozzy realized that life could be significantly more fulfilling if one adopts a proactive approach to their mindset each day. Imagine waking up in the morning and consciously declaring to oneself, before fully coming to consciousness, "Today I am going to feel good, and nothing will disturb my peace." I wholeheartedly believe this. By making such a simple yet powerful affirmation, one can dramatically alter the trajectory of their day and, ultimately, their life. This concept is not merely a theoretical idea, it is a practical approach that one can actively implement in their own life. By embracing this practice, one may find that their perspective begins to shift, fostering a more optimistic outlook and enhancing their sense of control over their emotional well-being. The power of intention and belief is a remarkable tool, one that can profoundly transform the way individuals experience the world around them. Ultimately, this realization serves as a testament to the incredible potential that lies within each person to shape their own reality and define their own happiness. It underscores the importance of self-awareness and the ability to direct thoughts and emotions deliberately. By harnessing this power, individuals can pave the way for a more fulfilling and enriched existence, filled with the promise of personal growth and empowerment. Individuals who engage in morning prayers, provided they approach this practice with the right intentions and a focused mindset, are effectively constructing their own environment for the day that lies ahead. This ritual bears similarities to hypnosis in certain respects, yet it operates on a distinct level of consciousness. When one holds a particular belief, it serves as the cornerstone upon which their reality is built. The essence of enhancing one's life resides in the potency of belief. If one genuinely embraces a conviction, they can manifest significant improvements in their circumstances. Take, for instance, the role of a skilled hypnotist, who specializes in helping individuals liberate themselves from detrimental habits, such as smoking. During a typical hypnosis session, the hypnotist carefully guides the client into a deeply relaxed state, introducing vivid and compelling imagery that associates smoking with negative or repugnant concepts. This technique assists individuals in reframing their relationship with smoking, enabling many to successfully quit by internalizing these artificially induced associations and transforming their perception of the habit. In a similar vein, the influence wielded by a charismatic leader can entice an entire nation to adopt certain ideologies. Historical instances abound, with figures like Hitler rising to prominence and committing heinous atrocities, all while garnering the fervent support of millions. In today's world, the media exerts a comparable influence, skillfully shaping public perception and beliefs through meticulously curated narratives. External images and ideas infiltrate our subconscious minds, becoming intricately woven into the very fabric of our belief systems, often without our conscious awareness. These mental images possess the remarkable ability to stimulate our bodies or specific organs that act as receptors for these external influences. For instance, this phenomenon can manifest in the sexual organs, where thoughts and beliefs about identity and sexuality converge. The aspects of oneself that one chooses to identify with create a cluster of beliefs and perceptions that they ultimately come to accept as their true identity. As related thoughts coalesce, they can lead to a misunderstanding of one's authentic self, as one may mistakenly believe that these constructs wholly define who they are. The complex interplay between belief, external influences, and self-identity is both profound and critical to our understanding of human experience. It highlights the necessity of cultivating mindfulness regarding the information and images we choose to absorb and internalize, as these factors can significantly shape our experiences and perceptions of reality. By consciously selecting the beliefs and narratives we embrace, we empower ourselves to cultivate a more authentic and fulfilling sense of self. This, in turn, can lead to a richer, more meaningful existence, where we can navigate life with clarity and purpose, free from the constraints of misguided perceptions. Ozzy's subsequent voyage at sea turned out to be an experience that would stay etched in his memory for years to come. At the outset, the weather conditions were relatively calm and manageable as they embarked on their journey. However, as the days progressed, the situation took a dramatic turn for the worse. Before long, they found themselves ensnared in the grip of a ferocious storm, with the sea surging to a frightening gale force level of 12. It felt as though they had inadvertently sailed directly into the heart of a hurricane, with nature unleashing its full fury upon them. During one particularly harrowing moment, while Ozzy was attempting to empty some tea overboard, he clutched tightly to the railings on the side of the ship. As he looked up, his heart sank at the sight of monstrous waves, some towering to the height of small houses, crashing all around them. The ship's chef, observing his precarious position, quickly intervened. He warned him that his ignorance could have easily led to a dire situation, where he might have been swept overboard by the powerful swells. With a sense of urgency, he directed him to a hatch in the main galley that could be opened, allowing him to safely dispose of garbage while remaining securely inside the vessel. The sea exhibited a relentless and steady swell, creating an atmosphere where everything seemed to unfold in slow motion. The swell would gradually pull the boat down into the troughs, only to lift it back up again in a haunting and continuous rhythm, producing an eerie sense of disorientation and anxiety. That tumultuous experience marked the onset of Ozzy's battle with seasickness, which plagued him relentlessly throughout the entire voyage and continued to torment him during their return journey home. It was, without question, the most distressing ordeal he had ever endured. After surviving that grueling excursion, which spanned a challenging 8 weeks, Ozzy came to a profound realization: a life at sea was not meant for him. It felt as if some invisible force was imparting a clear message: this is not your destined path. Although Ozzy's tenure with the Merchant Navy lasted a mere 9 months, those months were filled with a whirlwind of experiences that surpassed what many individuals encountered over the course of several years. Each moment was laden with challenges and lessons that shaped his understanding of the world. Upon completing his final day aboard the ship, Ozzy returned to the familiar and comforting landscapes of the valleys of Wales, feeling an overwhelming need to reassess his life and seek a new direction. The journey had been tumultuous and filled with adversity, yet it also served as a powerful catalyst for introspection and personal growth. As he stood on solid ground once again, he was determined to chart a new course for himself, one that aligned more closely with his true self and aspirations, and one that would lead him to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. Chapter 5. Back Home. Here he was, back home once again, standing amidst the familiar surroundings of his past. Internally, Ozzy wrestled with feelings of inadequacy and failure, yet deep down, he knew he could no longer endure the life he had experienced at sea. The job had proven to be remarkably easy, the food indulgently delicious, and while the financial compensation was decent, the only avenues for spending that money revolved around alcohol. He found himself yearning for a life that promised more grit, adventure, and excitement, something that would invigorate his spirit and challenge him in ways he had yet to encounter. It came as no surprise to Ozzy that many of his fellow merchant seamen were either grappling with alcoholism or teetering on the edge of it, himself included, despite the relatively short duration of his time spent at sea. Even though his experience in the merchant navy lasted a mere 9 months, he felt as though he had amassed a lifetime's worth of experiences during that brief period. He had braved the tumultuous forces of a hurricane, navigated the treacherous waters of life on the ocean, and unfortunately faced the consequence of contracting gonorrhea. To top it all off, he had been plagued by relentless seasickness throughout the entirety of his final voyage. It was the seasickness that ultimately sealed Ozzy's decision. Though his seafaring days had come to a definitive end, he recognized that this chapter of his life was one he needed to experience. Even if he had possessed the foresight to know how it would all unfold, he would still have felt the compelling urge to undertake this journey. There was a deeper reason behind it, as there often is with many experiences we encounter throughout our lives. Ozzy came to understand that certain innate qualities and strengths within him required the opportunity to blossom fully, and without engaging in the right experiences, those qualities would remain hidden beneath the surface, unexpressed and unacknowledged. This realization provided him with a sense of closure. He had ventured into the unknown, confronted a myriad of challenges, and emerged with a richer understanding of himself and his desires. Now, as Ozzy stood on solid ground once more, he felt an urgent call to seek out new horizons, ones that would offer the excitement and authenticity he craved. He was ready to embrace a new chapter in his life, one that would allow him to fully engage with the world around him, harnessing the lessons he had learned and channeling them into a future filled with potential and discovery. It was time to pursue adventures that would truly resonate with his spirit, propelling him toward a more fulfilling existence. During Ozzy's time at sea training school, a fascinating visitor graced them with his presence one day, an individual from the local army firing range. He shared that he, too, had once lived the life of a merchant seaman but had ultimately decided to leave it behind after realizing it wasn't the right fit for him. Subsequently, he made the transition to the army, and as he recounted his adventures, the young man found himself utterly captivated. The soldiers' tales, particularly those concerning his experiences in Northern Ireland, struck a powerful chord within him. At that time, the news emerging from Northern Ireland was predominantly negative, laden with conflict and turmoil. However, this backdrop did not dampen his enthusiasm for the thrilling stories being shared. Meeting this seasoned soldier planted a significant seed in Ozzy's mind regarding the direction his life could take. Although he was still under 16, which meant he would have to wait a couple of years before being eligible to enlist in the army, given the minimum age for joining the regular army was 17 and a half. His friend advised him that it would be far more advantageous to pursue a place in the man's army rather than settle for the boys' army, which he would have qualified for at that age. In the meantime, Ozzy decided to secure a job on a building site, where he worked diligently as a laborer and tea-boy. To ensure he received a decent wage, he informed the foreman that he was 18 years old. Since he was capable of performing the work at the level of an adult, he saw no reason why he shouldn't earn the full pay rather than be relegated to the reduced rate designated for younger workers. As a result of this strategy, Ozzy found himself earning a respectable £45 a week, which, during that era, was regarded as a very good wage for a young lad. This figure compared quite favorably with what his former school friends were bringing in, allowing him a sense of pride in his financial independence. The building site where Ozzy was employed was situated right in the bustling heart of Pontypool, where they were engaged in the construction of a grocery store. Throughout his time there, he learned the nuances of blending in with the culture of the older and more seasoned construction workers, gradually absorbing their ways and customs. One particularly notable tradition among this group was their boisterous banter directed at any young and attractive female who happened to walk past their worksite. It seemed they were collectively expected to shout out cheeky remarks such as, "Drop, blossom," or, "Do they go all the way up to your ass?" This practice fostered an atmosphere brimming with macho humor and camaraderie, creating a unique sense of brotherhood among the workers. While Ozzy observed that some young ladies did take offense to such ribald comments, he also noticed that the majority of them laughed it off, perhaps either out of embarrassment or from the thrill of receiving attention from the men. This experience not only helped him forge connections with his coworkers but also provided him with valuable insights into the more colorful and vibrant aspects of working-class life. It shaped his understanding of the world around him, leaving him with memories that would linger long after he moved on to the next chapter of his life. Up until that moment, Ozzy had never truly taken notice of young ladies as they sauntered down the street in a way that exuded sexual appeal. However, his time spent working in construction remarkably solidified a new facet of his personality, significantly altering his thought processes in ways he had not anticipated. With each passing day, whenever a young, attractive woman would walk by, he found his gaze instinctively drawn to her, and his mind would start to wander into fantasies about what he would like to do with her. These vivid fantasies began to inundate his thoughts, clouding Ozzy's ability to think clearly and rationally. It was during this transformative period that the remnants of his calm and, at peace, state of mind gradually faded away, making room for an overwhelming craving for sensory stimulation and desire. He was somewhat oblivious at that time to the extent of what he was losing, the innocence of his previous perspective, and the profound changes that were taking root within him as these new desires emerged. This shift in his mindset altered the way Ozzy perceived the world around him. Where once he might have approached life with a sense of youthful naivety, he now found himself navigating a landscape filled with burgeoning desires and fantasies that felt both exhilarating and bewildering. The allure of these thoughts began to shape his interactions with others, leading him into a realm of experiences that he had yet to fully understand or embrace. As he grappled with this new reality, he was unaware of how deeply these changes would impact his journey ahead. As a year slowly slipped away, he found himself on the cusp of his 17th birthday, moment filled with both anticipation and introspection. Many of the friends he had once shared laughter and camaraderie with in school had unfortunately found themselves incarcerated in prisons or youth detention centers, serving as a stark reminder of the divergent paths their lives had taken. While Ozzy acknowledged that he wasn't without his own share of faults and mischief, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at having avoided the repercussions that ensnared so many of his peers. It seemed like a stroke of luck that he had managed to evade capture for the various misdeeds he had indulged in over the years. In a way, it felt as though fate had played a hand in keeping Ozzy out of trouble, guiding him along a path that led to new and promising opportunities. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps it was simply not in the cards for him to face the consequences that had caught so many of his friends. Had he been apprehended, his aspirations of enlisting in the army would have been dashed, and the chance for a fresh start would have slipped irretrievably through his fingers. As Ozzy approached this pivotal milestone in his life, a rising sense of urgency welled up within him, compelling him to make the most of the opportunities that lay ahead. He was determined to carve out a future that was distinctly his own, one that would allow him to rise above the circumstances that had plagued so many around him. The impending birthday symbolized not just the passage of time, but also the possibility of transformation and growth, urging him to embrace the journey that awaited him. One day, Ozzy mustered the courage to tell his mother about his decision to join the army. Her response was swift and cutting: "You couldn't handle the merchant navy. What makes you think you'll be able to stick it out in the army?" While her words were intended to express concern, they only served to fortify his resolve to go through with his plan. His ego was operating at full tilt, and he felt a surge of hurt that propelled him to commit even more firmly to the idea of enlisting. At this point, Ozzy's old rival, John McAdam, had relocated to Trevethan and lived just a few doors away from him. Their relationship was a complex blend of friendship and rivalry, and they decided it would be fitting to join the army together. Ozzy's first attempt at the army entrance exam ended in disappointment, but he was undeterred. On his second try, fortune smiled upon him in the form of an army sergeant who kindly passed him the answers to the questions he was struggling with. John McAdam also benefited from this unexpected assistance, and they both managed to pass. Whenever John was around, Ozzy could feel the competitive spirit igniting within him. Throughout their secondary school years, John had always been fierce competition in track events and cross-country races, but his determination to win was so strong that he would never allow John to best him. For instance, a few summers earlier, when they were both about 13, John, Clive Peploe, and Ozzy decided to visit Ozzy's brother John, who was incarcerated in Exeter Young Men's Prison. In the spirit of competition that defined their friendship, they challenged themselves to walk nearly the entire distance there and back. They braved sleeping rough, finding makeshift shelter wherever they could to lay their heads for the night. After a couple of days of this rugged lifestyle, with no means to clean themselves, they began to emit a foul odor that seemed to cling to them. To make matters worse, it was particularly hot that summer, intensifying the discomfort of their situation. One day, they paused for a rest near a train station. As they settled down, a train pulled in, and a group of women disembarked. Ozzy overheard one of them gasp in disgust, exclaiming, "I think the smell coming from those young lads is revolting." When Clive took off his shoes, the stench nearly overwhelmed them. Ozzy felt a pang of sympathy for Clive. Being a bit younger than John and himself, Clive had no idea what he had signed up for by joining their adventure. Throughout much of the trip, they found themselves waiting for him, as he lagged behind, the distance between them growing wider with each passing mile. Ultimately, they managed to make the journey there and back, but for lads their age, it was nothing short of an epic undertaking. The drive behind their endeavor was primarily rooted in their competitive nature. These experiences taught Ozzy a valuable lesson about how energy can be summoned through the power of thought. Despite their bodies not being fully developed, they accomplished a feat that many fully grown adults would have struggled to achieve. He began to ponder the connection between the mental energy they harnessed and the physical capabilities of their bodies. This led him to contemplate a profound question: why do people sometimes die before their time? The answer Ozzy came to understand was that the average life expectancy in the Western world hovers around 75 to 80 years. However, this figure falls short of what a human being is truly capable of achieving when one comprehends the potential that lies within. The reasons behind premature death are often rooted in a significant psychological barrier, one that many find themselves grappling with throughout their lives. Throughout the annals of history, many esteemed teachers have dedicated their lives to imparting wisdom on how humanity can prolong life and attain health and inner peace by adhering to specific doctrines and guiding principles. From their profound teachings have emerged the diverse religions that shape our world today. A prevalent way to articulate this essential principle is to suggest that we must die to the self. While this concept may initially appear paradoxical, nestled within this seemingly simple teaching lies a deep and significant secret. To fully appreciate these spiritual teachings, it is crucial to explore their metaphorical meanings and implications. In the beginning, we encounter Adam, representing man, and Eve, symbolizing woman. Among the specific instructions given by God to them was the prohibition against eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. However, they ultimately succumbed to temptation and consumed the fruit from this tree. In that pivotal moment, they suddenly became conscious of their nakedness and instinctively sought to cover themselves. So, what did Ozzy derive from this allegorical narrative? It is evident that it was not merely a piece of fruit that one man partook of, rather, it signified the awakening of conscious knowledge. Adam, as a symbol of humanity, had begun to engage the rational mind in a new way. Through the gradual process of evolution and the principle of survival of the fittest, humanity developed the capacity for complex thought. This raises an intriguing question: what can we ascertain about man prior to his consumption of the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? What was his mental state like? If there existed no awareness of good and evil, then the rational, thinking mind could not have been present. So, what remained in its absence? When we engage in the act of thinking and formulating ideas, we are utilizing only one facet of our brain, specifically, the portion associated with our physical understanding of the world around us. However, there exists another dimension of our being, one that is intricately linked to intuition, our artistic expression and the state of consciousness referred to as samadhi by mystics and yogis alike. This elevated state of awareness can be attained by quieting the incessant chatter of the mind and preventing it from wandering aimlessly. More precisely, we must learn to halt the mind's constant stream of thoughts and narratives. It is through this process that an individual can achieve a profound sense of unity with God or the infinite universal soul. Consider the example of Jesus, who ventured into the wilderness for 40 days and nights to confront temptation from Satan. But who, then, is Satan in this context? Satan represents the thinking mind, the part of ourselves that can lead us astray. Similarly, did not Buddha sit beneath a banyan tree to liberate himself from the worldly desires tethered to his thinking mind? Furthermore, did not Krishna impart the wisdom that we should engage in our actions without attachment to the results envisioned by our rational minds? These narratives reveal a common thread, the urgent need to transcend the limitations imposed by the rational mind and embrace a more profound understanding of our existence. By embarking on this journey, we can unlock the potential for true spiritual growth, self-realization, and fulfillment, ultimately leading us to a more harmonious and enlightened life. During the chaotic and devastating stock market crash of October 1929, a strikingly large number of individuals found themselves so deeply entangled in their financial circumstances that they felt driven to take the heartbreaking step of ending their own lives. This tragic decision stemmed from their belief that enduring a future marked by reduced possessions was simply unbearable. Their minds had led them to a perilous conclusion: they defined their very identities by the wealth they possessed, convinced that their financial status was the essence of who they truly were as individuals. Unfortunately, this destructive mindset continues to be prevalent in various forms within contemporary society. Many individuals still place an overwhelming emphasis on material wealth, often prioritizing it above the immense intrinsic value found in human life itself. This prompts a critical inquiry: is human existence not worth infinitely more than mere financial possessions and the pursuit of monetary success? The answer is an unequivocal yes. Our lives are composed of so much more than the collection of our material belongings and financial assets. They are enriched by relationships, experiences, and opportunities for growth that cannot be quantified in terms of money. Through the transformative practice of meditation, coupled with the mindful application of our cognitive abilities in daily life, we are presented with a remarkable opportunity to cultivate what could be referred to as a higher mind. This elevated state of consciousness empowers us to transcend superficial attachments and encourages us to foster a deeper understanding of our authentic selves and our interconnectedness with others. By consistently engaging in meditation, we can learn to detach our identities from our financial situations, allowing us to uncover a more profound and meaningful existence that values compassion, connection, and personal development above the fleeting allure of material wealth. Ultimately, this journey toward attaining a higher mind serves as a powerful reminder of the inherent worth of life itself. It inspires us to recognize that our true essence transcends the transient nature of financial gain and material possessions. By embracing this perspective, we can cultivate a more holistic approach to living, one that celebrates the richness of human experience, nurtures our relationships, and fosters a deeper sense of fulfillment that cannot be adequately measured by success in monetary terms alone. Through this process, we can strive to create lives that are meaningful and rewarding, grounded in values that uplift our spirits and connect us with the broader tapestry of human existence. Prior to engaging in meditation, individuals often perceive their thinking mind as a definitive representation of their identity. However, upon learning the art of meditation, they begin to detach themselves from this thinking mind. The emergence of new awareness can be likened to the gradual development of an infant. As this awareness matures to a certain level, it creates the sensation of possessing an additional mind, one that quietly observes from a distance, taking in all the activities and experiences without interference. In this state, individuals realize that life's events are merely performances, and they often feel as if they are actors playing distinct roles in a grand scene. This transformation marks a significant shift in their perception and emotional experience. It is disheartening to note that countless individuals squander their time and energy striving to construct an image that projects an impressive facade. In truth, many of these individuals may be grappling with personal turmoil beneath the surface. They become entrapped by their own self-conceptions, allowing these ideas to dictate their sense of worth and identity. In today's fast-paced world, there are numerous husbands and wives who find themselves hardly ever seeing each other, as they become engulfed in the relentless pursuit of career achievements and the accumulation of material wealth. When they do manage to carve out some time together, both partners are often so drained from their demanding schedules that they lack the energy to truly savor their moments together. This ongoing cycle of disconnection fosters friction between them, which inevitably leads to deeper relationship challenges, ultimately resulting in the heartbreaking dissolution of their marriage. The great universal teacher, in its harsh and unyielding manner, strips away everything that has been diligently worked for, an abrupt and jarring loss marked by the resonant bang of the judge's gavel. Consequently, this creates a generation of children who grow up without a clear understanding of what it means to lead a joyful and fulfilling life. As these children mature, they too may find themselves trapped in the same cycle of discontent and confusion. This raises an important question: who will have the courage and determination to break such a cycle? Furthermore, an alarming number of individuals express their frustration about the way our planet is being treated, while failing to consider the poor manner in which they treat themselves and those in their immediate surroundings. This lack of self-respect and empathy inevitably influences children, who learn to replicate these harmful behaviors. How can anyone expect to establish harmony with the earth when there is a profound absence of peace and understanding within our own homes? Problems stemming from issues of money, power, and prestige tend to manifest when people cling to distorted notions about themselves. The reality is that you are not simply the persona crafted by your thoughts and beliefs. You are not merely defined by your occupation as a bank manager. That title represents just one aspect of what you do. Similarly, you do not possess an inherently superior intellect. Rather, it is a skill that you have consciously developed and honed over time through effort and learning. Recognizing and embracing this truth can pave the way for a more authentic sense of self and healthier relationships with others. In today's fast-paced world, there are numerous husbands and wives who find themselves hardly ever seeing each other, as they become engulfed in the relentless pursuit of career achievements and the accumulation of material wealth. When they do manage to carve out some time together, both partners are often so drained from their demanding schedules that they lack the energy to truly savor their moments together. This ongoing cycle of disconnection fosters friction between them, which inevitably leads to deeper relationship challenges, ultimately resulting in the heartbreaking dissolution of their marriage. The great universal teacher, in its harsh and unyielding manner, strips away everything that has been diligently worked for, an abrupt and jarring loss marked by the resonant bang of the judge's gavel. Consequently, this creates a generation of children who grow up without a clear understanding of what it means to lead a joyful and fulfilling life. As these children mature, they too may find themselves trapped in the same cycle of discontent and confusion. This raises an important question: who will have the courage and determination to break such a cycle? Furthermore, an alarming number of individuals express their frustration about the way our planet is being treated, while failing to consider the poor manner in which they treat themselves and those in their immediate surroundings. This lack of self-respect and empathy inevitably influences children, who learn to replicate these harmful behaviors. How can anyone expect to establish harmony with the earth when there is a profound absence of peace and understanding within our own homes? Problems stemming from issues of money, power, and prestige tend to manifest when people cling to distorted notions about themselves. The reality is that you are not simply the persona crafted by your thoughts and beliefs. You are not merely defined by your occupation as a bank manager. That title represents just one aspect of what you do. Similarly, you do not possess an inherently superior intellect. Rather, it is a skill that you have consciously developed and honed over time through effort and learning. Recognizing and embracing this truth can pave the way for a more authentic sense of self and healthier relationships with others. In today's fast-paced world, there are numerous husbands and wives who find themselves hardly ever seeing each other, as they become engulfed in the relentless pursuit of career achievements and the accumulation of material wealth. When they do manage to carve out some time together, both partners are often so drained from their demanding schedules that they lack the energy to truly savor their moments together. This ongoing cycle of disconnection fosters friction between them, which inevitably leads to deeper relationship challenges, ultimately resulting in the heartbreaking dissolution of their marriage. The great universal teacher, in its harsh and unyielding manner, strips away everything that has been diligently worked for, an abrupt and jarring loss marked by the resonant bang of the judge's gavel. Consequently, this creates a generation of children who grow up without a clear understanding of what it means to lead a joyful and fulfilling life. As these children mature, they too may find themselves trapped in the same cycle of discontent and confusion. This raises an important question: who will have the courage and determination to break such a cycle? Furthermore, an alarming number of individuals express their frustration about the way our planet is being treated, while failing to consider the poor manner in which they treat themselves and those in their immediate surroundings. This lack of self-respect and empathy inevitably influences children, who learn to replicate these harmful behaviors. How can anyone expect to establish harmony with the earth when there is a profound absence of peace and understanding within our own homes? Problems stemming from issues of money, power, and prestige tend to manifest when people cling to distorted notions about themselves. The reality is that you are not simply the persona crafted by your thoughts and beliefs. You are not merely defined by your occupation as a bank manager. That title represents just one aspect of what you do. Similarly, you do not possess an inherently superior intellect, rather, it is a skill that you have consciously developed and honed over time through effort and learning. Recognizing and embracing this truth can pave the way for a more authentic sense of self and healthier relationships with others. Chapter 6. In the Army. Their training camp was situated at a location known as Cwrty Golan, nestled not far from the town of Pontypool. This arrangement was ideal for Ozzy, as it meant he could easily make quick visits home without the burden of extensive travel. It wasn't long before the army took notice of Ozzy's talent as a boxer. Being a local youth, word of his reputation spread rapidly, and the army was quick to approach him, eager to recruit him for their boxing team. They were determined to make a strong impression at the quarterfinals of the UK Championships, and it appeared he had little choice but to step up and contribute to the team's ambitions. The upcoming match was set against the Parachute Regiment, and it was clear that they needed to engage in rigorous training to prepare. Their platoon sergeant was a commanding figure named Sergeant Evans, who had a remarkable ability to instill a profound sense of fear in the young recruits under his command. He had a unique way of wearing his hat, with the peak pulled down low over his eyes, which meant that when he wanted to focus his gaze on someone, he had to tilt his chin upward. He could always be spotted striding confidently about the grounds, a swagger stick under his arm, and shouting orders in a colorful and often surprising manner that left everyone taken aback. Sergeant Evans was certainly not a figure who catered to the timid or weak-minded recruits. One of his preferred methods of asserting his authority was to test the strength of his punches by delivering a sharp dig to the ribs of each recruit as they stood at attention during formation. Before too long, Ozzy found himself deeply engaged in both boxing drills and the rigorous demands of army training. One day, while he was diligently working out in the gym, an outspoken individual burst through the door, claiming to know him, although he couldn't recall ever meeting the man. This wasn't particularly unusual, given that being a boxer often came with a certain level of notoriety and recognition. The newcomer called out to him boldly, "So you think you're a good boxer, do you? Well, I'll be the judge of that." His brash challenge took Ozzy by surprise, and he felt a surge of curiosity about what might happen next in this unexpected encounter. At that particular juncture in his life, he found himself at the tender age of 17.5, a young lad still trying to navigate the often tumultuous waters of adolescence. The man who had entered the gym with the intention of assessing his boxing prowess appeared to be nearly 30 years old, clearly in the peak of his physical condition, and radiating an impressive aura of strength and confidence. While he wasn't particularly tall, his broad and muscular build, accentuated by the rugby attire he wore, made him resemble the archetypal rugby forward, someone who thrived on physicality in competition. As he approached the ring, the man slipped on his gloves, and before long, he found himself similarly equipped for the bout. They began their session with some light sparring, but it soon became evident that the man was keen to escalate the encounter into an all-out fight. Within the familiar confines of the boxing ring, Ozzy was overwhelmed with confidence. He felt invincible, convinced that no opponent could best him. Having sparred with some of the most talented boxers in the country and even across Europe, he was initially prepared to treat this encounter as a casual practice. However, the man's aggressive demeanor indicated that he needed to be taught a lesson. He was clearly intent on inflicting harm. A barrage of thoughts raced through Ozui's mind. Why is he trying to hurt me? I haven't provoked him in any way, and I truly dislike his confrontational attitude. Deep inside, he felt a stirring of hurt beginning at the pit of his stomach, but that sensation quickly transformed into a burgeoning sense of confidence, perhaps even a strange kind of comfort. The boxing ring was his domain. It was a place where he felt empowered and in control. Now that the sparring session had morphed into a genuine fight, Ozui resolved to retaliate and make a statement against this man. To put it bluntly, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, striking with all his might as he sought to assert his dominance over his opponent. The following day, during the drill parade, Sergeant Evans seemed to exhibit a noticeably different demeanor. There was an undeniable air of apprehension in the way he interacted with him. As part of his customary routine, the sergeant typically marched among the recruits, administering sharp digs to their ribs to reinforce his authority and maintain a sense of discipline within the ranks. In today's society, many individuals might hastily label him a bully, arguing that Sergeant Evans should have faced expulsion from the army based on contemporary standards of conduct. However, when preparing for combat, it is essential to cultivate unwavering trust in the soldiers standing beside you. Your very life may hinge on their reliability, making it crucial to identify and weed out those who lack the necessary fortitude at this critical stage. On that particular morning, Sergeant Evans continued with his usual ritual. As he approached Ozui braced himself, fully expecting the familiar punch to the solar plexus that had become a hallmark of their interactions. To his utter astonishment, however, the sergeant walked right past him without even a fleeting glance. This unexpected action left him baffled. He was the only recruit that Sergeant Evans would typically never overlook. Remarkably, this peculiar behavior continued throughout the entirety of their training period, which spanned an arduous 6 months. As the days gradually turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the realization began to dawn on Ozui. The man he had sparred with in the gym that fateful day, the one he had handed a thorough beating to, was none other than the formidable Sergeant Evans himself. This revelation added an entirely new dimension to their interactions, leaving him with a complex mixture of admiration, disbelief, and a newfound understanding of the sergeant's character. Here stood a man who was infamous for his loud bravado and for making everyone around Ozui, himself included, tremble in fear. If he had known that this imposing figure was none other than Sergeant Evans, he was certain that he wouldn't have had the confidence to deliver the decisive blows that he did. The sergeant had grown accustomed to instilling a sense of fear in those around him, and this very fear served as his psychological strength, reinforcing his authority and commanding presence. Dressed in rugby attire, Evans appeared so remarkably different that Ozui failed to recognize him in the heat of the moment. In that instant, they were on equal footing, stripped of the hierarchical barriers that usually defined their interactions. Had he realized who the man truly was, it would have undeniably influenced his performance and approach during their sparring session. This encounter provided Ozui with a valuable lesson about how the mind shapes perceptions and interactions in various situations. He learned that fear could significantly distort one's understanding of events and alter their performance and responses to those events. Consider how often people meet someone for the first time and, based on that individual's manner of speaking, the way they dress, and how they express themselves, they form swift judgments about what kind of person they are. How frequently do they feel a sense of defensiveness, aggressiveness, or something in between, leading them to automatically assign their trust or distrust? They might be put off by their initial impressions, often without stopping to reflect more deeply on the person in front of them. Have they ever encountered a homeless man lying in a doorway and instinctively avoided making eye contact because he evokes feelings of fear regarding their safety? Do they find themselves suspecting that he might rob them if given the chance, causing them to ignore him altogether? Conversely, perhaps he stirs feelings of compassion within them, prompting them to dig into their pockets to offer him some change to buy a meal. It's entirely possible that their emotions and reactions fluctuate somewhere between these two extremes, with the man's appearance eliciting a wide range of thoughts and responses from various passers-by. But have they ever taken a moment to consider that Ozzy is fundamentally no different from them? Did they reflect on the idea that he possesses the same life force or spirit as anyone else, albeit on a distinct learning path? The truth is, no individual is inherently greater than another. This realization is crucial, as it underscores that all judgments and assumptions are merely constructs of the mind. In the case of Sergeant Evans, this principle was undoubtedly at play. Ozzy had inadvertently granted him a superior image that the sergeant had come to take for granted over time, and in that moment of confrontation, he unknowingly stripped that image away from him. This shift in dynamics was profound, revealing the intricate interplay between perception, power, and the shared human experience, prompting deeper reflections on respect, recognition, and the fluid nature of authority. When the highly anticipated day of the quarterfinals finally arrived, it was transformed into an extravagant spectacle, drawing considerable attention and fanfare. High-ranking officials and esteemed members of the military brass were present to observe the matches, their eyes scrutinizing the boxers as though they were prized animals paraded for evaluation at a competitive fair. The atmosphere was electric, thick with a palpable sense of anticipation and expectation that enveloped everyone in attendance. In the changing rooms, the boxers busily prepared themselves, mentally gearing up for their individual bouts. The fights were meticulously organized according to weight class, starting with the lightest competitors and culminating with the heaviest fighters. As a lightweight, Ozzy was scheduled to enter the ring third, following the bantamweight and featherweight bouts. This order added an extra layer of suspense, as he would have to wait anxiously while the earlier matches unfolded, each moment heightening his anticipation. Their trainer, a Geordie hailing from the northeast of England, provided guidance and encouragement, his strong accent resonating through the changing area. Though Ozzy couldn't recall specific techniques or strategies imparted by the trainer, the distinctive accent remained a vivid memory that lingered in his mind long after. Finally, the moment Ozzy had been dreading and anticipating arrived, and he was called to step into the ring. He couldn't even begin to count the number of times he had rushed to the washroom that day, his nerves getting the better of him with each passing minute. Yet, he would never have allowed anyone around him to see just how terrified he truly was. The boxing competition had been the focal point of endless conversations in the days leading up to the event, and many spectators in the audience were there to cheer for him and his team, which only intensified the pressure weighing on his shoulders. As Ozzy entered the ring, he could feel his knees trembling uncontrollably beneath him. To disguise his anxiety, he began to kick his legs forward in a rhythmic motion, one after the other, attempting to pass it off as part of his warm-up routine. In reality, this was simply a desperate maneuver to stave off the very real possibility of losing control of his bladder. Even now, when he observed other boxers performing similar leg movements before their fights, he couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on his own experience in that nerve-wracking situation, which felt both humorous and relatable. The Army had truly elevated this event into a grand occasion worthy of celebration. A lively brass band played an array of spirited tunes, enhancing the celebratory atmosphere, and even the field commander of the ground forces was in attendance, underscoring the significance of the event. This was no ordinary boxing match, it was a monumental occasion that captured the attention of everyone present, creating an air of excitement and importance. As the bell rang, signaling the commencement of his fight, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The energy in the room surged, and Ozzy felt an invigorating rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He understood that it was time to confront the challenge ahead, to summon every ounce of strength and determination he had cultivated through his training, and to put everything on the line in pursuit of victory. The opponent Ozzy was up against seemed intent on employing a strategy that revolved around jabbing and retreating, skillfully avoiding any real engagement. He himself yearned for a genuine fight, but every time he attempted to close the distance, his adversary would swiftly deliver a jab and then back away. This frustrating cycle repeated itself time and again. As he pressed in closer, he was met with another jab followed by a quick withdrawal. He began to contemplate the possibility of mirroring his opponent's tactics. If he too decided to jab and retreat, it would likely result in a lack of meaningful exchanges, or perhaps, just maybe, his opponent would finally choose to engage and turn the match into an actual contest. Regrettably, the other fighter showed no inclination to alter his approach. The bout continued with hardly any significant punches thrown, as the unchanging rhythm of jabs followed by evasive maneuvers persisted. It became increasingly evident that his opponent had no desire for a genuine fight and was content to maintain a safe distance. Every so often, a jab would make contact with the tip of his nose, causing his eyes to water and a surge of frustration to boil within him. Ozzy couldn't shake the thought, why won't he engage? This is such a cowardly way to fight. The opponent's strategy of hitting and then retreating effectively stifled any real action from developing in the ring. Deep down, he was fully aware that if he truly wanted to, he could execute this same evasive tactic even more effectively than his opponent, resulting in an even more lackluster contest. The rising anger that welled up within him was a direct result of the torrent of thoughts racing through his mind, creating a storm of frustration over the situation. Desperate to draw his opponent into a more aggressive exchange, Ozzy tried every tactic he could think of, but his efforts were met with stubborn resistance. The other fighter remained unyielding and simply refused to engage. Just when he thought he might be at a loss, he suddenly spotted a vulnerability in his opponent's defense. Each time the other fighter jabbed, he would lower his left glove below his chin, exposing himself to a powerful right hook aimed squarely at his chin. Recognizing this opportunity for what it was, Ozzy crafted a plan in his mind. He decided that every time the opponent double jabbed, he would refrain from countering. This strategy aimed to instill a sense of overconfidence in his adversary, encouraging him to continue with the same predictable pattern. Sooner or later, he reasoned, the fighter would inevitably find himself trapped in a corner of the ring, and that would be the perfect moment for him to capitalize on his mistake. With a renewed sense of determination, he steeled himself for that eventuality, preparing to unleash his power and skill when the time was right, ready to turn the tide of the match in his favor. As the bell rang to signal the end of the second round, a wave of urgency washed over him, and he could clearly see the concern etched deeply on his trainer's face. Leaning in with a serious expression, the trainer urged him, if you don't take some decisive action soon, you're going to lose this match on points. Casting a quick glance at his corner, Ozzy observed the worried faces of his teammates, their expressions revealing a flicker of doubt creeping into their hearts, signaling that their faith in his ability to secure a victory was starting to wane. Yet, deep within himself, he felt an unwavering conviction that he was destined to knock his opponent out, and he expressed this resolute belief to his corner man. I assure you, I'm going to take him out, he declared with a confidence that was unshakable. Despite his trainer's insistence that Ozzy alter his strategy, he remained firmly committed to his original plan. The intense rage that burned within him was far too powerful to dismiss. He could not allow this gutless coward to persist with his hit-and-run tactics without facing dire consequences. He skillfully kept his anger under control, biding his time and preparing to unleash the pent-up fury he had been holding back. As the bell rang again, signaling the beginning of the third round, Ozzy noted that his opponent had grown increasingly overconfident, convinced that he could fight without fear of reprisal. With each passing moment, the other fighter's confidence swelled, and his punches grew more forceful and aggressive. What the opponent failed to realize was that every blow he threw only served to intensify the anger simmering within him. He was consciously holding back, allowing that pent-up emotion to accumulate to a breaking point. When the opponent found himself cornered, Ozzy executed his usual combination of jabs. True to form, the fighter dropped his left glove, and that was the precise opening he had been eagerly waiting for. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a devastating right hook, delivering a blow that was charged with all the energy and controlled rage he had amassed in response to each of the other fighter's jabs. In that moment, it felt as though Ozzy had unleashed a ferocious beast from its cage, ready to wreak havoc. The punch landed squarely on the opponent's chin, hitting him on the button, a phrase commonly used in the boxing world to describe a perfect strike. That initial punch was more than sufficient to knock his opponent out cold, but the wave of anger that surged through him was relentless and uncontainable. With a flurry of punches and uppercuts, he kept hammering away at his opponent, keeping him on his feet as if he were a ping-pong ball being mercilessly bounced around by a table tennis racket. Finally, the referee intervened, managing to pull Ozui away from his dazed opponent, who was clearly reeling from the onslaught. As he was dragged back, he watched in satisfaction as his adversary collapsed to the canvas, falling face first, as if a mighty tree had been felled with one swift blow. The impact was severe, and as the opponent hit the ground, there was no sign of life, no movement, no indication that he would rise again. In that pivotal moment, he understood that he had achieved what he had set out to do, he had knocked him out cold. The atmosphere erupted into a euphoric frenzy as the roof seemed to rise toward the heavens, filled with the exuberant shouts and enthusiastic cheers of all the lads from the training camp who had gathered to rally behind him. In that exhilarating moment, Ozui found himself completely swept away by the glory that radiated from his supporters, a feeling that was electrifying and unlike anything he had ever experienced before, reserved solely for moments of victory and triumph. However, amidst the jubilant celebration and raucous applause, Ozui began to notice a flicker of concern etched deeply on the faces of the officials as they hastily called for the doctor. The young man who had just been his opponent lay motionless on the canvas, and no sooner had he reached the euphoric high of victory than a heavy reality crashed down upon him. He might have seriously injured the other fighter, perhaps even worse. A wave of regret washed over him as he reflected on the possibility that if only he had allowed his opponent to fall with that initial punch rather than continuing to unleash a relentless barrage of blows. As the minutes dragged on painfully, what had once been an exhilarating atmosphere transformed into an oppressive silence that enveloped the room like a thick, suffocating fog. The vibrant sounds of applause had faded into the background, replaced by an eerie stillness that weighed heavily on everyone present. Save for the occasional hushed whisper among the onlookers, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop as they anxiously awaited the arrival of the doctor. His heart sank deeper with each agonizing second that passed, the weight of dread settling heavily within him like an immovable stone. A vivid memory from his past flickered to the forefront of his mind, evoking a similar sense of unease and discomfort. It was a time when Ozui and his best friend, Pete Murphy, had stumbled upon a dead dog lying discarded on a neglected rubbish tip. Nearby, they had discovered some rusted railings, one of which was shaped like a spear. Driven by youthful curiosity and a hint of mischief, they had decided to prod the lifeless animal. First, Pete took his turn, followed by him. But afterward, an overwhelming sense of remorse washed over him like a tidal wave. Even though the dog was lifeless, he felt a deep nausea churning in his stomach that would linger in his memory, a haunting reminder of that fateful moment. Now, as Ozui stood there, paralyzed by uncertainty and dread, he found himself fervently praying that the young lad lying on the canvas would be okay. In that moment, nothing else mattered to him, not the glory of victory, nor the raucous cheers of the crowd. The thrill of triumph that had once felt so exhilarating had evaporated, replaced by a profound and unsettling concern for the well-being of his opponent. All he could focus on was hoping for the other fighter's recovery, earnestly wishing for him to rise again, to shake off the effects of that brutal encounter, and to escape the fate that had momentarily cast a long shadow over his own hard-earned success. The joy of victory had been eclipsed by a deep sense of empathy and worry, marking a pivotal moment in his journey as a fighter, one that would resonate far beyond the confines of the ring. The doctor swiftly ascended into the ring, projecting an air of urgency and professionalism as Ozui began his thorough examination of the young man who lay motionless on the canvas. Moments later, a stretcher was brought to the ring, and the medics carefully lifted him onto it, their movements precise and deliberate as they prepared to carry him away to receive the medical attention he so desperately needed. Despite the flurry of activity and the concerned expressions of those around him, he still observed no signs of life in his opponent, and a knot of anxiety tightened painfully in his chest. Overwhelmed by a mixture of concern and hope, he inquired of the medical staff whether the young fighter would be all right. To his immense relief, they assured him that he was indeed alive and would be receiving the care he required. While the image of being a boxer provided a powerful means to garner respect and admiration from others, deep within his heart, Ozai understood that he lacked the desire to inflict serious harm upon anyone. These intense and pivotal experiences had imparted a valuable lesson about his character and moral compass. Nevertheless, the overwhelming need to carve out his identity and earn respect in society proved to be a more dominant force than any feelings of compassion he might have harbored for his opponent. Before long, Ozai managed to push this distressing incident to the far recesses of his mind, as news of the fight rapidly spread to a battalion stationed in Belize at that time. The buzz surrounding the match was so remarkable that even the field commander, a figure of authority and respect, was impressed enough by his performance to come personally and extend his heartfelt congratulations for what he referred to as a splendid and exhilarating fight. In that moment, the strength of his ego overshadowed any lingering feelings of compassion or guilt that might have clouded his thoughts. Like many other 17-and-a-half-year-old lads eager for validation and recognition, Ozai rode the wave of admiration for everything it was worth, reveling in the glory of his newfound status and the accolades that came with it. As time passed, Ozai eventually completed his training, successfully finishing the entire 6-month program, which included the rigorous demands of battle camp. On the momentous morning of his 18th birthday, a sense of anticipation swelled within him as he found himself aboard an airplane, soaring through the skies toward Belize, ready to embrace whatever challenges and adventures awaited him in this new chapter of his life. This transition marked a significant turning point, one brimming with promise, excitement, and the ongoing quest for respect that had driven him thus far. As the plane ascended higher into the clouds, he couldn't help but wonder what experiences lay ahead and how they would shape his future in the days and months to come. Each moment was filled with potential, and he felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation as he prepared to embark on this remarkable journey. What a birthday present, Ozai reflected inwardly, gazing out of the airplane window with a blend of astonishment and excitement. The realization hit him that this was a birthday he would permanently etch into his memory. The aircraft first touched down at Gander Airport in Canada, where they made a brief stop before continuing their journey onward to Belize, finally arriving at the base camp that would serve as their temporary residence for the foreseeable future. Upon their arrival, a sergeant made a striking entrance, dressed casually in a tank top and shorts, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority. He immediately inquired about which of the newcomers was the boxer. Reluctant to reveal his identity, Ozai held back, having made a personal commitment to seek out new adventures during this chapter of his life. He understood that acknowledging himself as the boxer would likely confine him to a path he was not eager to explore. Additionally, a wave of apprehension washed over him at the thought of plunging headfirst into the boxing scene. Ozai found himself in a foreign country, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, and he was uncertain about the experiences that awaited him. For the time being, he preferred to remain in the background and observe the unfolding events rather than stepping boldly into the limelight. As none of his fellow recruits stepped forward to claim the title of the boxer, the sergeant continued to press the issue with growing impatience. He insisted that he was certain one of them had to be a boxer, so who was it? Still, Ozai chose to keep his silence, unwilling to draw attention to himself. Frustrated by their lack of cooperation, the sergeant unleashed a stream of verbal abuse, making it abundantly clear that he was displeased with their reticence before storming off in a huff, leaving a tense atmosphere behind. The following day, the sergeant returned, demanding answers once again, and once again, he left with a fresh barrage of insults, his frustration palpable. The situation was beginning to escalate into a rather uncomfortable predicament, leaving Ozai with little choice but to finally step forward and admit to being the boxer. Before he could fully grasp the implications, he found himself immersed in rigorous training with the boxing squad, who were preparing to face off against the formidable team from the Belize police force. Excitement and tension hung thick in the air as both their trainer and the police force's trainer made a notable appearance on a local radio station to promote the highly anticipated match. Ozai would forever remember the audacious declaration made by the Belize police trainer, "If any of your lads are listening, don't show up tomorrow, because we are going to give you the thrashing of your lives." The trainer's bravado sent surges of adrenaline racing through his veins, and, as had happened countless times in high-pressure situations, he felt an urgent need to rush to the washroom repeatedly to relieve himself, a physical manifestation of his mounting anxiety. The next day, during the weigh-in, they had their first opportunity to assess their prospective opponents. The Belize police officers stood confidently, each of them exuding an unshakable self-assurance as they engaged in the alley shuffle, swaggering deliberately around in a manner designed to intimidate. They succeeded remarkably. The sight of them alone was sufficient to instill a deep sense of unease among his teammates. As they sat nervously in their seats, Ozui could observe the anxiety etched on the faces of his fellow fighters. The Belize police officers were physically imposing, each possessing exceptional physiques that radiated strength and athleticism. Their bodies were sculpted like inverted pyramids, a striking contrast to the everyday physiques of his own team members. The boys on his squad, while capable and determined, lacked the striking appearance of seasoned fighters. Had one encountered them on the street, you would never have guessed they were boxers. The disparity between the two teams was palpable and disheartening, and as the weight of the impending challenge loomed larger, he felt a complex mix of excitement, trepidation, and determination about what lay ahead in the ring. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and he realized that the upcoming match would not only test their physical abilities but also their mental resilience in the face of significant adversity. It was a pivotal moment that would shape his journey as a fighter and define the experiences that lay ahead. The highly anticipated day of the fights finally arrived, and the team set off to a captivating location known as Bird's Isle. As they made their way there, they traversed a picturesque causeway that led them onto the charming little island, a place that was unlike anything they had ever encountered before. This small yet vibrant island had been meticulously designed specifically for the purpose of showcasing boxing matches. At its center stood the boxing ring, encircled by rows of seats that rose like an amphitheater, creating an inviting atmosphere for the excited spectators who had gathered to witness the event. As they absorbed the lively scene around them, it was impossible for them to accurately count the multitude of people present, all of whom were fervently cheering for the Belize police team. The air was thick with excitement, and the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the first fight commenced. Their fighter entered the ring with fierce determination, facing off against his opponent and ultimately emerging victorious. The second fight unfolded in a remarkably similar fashion, with their team once again securing a decisive win. Then it was the turn of one more fighter, the third fight of the day. With hearts racing and adrenaline coursing through their veins, he stepped into the ring and managed to claim victory as well. As the day progressed, it became increasingly evident that the members of the Belize police team were not particularly well-trained boxers, and the team handed them a thorough thrashing that left little doubt about their superiority. The situation escalated to a point where some of the police fighters had to be physically manhandled into the ring to compete, only to face the inevitable defeat that awaited them in the bouts ahead. In the moments leading up to the fights, one fighter found himself trembling in his shoes, overwhelmed by the chaotic thoughts swirling through his mind. At one point, during the walk over to the island, an overpowering urge to flee washed over him. The anxiety was nearly paralyzing. However, deep down, Ozui understood that he had to confront the situation head-on. His pride would never allow him to entertain such a cowardly notion as running away from a challenge that he had agreed to face. In hindsight, Ozui should have known better. One of humanity's greatest struggles is the tendency to forget crucial lessons, just as he had done in that moment. He had temporarily lost sight of the wisdom he had previously learned, that the mind often constructs limitations that can stifle true potential and capabilities. This realization was not new to him. How many more experiences would it take before he truly internalized this lesson for good? As the fights continued, Ozui resolved to push through his fears and embrace the challenges that lay ahead. He recognized that the true battle was not solely within the confines of the ring but also within himself. The mind possesses a formidable influence over actions and perceptions, and he was determined to break free from the self-imposed limitations that had held him back for far too long. Each victory in the ring served as a powerful reminder that overcoming doubts and fears was just as crucial as the physical aspect of boxing itself. This journey was not merely about the fights, it was about the growth, resilience, and self-discovery that were forged through the challenges he faced along the way. With each round, Ozai was not just fighting his opponents, he was also battling his inner demons and learning to rise above the mental barriers that sought to confine him. The experience would ultimately teach him invaluable lessons about courage, perseverance, and the importance of believing in oneself, shaping him into not only a better fighter but also a stronger individual. Each punch thrown and each victory earned brought him one step closer to conquering the doubts that had once threatened to hold him back, solidifying his resolve to continue pushing forward no matter the obstacles he encountered. After the intense bouts had come to an end, the team was granted a much-anticipated reprieve from their rigorous boxing training, allowing them the freedom to reconnect with their respective companies and sections. At long last, one fighter felt he had the opportunity to engage in all those adventurous pursuits Ozai had envisioned during his youth. It was a chance to immerse himself in the jungle, much like Humphrey Bogart or the heroic figures from the classic films that had fueled his dreams and aspirations about what life in the army could be like. As preparations unfolded for their upcoming exercise in the Belize jungle, excitement bubbled within him like a fizzy drink bursting with energy. Although Belize had since become an independent nation, at that time it operated as a self-governing British colony, with the British military maintaining a significant presence in the region. The looming threat posed by neighboring Guatemala made it strategically crucial for the British to keep ground forces stationed in Belize, thereby ensuring stability and security in an area that was fraught with geopolitical tension. Ozai could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he envisioned himself navigating the thick, verdant foliage, fully immersed in the sights and sounds of the lush jungle that had always intrigued him. The prospect of adventure loomed large in his mind, and he was eager to seize the opportunity to step away from the structured confines of training and into the wild, where he could explore the beauty of nature and channel his inner adventurer. As the group busily prepared for the exercise, they gathered their gear and meticulously ensured that they were well equipped for the challenges that awaited them in the uncharted terrain. The thrill of exploration was palpable, and Ozai felt a surge of anticipation as they discussed their plans and strategies for navigating the jungle. This was more than just a military exercise, it was a chance to connect deeply with the environment and experience firsthand the wonders of the Belizean jungle. Ozai looked forward not only to the camaraderie of his fellow soldiers but also to the thrill of the unknown that lay ahead. The prospect of traversing through unspoiled wilderness, discovering hidden paths, and encountering exotic wildlife filled him with exhilaration. This adventure promised to create lasting memories, forging bonds with his comrades as they faced the elements together. The jungle awaited, and he was ready to embark on this thrilling new chapter of exploration, leaving behind the worries of competition and embracing the spirit of adventure that had first drawn him to the army. The allure of the jungle called to him, and he was determined to answer, ready to immerse himself in an experience that would shape his outlook and enrich his understanding of both nature and himself. The dreams of adventure that had once danced vividly through Ozai's imagination as a young boy began to manifest into reality when the team was assigned the challenging task of bivouacking deep within the heart of the jungle. They were required to skillfully blend into the lush and vibrant scenery that surrounded them, becoming part of the very landscape. A wave of exhilaration washed over him as he realized that he was already quite adept at this undertaking. During the exercise, his expertise afforded him a level of comfort that stood in stark contrast to that of his fellow soldiers, who struggled to cope with the harsh conditions of their environment. Drawing upon the abundant natural materials the jungle provided, Ozai ingeniously crafted an impressive covering that shielded him from the elements, creating a sense of luxury amidst the unforgiving surroundings. His proficiency in swiftly cutting wood and assembling a makeshift shelter in the limited time available made him feel not only accomplished but also resourceful, demonstrating his ability to adapt to circumstances. While most of his colleagues, including the platoon sergeant and the officer in charge, opted to sleep exposed to the vastness of the night sky, he reveled in the small sanctuary he had created, feeling a sense of pride in his ingenuity. Ozzy had often fantasized about moments like this, envisioning how exhilarating it would be to live out his childhood dreams in the wilderness, surrounded by the beauty of nature. However, the reality of the situation soon proved to be more challenging than he had initially anticipated. Despite understanding that the human body possesses an incredible ability to adapt to various circumstances, the truth was that the conditions were nearly unbearable. The oppressive heat hung in the air like a thick, suffocating blanket, wrapping around him and making every movement feel laborious. The relentless swarm of mosquitoes seemed to descend upon them from every direction, buzzing incessantly and eagerly seeking out any exposed skin. These insects became unwelcome companions, their constant biting and irritating hum making sleep nearly impossible. This relentless disturbance left Ozzy feeling fatigued, irritable, and on edge throughout the daylight hours, a far cry from the adventurous spirit he had envisioned in his youthful imagination. As Ozzy lay nestled within his makeshift shelter, he could feel the insects crawling over him, a persistent and unwelcome reminder of their presence. After a while, fatigue set in to such an overwhelming degree that he found himself too exhausted to swat them away as he attempted to settle down for the night. The dream of adventure still flickered in his heart, but the harsh realities of jungle life were beginning to test his endurance and resolve. Each night felt like a battle against the elements, and as the days wore on, he recognized that the thrill of adventure came hand in hand with discomfort and the necessity to endure. In those challenging moments, Ozzy learned that true adventure was not solely about the excitement of exploration but also about confronting the myriad challenges that accompanied it. Pushing through the discomfort and embracing the unpredictable nature of the jungle experience became an integral part of his journey, forcing him to fully accept the reality of his surroundings. The lessons he gathered during those sweltering nights and exhausting days would shape his understanding of resilience, adaptability, and the very essence of adventure itself. These experiences served as a poignant reminder that the journey often involved both hardships and triumphs, each contributing to the richness and depth of the overall experience, ultimately shaping him into a more seasoned and capable individual. The situation in the jungle had become increasingly precarious, and Ozzy found himself in a state of semi-dehydration. The only source of water available to him was what he could carry in his 2 issued water cans, which proved to be woefully inadequate for the grueling conditions they faced. On one particularly sweltering occasion, when dehydration had started to take a significant toll on the platoon, the commander made the strategic decision to dispatch a reconnaissance party in search of a reliable water source. The soldiers had been sweating profusely under the relentless heat, and it was abundantly clear that the minimal amounts they carried in their water bottles could not possibly replenish the vital fluids their bodies so desperately required. When the reconnaissance party eventually returned, they reported a sighting of water, much to the collective relief of the team. However, the company commander immediately issued orders for everyone to relinquish their water bottles. In the midst of this combat exercise, he felt a strong sense of foreboding, convinced that the members of the recce party were likely to encounter trouble. If they did, it would leave the rest of the platoon stranded in the heart of the jungle without any means of hydration. As his fellow soldiers eagerly emptied their bottles into their stomachs and surrendered both of their containers to the reconnaissance team, Ozzy hesitated. He decided to part with only one empty bottle, firmly believing that they would indeed get caught. The temptation to quench his thirst from the full bottle he retained was overwhelming, but he managed to resist the urge, fully aware that it might be his only source of hydration for an uncertain duration. With the recce party setting off, everyone except Ozzy was left without water, heightening the tension among the remaining soldiers. As time dragged on, anxiety began to build. The reconnaissance team had become overdue. Then, the unsettling news arrived that the recce party had been captured. A profound sense of dread washed over the group. If this had been a real combat scenario, they would have faced dire consequences, potentially even fatal repercussions. Interestingly, when the news broke, Ozzy experienced no shock or surprise. This was not a result of extensive experience as a soldier, but rather due to an instinctual feeling that had guided his decision-making process. This gut instinct was so compelling that it propelled him to defy the order to surrender both of his water bottles, unlike the other soldiers who had willingly complied. How did he know? Ozzy recalled hearing tales of soldiers in Vietnam who would find themselves confronted with a choice of paths. Faced with a crossroads, instead of adhering to the designated route, they would instinctively opt for another direction, seemingly going against orders but ultimately avoiding ambushes set by the Vietnamese forces. Perhaps his situation mirrored those accounts, guided by an inherent instinct for survival. Eventually, the tour came to a close, and they began their journey back to the UK. As they retraced their steps homeward, Ozzy found himself reflecting on the lessons learned and the experiences endured in the unforgiving jungle. The knowledge that he had listened to his instincts served as a profound reminder of the importance of intuition in navigating the complexities of military life. Trusting one's gut can be an invaluable asset in the field, reinforcing the notion that sometimes the most crucial decisions arise from a deep-seated sense of awareness and understanding of one's environment. Upon their arrival at the Royal Welsh Fusiliers Barracks in Tidworth, located in the scenic southern reaches of England, Ozzy was filled with anticipation to discover what life would entail at their home base. It quickly became evident that life there mirrored the structure of a conventional 9-to-5 job, albeit with the added responsibility of occasionally performing guard duty. This meant that he could find himself stationed at the barracks over the weekend or assigned to a night shift during the week, introducing a level of unpredictability to their daily routine. Fortunately, these duties were relatively brief, as Ozzy was still an active participant in the battalion boxing team. With championship fights on the horizon, the team was granted special exemptions from the majority of standard duties, allowing them to concentrate fully on their training regimen. This privilege meant that they were engaged in training almost continuously, and they even received specially imported tracksuits from the United States, which made them feel like true champions preparing for a prestigious competition. In many respects, they were treated like royalty within the military framework. The Army took meticulous care to ensure they had access to a specially designed diet that catered to enhance their performance, and compared to the other soldiers, they were undeniably pampered. While the rest of the squad dies adhered to standard meal plans, the boxing team enjoyed meals that were thoughtfully prepared to support their rigorous training schedules and optimize their physical condition. Their evenings provided a much-needed respite from the demands of training, allowing them to unwind and socialize. They often made their way into the local town, where they could indulge in various leisure activities, including a well-frequented bowling alley that offered a fun atmosphere. Alternatively, they would frequent the local disco known as Moulton's, a popular venue open for dancing and entertainment 2 nights a week. For those seeking a change of scenery, they also explored the nearby towns of Salisbury and Andover. Friday nights were particularly enticing for outings to these towns, as it afforded them the freedom to enjoy themselves without the looming concern of returning to barracks in time for morning reveille. As Ozzy settled into this new rhythm of life at Tidworth, he began to appreciate the delicate balance between the demanding training required for boxing and the camaraderie that naturally arose during their evenings spent together with fellow soldiers. Tidworth transformed into a place where the rigors of discipline were met with moments of joy and relaxation, crafting a unique military experience that allowed him to develop both as an athlete and as a member of a close-knit team. The combination of hard work, training, and social opportunities created an exhilarating chapter in his military journey, and he was eager to embrace everything this new environment had to offer, all while forging lasting friendships and honing his skills in the sport he loved. Ozzy recalled one particular night with striking clarity, a night that had etched itself into his memory. Not long after returning from their deployment in Northern Ireland, he, along with 2 friends from the boxing team, decided to venture out for an evening in Salisbury. However, embarking on a night out with his fellow boxers turned out to be a significant miscalculation. Within the Army, comrades often evolve into a family, and after spending extensive time together, a deep and unbreakable bond naturally develops among them. That evening, they indulged in a vigorous drinking session, participating in the typical revelries associated with off-duty soldiers. They made their way to a lively local disco, where they consumed copious amounts of alcohol, celebrated their camaraderie, and inevitably found themselves embroiled in a skirmish. The hours slipped away in a haze of excitement and merriment, leaving them feeling invincible and carefree. When the disco finally closed its doors for the night, they made the decision to embark on their journey back to the barracks. Unfortunately, their attempts to hail a taxi proved fruitless, as every cab in the vicinity appeared to be occupied or unavailable. Faced with this dilemma, they opted to undertake the long 15-mile trek from Salisbury to Tidworth. By that point, all three of them were quite intoxicated. He was not accustomed to such heavy drinking at that time. With their rigorous training regimen of 3 to 4 sessions each day, they were in peak physical condition, and the alcohol they had consumed had an exaggerated effect on their systems. As they ambled along the roadside, Bobby Kinsey, one of his friends, suddenly spotted a few cars parked in a nearby lot. Fueled by the bravado that often accompanies alcohol consumption, he impulsively decided to test the doors of one of the vehicles, an idea that likely wouldn't have crossed his mind had it not been for the influence of the beer. Without warning, seemingly out of nowhere, a policeman appeared and confronted Bobby with a sharp inquiry, "Is this your vehicle?" Bobby, in a moment of reckless bravado and impaired judgment, replied affirmatively. The officer then proceeded to ask for Bobby's name and retrieved his walkie-talkie, preparing to call in to verify the ownership of the vehicle in question. Realizing the seriousness of the situation unfolding before him, Bobby's reaction was swift and shocking. In a moment of panic, he knocked the walkie-talkie from the policeman's hand and, fueled by adrenaline, delivered a punch squarely to the officer's face. The entire sequence of events transpired so rapidly that Ozzy could hardly comprehend what he had just witnessed. It felt surreal, as if all the chaos he thought he had left behind in Wales had resurfaced in this unexpected moment, leaving him standing in a state of disbelief. Then, the gravity of their predicament crashed down on him like a tidal wave. They were in serious trouble. In an instinctive reaction, they quickly split up, each taking off in different directions. Ozzy quickly deduced that running along the road would be an unwise course of action, as the police would undoubtedly catch up to them in no time. His first instinct was to evade the main thoroughfare entirely. Nearby, Ozzy spotted a high wall and scrambled over it in a desperate bid for escape. As he climbed, he caught sight of what appeared to be Chinese gravestones, though he could never confirm their origin. He only knew they looked distinctly Asian and out of place amidst the surroundings. Beyond the wall, Ozzy found himself enveloped by an overgrown area filled with bushes, standing at the rear of someone's property and surrounded by a dense thicket of trees. He thought this secluded spot would serve as an ideal hiding place until he could devise a more coherent plan. As he crouched among the thick foliage, he felt a rush of adrenaline mixed with fear coursing through his veins, acutely aware of just how quickly the night had spiraled out of control and how drastically their initial fun had transformed into a chaotic escape from authority. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on him as he contemplated his next move, hoping to evade capture and find a way back to safety. Ozzy lay down amidst the turmoil. The intoxicating effects of the alcohol combined with the physical exertion from running had thoroughly taken their toll, leading him into a deep and heavy sleep. When he finally stirred awake, confusion enveloped him like a thick fog. He had no idea where he was or how he had ended up in that unfamiliar place. The memories of the policeman and the chaotic events that had transpired earlier were a complete blur, leaving him blissfully unaware of the trouble that loomed ominously on the horizon. Determined to find his way back to the camp, Ozzy climbed over the wall and began his trek toward safety. As he approached the Salisbury roundabout, a sudden sight sent a jolt of fear coursing through his veins. A police car was parked nearby, its presence a stark reminder of the reckless night he had just endured. In an instant, everything came rushing back to him. The sight of the police car approaching caused his heart to race uncontrollably, and it screeched to a halt with alarming intensity. In a state of sheer panic, he took off running as fast as his legs could carry him, but then another police car appeared, followed closely by yet another vehicle screeching to a halt nearby. Panic overtook Ozzy completely, gripping him like a vice. By this time, the officers had exited their vehicles and were now pursuing him on foot, their determination palpable in the air. He sprinted in one direction, only to be confronted by a policeman charging toward him. Acting on instinct, he stopped abruptly, grabbed at the officer in a desperate attempt to evade capture, and then ducked to the side. The officer's forward momentum sent him tumbling through the air, crashing down flat on the ground in a pile. As Ozzy changed direction once more, another policeman appeared in his path, and in a moment of sheer instinct, he couldn't quite recall how it happened, but somehow that officer also ended up sprawled on the ground, taken by surprise. Then another officer came barreling toward him, but he was quick on his feet. His instinct for self-preservation surged within him, propelling him to keep moving forward and evade capture. It felt as though the entire Salisbury police force had mobilized that night, determined to bring him down, especially since one of their own had been assaulted. Ozzy quickly realized that by continuing to run and frequently changing his direction, he managed to keep the officers spread out, preventing them from forming a cohesive group around him. He was only forced to contend with one officer at a time, and they seemed remarkably unfit. He felt as though he could easily outpace them. For a time, everything seemed to be going remarkably well. Ozzy created a small clearing as yet another policeman stumbled over his own feet, and it appeared that escape was within reach. He could see a way out ahead, aiming for the open fields that lay before him, convinced that once he reached the expansive countryside, he would be free from their relentless pursuit. With determination fueling his every move, Ozzy put one foot in front of the other, feeling a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of freedom. But then, in a cruel twist of fate, his foot struck something unexpectedly, a broken paving slab, perhaps, and in an instant, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The world seemed to tilt around him as he hit the pavement, and before he could even process what had happened, the police were upon him, a swarm of authority closing in. Within moments, they had overpowered him, their numbers and training proving far too much for him to handle. The thrill of escape faded swiftly, replaced by the harsh reality of capture as he lay there, defeated and surrounded, the weight of his actions pressing down upon him like a heavy shroud. They forcefully yanked his arms behind his back, securing a set of handcuffs around his wrists with an utterly brutal tightness. The cuffs were fastened so snugly that even the slightest movement sent jolts of excruciating pain radiating through Ozzy's arms, a stark reminder of his predicament. After securing his wrists, the officers proceeded to bind his ankles together in a similarly harsh manner, ensuring that his ability to move was severely restricted. With little regard for his dignity, they carried him like a skewed pig toward the waiting police car, where he was unceremoniously deposited for the ride to Salisbury Police Station. Upon their arrival, the officers roughly dragged him up the cold concrete steps of the station, carelessly dropping him at the top before hauling Ozzy inside. It was abundantly clear that they were far from pleased with him, their expressions reflecting a simmering anger and frustration that made it evident he was not their favorite person at that moment. Once inside the station, Ozzy quickly realized that his friends Bobby and Clacker had already been apprehended and were seated in one of the nearby rooms, their expressions echoing his own sense of anxiety and uncertainty. The police removed the handcuffs from his ankles, but they left the restraints on his wrists, which were now beginning to throb painfully. The discomfort escalated to the point of becoming almost unbearable, yet something deep within him refused to allow them the satisfaction of knowing just how much agony he was enduring. A fierce determination surged within him, compelling him to maintain an air of defiance despite the pain that continued to intensify. The officers ultimately made the decision to place Ozzy into a holding cell, further solidifying his predicament. Attempting to keep a composed demeanor and avoid appearing desperate, he approached one of the officers and asked, "Are you going to take these handcuffs off now?" The officer paused for a brief moment, perhaps weighing his options or simply enjoying the power he held, before finally turning to retrieve the keys. When he returned, he unlocked the cuffs, but the damage had already been done. It would take nearly a year for his wrists to fully heal and return to their normal state. As Ozzy settled into the stark confines of the dimly lit cell, he took a moment to absorb the dismal surroundings. The cold, unyielding walls and the oppressive atmosphere pressed down on him like a heavy blanket, reinforcing the reality of his situation. Looking around at the grim sight before him, he couldn't help but think to himself, with a deep sense of resignation and dread, he would not want to spend any longer than absolutely necessary in such a bleak and unforgiving environment. The realization of how quickly his night had spiraled out of control weighed heavily on his mind as he contemplated the consequences of his reckless actions and the uncertainty of what lay ahead in this distressing chapter of his life. Each passing moment in that cell served as a painful reminder of the choices he had made, leaving him to ponder the repercussions that awaited him beyond those cold, steel bars. The alcohol continued to cloud Ozzy's thoughts and distort his perception, leading him to engage in a rather peculiar pastime to pass the time. At that moment, the legendary Bruce Lee had just released his most iconic film, Enter the Dragon, which had ignited a wave of almost superhuman fighting energy in the minds of countless impressionable young people around the world. Ozzy was undeniably one of those captivated youths, utterly enchanted by Bruce Lee's extraordinary skills and magnetic charisma. Unbeknownst to anyone around him, Ozzy had taken on the persona of none other than Bruce Lee himself in his mind. The walls of his baroque room were adorned with posters and images of the martial arts icon, and as proud members of the boxing team, they naturally gravitated toward such powerful role models who embodied strength, discipline, and an unwavering spirit. In his fervent quest to emulate Bruce Lee as closely as possible, Ozzy had managed to acquire a pair of nunchucks, which he practiced wielding diligently. However, this endeavor was not without its risks. In the hands of an untrained user, nunchakus can become dangerous instruments, often resulting in painful self-inflicted injuries in unfortunate areas. Ozzy vividly recalled one particularly agonizing incident when he accidentally struck himself in the groin, causing him to double over in excruciating pain. That painful experience kept him from practicing for a significant period, and when he eventually returned to his training, he approached it with a newfound caution and respect for the weapon. As he sat there in the dimly lit confines of his cell, his imagination began to roam freely, carrying him back to memories of his training. He recalled how deeply impressed he had been by an exercise that Bruce Lee famously performed, push-ups balanced solely on his thumbs. This was a challenge he had already undertaken, and to his delight, he had developed a commendable level of expertise in the art of thumb push-ups. Many times, he had astounded his boxing colleagues with this unique display of strength and balance. Motivated by a sense of nostalgia and a desire to channel his inner martial artist, he began to perform thumb push-ups right there in the cramped space of his cell. While he was fully engrossed in his push-up routine, one of the police officers approached his cell to check on him, peering through the peephole in the door. At that moment, he didn't think much of it. He was completely immersed in his own world of physical exertion and determination. After the officer walked away, he began to hear the sound of more footsteps, a gathering of officers approaching the cell door. This time, it was a whole group, and he sensed a discussion taking place just outside, revolving around their intent to teach him a lesson for allegedly assaulting one of their colleagues. Anticipating the door to swing open at any moment, Ozzy prepared himself, bracing for whatever confrontation was about to unfold. Strangely enough, he didn't feel frightened in the slightest. Rather, he was in a heightened state of readiness, fueled by an indomitable fighting spirit that the effects of the beer had yet to diminish. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, as if he were channeling the very essence of Bruce Lee himself, ready to confront whatever challenge lay ahead with the fierce determination of a martial artist poised for battle. Each breath he took was a reminder of his resolve to stand his ground, even in the face of overwhelming odds, and he was fully prepared to face whatever might come through that door. Another voice resonated through the corridor, exclaiming, "Have you seen him and what he did tonight?" The tone was tinged with disbelief and apprehension. Then, in a moment of defiance, one officer declared, "I'm not going in there." The sound of their footsteps receding down the hall filled him with an unexpected surge of pride and confidence. The alcohol continued to cloud Ozzy's thoughts and distort his perception, leading him to engage in a rather peculiar pastime to pass the time. At that moment, the legendary Bruce Lee had just released his most iconic film, Enter the Dragon, which had ignited a wave of almost superhuman fighting energy in the minds of countless impressionable young people around the world. Ozzy was undeniably one of those captivated youths, utterly enchanted by Bruce Lee's extraordinary skills and magnetic charisma. Ozzy's ego swelled larger than ever, buoyed by their evident respect and fear of him. They couldn't possibly grasp the profound effect their words had on this young, impressionable lad. He found himself pondering whether his inflated sense of self-worth would ever return to earth after this exhilarating moment. However, the buoyancy of Ozzy's ego was soon met with a stark reality check. The haze that had clouded his thinking gradually began to dissipate, and the harsh light of truth crept in. It struck him with chilling clarity: he could indeed be facing expulsion from the army for his reckless behavior that night. The thought filled him with a deep sense of dread. Before long, the regimental police arrived, taking him and his companions into custody and transporting them back to the camp in Tidworth. They were placed under arrest for a couple of nights, confined to their barrack rooms, with the weight of impending consequences pressing down on them. Eventually, they were permitted to return to their regular routines, but not without facing the repercussions. They were subjected to Yankeers, a punishment that involved being assigned an array of extra duties that felt relentless until the day they were scheduled to appear in court. A heavy sense of foreboding settled over Ozzy as he contemplated his uncertain future. He was convinced that he would be expelled from the army, having witnessed others endure the same fate for far lesser offenses. To his dismay, he soon discovered that he was being charged with actual bodily harm and grievous bodily harm against police officers. The severity of his predicament hit him like a thunderclap. One officer had suffered a broken arm, another a broken leg, and several others bore minor bruises. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he grappled with the implications of his actions. What had started as an innocent night out had swiftly devolved into chaos, all because Bobby had chosen to strike a police officer. Ozzy's own troubles had only intensified as a result of the tumultuous events at the roundabout. He couldn't shake the thought: if only he had made the decision to stay in that night, none of this turmoil would have unfolded. But the past was an immutable reality, and there was no way to rewind time. It is all too easy to view things clearly in hindsight. The clarity that time provides often highlights the missteps one longs to rectify. Yet, what was done was irreversibly done. Now, all that remained was to await the inevitable consequences of their actions, with a sense of dread enveloping him like a heavy fog. The reality of Ozzy's situation loomed large, casting a shadow over his thoughts, and he braced himself for whatever reckoning awaited him. The uncertainty of what would come next was both terrifying and humbling, and he could only hope for the best while preparing for the worst. Time seemed to stretch interminably for Ozzy, each passing minute dragging on as the army engaged in deliberations over how best to address their troubling situation. Eventually, they reached a decision to provide them with a defense in civilian court, appointing an officer to represent their interests. This officer skillfully crafted a narrative that portrayed them as returning heroes from Northern Ireland, merely unwinding and letting their hair down after their demanding service. As the court date approached, they braced themselves for the worst outcome, fully aware that assaulting a police officer was considered a serious offense that could result in severe consequences. His circumstances felt particularly precarious, as Ozzy was not merely facing a single charge, rather, he had an extensive list of charges weighing heavily against him. The sheer volume of these allegations amplified his anxiety, and he feared that he was especially likely to face dire repercussions as a result of his actions. When the court case finally reached its conclusion, Ozzy was utterly astounded to learn that they had been granted what felt like a miraculous reprieve, receiving nothing more than suspended prison sentences. However, the relief he felt was short-lived, as the army made certain that they would still bear the consequences of their actions. His pay was abruptly halted for an extended duration, leaving him without any financial resources for months on end. To make matters worse, they were also assigned additional duties as a form of punishment, serving as a constant reminder of their misdeeds. To his astonishment, Ozzy discovered that he remained a member of the army. This realization was bewildering, but gradually, it began to make sense. They were regarded as the pride and joy of their commanding officer, his special little boxers, and he was determined not to let them slip away so easily. As long as the military perceived that they were willing to endure the repercussions imposed upon them, it would ultimately work in their favor. This incident, despite its severity, appeared to exemplify the attitude that the army valued as a crucial asset. In the eyes of the commanding officer, their willingness to confront the fallout from their actions showcased resilience and toughness, qualities that the army held in the highest regard. Thus, Ozzy found himself still standing firmly in uniform, albeit with a newfound understanding of the complexities of loyalty and the heavy price one pays for their choices. This experience served as a sobering reminder of the fine line between pride and recklessness, highlighting the significance of making decisions that align with the values of service and responsibility. The lessons learned throughout this ordeal would linger in Ozzy's mind, shaping his perspective as he continued to navigate the myriad challenges that lay ahead in his military career. It became clear to him that the path of service was not merely about fulfilling duties, it also involved a deep understanding of accountability, the impact of one's actions, and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. The journey was far from over, and he was determined to emerge from this experience as a wiser and more disciplined soldier. As Bobby and his companion stepped out into the bustling night, the air was thick with an infectious energy. The Moulton was alive with the sounds of music and the vibrant chatter of patrons, spilling out into the streets like an enticing siren call. It had been some time since either of them had allowed themselves a proper night out, and even though he had firmly resolved to abstain from drinking, a small part of him longed for a respite from the strict regimen of training and the austere lifestyle he had been leading. Upon entering the venue, they were immediately enveloped by the exhilarating atmosphere. The flashing lights danced in sync with the pulsating beats, and the crowd moved rhythmically, as if attempting to shake off the burdens of their everyday lives. Bobby guided his friend toward the bar, where he ordered a soda, determined to stick to his vow of avoiding alcohol. As Ozzy watched the other patrons indulge in their drinks, he felt a sense of camaraderie, even as he chose a different path for the evening. As the night unfolded, he noticed a group of familiar faces from the boxing circuit. They were animatedly exchanging stories, laughing heartily, and boasting about their recent conquests in the ring. A surge of pride washed over him as he reflected on their collective hard work and determination. The atmosphere felt like a well-deserved celebration of all the sacrifices they had made to earn their titles. Then his eyes landed on her, the same young woman he had encountered earlier, now surrounded by a lively group of friends, her laughter ringing out above the thumping music. A sudden impulse surged within Ozzy to approach her again, but the memory of her earlier dismissal held him back. Instead, he leaned against the bar, observing the scene around him, feeling a mix of intrigue and caution as he watched the lively interactions. Just then, Bobby nudged him with a grin, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he pointed toward the dance floor. "Come on, let's show them what we've got," he shouted, pulling his friend into the swirling mass of dancers. With a laugh, Ozzy surrendered to the rhythm and the electric atmosphere, allowing himself to be swept up in the moment. As they danced, he caught a glimpse of the boxer from earlier, still lurking in the shadows, attempting to charm another girl. A sense of relief washed over Ozzy, knowing the other man appeared distracted, but a small part of him remained alert. It was easy to succumb to the excitement of the night, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that there could still be unexpected twists awaiting them. Eventually, Ozzy found himself on the periphery of the dance floor, seeking a moment to catch his breath. That's when he noticed her looking his way again. She offered a slight wave, and this time, he felt a spark of connection igniting between them. Perhaps it was the intoxicating atmosphere or the shared experience of their earlier encounter, but he decided to take a risk. With newfound determination, he approached her, hoping for a more positive exchange. "Hey there, I'm really glad to see you're okay," he began, aiming for a casual yet sincere tone. "It seems like you're having a fantastic time." Her face lit up with a genuine smile that radiated warmth. "Yeah, I am. Thanks for checking on me earlier. It was a challenging night, but I managed to hold my own." "I had a feeling you could," he replied, feeling increasingly comfortable in her presence. "I just wanted to ensure you were safe in that situation." Their conversation began to flow effortlessly, and as the evening progressed, he found himself genuinely enjoying her company more than Ozzy had initially expected. It was refreshing to connect with someone outside the boxing world, someone who understood the myriad challenges they all faced. In that moment, amidst the laughter and the pulsating music, Ozai realized that life encompassed far more than the relentless grind of training and the pursuit of accolades. It was about forging meaningful connections, cherishing moments of joy amidst the chaos, and discovering unexpected friendships that could blossom in the most unlikely of circumstances. The night was transforming into something special, and he felt a renewed sense of hope and possibility brewing within him. They made their way into a charming little pub in Tidworth, a favored haunt for the squad dies, and it was within those familiar walls that Ozai noticed her, the very same woman involved in the incident from the previous week. Bobby, ever eager to mingle, expressed his desire to chat up the ladies, while he found himself captivated by the Canadian woman who accompanied her. With that in mind, he decided to join them at their table, hoping to forge a connection. Shortly after their arrival, the two women excused themselves to visit the ladies' room. When they returned, they had swapped seats. At first, he interpreted this shift as a clear sign that the Canadian lady's interest in him was lacking. However, he later discovered that the change had been orchestrated by Jane, the friend of the Canadian woman, who had taken the initiative to switch places. Jane, however, did not particularly impress him, she simply was not his type. He had a preference for women who embodied a more traditional femininity, and he found it rather odd to see a woman drinking beer from a pint glass. Although this practice had become more commonplace over the years, it was a first for him in that moment, leading him to believe that only men typically drank from such large glasses. In fact, he was not accustomed to seeing women in bars at all, as it was generally frowned upon back in Wales. Bobby, however, was resolute in his pursuit of the Canadian girl. Throughout the evening, he kept thrusting pints of beer in front of him, and it wasn't long before his determination to abstain began to wane. The convivial atmosphere and Bobby's relentless encouragement wore him down, and he eventually found himself participating in rounds, surrendering to the cheerful ambience of the pub. As the night wore on, Bobby urged him to stay close to Jane, insisting that he give her a chance. With each passing moment, he felt more intoxicated and increasingly disinterested, firmly stating, "No way. I'm not attracted to her." Yet, despite his reluctance, Bobby persisted in his pleas throughout the night, determined to see his friend engage with Jane. As time progressed, he began to reconsider his initial judgment. Jane didn't appear so unappealing after all. He understood he couldn't let his friend down. Bobby had become completely enamored with the idea of winning over the Canadian woman. The allure of the night intensified, and the group eventually decided to head back to her place, where the atmosphere shifted to a more intimate setting, and they engaged in the activities of the evening. What had commenced as a hesitant outing soon transformed into an unexpected adventure filled with laughter, camaraderie, and potential connections. He felt a mixture of excitement and uncertainty about how the night had unfolded, pondering the unforeseen directions it might take and the new relationships that were blossoming around him. In that moment, he realized that sometimes the most memorable experiences arise from spontaneity, and he was ready to embrace whatever came next. When he stirred awake the following morning, a pervasive sense of dread enveloped him as he came to the harsh realization that he had once again found himself ensnared in a predicament he had never wished to encounter. The same two adversaries loomed large in this unfortunate situation, alcohol and his friend Bobby Kinsey. The hazy memories of the previous night clung to him like a heavy fog, and he felt a deep wave of regret and anxiety settle in the pit of his stomach. In a desperate effort to extricate himself from the awkward circumstances, he managed to slip out of the house under the guise of promising to visit her that very evening after completing his training. Yet, the truth of the matter was that he had no genuine intention of following through with that promise. The mere thought of facing the consequences of his actions filled him with trepidation, and he sought to buy himself some precious time to figure things out. Before long, Jane delivered the life-altering news that would irrevocably change his future. She informed him that she was pregnant. The weight of her revelation hit him with the force of a freight train, leaving him to grapple with a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions. Panic surged through him, mingled with an overwhelming sense of responsibility and urgency. At that moment, he knew instinctively that he had to make a choice: the idea of abandoning her at such a crucial juncture was simply unacceptable. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, he arrived at a startling conclusion: he would need to leave the army if he were to stand by her side. This decision was not made lightly. It was a culmination of deep reflection and a burgeoning sense of commitment. He understood that waiting for the proper channels to grant him permission would only complicate matters further and delay the support Jane so desperately needed. Consequently, he resolved to act decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, he went absent without leave, AWOL, and transformed himself into a man on the run. As the gravity of his hasty decision began to settle in, he contemplated the path he had chosen. He was not merely evading military obligations, he was embarking on an uncertain journey fueled by the desire to support Jane and the new life they were about to create together. The weight of this newfound responsibility pressed heavily upon his shoulders, but it also ignited a fierce determination within him. In that pivotal moment, he recognized that his life was on the cusp of a profound transformation, one that would unfold in ways he could not yet fully comprehend. Despite the uncertainty that lay ahead, he felt an unwavering resolve to confront whatever challenges awaited him. Guided by the deep sense of duty he now felt toward Jane and the future they would share, he steeled himself for the unknown. Whatever trials and tribulations lay in store, he was committed to embracing them with courage, driven by the bond he felt with Jane and the life they were poised to build together. Chapter 7. Absent without leave. Shortly after he made the momentous decision to go AWOL, effectively sacrificing his military career, he received the shocking news that Jane was, in fact, not pregnant. This revelation hit him like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of disbelief. It was disheartening to come to terms with the fact that he had taken such a significant and impulsive step based solely on what he believed to be her impending motherhood. He had always harbored ambitious dreams within the army, with aspirations to join the elite Special Air Service, SAS, regiment. The weight of his decision to abandon his post was profound, and it had been Jane's supposed pregnancy that spurred him to take such drastic action. Now, hearing her declare that she was not expecting filled him with a sense of regret and confusion. As if the situation could not become more convoluted, fate took an unexpected turn, and Jane soon announced that she had indeed become pregnant after all. This news brought a whirlwind of emotions crashing over him, relief mingled with anxiety and a burgeoning sense of responsibility. To prepare for this new chapter in their lives, they moved into an apartment in Dudley, nestled in the West Midlands of England. Their first impression of the place was less than favorable. It was a shabby little unit that lacked both character and charm. However, they were fortunate to have some financial resources at their disposal, which enabled them to breathe new life into the dreary apartment, transforming it into a cozy sanctuary where they could begin to carve out a life together. Despite their initial good fortune, he was acutely aware that their financial resources were not limitless. He understood all too well that, sooner or later, their money would inevitably begin to dwindle, leaving them vulnerable to the challenges of financial instability. With this looming reality casting a shadow over their future, he set out to find work. Ultimately, he managed to secure a position as a bricklayer's laborer in Bilston, an opportunity he seized eagerly, viewing it as a crucial starting point for their new life together. As he embarked on this job, he experienced a profound realization: this role represented a complete departure from the disciplined and structured environment of the army that he had once known. The physical labor was not only demanding but also vastly different from the camaraderie and regimentation he had been accustomed to during his military service. Nevertheless, a sense of determination began to take root within him. This position, while a far cry from the military life he had left behind, was an opportunity to forge a path forward for both himself and Jane. He recognized that he was now responsible not only for his own future but also for the well-being of their growing family. With each brick he laid and every task he completed, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was resolute in his commitment to make this situation work, no matter the obstacles that lay ahead. The journey would not be easy, but he was ready to face the challenges of this new life with grit and determination, fueled by the love and responsibility he felt for the family they were about to create together. For the past 3 years, he had reveled in a life of leisure, characterized by extensive training sessions, the pleasure of enjoying nutritious meals, and the luxury of having plenty of time to himself. However, the abrupt transition into his new reality was nothing short of shocking. He now found himself in a job that demanded an astonishing 12 hours of his time each day, 7 days a week, with only a scant 15-minute break in the morning and a half-hour respite in the afternoon. This was a far cry from the comfortable routine he had grown accustomed to, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and fatigued. Despite the demanding nature of his new role, his determination to earn a living remained steadfast. The stakes were high. If he did not work, he had no safety net to rely on, especially given his status as an absentee from the army. To navigate this precarious situation, he operated under a false name, which resulted in him being taxed at an emergency rate. Yet, even with these challenges, the pay he received was still relatively decent, providing him with a glimmer of hope amid the difficulties he faced. The summer of 1976 was particularly brutal, with a relentless heat wave gripping the region. Working outdoors in such oppressive conditions left everyone feeling parched most of the time, making it essential to stay hydrated in order to cope with the sweltering temperatures. It became customary among the workers that when nature called, they would take the lift down to the ground floor, walk a considerable distance to the urinals, and then make their way back to the job site, trying to maximize their efficiency. On one particularly scorching day during this heat wave, he found himself in quite a predicament. He was bursting to relieve himself but felt overwhelmed with the work that lay ahead, convinced he could not afford to spare the time to step away from his responsibilities. In a moment of desperation, he quickly snatched up an empty soda bottle, entered the lift to provide himself with a semblance of privacy, and relieved himself into the bottle. Once he had finished, he hastily set the bottle down, still feeling the pressure of time weighing on him, and rushed back to his duties, entirely forgetting about the makeshift solution he had left behind. The irony of this incident was not lost on him as he returned to the job, fully engrossed in the tasks at hand. The oppressive heat continued to beat down upon him, and he remained focused on his work, blissfully unaware of the fact that he had unwittingly abandoned a rather unsavory reminder of his predicament. This small act of desperation would soon become a humorous anecdote, highlighting the absurdity of his situation, a stark reminder of how drastically his life had changed and the lengths to which he was willing to go in order to adapt to a world that had become increasingly demanding and challenging. Little did he realize that this minor incident would encapsulate the trials and tribulations of his new life, ultimately serving as a light-hearted story amid the ongoing struggles he faced. A couple of hours later, as the frantic pace of work began to subside, the crew decided it was time to head down to the works cabin for their much-anticipated tea break. Everyone squeezed into the lift, and while one of the workers engaged in lively conversation with a bricklayer, he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, one of the men bending down to pick something up from the floor. Curiosity piqued, he turned to see the man grasp the very bottle he had foolishly used to relieve himself earlier. His heart sank as he watched the bricklayer unscrew the cap and bring the bottle up to his lips. In a panic, he instinctively opened his mouth in an attempt to shout a warning, but it was far too late. The damage was irrevocably done, and he quickly realized that even if he had mustered the courage to speak up at that moment, it would hardly win him any favors. In fact, his very job depended on his ability to get along with these bricklayers. If they decided they didn't like him, he could easily find himself out of work in no time at all. To his utter shock, the bricklayer took a hearty gulp and swallowed the contents without hesitation. His mouth hung open in disbelief as he locked eyes with the man, waiting for a reaction of utter disgust to manifest. Surprisingly, there was none. Instead, the bricklayer simply passed the bottle on to another worker, and to his amazement, the same series of actions continued. One by one, the bricklayers took their turns sipping from the bottle until 5 of them had gulped down what he knew to be a very unappetizing beverage. When the bottle was finally offered to him as well, he felt a moment of hesitation wash over him. The liquid inside was a garish bright orange, a clear indication of his dehydration, and he politely declined the offer, feigning nonchalance. Observing the lack of any visible reaction from the others made him start to wonder if perhaps someone had swapped out the bottle he had used for another, leaving his shameful contribution to disappear unnoticed. As the last bricklayer took a swig, the atmosphere in the cabin grew thick with anticipation, with everyone watching keenly. The man pulled the bottle away from his lips, and horror washed over his face as he spat out the liquid in pure disgust. In an instant, the room erupted into raucous laughter from all the brickies who had drunk from the bottle before him. At that moment it became glaringly obvious to the onlooker that this was, indeed, the same bottle he had so carelessly abandoned earlier. Despite the overwhelming urge to confess his guilty secret, he chose to keep the truth buried deep within him. The sheer absurdity of the situation, coupled with the camaraderie among the workers, even in light of such a foul discovery, made him realize that sometimes ignorance can be bliss. He felt a complex mix of relief and guilt as he watched the laughter unfold around him, having narrowly escaped a potential disaster while managing to maintain his standing among the crew. This bizarre incident would become a memorable lesson, one he would not soon forget, serving as a reminder of the unpredictable nature of life and the lengths to which one can go in the name of survival. These men were undeniably a unique breed, distinguished by their extraordinary work ethic and remarkable stamina. Not only did they endure grueling 12-hour shifts every single day of the week, but they also managed to hit the town for a night of revelry after their work was done. Their ability to balance such demanding labor with an active nightlife was nothing short of impressive. Among them was Frank, a character who had established a reliable routine that he followed religiously each night. After the pubs closed their doors, he would invariably find himself at the same Indian restaurant, surrounded by his fellow bricklayers. Frank would always order his favorite meal, eat about half of it, and by 2:30 a.m. he would be so utterly fatigued that he would collapse headfirst onto his plate, his beard soaking in the spicy vindaloo curry. In mere moments, he would fall into a deep slumber, completely oblivious to the surroundings and the laughter of his companions. What was truly admirable about Frank and his fellow brickies was their unwavering commitment to their work. Despite their late-night escapades and indulgent meals, they consistently showed up on the job promptly at 7:30 a.m., fully energized and ready to take on the day's challenges. As a young lad, he had immense respect for these men, admiring not only their physical strength but also their dedication to their craft. It didn't take long for the crew to figure out that he was AWOL from the army, a fact that could have led to trouble. However, instead of treating him with disdain, they welcomed him into their ranks and showed him kindness. They appreciated his efforts and recognized that he was a diligent laborer who contributed meaningfully to the team. By this stage, the workforce had significantly dwindled. The initial group of 400 laborers who had been part of the project when he first started had now shrunk to just 2, along with the 6 bricklayers who remained steadfast. 6 months had passed since he began, and he found himself securing far more work than he had initially anticipated from what was originally meant to be a 4-week job. As the construction project approached its final stages, he was presented with an enticing job offer from the construction firm. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided not to accept the position. Doing so would require uprooting their lives once again and relocating to a site near Newcastle, a prospect that felt daunting. By that time, he was completely drained and desperately in need of a break from the relentless pace of work. With a mix of gratitude and melancholy, he parted ways with the crew, cherishing the camaraderie, shared experiences, and the valuable lessons he had learned during his time on the job. At this juncture, Jane and his relationship had taken a significant downturn, becoming increasingly marred by conflict and discord. Arguments erupted with alarming regularity, leaving him feeling utterly unprepared to handle the emotional fallout that inevitably followed. Instead of confronting the issues at hand, he often found himself simply walking out the door, leaving her to manage the aftermath of their disputes on her own. During this turbulent period, he was not accustomed to engaging in verbal confrontations. The notion of 2 people hurling insults at one another felt entirely alien to him. He struggled to grasp the purpose behind such hostile exchanges, which only served to bewilder and dishearten him. As time progressed, Jane grew more determined to prevent him from leaving their home, often standing resolutely in front of the door as he attempted to exit. After enduring a series of these intense confrontations, one fateful day, he reached a breaking point. In an impulsive act of desperation, he physically moved her aside to make his escape. In retaliation, she struck him. The immediate shock of her violence sent a wave of emotional turmoil crashing over him. He felt profound confusion and distress, unable to comprehend why she would resort to such aggression when he believed he had done nothing to provoke it. A powerful surge of what he could only label as negative emotion flooded through him. She had inflicted pain on him, and from his perspective, he felt he did not deserve to be treated in such a manner. The next time she blocked his path, he pushed her aside with even greater force, his anger continuing to simmer beneath the surface. He wrestled with the troubling question of why someone could become so volatile over seemingly trivial matters, and the experience of being physically harmed only intensified his resentment. This unsettling situation led him down a dark path of thought that made him uneasy. How would she react if I struck her? As the weeks turned into months, these troubling thought patterns began to solidify into something more substantial and troubling within his mind. He was acutely aware of this transformation, and although he found it distasteful, he lacked the maturity and insight to manage his emotions effectively. Over time, what had started as a simple act of forceful movement evolved into outright pushing her away. Eventually, that push escalated into a slap. He recognized that Jane possessed a remarkably strong personality, one shaped by her upbringing. It was evident she had navigated her childhood and adolescence without experiencing any significant discipline or correction. This lack of self-control was glaringly apparent. He felt as though he was observing the behavior of a child who threw tantrums and always got her way. It dawned on him that he might need to assume the role of a father figure that her own father had failed to fulfill. If he did not take this responsibility seriously, he feared that his own life could descend into a living nightmare, where he would constantly be forced to yield to the whims of such a strong-willed individual. The only factors tethering them together during this tumultuous time were the fact that she was pregnant and that he was simultaneously evading the army. Shortly after celebrating his 21st birthday, the arrival of his first son filled him with immense joy. He regarded this little boy as the most extraordinary birthday gift he could ever have wished for. The sight of his son brought him an overwhelming sense of pride and affection, and he cherished every precious moment spent with him. Occasionally, they would make the journey to visit Jane's father, who resided in Gosport on the southern coast of England. Jane's father had divorced her mother and remarried a woman named Bet, who had a daughter 2 years older than Jane. One day, Jane expressed her desire to introduce him to Betty's daughter, a girl he had never met before. Her name was Kay, and he felt a mixture of anticipation and apprehension as he prepared for this introduction, uncertain of how this new relationship would affect their already complicated lives. The prospect of meeting Kay stirred a sense of curiosity within him, as he wondered how she would fit into their evolving family dynamic and what impact this connection would have on his relationship with Jane and their newborn son. They arrived at Kay's residence, a mix of excitement and apprehension coursing through them as they pressed the doorbell. Kay answered promptly, her warm and inviting smile instantly putting them at ease as she welcomed them into her home. With genuine hospitality, she invited them to take a seat and graciously offered them a comforting cup of tea, a gesture that created an inviting and cozy atmosphere. Kay had short, stylish blonde hair that framed her face elegantly, and her striking blue eyes sparkled with warmth and intelligence, captivating anyone who looked her way. She was impeccably dressed, showcasing a lovely figure that radiated both confidence and poise. The interior of her home was immaculate, filled with bright light and vibrant decor, adorned with an array of flowers that added a cheerful and lively touch to the environment. It was a delightful setting that instantly made any visitor feel welcomed and comfortable. Additionally, Kay had a young daughter who resembled a little angel, with long blonde hair cascading gracefully down her shoulders and big blue eyes that shone with innocence and wonder. As he settled into his seat and began to absorb the enchanting surroundings, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Kay. Then, something peculiar began to unfold before his eyes. It felt as though she was enveloped in a soft, ethereal mist that surrounded her, creating an almost surreal and dreamlike aura. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, hoping to dispel this strange vision, but it remained unchanged. An overwhelming attraction surged within him, making it difficult to reconcile his feelings with the reality of his situation. He was already committed to someone else and had a family that depended on him, yet he couldn't shake the inexplicable sensation that he knew Kay on a deeper level, even though this was their very first meeting, or so he believed at that moment. In the days and weeks that followed, thoughts of Kay lingered in his mind with surprising frequency. What struck him most was that their conversation had been minimal, yet her essence seemed to have left an indelible mark on his consciousness. He often found himself daydreaming about her, lost in reflections of what might be. Over the years, he had the opportunity to see her 3 more times. As time passed and circumstances shifted, his feelings remained unchanged. He would never forget how she evoked in him a sense of familiarity, as if she were someone extraordinarily special who had always been a part of his life. At this juncture, he had secured a position with a chemical company known as Robinson Brothers in West Bromwich. To navigate the challenge of lacking a national insurance number that matched his assumed identity, he resorted to using his brother's insurance details to stay off the Army's radar. It was quite an adjustment for him to hear someone refer to him as John. Many times, he would hear his name and instinctively fail to respond, mistakenly believing they were calling another person. While working at Robinson Brothers, he aimed to maintain a low profile, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. During this time, an unusual incident occurred, one that had never taken place in the company's extensive history of 150 years. Their branch of the labor union held regular meetings, and he keenly observed how the union chief would present his agenda, followed by a call for a vote. It was fascinating to note how the majority consistently voted in alignment with whatever he proposed, even if it meant sacrificing a portion of their own earnings. The chief had a remarkable ability to frame his suggestions in ways that convinced the workers it was ultimately in their best interests to agree. It quickly became apparent to him that the union chief enjoyed privileges and advantages from management that far surpassed those of the average worker in the factory. Once he pieced together these observations and recognized how easily the workers were being led, an intriguing idea began to form in his mind. If such influence could be exerted so effortlessly, perhaps he could leverage his newfound understanding of human psychology to negotiate a pay raise for himself. With newfound determination, he decided to test his theory by spreading some carefully crafted rumors among the workers. His first step involved informing the night shift that the members of the day shift were extremely dissatisfied with their wages and were likely to vote for a strike at the upcoming union meeting. He then propagated the same rumor among the other shifts, suggesting that they too were preparing to take a stand. He would conclude his conversations by asking whether they would be willing to support his cause if the day shift decided to follow through with their plans. The response was predictable and immediate: "Yes, if your shift is going out, we'll have to join in too." This rumor quickly spread throughout the factory, igniting a sense of unrest that permeated all shifts and creating a palpable tension in the air. When the next union meeting arrived, he stood up, prepared to articulate his thoughts and make his move, fueled by the momentum of the situation he had created. His heart raced with excitement and anxiety as he recognized the power of the influence he had inadvertently wielded. Before long, they found themselves united in a collective effort, all stepping out on strike to demand higher wages. Although there were a few individuals who were reluctant to participate in the strike, the overwhelming majority cast their votes in favor of taking action. In an effort to raise awareness of their cause, one of the workers decided to contact the local newspapers, which resulted in an eye-catching front-page story about a chemical factory that had never faced such turmoil in its 150 years of operation. The article prominently featured a photograph of him alongside several others, all standing resolutely in a picket line, a powerful visual that captured the essence of their struggle. Out of all the actions he could have taken, this particular choice seemed especially risky. After all, he was already on the run from the army, and now he found himself prominently displayed on the front page of the local paper for everyone in the community to see. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and there were no immediate repercussions for his bold actions. Ultimately, management responded to the pressure and agreed to grant them the pay raise they had been fighting for. This experience not only strengthened his resolve but also solidified his understanding of how easily people could be influenced by external thoughts and ideas, often without realizing the extent to which these influences shaped their behaviors. He recognized that individuals could be almost hypnotized into compliance. It only required one compelling thought from a single person to initiate a cascade of action. He drew a striking parallel between this phenomenon and the way newspapers shape public opinion. It often became evident that it was not necessarily the journalists' own opinions being presented, rather, the minds of the readers were subtly saturated with the ideas and biases of the article's author. This realization left him feeling uneasy about the potential consequences of such influence, as he considered it a particularly dangerous trait within the human population. He urged everyone to engage in introspection regarding their own political beliefs, questioning whether those views were truly their own or merely reflections of ideas absorbed through mass hypnotic suggestion, possibly catering to their own desires and biases. He recalled the story surrounding the Millennium Dome in London, which faced significant challenges, in large part due to negative media portrayal. From the very beginning, the press painted it in a negative light, fostering a narrative that it ultimately never managed to shake off. Yet, if one were to ask anyone who had actually visited the dome, they would likely describe it as a fantastic and enjoyable experience, filled with engaging attractions and memorable moments. Despite the initial excitement surrounding the project, it was always suggested that it would inevitably lose money. This skepticism is a common pattern with new ventures, as many seasoned businesspeople are well aware. However, the newspapers exacerbated these concerns, embedding the notion of failure into the public consciousness through a form of mass hypnosis. This manipulation of public perception not only showcased the power of media to shape opinions but also highlighted the profound influence it can wield over individuals and society as a whole, often with far-reaching implications that extend beyond the immediate situation. The stark reality of this phenomenon served as a reminder of the responsibility that comes with both consuming and disseminating information in a world increasingly shaped by media narratives. One fateful night while he was diligently working the late shift at Robinson Brothers, he experienced a vivid and unsettling dream that would haunt him for days. In this dream, he found himself amidst what appeared to be the catastrophic end of the world. The familiar surroundings of the factory morphed into chaos as employees frantically ran in all directions, their faces contorted with panic and fear. A thick, terrifying red haze enveloped everyone, creating an atmosphere of foreboding and despair. The sheer horror of the scene was so overwhelming that it jolted him awake, his body drenched in cold sweat, shaking uncontrollably from head to toe. The impression of that dream lingered with him for hours, leaving him deeply unsettled and struggling to regain his composure. As weeks passed in a blur of routine, one particular morning he woke up to turn on the news, only to be met with a shocking report that sent his heart racing. There had been a significant accident at Robinson Brothers. One of the process pots at the chemical plant had exploded, causing a scene of devastation. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, but several individuals had been hospitalized for treatment due to injuries they sustained during the incident. The factory was temporarily shut down as repairs were initiated to address the damage caused by the explosion. When the plant finally resumed operations, he returned to work, but the atmosphere was thick with tension and uncertainty. Rumors began to circulate about the accident, and though he initially tried to ignore the gossip, his curiosity was piqued when he overheard an account from one of the workers who had been present during the explosion. This individual, speaking with the weight of first-hand experience, vividly recounted the terrifying event, explaining the sequence of chaos that had unfolded that day. He described seeing a red haze engulfing everyone in the vicinity, an eerie parallel to the scene he had witnessed in his disturbing dream. With wide eyes, he relayed how people had been running in all directions, panic evident in their frantic movements, and he himself had been convinced it was the end of the world in that moment of sheer terror. As he listened to this first-hand account, an icy chill ran down his spine, it struck him with startling clarity that this was the very scenario he had envisioned in his dream only weeks earlier. How could this phenomenon be possible? How could he have foreseen such a catastrophic event 3 weeks before it actually occurred? The realization sent his mind spiraling into a whirlwind of confusion and intrigue. It felt as though some mysterious connection had bridged the gap between his subconscious mind and the tangible world around him, leaving him to grapple with the unsettling implications of his premonition. This experience not only unsettled him but also ignited a profound curiosity about the enigmatic nature of dreams, the concept of fate, and the unseen forces that might govern their lives. He found himself questioning the very fabric of reality, pondering whether there might be more to the world than met the eye, and if perhaps, some dreams held deeper meanings that transcended ordinary understanding. He has often found himself deeply engrossed in these contemplations, and even to this day, he occasionally experiences the intriguing phenomenon of perceiving events in his dreams before they actually take place. He is firmly convinced that he is not alone in this experience. There must be countless others who have encountered similar occurrences, each with their own interpretations and insights regarding these enigmatic visions. Over time, he has become increasingly attuned to the fact that these precognitive dreams tend to manifest with greater frequency during periods when he engages in regular meditation practices. This connection has prompted him to reflect on the significance of this phenomenon and its implications for his personal understanding of reality. He has arrived at the belief that there exists a dimension of human experience that transcends the physical confines of flesh, bone, and blood, a part of oneself that possesses the remarkable ability to journey beyond the limitations of the physical body while it is at rest or in slumber. This phenomenon can be described by various names, whether it be the soul, the astral body, or another term entirely, it signifies something profoundly significant. Not only does he hold the belief that the soul can detach itself from its physical vessel, but he also postulates that it may possess the extraordinary capability to traverse the very fabric of time itself. If it is indeed possible for the soul to venture forward into the future, he contemplates the intriguing possibility that it may also be capable of journeying backward through time. Although he has yet to gather conclusive evidence from his own experiences to substantiate this theory, he has encountered numerous accounts from others that lend credence to this fascinating notion. Considering these reflections, he finds himself grappling with the fundamental essence of time, or more precisely, what humanity refers to as time. Time is conventionally measured in days, with a single complete rotation of the Earth representing a 24-hour cycle. This rotation is further divided into 24 distinct units, or hours, which are subsequently broken down into smaller increments of 60 minutes. These minutes are then subdivided into seconds, creating a complex and intricate system of measurement that governs our daily lives. In essence, the measurement of time is merely a reflection of the Earth's motion through space. What humanity designates as the future is, in reality, a projection based on the number of rotations the Earth will make on its axis. From this perspective, one can derive two significant conclusions. First, that what mankind perceives as time, encompassing both the future and the past, are constructs of the mind, useful for navigating and organizing certain aspects of daily existence, and second, if human beings possess the ability to traverse forward in time, it necessitates a profound re-evaluation of how we conceive of time itself. The most fitting interpretation, based on the evidence available, is that the phenomenon of time does not exist independently of human perception. Instead, time exists solely due to mankind's practical need for measurement and organization in their lives. Our true existence unfolds within the is phenomenon, situated firmly in the present moment, yet simultaneously capable of reflecting upon both what we refer to as the past and the future. This concept can be likened to a geneticist examining a gene, able to discern the potential pathways for growth that the gene may yield. The possibilities for the future are already encoded within that gene, waiting to be activated and realized. Moreover, consider the many individuals classified as psychics, clairvoyants, mediums, and others who claim to see what we typically label as the future. This so-called future is essentially it exists in the present, encompassing a finite number of options that are inherently available, each poised to develop under the right conditions and circumstances. In lieu of the conventional notion of time, he proposes adopting the concept of growth. Growth, particularly at the molecular level, corresponds to physical movement, exemplified by the Earth's rotation, which we mistakenly refer to as time. Ultimately, it all revolves around motion. Growth is a form of movement, and this movement is what humanity perceives as time. By shifting our understanding from a linear perspective of time to a more dynamic and holistic concept of growth, we may gain deeper insights into the nature of existence and our place within the intricate web of life. This reconsideration not only enriches our understanding of time but also invites us to explore the profound connections between our experiences, our consciousness, and the universe at large. Let us delve into another fascinating example that has intrigued many over the centuries. Across various cultures, numerous mystics have turned to tools like crystal balls or tarot cards in their quest to glean insights into what is often labeled as the future. Remarkably, they have demonstrated a level of accuracy in their readings that cannot be easily dismissed. Yet, this prompts a compelling inquiry: what exactly are these practitioners doing when they use such instruments? Are they truly perceiving the future as if it were unfolding on a television screen before their very eyes? He posits that the answer is likely more nuanced than that. Rather than viewing these tools as mere windows into the future, mystics and clairvoyants utilize them to stimulate and engage specific aspects of their sensory apparatus that possess the capacity to perceive deeper truths. This innate ability is always present, lying dormant within each individual. However, it requires a conducive environment and deliberate practice to activate and exercise the sensory faculties needed to access this state of awareness, which he refers to as the is. To draw a parallel, consider the work of scientists in the field of genetics. With the proper tools, advanced technology, and a wealth of knowledge, they can predict the characteristics of a fully developed individual based on the genetic blueprint encoded within their DNA. In much the same way, a clairvoyant or mystic harnesses their heightened sensory apparatus to access the is, enabling them to perceive insights that transcend the ordinary constraints of time and space. The process that these mystics engage in is not merely a superficial glance at potential futures, it is a profound connection to the underlying truths that govern existence. By directing their focus and honing their intuitive skills, they can tap into a heightened state of awareness that reveals the intricate interconnections between events, much like a scientist interpreting the complexities of genetic data to uncover the potential pathways of life. Consequently, the act of utilizing a crystal ball or tarot cards transforms into a means of awakening and refining the perceptual capacities that may otherwise remain dormant. Through this enhanced state of consciousness, they are able to glimpse the multifaceted web of possibilities that comprises the is. In doing so, they unveil insights that may appear to be prophetic visions of the future, yet are deeply rooted in the interconnected nature of reality. This perspective encourages a re-evaluation of how we understand foresight and intuitive insight, recognizing that these abilities may not simply be linear predictions of what lies ahead. Instead, they may arise from a profound comprehension of the fundamental nature of existence itself. Ultimately, it becomes an exploration of the remarkable capacities of human perception and the rich, intricate tapestry of reality that envelopes us at every moment. This understanding invites us to appreciate the depth of our own intuitive abilities and the ways in which they can connect us to the broader universe, illuminating paths and possibilities that may have otherwise remained hidden from view. Chapter 8. Giving Up. 2 years had passed since that transformative moment, and now Jane was pregnant again. The mounting pressure within their relationship had escalated to an unbearable level, creating an environment that felt increasingly toxic and oppressive. The situation deteriorated to such an extent that, in a moment of intense anger and desperation, she brandished a knife and thrust it toward him, a shocking act that vividly illustrated the chaos that had enveloped their lives. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the full force of the knife, narrowly avoiding a potentially devastating injury by instinctively moving just in time. If he had hesitated for even a fleeting moment longer, the consequences could have been dire, forcing him to confront the harsh reality of their circumstances. That harrowing encounter marked a definitive turning point for him. It extinguished any remaining flicker of hope he had for salvaging their relationship. With a heavy heart and a troubled mind, he resolved to return to the army, believing that facing the trials and tribulations they would throw at him was far more preferable than enduring any further mistreatment that Jane had been inflicting. The fact that another child was on the way added layers of complexity to this already difficult decision, weighing heavily on his conscience. Despite his earnest and sincere attempts to bridge the widening gap between them, their relationship had devolved into a destructive cycle characterized by escalating violence and hostility. As he contemplated their predicament, it became painfully evident that remaining together would only lead to further deterioration, a reality that would undoubtedly have a profoundly negative impact on their children. It was deeply troubling to consider that they would have to bear witness to the turmoil and conflict that defined their lives. More importantly, this was not the kind of environment he wanted for them, a life overshadowed by chaos and instability. He longed for a more peaceful existence, one where his children could grow up in a nurturing atmosphere, free from the pervasive shadows of conflict that loomed over them like a dark cloud. With these sobering realizations weighing heavily on his mind, he recognized that decisive action was imperative. It was time to extricate himself from the turmoil and take responsibility for both his own well-being and that of his children. He made the resolute decision to turn himself in, fully aware that this choice would usher in an uncertain future filled with challenges. Yet, there was a profound sense of relief in finally making a choice that aligned with his aspirations for a better life. This decision, though fraught with potential difficulties and uncertainties, felt like the first significant step toward reclaiming his autonomy and ensuring that his children could grow up in a healthier, more stable environment. He hoped to provide them with the opportunity for a brighter future, one that was not overshadowed by the tumult of their troubled past. This was his chance to break the cycle and create a new path for himself and his family, one grounded in love, safety, and the promise of a better tomorrow. Chapter 11. Giving up. He made his way to the local police station and turned himself in, a decision that weighed heavily on his mind. After processing his surrender, they transported him to Litchfield Barracks, and from there, he was taken to Cwrty Army Camp near Abergavenny. It had been 5 long years since he had last set foot in Cwrty, and now he found himself reflecting on how far he had come. He had come full circle in a way, grappling with the aftermath of a broken relationship, one child already in the world, and another on the way, who, due to the choices he had made, he feared he might never see again. It was evident that he had created quite a mess of his life. Because he had voluntarily surrendered, the army placed him under open arrest, a status that allowed him more freedom than he had initially anticipated. He was not confined to a cell all day, as he had imagined would be the case. This unexpected degree of liberty led him to contemplate whether he had indeed made the right choice, until, to his astonishment, Jane appeared at Cwrty. Jane expressed her deep remorse for her past actions, and he could see the toll it was taking on her. She was visibly upset, pregnant, and in tears, and he felt a surge of compassion that made it impossible for him to turn her away. They came to a mutual decision. They would seek a place back in his hometown and attempt to start afresh, hopeful that perhaps things would be different without the constant pressure of him being in hiding. The army provided him with an important choice. He could either remain with the army if he completed a stint in Colchester, commonly referred to as the Glass House, or he could opt for a discharge from military service. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to take the discharge, realizing that continuing his life as a soldier while trying to support a family would be unfeasible. He had seen other soldiers struggle to balance the demands of military life with the responsibilities of marriage and parenthood, often leading to complications. If he had felt more secure in his relationship, he might have chosen to stay, but despite his affection for the army, he concluded that it was not meant to be. They submitted an application for public housing, and because of his recent discharge, he quickly moved to the top of the housing list. Before long, they found themselves settled in subsidized housing back in Trevethan, conveniently close to his mother. He had come back to his roots, both literally and figuratively. He soon found employment with a local coal delivery firm and re-established connections with his old contacts in the boxing community, allowing him to return to training. He had missed the familiar smell of sweat and leather, as well as the exhilarating high that followed each training session. He felt revitalized, back to doing what he loved most. When Jane went into the hospital for a cesarean section, he anxiously waited outside in the parking lot, nestled in an old Bedford camper van he had purchased. He was determined to be present for the birth of their child, wanting to ensure he would not miss this significant moment. Everything went smoothly during the delivery, and soon they welcomed a healthy baby boy into the world. Overwhelmed with joy, he held the child in his arms, feeling the immense significance of having another son. It was a moment of pure bliss, signifying a new beginning for their family, and he felt a renewed sense of hope for their future together. By this point, the once romanticized image of them as modern-day Bonnie and Clyde had significantly lost its allure. In truth, they were no longer even that close to one another. He distinctly recalled a moment when she turned to him with a look of vulnerability and asked, "Do you love me?" In response, he offered her an honest yet unsettling answer, admitting that he had no real understanding of what love truly meant. "I am with you, and you are with me, because we each want a piece of someone else," he explained, laying bare the complexity of their connection. For him, this sentiment was rooted in a more primal and straightforward understanding. It revolved around physical intimacy and the longing to create a home and family, constructing a protective barrier of security around oneself. Love, as he perceived it, was a completely foreign and elusive concept. He even came to the conclusion that it was merely a fabrication of people's imaginations. What many considered love appeared to him as a muddled confusion in their minds regarding a notion that didn't genuinely exist. In his view, it was akin to an addiction to a particular lifestyle, serving as just another outlet for stimulation, whether it be of the mind or the body. He regarded love as a dependency that grew stronger through habit, a cycle that perpetuated itself over time. This habitual attachment fostered a possessive mindset, leading to the belief that one could exert control over their surroundings and possess the person with whom they shared their life, or at the very least, convince themselves that they could possess her. However, he recognized the uncomfortable truth: one could not truly own another human being. Such an idea was fundamentally impossible. At this stage in his life, he was beginning to embrace a persona that could be described as a badass. He found himself working on a coal truck, earning a decent wage, but he also engaged in a side hustle, filling extra bags with coal and selling them on the side. There was no real sense of loyalty to his employer, nor any adherence to a moral code, except for the one that dictated that financial gain took precedence above all else. In fact, he was making twice as much from his illicit activities as he was from his official salary, a realization that fueled his ambitions. During this period, he formed a friendship with a man who owned 2 Saluki dogs, which he trained for deer hunting. This man would sell the venison he acquired, fully aware that this practice was illegal and carried a potential penalty of 18 months in prison. The danger of such activities only heightened the excitement for him, and all of their escapades were carried out under the cover of darkness, adding an element of thrill to their endeavors. Typically, they would venture to a location that was patrolled by a game warden, stealthily scaling the high stone walls of a sprawling country estate where the deer roamed freely. Once they managed to get over the wall, they would bring the dogs along, moving cautiously through the dense woods while keeping a keen eye out for any signs of the game wardens nearby. When they finally spotted a deer, they would illuminate it with a lamp, temporarily dazzling the creature and rendering it vulnerable. The dogs would then dart around the beam of light, attacking the bewildered deer. In that critical moment, one of them would step forward to cut the deer's throat, completing the grim task. Looking back on these actions now, he realized that many might find them abhorrent, just as he did today. The thrill of the hunt, the adrenaline rush of breaking the law, it all seemed exhilarating at the time. Yet, as he reflected on those experiences, they were now tinged with a profound sense of regret and disillusionment, revealing the darker aspects of his past choices and the consequences that accompanied them. This friend was also the one who first opened the door for him into the shadowy realm of serious crime. He had a rather unique approach to identifying potential targets. Traveling across the country, he would scope out various post offices, meticulously assessing their vulnerabilities and assigning them a risk score ranging from 1 to 10. The post office that received the lowest score would then become the focus of his attention, a prime candidate for him and his accomplice to hit. As their friendship blossomed, he gradually shared the details of this covert lifestyle, and their mutual interest in stalking deer served as a bridge that connected them. He found himself accompanying his friend on numerous excursions, each outing drawing him deeper into a world that was both exhilarating and fraught with danger. One fateful day, his friend approached him with a significant dilemma regarding a complication he was facing with his partner in crime. They had recently pulled off a heist at a post office, but to their dismay, the alarm had gone off unexpectedly. This forced them to make a rapid exit from the scene. Rather than jumping back into their vehicle and risking being intercepted by the police, who were actively patrolling the roads, they opted to trek cross-country, hiding their haul, approximately £10,000, in a secluded area. This duo had a well-thought-out strategy. They always made sure to target banks just before pension payments were due. This timing ensured that the safes would be bursting with cash, making their endeavors particularly lucrative. Their plan involved burying the money to facilitate a swift getaway, with intentions to return later and reclaim their stolen treasure once the heat had died down. However, when his friend returned to the designated location to retrieve the money, he was shocked to discover that his accomplice had already arrived and taken the entire stash for himself. Enraged, he reached out to confront his partner, resulting in a heated confrontation. It became clear that this accomplice had made a calculated decision to double-cross him, absconding with the money and showing no intention of sharing any of it. It was at this critical juncture that he recognized an opportunity to interject himself into the situation. This was his moment to let his ego take center stage, to demonstrate to his friend and his criminal contacts just how tough and resourceful he could be. In his imagination, he envisioned himself as a commanding figure in the underworld, a notorious gangster whose reputation would instill both respect and fear in equal measure. The prospect of embodying such a persona was intoxicating, and he felt an overwhelming urge to seize the moment. Driven by ambition, he was eager to assert himself in this dangerous game, feeling a thrill at the thought of proving his mettle. The allure of becoming someone of significance in this perilous world filled him with a sense of purpose, propelling him further down a path he was increasingly drawn to, despite the inherent risks and moral dilemmas it presented. The plan they devised was refreshingly straightforward yet undeniably risky. They intended to confront his former accomplice, coax him into the car, and essentially intimidate him into compliance. At that time, he possessed a sawn-off shotgun, which he believed would serve as a potent tool for instilling fear in their target. As per their arrangement, they arrived at the doorstep of the ex-accomplice with a sense of purpose. His friend knocked firmly on the door, and after a terse exchange of words filled with tension, the two men climbed into the vehicle. He remained in the back seat, quietly observing the interaction, the weight of the shotgun resting ominously beside him, a silent reminder of the seriousness of their intentions. After a brief but charged dialogue, coupled with a few encouraging words from his friend, the atmosphere in the car shifted dramatically. His mere presence in the back, armed with the shotgun, added an undeniable air of intimidation to the situation. The tension escalated rapidly, and the ex-accomplice, realizing the gravity of the predicament he was in, ultimately conceded and handed over his share of the stolen money without further protest. This event marked a pivotal moment in his life, as he had successfully established a reputation for himself as someone who was unafraid to take bold and decisive action to secure financial gain. He had demonstrated that he possessed bottle, a street term that signified courage and determination. The successful resolution of this situation earned him respect within the criminal circles, solidifying his status as an individual willing to do whatever necessary to navigate the perilous world of serious crime. This incident was not merely a one-off event, it represented a turning point that granted him a sort of ticket into the murky depths of this underground realm, where the stakes were perilously high, and the consequences of failure could be dire. He felt a rush of exhilaration at having crossed a threshold, stepping deeper into a life filled with danger, excitement, and the tantalizing promise of swift rewards. He found himself becoming increasingly convinced of the role he had meticulously crafted for himself within the unforgiving landscape of the housing projects. The tough guy persona he had adopted granted him a considerable measure of respect among his peers, solidifying his status in this harsh and often brutal environment. Yet, as time wore on, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him, the nagging suspicion that it was only a matter of time before he ended up behind bars. Everything in his life appeared to be spiraling out of control, and he could sense that the walls were closing in around him. Amidst this turmoil, he stumbled upon a profound realization, a principle he had not gleaned from any book or academic pursuit. It was a truth forged through hard experience: for every ill-gotten gain he acquired, there would invariably be a price to pay. The adage, "what goes around, comes around," echoed loudly in his mind, and he found it to be undeniably applicable to his own life. Each time he resorted to theft or deceit, he would inevitably face repercussions that manifested in various forms, leading to a life riddled with unhappiness and discontent. Despite this growing awareness, he stubbornly clung to the belief that money was synonymous with happiness. He was convinced that the more wealth he accumulated, the better his life would be. Ironically, this obsession with financial gain only deepened his sense of dissatisfaction, as he began to recognize that the path he was treading was fraught with peril and despair. Compounding his troubles was the deterioration of his relationship with Jane, which had plummeted to an all-time low. The violence that characterized their interactions was escalating, and he was acutely aware that he was the architect of this turmoil. In a moment of defiance, he had resolutely decided that he would no longer play the submissive role in their arguments. He was determined to assert his dominance, vowing not to let her gain the upper hand any longer. One particular incident escalated dramatically, spiraling completely out of control. Fueled by his newfound resolve not to allow her to win any more disputes, he felt compelled to take drastic measures to ensure his victory. The familiar pattern played out once again. They engaged in a massive confrontation over something trivial, and he was undeniably the instigator of the chaos. His mental state was deteriorating rapidly. He could feel his sanity slipping through his fingers like sand. The consequences of his reckless actions no longer held any weight in his mind. It was as though he had adopted a self-destructive, devil-may-care attitude, one that signified just how far he had strayed down this dark and treacherous path. This realization served as a stark reminder of the chaotic life he had chosen, leading him further away from any semblance of happiness and deeper into the abyss of despair. The particulars of that incident had become increasingly obscure in his memory. When an individual finds themselves engulfed in such a chaotic mental state, the ability to recall events often slips away, much like how people tend to forget key moments during a traumatic experience. His rage had escalated to an overwhelming level, and the emotions surged within him with such intensity that, in the heat of the moment, he found himself gripping the shotgun and aiming it at her head, poised to pull the trigger. Then, something extraordinary and almost surreal happened. It felt as though he had been struck in the face by a pulsating blue light, flashing on and off in a disorienting manner right before his eyes. That sudden jolt of clarity pulled him out of his frenzied mindset. In that critical moment, he became acutely aware of what was truly unfolding. He saw the flashing lights of a police car reflecting through the window. They were standing in the bedroom, which was situated on the ground floor and directly aligned with the road outside, making them visible to anyone passing by. Reflecting on that moment now filled him with a profound sense of dread and regret. If that police car had arrived just a second later, he would have undoubtedly pulled the trigger and ended Jane's life in a moment of uncontrollable fury. It felt as if some form of divine intervention had stepped in at the last possible moment to prevent an unimaginable tragedy. They had endured numerous arguments in the past, yet he could never fully grasp why someone chose to call the police during this particular confrontation. Their disputes had become a common occurrence, and the neighbors had grown accustomed to the tumultuous chaos that often erupted between them. It was deeply unsettling for him to reflect on how perilously close he had come to crossing a line from which there would be no return. The flashing lights of the police car served as a pivotal moment that effectively pulled him back from the brink of disaster. In that instant, he realized the gravity of his actions and the catastrophic potential consequences that could have forever altered the trajectory of both their lives. The realization weighed heavily on him, serving as a haunting reminder of the darkness that had threatened to consume him and the life he had been leading. He found himself arrested and taken into custody, where he was placed in a police cell and the shotgun was confiscated as evidence of his reckless actions. Looking back on that harrowing experience, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having been spared from a fate that could have been utterly catastrophic. The guilt that he would have had to carry for the rest of his life would have been simply unbearable. He would not just have been accountable for a murder, he would have been responsible for the murder of his son's mother, a heavy burden that he could never have lived with. At that point in his life, he was treading a treacherous path, feeling an intense pressure to prove himself while being a deeply troubled young man battling inner demons. Not long after his arrest, his brother, John, appeared at the police station and extended an offer to him, asking if he would be interested in working alongside him. John was residing in Manor Park, a suburb near London, and he was employed in the vibrant and bustling West End. This opportunity struck him as a potential turning point, a chance to regain control of his life, especially since he had recently been caught selling extra bags of coal on the side, which had led to his termination from that job. With Christmas fast approaching, he found himself in dire need of financial support. Accepting this new job meant he would have to temporarily set aside his boxing training. It had become increasingly challenging to focus on his training regimen amidst the mounting pressures arising from his domestic difficulties, even though, following the previous incident, there seemed to be a shift in dynamics. Something remarkable had shifted within Jane, and she appeared to have undergone a positive transformation. She became a model mother and partner, and the tumult of temper tantrums and arguments that had once characterized their relationship had vanished. It was as though the inner turmoil that had plagued her had finally dissipated. He speculated that the fear of staring down the barrel of a loaded shotgun, aimed by a man consumed with rage, had left a profound impact on her psyche. The realization that this could have been her final day alive must have shaken her to her core. She had never witnessed such unbridled fury from him before, and this frightening experience had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on her. However, within him, the darker impulses had been awakened. He had crossed a line, exceeding the boundaries of acceptable behavior, and he found himself feeling lost and unsure of how to navigate back to a place of stability. The job opportunity in London arrived at a crucial moment, offering him a much-needed respite from the complications of his relationship with Jane. This separation would provide him with the essential space to sort through his thoughts and feelings, allowing him to regain a sense of balance amid the chaos that had engulfed their lives. It was a chance for redemption, a pathway to rebuild not just his life but also his sense of self amidst the turmoil that had defined his recent past. During this tumultuous chapter of his life, he found himself residing with his brother John, working diligently to provide for himself. He made a concerted effort to contribute financially by paying rent, although it was a challenge to persuade John's wife, Terry, to accept the money. She was rather resistant to taking it, so he devised a strategy of hiding the cash in various spots where she would eventually discover it, ensuring that she wouldn't be able to return it. He lived with them for several months, but despite the arrangement, he made it a point to return to see Jane on weekends, striving to maintain some semblance of connection amidst the upheaval. Every Friday after work, it had become their customary routine to venture to the local pub for drinks with their colleagues from the firm. However, this tradition soon revealed itself to be a double-edged sword. Whenever he and John gathered together and the alcohol began to flow freely, trouble was almost guaranteed to follow. Both brothers were in their prime, overflowing with youthful vigor. John had been released from the detention center a few years prior, but during his time there, he had earned the impressive title of the British lightweight Olympic lifting champion. His formidable strength was matched only by his volatile temper, which could flare up unexpectedly. This very explosive temperament had played a significant role in his championship success. Ironically, it was also the same temper that had led to his expulsion from the Welsh schoolboy rugby team after he had physically overpowered an opponent, hurling him to the ground and nearly causing serious injury. Such an act requires an immense amount of explosive energy, and with John, this energy seemed to flow effortlessly. It was little wonder that he was an ideal candidate for such physically demanding sports. Even during his childhood, he exhibited a remarkably short fuse, always on the brink of an explosive outburst. Many of his peers were so intimidated by his reputation that they would actively avoid walking down the same street as him, fearful of inciting his temper. As their Friday night tradition continued, the combination of alcohol and John's unpredictable nature frequently resulted in heated confrontations, attracting unwanted attention and sometimes leading to physical altercations. Their nights out became a precarious balancing act, teetering between camaraderie and chaos, as they navigated the fine line between enjoyment and trouble. Each outing was a reminder of their shared pasts and the challenges they faced, all while they struggled to cope with personal demons and the lingering shadows of their previous lives. The camaraderie they shared often devolved into chaos, but it also provided a temporary escape from the burdens they carried, at least until the night inevitably spiraled out of control. Together, Ozzy and his brother formed an incredibly volatile combination, a recipe for disaster waiting to unfold. Time and again, after indulging in a night of heavy drinking, they would inevitably find themselves embroiled in conflicts, often with the odds stacked heavily against them. It's crucial to mention, however, that they never took advantage of those who were weaker or unable to defend themselves. On one particularly memorable occasion, they found themselves enjoying drinks in the bustling West End of London. As was often the case, Ozzy struggled to keep pace with the rapid-fire rounds being ordered. At that time, his body could comfortably handle only about 3 pints of beer, anything beyond that would push his stomach to its limits. Nevertheless, he made the futile attempt to keep up with his brother, who possessed an extraordinary ability to drink endlessly, as if he could go on until the break of dawn. As the evening wore on, Ozzy accumulated several rounds of drinks that his poor stomach simply could not accommodate. A wave of relief washed over him when the barman called out, "Time." However, John's determination to not leave the pub until every last drop of beer had been consumed meant they had to remain longer than the barman was comfortable with. As the atmosphere in the pub grew increasingly tense, the barman's patience wore thin. In a moment of frustration, John lashed out and swung at him, and all hell broke loose in an instant. Suddenly, it was just the two of them against a small army of 10 or 12 staff members, and they were severely outnumbered and outmatched. What ensued was a brutal and chaotic thrashing. The staff quickly surrounded the brothers, effectively trapping them in the middle of the pub. Both John and his brother emerged from the fray covered in cuts, bruises, and their own blood. Despite the painful beating, Ozzy felt a rush of adrenaline that ignited an insatiable urge to continue fighting, as if he were ready to battle to the very end. John, in a moment of wisdom, hesitated when Ozzy asked him, "Are you ready for some more?" They must have been quite a sight as they sat in the center of the pub, both sporting cut lips, swollen eyes, and bloodied noses, a testament to the chaos that had just erupted around them. Before long, the police arrived, their authoritative presence cutting through the turmoil and confusion. They swiftly moved to apprehend the brothers, effectively ending the chaotic night that had spiraled far beyond their control. As they were led away in handcuffs, the gravity of the situation began to sink in, leaving them to reflect on the reckless choices that had brought them to this point. What had started as a simple outing had devolved into a cautionary tale of excess and consequence, marking yet another chapter in their tumultuous lives. They found themselves taken to Bow Street Magistrates' Court, where the air was heavy with tension and uncertainty. John's past was a complicated one. He had previously faced legal troubles several years prior, but at that time, he had expertly managed to evade charges by executing a rather impressive disappearing act. Seizing this new opportunity, the authorities decided to charge him not only with the current offenses but also with his previous transgressions, thus keeping him in custody until their scheduled court date arrived. When the day of the trial finally came, both brothers were met with the judge's decision. They were sentenced to 3 months in prison, although the sentence was suspended for a year. This meant that any further misbehavior could result in them actually serving time, with the possibility of an additional penalty for any subsequent offenses they might commit. The weight of this ruling loomed heavily over them, casting a long shadow on their futures. With this reality hanging over their heads, both brothers understood they had to make a concerted effort to keep their noses clean. Ozzy believed this was an opportune moment to return home, as the prospect of incarceration was far too daunting. He felt it was in their best interests to part ways, recognizing that their association was becoming increasingly tumultuous and unpredictable. The situation seemed to be spiraling further out of control, and he feared that, after indulging in a few beers, they might completely forget the serious implications of their suspended sentences. Finding himself unemployed and running low on funds, he made the decision to return to Wales. In retrospect, he reflected on his time in London and suspected that the experience had only exacerbated his issues rather than improved them. His common-law wife, Jane, thrived on the idea of him as a tough, formidable figure. To her, whenever John and he came together, they transformed into the notorious Cray twins, infamous figures known for their criminal exploits in London. This perception became yet another image that floated around in his mind, adding to the complex web of identities he felt pressure to embody. Upon returning home, he rekindled his passion for boxing, diving back into training with determination in order to regain his former prowess in the ring. However, it wasn't long before he reconnected with an old friend, and together, they began devising a plan for a new venture. They made the audacious decision to carry out an armed robbery, a choice that would undoubtedly set them on a perilous path filled with uncertainty and danger. The thrill of plotting such a daring crime reignited the reckless spirit within him, overshadowing the caution that should have accompanied their recent encounter with the law. As they meticulously mapped out their next move, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they were once again stepping into a treacherous game, one fraught with potential pitfalls that could lead to severe consequences if they weren't extremely careful. The intoxicating allure of their plan pulled him deeper into a world of risk and excitement, blinding him to the reality of the dangers that lay ahead. They had already executed a successful heist involving a safe, and Ozzy found himself swept up in a whirlwind of expectations and self-imposed pressures. He was doing everything within his power to live up to an image that was, in truth, nothing more than a figment of both his and others' imaginations. With each passing day, this illusion seemed to solidify, becoming more and more of a tangible reality. The phrase, "as I thought, so I became," resonated in his mind, propelling him deeper into this constructed persona that he felt compelled to embody. While Jane had transformed into a much more agreeable partner to live with, it seemed that the time had come for him to go off the rails instead. He had completely lost sight of the distinction between right and wrong. For him, the notion of right had come to mean his entitlement to enrich himself, while wrong signified any situation where he did not achieve his desired outcomes. In this distorted framework, he was effectively crafting himself into his own god, prioritizing his desires and ambitions above any moral considerations. During this tumultuous chapter of his life, he found himself relying on unemployment benefits to make ends meet. The officials overseeing these benefits pressured him to take tangible steps toward finding employment, threatening to cut off his financial support if he failed to comply with their demands. In response to this ultimatum, he resolved to enroll in a 6-month course to become a bricklayer. Despite this pragmatic choice, he still clung to the belief that, in due course, he would soon be making significantly more money through boxing, convinced that he was on the verge of turning professional. This internal conflict created a sense of duality in his life. He was torn between the necessity of establishing stable employment and the unyielding dream of achieving success in the boxing ring. While he attempted to engage in a more legitimate path by taking the bricklaying course, the intoxicating allure of boxing and the potential for rapid financial gain tugged incessantly at him, urging him to abandon the safer route in favor of riskier endeavors. The struggle between these two identities added layers of complexity to the chaos of his life, as he wrestled with the growing disconnect between who he was becoming and the person he had once aspired to be. Each decision felt like a step further into a murky world where morality had become a distant concept, overshadowed by ambition, greed, and the relentless pursuit of wealth and status. As he navigated this treacherous terrain, Ozzy found himself entangled in a web of choices that blurred the lines between right and wrong, leaving him to ponder the consequences of his actions and the identity he was forging in the process. Ozzy's brother would occasionally make the effort to visit, and on one particular evening, when he arrived unexpectedly, they decided it was the perfect time to venture out on the town for a drink. This outing presented a rare chance for Ozzy to reconnect with his brother, especially since he lived quite a distance away and their meetings were infrequent, adding to the excitement of the reunion. With a sense of anticipation and camaraderie, they set off in search of a drink, both fully aware that they still had suspended jail sentences looming over them. This awareness meant they had to exercise caution and maintain their best behavior to avoid any potential complications that could arise from their previous legal troubles. Their destination was a charming little pub nestled in Abersycon, a place that held a treasure trove of fond memories from their past outings together. As the night unfolded, Ozzy was pleasantly surprised to witness his brother's unexpected kindness towards some elderly patrons in the pub. His brother, in a generous spirit, took the initiative to buy drinks for these older individuals and engage them in cheerful conversation. Reflecting on that moment later, Ozzy found himself genuinely touched by this display of generosity. It was a heartwarming act that lingered in his mind for quite some time, serving as a poignant reminder that beneath his brother's rough exterior lay a compassionate soul, one that sought to spread joy and warmth to those around him. However, as the evening progressed, the initial social niceties they had maintained began to fade away. His brother's demeanor took a noticeable turn. He began to speak louder and louder, drawing attention in a space where the locals typically engaged in hushed whispers. Caught up in the lively atmosphere and feeling the effects of the alcohol, Ozzy found himself unwittingly mirroring his brother's exuberance, and soon enough, a few choice swear words slipped out of his mouth, surprising both himself and those nearby. In response to their increasingly boisterous behavior, the barman approached them with a polite but firm request, asking them to keep their language in check. His plea felt almost ritualistic, a gentle reminder of the decorum expected in such a cozy, intimate setting. They acknowledged his request with good-natured laughter, appreciating the humor in the situation, but the cycle of their exuberance did not come to an end there. The more they attempted to curb their enthusiasm, the more the alcohol fueled their reckless abandon, and they found themselves slipping back into their old habits. The back-and-forth exchange with the barman soon became a familiar and amusing interaction, a light-hearted reminder of the delicate balance they were trying to maintain while still enjoying each other's company. It was as if they were dancing on a tightrope, teetering on the edge of acceptable behavior while the intoxicating allure of revelry beckoned them to let loose and experience the night to its fullest. As the evening wore on, Ozzy felt a complex mix of emotions, a warm sense of camaraderie stemming from the long-awaited reunion, intertwined with an undercurrent of tension originating from their precarious situation. The night encapsulated the unpredictable and often chaotic nature of their lives, reminding him that while they were eager to embrace the joy of being together, they were also navigating the complexities and consequences of their circumstances. Each fleeting moment felt like a precious treasure, a reminder of the strong bonds they shared, even amid the delightful chaos they created around them. The laughter, the camaraderie, and the shared memories all contributed to a night that would linger in their minds long after they returned home. As Ozzy's brother rose to make his way to the washrooms, Ozzy noticed the barman approaching him with a determined stride. Instinctively, he sensed that trouble was on the horizon. Despite having consumed a few drinks, Ozzy remained acutely aware of their precarious situation, with suspended jail sentences casting a long shadow over their evening. With urgency coursing through him, Ozzy quickly sprang from his seat, intent on intervening to defuse what could potentially escalate into a serious conflict. Unfortunately, his efforts came a moment too late. The barman mustered his words, whatever they were, Ozzy could only guess, and before he knew it, his brother had unleashed a torrent of anger in response. Determined to maintain control, Ozzy forced himself to act sober, hoping to quell the rising tension and stop the situation from spiraling into a full-blown fight. Suddenly, he felt a forceful pull from behind, yanking him over the back of his chair. One of the pub's regular patrons had taken it upon himself to intervene, likely believing that Ozzy was about to instigate a fight with his brother. This assumption couldn't have been further from the truth. Ozzy had no intention of escalating anything. In a swift turn of events, both brothers found themselves unceremoniously ejected from the premises. Once outside, they were quickly surrounded by the barman and a group of his loyal regulars, who had evidently decided to take matters into their own hands. Throughout this chaotic scene, Ozzy had spent the majority of his time on the ground, struggling to find his footing or defend himself. As he finally managed to stand upright, he spotted his brother backed against the wall, a mirror image of his own predicament. For a brief moment, the fighting ceased, creating an atmosphere thick with mounting tension. Then, without any warning, John lashed out once more. The scene rapidly escalated, and soon they were encircled by 8 or 10 people, all eager to join the fray. Ozzy felt as though he had been yanked into a conflict that was not of his choosing, and a wave of fury surged through him. The moment John struck out, Ozzy instinctively followed suit, driven by an intense desire to protect his brother. The barman took the brunt of their initial retaliation, but the odds were stacked against them, and it soon became painfully clear that they were outmatched and outnumbered. Before long, the police were called to the scene, and before he knew it, Ozzy found himself being taken to court for an incident that, in his perspective, was not instigated by him. He felt a profound sense of injustice. In his mind, he was the wronged party in this chaotic episode. All he had done was try to defend himself and his brother against what felt like an unfair and aggressive attack. As he sat in the courtroom, Ozzy couldn't shake the feeling that he had been caught in a whirlwind that spiraled out of control, leading to consequences far beyond what he had anticipated. The night, which had begun as a simple outing meant to reconnect with his brother, had transformed into a tumultuous series of events that left him grappling with the realities of their situation and the weight of the charges against him. Each moment replayed in his mind like a haunting reminder of how quickly things could turn chaotic, leaving him to question how it had all unraveled so dramatically. Ozzy had mentally prepared himself for the worst possible outcome, fully expecting to be sentenced to prison time. However, he was taken aback when the court opted for community service instead, an alternative that was both new and experimental at that time. To his astonishment, he received the maximum penalty permissible, 2 concurrent sentences of 240 hours each. In that crucial moment, he narrowly escaped incarceration, avoiding prison by a mere hair's breadth. On the day of their court appearance, it seemed as though nearly every landlord from the various pubs in and around Pontypool had converged in the courtroom, either to glean knowledge about who they were or to collect their liquor licenses. The fallout from their notoriety led to the unfortunate consequence of being banned from nearly every pub in Pontypool and its neighboring areas, an achievement that was both ironic and noteworthy. Reflecting on this, Ozzy recognized that such a widespread prohibition was likely a rare occurrence in those days. Fortunately, the ban did not affect him profoundly, as he was not a habitual drinker. Similarly, it was of little concern to John, who resided in London and had little reason to worry about the local pub scene. By this time, the year during which he had been under a suspended sentence had elapsed. However, despite the passage of time, Ozzy found himself facing new charges and an even more expansive ban from every pub in the vicinity. Alarmingly, instead of improving his situation, he realized that he was spiraling further into a life of crime. This downward trajectory stirred within him a restless desire for change, prompting him to contemplate his next moves. It became increasingly apparent that he was ready to elevate his activities and transition to even larger undertakings. As Ozzy's mindset evolved, he began to entertain thoughts of pursuing more daring ventures. The thrill of criminal activity had woven itself into the fabric of his identity, and the prospect of engaging in more ambitious schemes began to beckon to him. The ban from the pubs, while a setback, only served to ignite his determination to break free from the limitations of his current situation. He felt invigorated by the idea of delving into more audacious and lucrative opportunities, convinced that he was destined for a path that would lead him to greater challenges and rewards. As he gazed into the future, a sense of excitement coursed through him, filled with the promise of new possibilities. Even though those possibilities were fraught with risk and uncertainty, he welcomed the challenge. In his mind, he envisioned a life that was not only more thrilling but also potentially more rewarding, as he sought to carve out a new path that would elevate him from the mundane and into a world where he could truly make his mark. Ozzy was still deeply immersed in his boxing career, having achieved victories in several matches by this point, and he was diligently preparing for his much-anticipated first professional fight. In tandem with his boxing training, he and his associates were orchestrating their first major heist, an armed robbery that promised a substantial payout, with estimates suggesting it could yield around 30 grand. The prospect of such a windfall was intoxicating, further fueling his reckless determination. During this tumultuous period, Ozzy had cultivated a cold and ruthless disposition marked by a simmering rage that rendered him indifferent to both his own life and the lives of those around him. He had entered a dark phase where the notion of resorting to violence no longer startled him. If the situation had demanded it, he would not have flinched at the thought of ending someone's life. His capacity for empathy had eroded significantly. Once a sensitive child who felt guilt over jabbing a metal spear into a lifeless dog, he had transformed into a hardened individual who would not hesitate to use that very spear against a living human being. The contrast between his past self and the person he had become was stark and unsettling, leaving him feeling both powerful and deeply hollow. With just 2 weeks left until his highly anticipated fight, the planned heist loomed on the horizon, scheduled for a few weeks later, coinciding with the festive Christmas season. In a somewhat misguided attempt to embrace the holiday spirit, they made the journey down to Gosport to visit Jane's family. As they gathered together and shared drinks, it didn't take long for underlying family tensions to bubble to the surface. Jane found herself embroiled in a conflict with her brother, Mike, and Ozzy, unable to stand by, instinctively stepped in to support her. The atmosphere quickly shifted from festive to volatile, and before long, they were all outside, engaged in a chaotic brawl in the garden. The scuffle escalated and spilled over into the neighbor's yard, prompting the neighbor to come outside and investigate the commotion. By the time he arrived, Ozzy and Mike had already fallen to the ground, entangled in a clinch. The neighbor, a heavy-set and burly man, didn't hesitate to jump on top of them, compounding the chaos. At that moment, Jane rushed out and leaped onto the neighbor, creating an absurd and tangled pile of bodies. Ozzy found himself pinned beneath this chaotic heap, his arm twisted in an awkward position. To any onlookers, it must have been a ridiculous spectacle, an unfathomable scene unfolding just days before Christmas. Under the immense pressure of all that weight, Ozzy felt his shoulder suddenly pop out of joint, a painful injury that threatened to derail his training regimen just 2 weeks before his highly anticipated professional debut. After the chaotic encounter, they made their way back home, but the distress in his shoulder became increasingly problematic, as it continued to dislocate at the slightest movement. The situation took a turn for the worse when his brother, John, unexpectedly showed up. In the midst of another altercation, Ozzy somehow managed to dislocate his other shoulder as well. In the span of just 2 weeks leading up to his highly awaited professional fight, he had accomplished something he never thought possible. He had dislocated not one, but both of his shoulders. This series of injuries was not only physically debilitating but also mentally taxing, casting a long shadow over his preparations for the fight. As he grappled with the reality of stepping into the ring with both shoulders in disarray, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The prospect of competing in his debut match under such challenging circumstances was daunting, leaving him to wonder how he would navigate the path ahead. With each passing day, he couldn't shake the feeling that fate was playing a cruel trick on him just as he stood on the brink of something significant, testing his resolve in ways he had never anticipated. Ozzy underwent treatment for his dislocated shoulders, but regrettably, the medical intervention shattered any remaining hopes he harbored of pursuing a professional boxing career. This harsh reality filled him with an overwhelming sense of frustration and disappointment. As he reflected on the events leading up to this moment, he couldn't shake the feeling that the universe had somehow conspired against him, as if some higher power was actively working to thwart his ambitions of becoming a professional boxer. It seemed increasingly clear to him that there were alternative plans in store for his life, plans that did not include the boxing ring. Coming to terms with this difficult truth, he faced the daunting realization that boxing would no longer be a part of his identity. Accepting this new reality was an incredibly challenging process, as boxing had been the one thing holding him together during his tumultuous times. It had provided him with a sense of hope, a glimmer of a future filled with potential, where he could build something meaningful for himself and create a better life for his children. The sport represented not just a means of making a living, but a pathway to earning respect and validation from others. In his mind, proving himself in the ring felt crucial, as though it would affirm his worth in a world that often seemed indifferent to his struggles. At that particular time, it was the 5th of November, a date celebrated as Bonfire Night across the country. The local community had organized a festive fireworks display at Pontypool Park, and Ozzy decided to take his children to experience the magical spectacle. The night air was biting cold, prompting them all to bundle up in layers of clothing to keep warm against the chill. For his youngest child, Phil, this was an especially memorable occasion, as he was only 18 months old and experiencing fireworks for the very first time. Lee, at about 7 years old, was bubbling with enthusiasm and excitement, while Richard, just 4, exhibited a more cautious and apprehensive demeanor. As the brilliant fireworks began to illuminate the night sky with vibrant colors, Ozzy held Phil securely in his arms, feeling the warmth of his small body nestled against him, providing a comforting contrast to the frigid air. He noticed the sheer delight lighting up Lee's face as he reveled in the colorful explosions overhead, his eyes wide with wonder. In contrast, Phil gazed upwards in silent awe, his innocent eyes reflecting the dazzling lights that burst forth in the sky. Meanwhile, Richard clung tightly to Ozzy's leg, visibly frightened by the loud bangs and bright flashes. Overwhelmed by the noise, he expressed a desire to go home, prompting Ozzy to bend down and offer reassuring words, letting him know that everything was perfectly all right. In that moment, it became clear to Ozzy how each of his children displayed their unique personalities, creating a rich and vibrant tapestry of emotions that night. This outing remains forever etched in his memory as the last cherished moment he would share with his children, a poignant snapshot of innocence and joy before the storm that was about to engulf his life. Little did he know that the events that would soon unfold would separate him from them for an agonizingly long time, casting a dark shadow over the bright memories they had just created together. It was a bittersweet moment, filled with the warmth of family love and the looming uncertainty of what lay ahead, serving as a stark reminder of just how rapidly life can change and the fragility of fleeting happiness. By this juncture, Ozzy had developed a considerable understanding of the various methods for evaluating alarm systems. He had learned to discern which alarms were relatively easy to circumvent, which were deceptive in nature, and the diverse strategies available for handling different types of systems. His education extended to mastering the intricacies of disarming alarms, as well as familiarizing himself with the various kinds of safes, identifying which ones could be opened with relative ease and which presented a more formidable challenge. Moreover, he had become adept at techniques to avoid leaving behind any forensic evidence that could potentially lead law enforcement to him. His knowledge in these critical areas stemmed from a well-seasoned mentor, his friend, who had firmly established himself within the criminal underworld and boasted years of experience. This friend's extensive background included numerous encounters with the law, such as being apprehended, navigating court proceedings, serving time in prison, and enduring various bouts of police custody. Although Ozzy viewed him as quite savvy for a criminal, he later came to realize that his friend's repeated run-ins with law enforcement suggested that perhaps he wasn't as skilled as he initially appeared. Despite this realization, Ozzy found himself genuinely impressed by his friend's expertise and capabilities, especially as the time drew nearer for the pivotal job they had meticulously planned, the significant operation that held the potential to change their lives dramatically. As the days ticked away in anticipation of the job, his brother made yet another appearance, which had become somewhat of a routine. However, it soon became evident that the authorities were onto them. Undercover officers had infiltrated the area, posing as workmen engaged in repairs on a telephone pole situated right outside his friend's residence. Day after day, Ozai observed a man stationed atop the pole, seemingly absorbed in mundane tasks. Additionally, a suspicious van was parked a short distance down the street, its windows obscured, preventing anyone from glimpsing its contents. Initially, when his friend brought this unsettling situation to his attention, Ozai thought his friend was merely succumbing to paranoia. But as the days went by, it became increasingly clear that the police were indeed surveilling him. The overt nature of their watchfulness left Ozai perplexed. He couldn't comprehend whether the police intended for his friend to be aware of their presence or if they simply didn't care about being detected. It crossed Ozai's mind that perhaps the police were not particularly adept in the covert operations they were attempting, although he found that notion difficult to accept. Despite the looming threat of law enforcement encroaching upon their plans, Ozai felt no sense of trepidation. Even with a clear understanding of their objectives, he remained undeterred in his desire to proceed with the job alongside his friend. The confidence emanating from his companion was infectious, and Ozai found himself swept up in that bravado. In that moment, he was not guided by rational thought, rather, his ego had taken control, propelling him forward with an impulsive fervor that obscured any lingering doubts. The tantalizing prospect of the impending operation overshadowed the potential risks, as he became increasingly consumed by the thrill of what lay ahead, fully prepared to embrace whatever challenges the night might bring. Ozai and his accomplices engaged in meticulous planning for every conceivable scenario related to the heist they intended to execute. They carefully arranged alibis and enlisted individuals who would confidently vouch for their whereabouts on the specific day they had designated for the operation. With each detail scrutinized and accounted for, they felt reassured that their plan was watertight. Interestingly, they speculated that the police's close surveillance of his friend might even work to their advantage. They could potentially leverage the police presence as an additional layer of alibi, creating a deceptive facade of innocence that would protect them. Despite this burgeoning confidence, a persistent sense of foreboding settled deep within Ozai, accompanied by an unsettling intuition that he would soon find himself incarcerated. This conviction weighed heavily on his mind, prompting him to seek out individuals he knew who had first-hand experience with prison life. He approached them with questions about their time behind bars, as if trying to mentally prepare himself for the inevitable reality that he feared was approaching. His brother, John, had been vocal about his concerns regarding Ozai's association with this particular individual. John warned him that his friend was a bad influence who would ultimately lead him down a path toward a prison sentence. While John was well acquainted with the ins and outs of prison life, having spent considerable time there himself, Ozai had no such experience. To John, incarceration felt almost like a second home. For Ozai, it would be akin to being a wild bird with its wings clipped, confined within an unforgiving cage. John urged Ozai to cut ties with his friend, but being the arrogant person he was at that time, this was not the kind of advice that his inflated ego was willing to accept. He dismissed John's concerns, attributing them to jealousy and a lack of understanding. It was far easier for him to recognize flaws and shortcomings in others than to confront any personal failings of his own. Since his friend happened to be at Ozai's house when John arrived, the three of them decided to go out for a drink together. A full year had passed since the altercation at the pub, and this outing marked their first night out since that incident. With careful consideration, they made a conscious effort to avoid the pub where the trouble had occurred, instead opting for a quieter establishment located not far from that spot. Once they entered the new pub, they approached the bar and ordered drinks from the young staff member working behind the counter. Ozai took this as a promising sign. Perhaps the staff were blissfully unaware of their past troubles and the chaos that had unfolded just down the road 12 months prior, allowing them to enjoy a carefree evening. However, as the barman entered the room, Ozai noticed him casting wary glances in their direction. He could sense the barman's apprehension and quickly realized that the staff member was not inclined to serve them again. The tension in the air became palpable, thick with an unspoken understanding of their history. It was evident to Ozzy that their past misdeeds had not been forgotten, creating a shadow over their current situation. The weight of their history loomed heavily, threatening to complicate their evening and reminding Ozzy of the precarious nature of their existence, where one wrong move could lead to dire consequences. Ozzy's brother purchased the first round of drinks, which was a welcome gesture. He was acutely aware that if John were to be refused service, his agitation would likely escalate, resulting in him losing his temper. More often than not, this would culminate in a physical confrontation, with John taking a swing at the barman. Thankfully, they had not yet consumed enough alcohol to reach that volatile point in the evening. However, when Ozzy approached the bar to order the next round of beers, he was met with an outright refusal from the staff. The humiliation struck him like a slap in the face, and the feeling intensified his simmering frustration. He couldn't shake off the lingering anger over what he viewed as the unjust treatment he had received during the previous incident. This was the last straw. He resolved that they would not get away with disrespecting him any longer. After the unsettling encounter at the bar, they all decided it was best to head home. They dropped off his friend first, as Ozzy was determined to shield him from whatever reckless actions he was about to undertake. It was simply none of his friend's business, and he wanted to keep it that way. Once they were alone, Ozzy turned to John and disclosed his audacious plan. He announced that he intended to create a bomb and place it through the window of the pub where all the chaos had initially erupted a year prior. John looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and concern, and Ozzy could see the skepticism etched on his brother's face. Yet, John found himself in a predicament. He couldn't be entirely sure of Ozzy's intentions, as in all the years they had shared as brothers, he had never witnessed Ozzy exhibit such intensity and determination. Opting to humor Ozzy for the moment, John decided to play along, hoping that eventually his brother would reconsider and his bluster would be revealed for what it truly was, a mere bluff. This was the attitude Ozzy picked up from John, but what his brother failed to recognize was that Ozzy had undergone a profound transformation over the past year. He had grown cold, calculating, and callous in ways that would have been entirely unrecognizable to John. Ozzy was convinced that his brother didn't believe he meant every word he said, but he was acutely aware of the darkness that had taken root within him. As they stood there in the dim light of the room, the tension hung thick in the air, laden with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. Ozzy felt a fierce determination surging through him, and he was resolute in his intention to act on it. The anger that had festered inside him for so long was bubbling to the surface, ready to erupt, and he was prepared to unleash it, no matter the consequences. John's skepticism only served to amplify Ozzy's resolve, propelling him further down a treacherous path he was now unwilling to reconsider, blind to the potential repercussions of his actions. Ozzy meticulously constructed the bomb and secured a mask to ensure that his face would remain concealed when he launched the explosive through the pub window. To complete his transformation, he searched through his belongings and located some old army fatigues, which he put on for the operation. Additionally, he thoughtfully packed a fresh set of clean clothes, planning to change into them after he carried out his plan. His strategy was simple yet effective. He would incinerate the old army attire afterward to obliterate any forensic evidence that might link him to the explosives. Once he felt adequately prepared, Ozzy and John climbed into his brother's car. He could sense the lingering doubts in John's mind regarding his determination to follow through with the plan. To avoid drawing attention, Ozzy arranged for John to drop him off at a discreet location where he could approach the pub without being seen leaving or returning to the vehicle. Upon reaching the designated spot, Ozzy stepped out of the car and made his way uphill toward the pub. The window he was targeting was just at the top of the incline. As he pulled the mask snugly over his face, he ignited the bomb and hurled it through the window with all the force he could muster. As the explosive sailed through the air and crashed into the room, Ozzy watched with a mix of exhilaration and terror as a stream of fire erupted across the bar area. The sight was both thrilling and overwhelming. Without pausing to collect his thoughts, he sprinted back to John's car, where his brother sat anxiously, his eyes wide with concern. John was left momentarily speechless by the shocking turn of events and quickly shifted into gear, driving them away from the scene with a sense of urgency. They navigated through the streets until they reached a secluded area where Ozzy promptly set fire to the old army clothes, ensuring that there would be no trace of his involvement left behind. After changing into the fresh set of clothes, they returned home, the adrenaline still pumping through their veins as the reality of their actions began to sink in. Once they arrived back at their place, Ozzy took a long, hot bath, allowing the warmth of the water to wash away the physical and emotional remnants of the chaotic night. After cleaning up, he called for Jane and John to gather in the living room, where he outlined a plan regarding how they should respond if the police happened to show up at their door. He stressed the importance of presenting a unified front. As long as they all maintained the same story, they stood a better chance of avoiding suspicion. About an hour later, just as he had anticipated, there was a sharp knock on the door. A policeman entered, his demeanor professional yet stern as he began to bombard them with questions. He read them their rights, and in that moment, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. The tension in the room became almost unbearable, and Ozzy could feel the profound implications of their actions looming over them as they braced themselves to navigate the impending interrogation, each of them acutely aware that their fates now rested in the balance. Then they were taken away for questioning. As Ozzy and John were about to enter the police car, John's flight instinct kicked in, overwhelming any sense of rationality. In a split second, he bolted, making a desperate dash to escape, and the police immediately gave chase. For several days, John traversed the countryside, evading capture and using every ounce of his wit and agility to stay one step ahead of the authorities. Despite their efforts, the police struggled to apprehend him. John had accumulated a wealth of experience from his younger years, where he had often found himself on the run. Each time he was arrested, he had developed a knack for seizing any opportunity to flee, honing his instincts and strategies for survival. Trusting in his instincts and the skills he had cultivated over the years, John managed to navigate through the terrain with remarkable stealth and determination, successfully evading capture. Throughout his journey, he relied on the lessons learned from previous encounters with law enforcement, using his knowledge of the land and its hidden paths to remain undetected. He moved under the cover of night, carefully choosing his routes and avoiding populated areas, always alert to the sounds of pursuit. His heart raced with the thrill of the chase, but he remained resolute, driven by a deep-seated need for freedom. As days passed, John grew increasingly confident in his ability to evade the police, relishing the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The experience was both exhilarating and terrifying, a testament to his resourcefulness and resilience in the face of danger. He had become a master of escape, and with each passing moment, he felt a sense of liberation that he hadn't experienced in years. In stark contrast to John's daring escape, Ozzy found himself confined within the cold, unforgiving walls of a police cell for an excruciating 3 days while investigators relentlessly interrogated him about the incident. Throughout his time in captivity, he remained steadfast and resolute, firmly keeping his lips sealed and refusing to divulge any information in response to the relentless barrage of questions fired at him. The officers went to great lengths, even confiscating all his clothing for forensic analysis, but Ozzy felt a sense of assurance knowing that those were not the clothes he had worn during the bombing. The only request he made, reminiscent of a scene straight out of a courtroom drama, was to speak with his lawyer. Those were the only words he would utter during the entire ordeal, determined to maintain his silence until he could consult with legal counsel. By the time his lawyer finally arrived, Ozzy believed he had already endured 2 full days in custody, each moment stretching into what felt like an eternity. When the lawyer entered the stark interrogation room, the expression on his face was serious, and the first words out of his mouth were, "It looks very bad for you." The gravity of those words settled heavily in the atmosphere, sending a wave of apprehension coursing through Ozzy's veins. He understood that the implications of his situation were dire, and a chill ran down his spine as he contemplated the potential consequences of the charges against him. The lawyer's statement served as a sobering reminder of the precariousness of his circumstances, amplifying the uncertainty that loomed over him like a dark cloud. Ozzy felt his heart racing in response to the lawyer's words, and he knew that he needed to proceed with caution if he hoped to navigate the complex legal landscape that lay ahead. The prospect of facing serious charges weighed heavily on his mind, and he realized that every decision he made from that point forward would be critical in determining his fate. The lawyer firmly advised Ozzy that, in light of the substantial evidence amassed against him, the most sensible and strategic approach would be to submit to the authorities and plead for their mercy. "You need to lay all your cards on the table," he urged with an air of urgency. "Admit your involvement, and we may be able to negotiate a deal that could potentially lessen your sentence." This stark yet pragmatic strategy resonated deeply within Ozzy as he contemplated the precarious position he found himself in. On the third day of his detention, after careful consideration and following his lawyer's guidance, Ozzy made the harrowing decision to provide a statement in which he confessed to committing the crime. He meticulously crafted a narrative that closely mirrored the actual events surrounding the bombing, yet he deliberately introduced some inaccuracies into his account as a sort of safety net. This precaution allowed him the flexibility to alter his story later, should he feel the need to do so. Once he had delivered his confession, Ozzy was subsequently transferred to the remand wing of Cardiff Prison, where he was assigned to a cramped cell shared with 2 other inmates. The living conditions were far from comfortable. The small space was barely adequate to accommodate a double bunk bed, a single bed, a table, and a solitary chair. In this confined environment, only one person could stand upright at any given moment, rendering movement and personal space almost non-existent. In one corner of the cell, there was a bucket designated for use as a toilet, which quickly became a source of overwhelming discomfort. The revolting odor that emanated from the bucket was intolerable, and to compound the situation, one of the inmates appeared utterly oblivious to the importance of personal hygiene. The noxious combination of the stench from the bucket and the foul odor emanating from this particular inmate created an oppressive atmosphere that felt akin to residing in a cesspit. Despite the unbearable conditions that surrounded him, Ozzy found himself reflecting on his predicament with a sense of grim acceptance. Deep within, he acknowledged that he had brought this unfortunate situation upon himself, and there was a part of him that felt he deserved the harsh reality he was now enduring. The experience served as a sobering reminder of the consequences of his actions, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was now paying the price for his choices. Ozzy was acutely aware that he was reaping the consequences of his actions. He fully understood that he had brought this situation upon himself. As he sat in the dimly lit cell, surrounded by the unpleasant odors and cramped quarters, he couldn't help but reflect on the choices he had made that led him to this bleak reality. Deep down, he recognized that the discomfort and humiliation he was experiencing were the direct results of his own decisions, and he felt a sense of accountability for the turmoil he had caused. This realization weighed heavily on him, serving as a constant reminder of the path he had chosen. He understood that the repercussions of his actions were not just confined to his current predicament but also extended to his family and loved ones, who would bear the burden of his choices as well. The knowledge that he had brought shame and distress upon them added another layer of regret to his already heavy heart. In that moment of introspection, Ozzy accepted that he was indeed receiving what he deserved. It was a hard lesson, one that would forever change his perspective on life and the choices he made moving forward. As he contemplated the future, he felt a mixture of remorse and resolve. He knew that he had to confront the reality of his actions and seek a way to atone for them, even if it meant enduring the harsh consequences that lay ahead. Eventually, Ozzy learned that no one had been injured during the incident, which offered a small glimmer of relief in the midst of his overwhelming turmoil. However, at that moment, his primary concern was his own predicament rather than the welfare of others. He found himself emotionally distanced, entirely consumed by a sense of self-preservation, fixated solely on the potential consequences of facing a lengthy prison sentence. The charges he was confronting were severe: arson and attempted murder. The gravity of the attempted murder charge alone carried the possibility of a life sentence, casting a looming shadow over him in addition to the serious implications of the arson accusation. Ozzy was painfully aware that he was in a precarious situation, and the weight of these charges pressed heavily on his conscience. Each week, he was escorted under the vigilant eyes of the prison guards to Pontypool Magistrates' Court, where he would make a plea for bail. However, given the seriousness of the crimes he was accused of, the chances of being granted bail were virtually non-existent. The grim reality of his circumstances loomed like a dark cloud, leaving him feeling ensnared in a dire situation with little hope for immediate relief. One small silver lining in this bleak scenario was that he was close enough to home for Jane to visit him. During one of her visits, he opened up about his anxieties regarding the length of his potential sentence, which he had been informed could be no less than 7 years. He expressed his fears to her, acutely aware that the prospect of being separated from his children for such an extended period was utterly devastating. Deep down, he recognized that it was unlikely Jane would wait for him through the entirety of those years, and he candidly shared that expectation with her. Yet, to his astonishment, she assured him that she would remain loyal, promising to wait for his eventual return. This expression of steadfastness, despite the uncertain nature of their relationship, provided him with a sense of security that he desperately needed. It was a fragile comfort, but it was all he had to cling to, anchoring him amidst the chaos surrounding his life. Moreover, Ozzy was deeply troubled by the thought of his young children growing up without their father. The very idea of them being raised by someone else was an unbearable notion for him to grapple with. He yearned to be an active, engaged presence in their lives, to fulfill his role as their father in a meaningful and impactful way. The thought of being absent during their formative years gnawed relentlessly at his heart, igniting a fierce determination within him to find a way to remain connected to them, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. In addition to the weekly visits he cherished, Ozzy was fortunate enough to receive at least 1 or 2 letters from Jane each week, providing him with a vital connection to the outside world. However, it wasn't long after he had warned her to prepare for the possibility of a lengthy prison sentence that he received a disheartening letter from her. In this correspondence, she mentioned that she was feeling unwell and had recently gone to see a doctor for a checkup. That letter would mark the last time he heard from her. In a bid to keep her informed, he wrote back to her, revealing that he had uncovered some disconcerting news about his legal situation. He explained that his lawyer had fed him false information regarding the chances of appealing for leniency, leaving him feeling utterly betrayed and vulnerable. It seemed as though his lawyer had effectively set him up to take the fall with the police, a revelation that filled him with a sense of helplessness. Upon further reflection, Ozzy realized that the only real evidence the authorities had against him was his own statement, coupled with the fact that he and his brother had been seen in the vicinity of the pub on the night of the bombing. Armed with this newfound understanding, he made the bold decision to retract his previous statement and plead not guilty. While it was true that the fact his brother had fled looked undeniably bad, he recognized that it did not constitute conclusive proof of his own involvement in the crime. In his letter to Jane, Ozzy attempted to convey what he believed to be good news regarding his decision to fight back against the charges. He even went so far as to ask her to come to the courtroom and testify on his behalf, suggesting that she could make a statement that would support his case. He was acutely aware that this request would require her to fabricate a story to protect him, and the moral implications of that weighed heavily on his conscience. Initially, Jane did not respond to his letter right away, leaving him in a state of anxiety and uncertainty. Then, one day, he received a devastating letter from her that changed everything. In it, she revealed that she had been diagnosed with cancer, a revelation that left him reeling. The gravity of her situation struck him hard, and he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow for her well-being. To make matters worse, she clearly stated that she would not be willing to stand up in court and lie for him, a decision that further deepened his feelings of isolation and despair. From that point onward, communication with Jane came to a complete halt. The only snippets of information he received about her came from other inmates who happened to be from the same area where they had once lived. On one occasion, he learned that she had moved on and was now involved with another man, a notion that he found incredibly difficult to accept. Later, he was informed that she had left the house they had shared, but this news was equally hard for him to digest. The growing disconnect from Jane felt like yet another painful layer of loss in an already tumultuous chapter of his life, leaving him grappling with feelings of abandonment and longing for a connection that seemed increasingly out of reach. One fateful day, Ozui was taken for a police visit where a detective began to interrogate him about an electricity meter. The detective informed him that his common-law wife, Jane, had allegedly been defrauding the electricity company. This accusation hit him hard, as he was painfully aware that it was a scheme he had taught her how to execute. It was evident that the electricity company had contacted the police, leading to this uncomfortable confrontation. Adding to the complexity of the situation, Jane had reportedly told the authorities that it was Ozui who had tampered with the meter. In a misguided attempt to shield her from the repercussions, he decided to take the blame upon himself. At that moment, he believed she was suffering from cancer, and he clung to a fragile hope that she might reach out to him during this difficult time. Yet, despite his expectations and longing, he found himself waiting in vain for any communication from her. As the days turned into weeks, rumors about Jane's supposed new relationship began to circulate more frequently. Once again, he received information that she was involved with another man, a revelation that ignited a fierce anger within him. The sense of betrayal cut deep, and it fueled a dark determination to break out of prison. If the rumors were true, he was resolute in his decision to confront her and ensure that she faced dire consequences for her actions. In his mind, there was no way she could escape the fallout of her betrayal. She had completely let him down, and he was committed to making her pay for it. At that time, Jane's brother happened to turn up in Cardiff prison, nearing the end of his own sentence. Seizing the opportunity, Ozui relayed a message through him. He instructed Jane's brother to tell her exactly what he was planning and to emphasize that nothing would stand in the way of his intentions. Ozui became increasingly aware of a pattern in his transport during bail appeals. Each time the prison guards transferred him to the police, they would remove his handcuffs just before handing him over. Normally, he would be escorted from his cell to the dock without restraints, a detail that sparked a daring idea in his mind. This pattern presented him with an incredible opportunity to orchestrate his escape. He calculated that all he needed to do was navigate past 2 or 3 police officers and through a couple of doors, and then he would be free on the streets. However, he understood that to successfully execute his escape plan, he would also have to climb a ramp located on the other side of the police station. Once he reached that point, his plan was to make his way to the railway tracks and ultimately find his route to freedom. The very thought of regaining his liberty filled him with renewed determination, igniting the fire within him to transform his anger and feelings of betrayal into action. He envisioned a future where he could confront Jane, and he was prepared to do whatever it took to reclaim control over his life. The long-anticipated day finally arrived for Ozui to be taken to Pontypool Magistrates' Court, where he was to present his plea for bail and execute his carefully devised escape plan. As was customary, he was ushered into the administrative section of the police station, where the guards removed the handcuffs that had restrained him for so long. Fortune seemed to smile upon him that day. There was only a solitary police officer stationed between him and the door he urgently needed to burst through. Once the prison guards had completed the transfer and stepped away, Ozui seized the opportunity that lay before him. With adrenaline surging through his veins and his heart pounding, he made a break for the door, catching everyone completely off guard. He successfully navigated through the first door and then propelled himself through the outer door, emerging onto the bustling street outside. With determination fueling him, he sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him. He understood that if he could quickly establish a significant distance between himself and the pursuing police, he would be able to find his rhythm, pace himself, and run for hours without tiring. His exceptional fitness level was a considerable advantage in this critical moment. He was convinced that if he could just create enough of a gap, no one would be able to catch him. This was the most vital aspect of his escape, and he poured every ounce of energy he possessed into expanding the distance between himself and his pursuers. As he dashed around the side of the building, he found himself on the ramp leading to a parking garage. At that point, he had already covered a substantial distance, and a sense of elation began to swell within him. However, as he raced up the ramp, he suddenly encountered an unforeseen obstacle, a group of people had entered the ramp from the parking garage end, completely blocking his route and making it difficult for him to proceed. Panic momentarily engulfed him as he glanced back and saw the police officers rounding the corner of the police station. The harsh reality struck him that retreating back the way he had come would almost certainly lead to his capture. Desperately, he looked over the side of the ramp, quickly assessing the height and concluding that jumping down would likely result in serious injury. With no viable alternatives available to him, he steeled himself for a confrontation, determined to push through the group of individuals who were inadvertently obstructing his escape. As they drew closer, he noticed one particularly large man among them, standing out prominently from the rest. In a sudden twist of fate, that man extended his arms and reached out to grab Ozzy. In an instant, the situation spiraled out of control. A well-meaning bystander had inadvertently derailed his escape. They grappled briefly, and the struggle provided the police with the critical opportunity they needed to close the gap. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, they had overwhelmed him, swiftly capturing him and dragging him back into custody. The fleeting taste of freedom he had only just begun to savor was snatched away in an instant, leaving him to wrestle with the harsh reality of his situation. As he was led back to confinement, a wave of frustration and despair washed over him, amplifying his feelings of anger and betrayal at the missed opportunity that had just slipped through his fingers. At that particular moment, Ozzy regarded the man who had so abruptly thwarted his escape as nothing short of a complete jerk, a frustrating barrier standing squarely between him and the freedom he so desperately sought. However, with the passage of time and through the lens of reflection, he began to feel a surprising sense of gratitude for that unexpected intervention. If he had successfully managed to break free at that critical juncture, he came to realize that he might never have arrived at the place he found himself in today. As events were soon to unfold, it became increasingly clear that his time spent in prison would emerge as one of the most transformative experiences of his life. Rather than simply being a setback, his confinement presented him with invaluable opportunities for introspection, personal growth, and the chance to reshape his life's trajectory in ways he had never envisioned. The myriad challenges he faced during his time behind bars would ultimately serve as the foundation for a significant personal evolution, an evolution that he could not have achieved had he successfully escaped. As he looked back on that pivotal moment, Ozzy could see how his feelings of frustration and anger were, in fact, the catalysts for a journey of self-discovery and redemption. He began to appreciate the unpredictable twists of fate that guided him to this point in his life, realizing that sometimes, the obstacles we face can lead us to the most profound transformations. This newfound perspective helped him understand that the path to freedom was not merely about physical escape, but rather about finding a deeper sense of liberation within himself. After being taken back to Cardiff prison, Ozzy found himself incarcerated in what was designated as an E-man cell. This classification indicated that, due to his status as an escapee, he was subjected to a significantly higher level of security, resulting in the complete forfeiture of the privileges typically granted to regular remand prisoners. One small silver lining in this situation was that he had the cell entirely to himself, which spared him from enduring the unpleasant odors and cramped conditions that came from sharing his living space with two other inmates. In this restrictive environment, Ozzy was confined for 23 hours each day. On particularly inclement days, when rain made outdoor exercise impossible, he was locked away for a full 24 hours, with no chance of escaping the confines of his cell. The isolation was palpable. He and the other escapees were kept separate from the general inmate population. During his previous time on remand, he had enjoyed a considerable amount of freedom, which included ample association time with other prisoners. His cell door was often left open, allowing him to move about and interact freely. Even when the door was secured, there were always various activities available to keep him engaged, ranging from socializing with fellow inmates to participating in scheduled programs. Now, however, the only space he had available was the cramped confines of his small cell, which was locked for the vast majority of the day. This sudden and dramatic loss of autonomy was jarring and disorienting. Ozzy had always been accustomed to coming and going at his leisure, and the abrupt change left him feeling suffocated by the walls that enclosed him. He was a man brimming with energy, yet now he found himself with no outlet to expend it, leading to a sense of restlessness that gnawed at his mind and spirit. Despite the severe restrictions imposed upon him and the loss of privileges, his thoughts remained persistently fixated on the prospect of escape. He was unwavering in his determination. He refused to concede defeat so easily, not as long as he still drew breath. The flicker of hope for eventual freedom continued to burn brightly within him, serving as a beacon that fueled his resolve to devise a plan. In his heart, he knew that he had to remain vigilant and resourceful, clinging to the belief that one day he would reclaim the freedom that had been so abruptly snatched away from him. Each passing hour only strengthened his conviction that he would find a way out of this confinement and reclaim his life once more. Ozzy meticulously examined his small cell and its brickwork, fully aware that he had an abundance of time to scrutinize every inch of his surroundings. As he conducted his investigation, he stumbled upon a weak point in the structure, an air vent that was large enough for him to squeeze his body through. The critical challenge now was devising a method to remove the bricks and mortar without raising any suspicions among the guards or fellow inmates. Saturdays were designated as movie nights at the prison cinema, a highly anticipated event that provided a brief escape from the monotony of incarceration. Perhaps it was a twist of fate, but on that particular Saturday, just prior to his planned escape attempt, the film being screened was centered around a con named McVicker. In this gripping story, McVicker found himself trapped in prison and cleverly orchestrated an escape. What intrigued Ozzy most was the ingenious way McVicker managed to avoid detection while executing his plan. In the movie, McVicker was granted the unusual privilege of using watercolor paints and papier-mâché, materials that he cleverly utilized to his advantage. He meticulously replaced the removed brickwork with the papier-mâché, then artfully painted over it with watercolors to ensure it blended seamlessly with the surrounding bricks. This clever disguise was so effective that no one could discern the difference, allowing him to carry out his escape without alerting the authorities. Inspired by this cinematic escape plan, Ozzy recognized the potential to adapt McVicker's strategy to his own situation. All he needed now was a suitable tool to aid in the removal of the bricks. Once again, he scrutinized his surroundings, paying close attention to the construction of the bed in his cell. He discovered that it was loosely assembled from heavy metal pieces, and upon further inspection, he noted that the bolts securing it were quite loose. This revelation sparked an idea: if he could successfully unbolt the bed, he could use the bottom end as an improvised sledgehammer. With this heavy metal piece in hand, Ozzy realized he could easily grip one leg while using the other leg to strike against the brickwork. This simple yet ingenious tool was nothing short of brilliant in its effectiveness and potential for his escape. Before long, he managed to procure some watercolor paints and papier-mâché from the limited resources available to him, and he began to work diligently on his escape plan with a renewed sense of determination and hope. With each careful stroke of paint and thoughtful application of papier-mâché, Ozzy felt a surge of excitement and anticipation at the prospect of freedom. The plan he was meticulously crafting was taking shape, and he was now one significant step closer to executing the escape he had long envisioned. The combination of inspiration drawn from a film and his own resourcefulness filled him with optimism, convincing him that he could transform this dream of liberation into a tangible reality. Ozzy came to the conclusion that the most advantageous time to execute his escape would be during the hours when all the working prisoners were taken to their assigned jobs. Most of these positions were situated within the prison confines, which meant that throughout the day, he could generate as much noise as he deemed necessary without the worry of being overheard. The guards would be occupied with their various duties in other areas, and any sounds coming from his cell would likely be attributed to different activities, especially if perceived from a distance. On the initial day of his escape plan, everything unfolded smoothly. The heavy legs of the bed he had repurposed shifted the brickwork quite effectively. It was working even better than he had anticipated. His next task was to carefully remove the outer bricks to create an opening. His ultimate objective was to reach the yard and then successfully scale the wall that separated him from his long-desired freedom. There were several buildings located in proximity to the wall he intended to climb, and he had cleverly stashed away blankets that he could fashion into a makeshift rope for his ascent. As he concluded his work on the project at the end of that first day, he was astonished to realize that he had accomplished far more than he had initially thought possible. By the following day, he envisioned having a hole that would lead directly through the prison wall to the outside world. Just one more day and one more night stood between him and the liberation he so desperately sought. However, as he began to contemplate crossing the yard and scaling the wall, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He understood that if his timing were impeccable, he would likely encounter minimal obstacles. This was no moment to entertain negative thoughts, such thinking would only serve to undermine his escape efforts. He needed to maintain a positive and focused mindset, deliberately pushing aside any thoughts of, "What if I get caught?" or similar doubts that could derail his intentions. The next morning, Ozzy awoke and followed his usual routine, which included slopping out and then enjoying his breakfast. Afterward, the prison guards commenced the process of escorting the regular prisoners to their respective day jobs. But on this particular morning, as the door swung open for slop out, a fellow inmate he had occasionally spotted on the landing unexpectedly entered his cell. With a look that was both half hesitant and earnest, the other prisoner spoke. "Look, I don't know anything about you or who you are, but I felt compelled to share something important. I had a dream last night. I saw you climbing out of your prison cell. Then you made it to the yard, but you were captured by the prison guard dogs and torn apart." Ozzy stared at him, taken aback by the seriousness of his expression. The ominous nature of the words struck a chord of apprehension within him. After delivering this foreboding message, the other inmate turned and left without providing any further explanation. He was just a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s or even younger, yet his words hung heavily in the air. As Ozzy looked at the hole he had created in the wall, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. There was no tangible evidence to indicate what he was doing. How could this stranger have possibly seen his escape plans in a dream? He had no answers, but deep down, he felt that this encounter was a warning. Ozzy had always held a belief that some guiding force looked out for him, and if this dream was indeed a forewarning, then from whom could it have originated? How could the other prisoner have known any details about his escape plans when he had confided in no one? These unsettling thoughts cast a shadow over his escape ambitions, causing him to pause and reconsider his intentions. The prospect of moving forward suddenly felt fraught with peril, and he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps fate was attempting to intervene in his carefully laid plans. Uncertainty loomed large in his mind, and he found himself at a crossroads, weighing the risks against the potential for freedom. Ozzy became increasingly aware of a condition he had not experienced since his childhood, a profound sense of claustrophobia. Trapped within the narrow confines of his cell, he often found himself gripped by an intense wave of panic, with tension coiling tightly around his body. Whenever he made an effort to remain still, his limbs would tremble involuntarily, as if the very walls were pressing in on him from all sides. This feeling of suffocation seemed to dissipate only after darkness fell, when the sun sank below the horizon and the world outside descended into shadow. In an attempt to manage the overwhelming claustrophobia, Ozzy discovered that he could find some relief by pacing back and forth within the cell, tracing a figure-of-8 pattern throughout the day. This repetitive motion offered a temporary distraction from the stifling environment, allowing him to channel his restless energy until the sun set. However, it did little to quell the internal chaos that was brewing in his mind. The sole object he had to occupy his time was a Bible left behind by the prison chaplain, and apart from that, he was left to confront the tumult of his own thoughts, which had spiraled into a disarray of negativity and despair. As he paced, he found himself wrestling with increasingly dark thoughts, contemplating suicide and fixating on a myriad of negative emotions. This internal struggle continued for several days, and he began to feel as though he was teetering on the brink of making a desperate choice. Each morning, he awoke with a tight knot of anxiety and resentment churning in his stomach, a visceral hatred directed at those who had betrayed him, particularly his common-law wife, Jane. Frequently, he pondered the fate of his children. Where were they? Would he ever have the opportunity to see them again? As these questions tormented him, his mind became further entrenched in bitterness and resentment, leaving him feeling utterly trapped and hopeless. It was evident that he needed to take action, and he needed to do so without delay. Then, one fateful day, a glimmer of hope emerged from the recesses of his memory. He recalled an article he had once come across in a magazine that discussed the practice of meditation. The article suggested that meditation could lead to inner peace and tranquility, an appealing concept that felt so foreign to him in his current state of mind. Despite the torrent of negative feelings coursing through him, he recognized that this was not a sustainable way to exist. Intrigued by the idea of meditation and the potential it held for transforming his mental state, Ozai made the decision to give it a try. He felt as though he was at a crossroads. He could either explore this new avenue or continue spiraling down a dark path that would ultimately lead to his self-destruction. This realization ignited a powerful motivation within him to learn the art of meditation. He resolved that his escape would not come from breaking through the physical walls of the prison but rather from embarking on an inner journey within the confines of his own mind. With this newfound determination, he began to seek a way to quiet the chaos and find a semblance of peace amidst the turmoil that had engulfed him. The prospect of meditation offered a flicker of hope, a means of bypassing the physical barriers of his cell and seeking freedom within the depths of his own consciousness. As he embarked on this internal exploration, he clung to the belief that he could reclaim control over his thoughts and emotions, ultimately paving the way for a brighter, more hopeful future. Chapter 12. Learning to Meditate. Ozai's inaugural attempt at meditation turned out to be rather lackluster and underwhelming. It was still daylight outside, and he situated himself into what he remembered was referred to as the lotus position. The article he had read had emphasized the significance of maintaining an upright spine, as the spine was essential for supporting all the nerves crucial to the effective functioning of the body's nervous system. However, despite his best intentions, his initial effort was far from successful. As he settled into the position, the overwhelming sensation of claustrophobia gripped him with an iron hold, making it exceedingly difficult for him to endure even 5 minutes of stillness. To his perception, those fleeting moments stretched out interminably, feeling more akin to 5 hours rather than just a few minutes. The moment he could no longer tolerate the discomfort, he sprang back to his feet with urgency, instinctively returning to his familiar routine of pacing back and forth in a figure-of-8 pattern within the cramped confines of his cell. There was a peculiar sense of freedom found in the act of pacing, as it enabled him to release the pent-up energy that had no other outlet. With each repetitive step, he discovered that his mind could focus on something other than the swirling tempest of hate and anger that had consumed him for far too long. The rhythmic motion of his pacing provided a temporary distraction from the oppressive thoughts that threatened to overwhelm his senses and drag him deeper into despair. He couldn't help but reflect on a common phenomenon associated with physical exercise: the longer one perseveres through discomfort, the easier it becomes to extend the duration of subsequent efforts. This enlightening thought lingered in his consciousness, serving as a powerful motivator for him to persist in his endeavors. Ozai felt an undeniable drive to cling to life, even if he was uncertain about what that life might ultimately hold. Perhaps he was too cowardly to take the final step into self-destruction, but that dark alternative loomed ominously in the background as he faced the grim reality of a lengthy prison sentence. Determined to improve upon his initial experience, Ozai resolved that during his next meditation session, he would strive to endure for longer than the mere 5 minutes he had managed before. He hoped to replicate the increase in stamina that often accompanies physical training, where persistence leads to greater endurance. With this newfound resolve, he set his sights on achieving a target of 10 minutes, believing that each small triumph would contribute to his overall mental resilience. This goal became not just a benchmark for his meditation practice, but also a beacon of hope, guiding him through the darkness that had lingered over him for far too long. As he contemplated this next attempt, he felt a flicker of determination igniting within him, fueling his desire to break free from the confines of his mind as much as from the prison itself. Ozai settled himself down in the lotus position once more, determined to improve upon his previous attempts. This time, he managed to sustain the position for about 6 to 8 minutes. However, the feelings of freezing and shaking that gripped him were as intense as ever. Alongside this physical discomfort, he also became acutely aware of a nagging fear, a deep-seated anxiety about being stuck in this single posture for an extended period. He recognized that this sensation was not normal and that he needed to confront it if he were to make any progress in his meditation practice. Once he could no longer bear the discomfort, he sprang to his feet, returning to his familiar routine of pacing back and forth in his cell. A sense of disappointment washed over him, sinking him to the depths of despair. He felt as though he had let himself down, and the realization that he was still unable to achieve even 10 minutes of meditation weighed heavily on his mind. With each subsequent attempt, he faced similar challenges, and it became increasingly disheartening. Despite the setbacks, he had managed to observe the chaotic nature of his thoughts during these meditation sessions. It was as though his mind was a whirlwind, flitting from one subject to another with reckless abandon, driven by some unseen force akin to the whims of the weather, all without any intelligent oversight guiding the process. This lack of control only added to his frustration. The reality struck him hard. His mind resembled a garbage heap, cluttered with debris and disorder. Thoughts tumbled over one another, and he struggled to find any semblance of clarity amid the chaos. The realization that his mental landscape was so tumultuous was disheartening. It felt as if he were navigating through a storm with no clear path to safety. In that moment, he understood that he had to confront this mental disarray head-on. It was clear that if he wanted to cultivate a sense of peace and control within himself, he needed to find a way to sift through the clutter of his thoughts and begin organizing the chaos. This acknowledgement became a pivotal moment for him, igniting a determination to not only improve his meditation practice but to also embark on a journey of self-discovery and healing. With each attempt, he hoped to bring some order to the chaos, transforming the garbage heap of his mind into a more harmonious space. Ozzy found himself ensnared in an unending cycle of thoughts, each one revolving around his myriad desires, the individuals he despised, his aspirations, and the uncertainties that loomed over his future. His mind had become a turbulent storm of fears and anxieties, relentlessly replaying past events, scrutinizing how he wished they had unfolded differently. He wrestled with the idea of how to counter these fears, often concocting elaborate lies in a desperate bid to manipulate situations to his advantage. The mental replays of previous scenarios were incessant, reflecting his likes and dislikes regarding their outcomes, and he envisioned how he might reenact these events if faced with similar circumstances in the future, imagining the ideal resolutions he yearned for. Within this whirlwind of thoughts, he fixated on how he could assert himself, seeking to elevate his own status at the expense of others. This mental barrage spiraled into a dark vortex of revenge and resentment, fueling his desire to reclaim a sense of dignity and satisfaction. If he couldn't achieve this, an even more potent hatred would surge within him, festering like an untreated wound. It felt profoundly unfair that those who had inflicted harm upon him should seemingly evade any consequences for their actions, and this acute sense of injustice only intensified his internal rage. These thoughts appeared to be never-ending, so deeply entrenched in his mental processes that they felt almost like an intrinsic part of him. Yet, beneath this veneer of normalcy, he recognized that the internal chaos was spiraling out of control. Something was fundamentally wrong. It could not be normal to experience such overwhelming negativity and hatred on a continual basis. The animosity felt as if it were lodged firmly in his gut, and each morning he awoke with the sensation that it was a tangible object, weighing heavily on his spirit. This oppressive feeling did not contribute positively to his overall well-being, rather, it disrupted his appetite, clouded his ability to smile, and cast a deep shadow over his emotional landscape. Even though he yearned desperately to experience joy and contentment, he found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of negativity. In his mind, he attributed this turmoil to all the individuals who had wronged him. Surely, they were the source of his suffering, and he felt entirely justified in placing the blame squarely on their shoulders. It was not his fault, he maintained, the situation was entirely beyond his control. He had been drawn into a conflict he never desired, merely acting in self-defense. As far as he was concerned, those who had wronged him deserved the retribution he had exacted upon their establishment. This perspective provided him with a twisted sense of justification for his actions. They had inflicted harm upon him, and he believed it was only fair that he retaliated in kind. Yet, deep down, Ozzy harbored a nagging awareness that he may have overstepped the bounds of reason. Nevertheless, his need to rationalize his actions overshadowed any inclination to engage in genuine self-reflection. He was unwilling to allow reason to infiltrate his thought process regarding the situation. It was the actions of others that had shaped his current state of mind. He felt it had nothing to do with him personally. But was that truly the reality? This lingering question haunted him, creating a profound internal conflict that echoed in the recesses of his mind. As he grappled with his turbulent emotions, he began to realize that perhaps the answer lay not solely in the actions of others but also within his own responses to those actions. The journey ahead would demand that he confront not only the external forces that had impacted him but also the internal demons that had taken root in his psyche, requiring him to explore the depths of his own feelings, motivations, and the choices he had made. This introspection could ultimately lead him toward the possibility of healing and transformation, should he choose to embark on that difficult path. Every single day, without exception, Ozzy committed himself to the practice of meditation. Each time he became acutely aware of the chaotic state of his mind, it ignited an even stronger determination within him to persevere and confront his mental turmoil with intention and purpose. He had encountered the idea somewhere that it was indeed possible to quiet the mind completely, and this notion quickly evolved into a personal goal. If another human being could accomplish such a remarkable feat, then surely he could, too. With sheer willpower and steadfast commitment, the duration of his meditation sessions began to extend significantly. Soon enough, he found himself capable of meditating for as long as half an hour at a time. After concluding each session, he would revert to his familiar routine of pacing back and forth within the confines of his cell, a rhythmic motion that provided him with a modicum of freedom amid his constrained surroundings. As he walked, his gaze happened upon a brand new Bible that rested invitingly on the table, its cover proudly displaying the title, The New English Bible. A wave of curiosity washed over him, mingling with a sense of trepidation, as he felt an urge to delve into its pages. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had never been someone who read extensively, and his level of education was far from commendable. By the time he left school, he had barely grasped the fundamental skills of reading and writing. He recalled the day he had taken a straightforward test to enlist in the army, managing to pass only due to the assistance of a recruitment sergeant who had taken a particular liking to him. The mere thought of sitting down to read an entire book had seemed utterly daunting up until that moment. While he felt comfortable reading small articles or snippets of text, the idea of immersing himself in a complete book felt like an insurmountable challenge. Yet, as he continued to engage in his meditation practice and reflect on his life, he felt an undeniable urge to push himself further, to break free from the constraints he had placed upon himself. Perhaps reading the Bible could offer him a sense of solace or guidance, something he desperately sought in the midst of the turmoil that plagued his thoughts. The prospect of tackling a whole book was intimidating, but it also represented a significant opportunity for personal growth and deeper understanding. With this newfound determination simmering within him, he began to contemplate the possibility of picking up the Bible and immersing himself in its teachings. He believed that it could serve as a source of wisdom and a means to escape the chaos that often enveloped his mind. The notion of engaging with the text ignited a flicker of hope deep within him, prompting him to consider that perhaps this journey into reading could be yet another crucial step toward reclaiming control over his life and thoughts. As he weighed the decision, he felt an emerging sense of excitement at the prospect of exploring new ideas and finding inspiration within the pages of a book that had long been foreign to him. Despite his initial hesitations, Ozzy felt an undeniable and profound pull toward exploring the Bible. This longing was deeply rooted in his past, tracing back many years to a time when he had always wanted to uncover the truths contained within its revered pages. Life, however, had consistently conspired against him, leaving him too busy to engage with the text. Now, in a moment where time seemed abundant, he found himself uncertain about how to embark on this exploration. Yet, the pull he felt was so compelling that it almost felt like a divine calling urging him to take action. As he delved into his memories, he recalled his time at Snatchwood Junior School, where every morning during the assembly, the headmaster would stand before the students and read a story from the Bible. He began his readings with Genesis in the Old Testament, continuing with daily installments that gradually unfolded the rich and intricate tapestry of biblical narratives. However, the headmaster tended to skip over passages that contained sexual content, despite the fact that the Bible itself includes numerous references to such matters throughout its Old Testament texts. Ozzy vividly remembered sitting attentively in the school hall as the headmaster recounted the captivating tales of King David and his valiant band of heroes, reliving their epic conquests and remarkable adventures. These stories were filled with themes of bravery, loyalty, and profound friendships, including the well-known saga of Samson and Delilah, alongside accounts of a powerful God who performed miraculous deeds that captivated the imagination. One particular story that resonated deeply with him was that of young Samuel, who was raised in the temple of God. He recalled how, one fateful day, Samuel heard the voice of God calling out his name. When he confided this extraordinary experience to the old priest Eli, he was instructed that the next time he heard his name being called, he should respond with the words, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," 1 Samuel 3 verse 9. As he reflected on Samuel's experience, Ozzy felt an overwhelming connection to his own life. He remembered that a similar event had occurred during his own childhood while he was living in Garnfaith. The memory struck him with a profound impact, stirring within him a sense of recognition. He had always felt the presence of something greater accompanying him, a presence that seemed to watch over him, correcting his missteps and punishing him when he strayed from the right path, much like the narratives he had absorbed in the Bible. This realization prompted a significant question to arise in his mind: was this the very God that the Bible spoke of, the one who engaged in such actions and influenced the lives of those who called upon him? Had he been unknowingly subjected to the influence of this divine presence throughout his life, guiding him in unseen ways? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, igniting within him a sense of curiosity and wonder about the nature of this God and the profound teachings of the Bible. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ozzy felt an intense yearning to delve deeper into the text, to uncover the wisdom and guidance that lay hidden within its pages. He hoped to find answers to the lingering questions that had been etched in his heart for so long, seeking solace and understanding in the stories that had resonated with him throughout his life. This journey into the Bible promised not only to illuminate his understanding of faith but also to provide a sense of connection to something greater, something that could ultimately bring him peace and clarity in the midst of his inner turmoil. Countless times, as Ozzy paced rhythmically up and down the confines of his cell, these tumultuous thoughts spiraled through his mind. The presence of the Bible had ignited a profound sense of questioning within him about the voice that had once spoken to him during his childhood. He had initially believed that it was his father guiding him, but now he found himself pondering, was it truly God? Or perhaps something else entirely that had reached out to him? At this pivotal moment in his journey, he decided to formulate a new plan of action. He resolved to persist with his meditation practice, but he would also introduce an additional challenge for himself during the daylight hours. After completing his meditation sessions, he would sit down and immerse himself in the reading of the Bible. The experience began in much the same way as his meditation. Initially, he could manage only a few minutes of reading at a time. However, as the days went by, he gradually increased the duration of his reading, ultimately reaching a point where he could dedicate approximately 30 minutes to meditation, followed by 10 minutes of Bible reading. Regrettably, he soon encountered a phase of disillusionment regarding the promises that meditation had once held for him. He struggled to perceive any significant transformation in his thought patterns or to find tangible evidence of the peace and calm that meditation was purported to bring. The only notable change he could identify was his newfound ability to sit quietly during daylight hours, which he recognized as a personal achievement. Yet, in comparison to the experiences of others, it felt trivial, just a step below what he deemed normal. Moreover, he acknowledged that he could now sit down and read, which, while another accomplishment in his eyes, felt somewhat inadequate as his reading skills were far below average when compared to those around him. Upon realizing this, he made a steadfast decision to intensify his efforts toward the tasks he had set for himself. Whenever feelings of weakness or incapacity surfaced, he committed himself to channeling an even greater determination. If the majority of people could accomplish this, then surely he could as well. This renewed sense of determination infused him with a powerful surge of energy focused on achieving his goals. It was also propelled by deep-seated emotions, particularly those stemming from feelings of hopelessness. The realization that others could navigate their lives with ease while he struggled weighed heavily on his mind. Why was it that he could not? What was fundamentally wrong with him? The notion of perceiving himself as a sort of invalid resonated deeply within him, awakening a fierce and raw determination that surged forth. In that defining moment, he made a solemn vow to himself, "I am going to succeed." This declaration reverberated in his mind, fortifying his commitment to confront and overcome the obstacles that had long held him captive. With this revitalized sense of purpose, he felt empowered and ready to tackle the challenges ahead, determined to reclaim control over his life and fulfill the aspirations that had once seemed out of reach. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ozzy dedicated himself to the endeavor of extending his meditation sessions for longer periods. He was filled with a profound desire to succeed in his quest, to conquer the chaos of his troubled mind, to rise above its dilapidated state, and to reclaim a sense of control over his thoughts and emotions. He found a comfortable position and challenged himself to push past the half-hour mark. The initial hurdle he faced was the struggle to keep his body still, resisting the constant temptation to scratch an itch or shift into a more comfortable posture. This task alone proved to be quite formidable and required a significant amount of focus and discipline. Through persistent effort and determination, he learned to overcome this obstacle. There were moments when he would feel discomfort and pain radiating through his body, particularly in his back. The muscles would ache with intensity, and once again, he would feel the urge to move in search of relief. This endeavor was indeed a battle, one that called for both mental resilience and physical endurance. Yet, through sheer willpower and determination, he managed to push through, and soon enough, his meditation sessions began to stretch to an impressive hour. Remarkably, his Bible reading periods also extended to match this newfound duration. He noticed a notable shift within himself. He was beginning to relax more deeply, realizing that he no longer felt the incessant need to pace back and forth in his cell. As an added benefit, his quality of sleep improved dramatically. Each morning, he would awaken feeling revitalized and refreshed, ready to tackle the challenges of the day ahead. His concentration span, which had previously been a mere 10 minutes, expanded significantly to about 45 minutes. With this newfound focus, he became increasingly convinced that meditation was genuinely aiding him in his journey toward inner peace. This growing conviction filled him with an invigorating enthusiasm to persist in his practice, allowing him to dismiss any fleeting thoughts of giving up that occasionally surfaced in his mind. Even as he dedicated himself to meditating for approximately an hour, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He had read about achieving a state known as a trance, a deeper level of consciousness where one could lose touch with the external world, but he recognized that he had not yet reached that profound state. Instead, he found himself fully present, skillfully balancing his internal exploration with an awareness of the life happening around him. This realization further motivated him, fueling his desire to deepen his practice and explore the vast potential that meditation offered for transforming his life. As he continued down this path, he felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation about what lay ahead, eager to uncover even greater clarity and tranquility within himself. Ozzy gradually came to the realization that the concept of the training principle was, in fact, remarkably accurate. This revelation became increasingly evident as he began meditating for a full hour at a time, a feat that no longer felt like the arduous struggle it once had been. What had previously appeared to be an insurmountable challenge was now evolving into a natural and integral part of his daily routine. With this newfound ability in his repertoire, Ozai set his sights on the ambition of achieving a trance state, assuming such a state was genuinely attainable. After completing his 1-hour meditation sessions, he would occasionally glance around his cell and think to himself, "Back here again in this hole." It struck him profoundly that there existed a peculiar sense of freedom during his meditation practice, a liberating quality that left him feeling remarkably positive about himself and his efforts. As he delved deeper into his practice, Ozai began to notice that the once chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind were gradually slowing down. The frenetic tornado of ideas that had previously dominated his mental landscape was beginning to dissipate, creating a calmer internal atmosphere. However, despite this encouraging shift, he recognized that his thoughts had not yet completely ceased, they still lingered, albeit at a reduced pace. This realization prompted him to contemplate the possibility of truly stopping one's thoughts altogether. If such an achievement were indeed attainable, he was resolute in his determination to reach it. As he gazed at the stark, unadorned walls of his cell, he acknowledged that his present circumstances were far from ideal. Nevertheless, if meditation could provide him with a pathway out of this confinement, then it was certainly worth pursuing with unwavering dedication. Fueled by his desire for liberation, Ozai committed himself even more fervently to extending the duration of his meditation sessions. With each passing day, he felt an increasing sense of improvement within himself, both mentally and emotionally. The practice of reading the Bible also began to weave itself into the fabric of his daily life, becoming a valuable and enriching component of his routine that complemented his meditative efforts. As he continued on this transformative journey, a sense of hope blossomed within him. Each meditation session brought him closer to the tranquility he sought, while each passage he read from the Bible added layers of depth to his understanding of himself and the world around him. With unwavering determination and a fierce resolve, Ozai pressed on, eager to explore the vast depths of his mind and the potential for liberation that lay within the practice of meditation. This journey was not merely about finding peace, it was about reclaiming his life and discovering the inner strength that resided within him. As Ozai delved deeply into the pages of the Old Testament, he found himself captivated by the narratives detailing how God interacted with the Israelites in response to their transgressions. A discernible pattern of behavior emerged from these stories, clearly illustrating the cycles the Israelites underwent, periods of sinfulness followed by moments of repentance and a return to the teachings of Moses and the principles enshrined in the 10 Commandments. In these times of contrition and renewed adherence to divine guidance, God would graciously provide for them and ensure their well-being. However, it was only a matter of time before they gradually strayed from the commandments, leading to the resurgence of God's wrath, which would send their lives into disarray, resulting in a series of unfortunate events and hardships. As he reflected on his own past actions, Ozai found it increasingly easy to empathize with the struggles faced by the Israelites. He began to recognize that, much like them, he had never truly evaded the consequences of his morally questionable choices. Observing this dynamic articulated so clearly in the biblical text, and correlating it with his own life experiences, solidified his conviction in the existence of a universal moral law governing human behavior. It became increasingly clear to him that one cannot simply take from the universe what does not rightfully belong to them without eventually facing some form of retribution or consequence. In the spiritual philosophies of India, this essential principle is encapsulated in what is commonly referred to as the law of karma. Regardless of the terminology one may choose to adopt, Ozai had come to firmly believe that this principle undeniably exists and operates within the fabric of reality. This profound realization motivated him to advocate for everyone to actively seek a deeper understanding of this law and to navigate life with an acute awareness of its implications. This awareness was not merely an abstract concept, it represented a guiding principle capable of significantly influencing one's choices and actions. By acknowledging the intricate interconnectedness of one's deeds and their eventual consequences, individuals could aspire to lead lives that were more closely aligned with ethical and moral values. Embracing this understanding fostered a heightened sense of responsibility for one's actions, encouraging each person to make positive contributions to the world around them. Ultimately, Ozui was convinced that living in harmony with this universal law could pave the way for a more fulfilling, meaningful, and purposeful existence for everyone, creating a ripple effect that could transform lives and communities alike. Ozui's meditation practice reached a pivotal moment. As he began to extend his sessions beyond the 1-hour mark, he found that while he had successfully overcome the urge to shift into a more comfortable position or scratch an itch, a new and more complex challenge emerged. His mind would frequently become ensnared in a continuous chain of thoughts, diverting him from his primary goal, the complete eradication of thinking itself. When he became entrapped in this mental chain, it often crystallized into a dreamlike state, akin to the sensation one experiences when drifting into sleep and entering the world of dreams. Instead of maintaining a conscious awareness of his meditation practice, he found himself fully immersed in the dream, losing all sense of detachment and clarity. Typically, while seated in his lotus position, he would feel his head suddenly droop forward, jolting him back to reality and prompting him to refocus on the task of emptying his mind of distractions. As he continued to meditate, Ozui encountered certain persistent problems and thoughts that proved to be so powerful they simply refused to fade away, regardless of his best efforts. He resolved that the next time these troublesome thoughts and issues arose, he would make a conscious effort to recognize them as they emerged, rather than allowing them to completely overwhelm him. Through this practice of awareness, he discovered that these enduring thoughts were not merely random occurrences, they originated from his mind but were intricately intertwined with his emotional center. This profound emotional connection was what made them so incredibly difficult to let go of. The thoughts formed a chain, a well-rehearsed pattern of associated thinking, that prevented him from adopting the role of an observer. Instead, he repeatedly found himself lost in the labyrinthine complexities of these thoughts. It felt as though his mind had transformed into a mechanical engine of dream generation. Once activated, it took on a life of its own, adhering strictly to a predetermined course that allowed no variation, ultimately undermining the very purpose of his meditation practice. Thoughts that were deeply intertwined with intense emotions proved to be the most challenging to confront and manage effectively. Ozui learned that the most beneficial approach when these thoughts surfaced was to remain present with the difficult feelings they evoked. He came to recognize that these feelings manifested because he was not adequately addressing them in his everyday life. As a result, when he entered the meditative state or drifted into sleep, these unresolved issues would emerge with overwhelming force. These emotions and thoughts demanded his attention and engagement. In confronting them, his first consideration became, "I do not want to feel like this." The next crucial question that arose was, what is the root cause of this discomfort? Is it my way of thinking that needs reevaluation? Could my perspective be flawed or misguided? By engaging with these inquiries, Ozui aimed to untangle the emotional knots that bound him, seeking clarity and understanding in the midst of his meditation practice. This journey of self-discovery was not just about achieving tranquility, it was about confronting the deeper issues within himself and finding a path toward genuine emotional liberation. Ozui ultimately came to the profound realization that there was indeed something fundamentally wrong with the way he was processing his thoughts. He recognized, with increasing clarity, that a genuinely healthy individual should not have to endure the kind of suffering he had been experiencing, it simply wasn't just. This important acknowledgement led him to ponder a critical question: can anything truly improve or change for the better by maintaining such a negative thought process? The unequivocal answer was no. From this newfound clarity, he began to contemplate where he should embark on his journey toward meaningful change. He concluded that his first step needed to involve liberating himself from the dreadful feelings and negative emotions that were so deeply intertwined with his thought patterns. His strategy began to take shape. He would concentrate on identifying the specific thought that triggered the most intense negative feeling, the one that provoked a strong and adverse reaction within him. Ozui initiated a thorough examination of what he realized could be a complex cluster of thoughts, meticulously sifting through them until he identified the one that elicited the strongest emotional response from his feeling center. Once he had pinpointed this thought, he would intentionally allow himself to think it, fully acknowledging the effects it produced as they settled uncomfortably in the pit of his stomach. This was far from an easy endeavor, as he was acutely aware that this particular thought was the source of significant emotional pain. Nevertheless, he felt it was vital to confront it directly. At this critical juncture, Ozai understood that he needed to exercise discipline to remain present with this troubling thought, even though his instinct was to flee from it. He recognized that this thought was inflicting harm on him, yet he resolved to ride through it like a cowboy determined to stay mounted on a bucking bronco, refusing to be thrown off. Ozai realized that nothing would be sorted out if he continued to evade the discomfort simply because he disliked the feelings it stirred within him. If he chose to run away, the hurt would only escalate the next time it resurfaced, much like the persistent agony of a bad tooth that demands immediate attention. He understood that it had to be addressed sooner rather than later. Just as an untreated dental issue could poison the entire system, so too could unresolved emotional pain adversely affect his overall well-being. Armed with this understanding, Ozai committed himself to facing these challenging thoughts head-on, recognizing that doing so was essential for his healing and personal growth. He acknowledged that the journey would not be easy, fraught with discomfort and resistance, but he was resolute in his determination to confront the underlying issues that had long disturbed his peace. In taking this courageous step, he sought not only emotional clarity but also the freedom to reclaim his life from the shadows of unaddressed pain and turmoil. Ozai recognized that he needed to establish a reliable method for addressing these intrusive thoughts. He was acutely aware that if he failed to confront them directly, he would only be fooling himself into believing he was engaging in true meditation or that it was yielding any meaningful, lasting benefits. This realization propelled him to take action. He learned to be alert and prepared for when these thoughts emerged. Much like needy children who return seeking more attention if they feel neglected, these thoughts would resurface if not adequately addressed the first time. This understanding led him to adopt a systematic process of elimination, wherein he would work through each troubling thought to find resolution. Among the myriad of thoughts that troubled him, one of the most intense reactions stemmed from the notion of his wife being intimate with another man. This particular thought was often accompanied by vivid and disturbing mental images that invaded his consciousness, creating a whirlwind of emotions. The image of her in the embrace of another man elicited the most powerful reaction from him, stirring feelings of betrayal and anguish that he could not easily dismiss. As he sat with this thought and explored the emotional depths it stirred within him, he felt a palpable surge of anger rising from his emotional core. Acknowledging that this anger needed to be processed rather than suppressed, Ozai initiated a self-directed question-and-answer dialogue aimed at untangling the complexities of his feelings. The process would typically unfold in a structured manner, resembling a conversation with himself. "Why does this thought provoke such a profound reaction within me?" he would inquire, seeking to understand the underlying causes of his emotional turmoil. "Is this anger justified? What does it reveal about my own insecurities or fears?" he would further ponder, probing into the depths of his psyche in search of clarity. "Am I genuinely afraid of losing her? Or does this reaction stem from a sense of inadequacy within myself?" he would continue, striving to uncover the root issues that fueled his intense emotional responses. By engaging in this introspective dialogue, Ozai hoped to gain greater insight and understanding into his feelings, allowing him to confront the emotional pain directly rather than avoiding it. This method not only helped him to better comprehend the origins of his reactions but also served to diminish the hold that these disturbing thoughts had over him. Through this process of self-examination, he was making significant strides toward transforming his meditation practice into a genuine tool for healing and self-discovery, rather than merely a means of escaping from the turmoil within. In taking these steps, he was not only working to alleviate his emotional suffering but also seeking a deeper connection to himself and his experiences. Ozai engaged in a deep and probing self-dialogue, using questions and answers to uncover the root of his emotions. Question: "Why am I feeling angry?" Answer: "I am angry because my wife is with another man, and she has let me down." Question: "But why? Where does this anger come from within me?" Answer: It comes from the middle of my stomach. It is a feeling that does not feel good. Question: Where does it start? Does it actually begin in the stomach? Answer: It starts from the thought in my mind of her being with another man. Those thoughts then manifest physically, causing my stomach to feel this way. They must be wrong for me. Question: Why? Answer: Because I do not feel right. I feel such intense anger that it makes me think thoughts of violence, and that is not a healthy reaction. Question: Why do you want to kill? Answer: Because she belongs to me, and no one else should have her. Question: Does she really belong to you? Answer: We are common law husband and wife. In that sense, she belongs to me. Question: But that is not a fair view. How can you truly own another human being? What is written on paper does not equate to reality. How can you claim to own another flesh and blood person like yourself? What does ownership really mean? Answer: Ownership is what I have worked hard for. I feel it gives me a right over her. Question: As if she were an object or a possession. Do you think she is a part of you simply because you believe you own her? Does she follow your every command? Has she not got a mind of her own? Do you allow anyone to own you or dictate your life, as if you were their puppet? Answer: No, she is not a robot, she is a human being, just like me. I guess in that context, no, I cannot truly own anyone. Yes, she has her own mind, just like I do. And no, I wouldn't accept anyone trying to control me or telling me how to live my life. Question: What do you think it's like for her in this situation? Is she enjoying herself? Answers: No, she cannot be having a good time. She was dependent on me, and now I am absent, leaving her to manage everything alone while caring for our 3 sons. She has to handle all the debts and expenses for maintaining the household. Question: Who has the rawest deal here? Is it she, struggling to survive while you are imprisoned, or you, who only has your own thoughts to wrestle with and no responsibilities? Answer: She has the rawest deal, I suppose, as she has to navigate life on her own with 3 young children to care for. Question: How would you react if you were in her shoes? This question lingered in Ozzy's mind as he contemplated the weight of his actions and the reality of his wife's struggle. If he were in her position, would he feel resentment, despair, or perhaps a sense of betrayal? Would he also grapple with the overwhelming responsibilities of parenting alone while feeling abandoned? This reflective exercise forced him to consider the complexity of human relationships and the consequences of his choices, paving the way for deeper understanding and empathy towards not only his wife but also himself. Through this dialogue, Ozzy began to unravel the tangled web of emotions that had ensnared him, allowing him to confront the anger and hurt while fostering a sense of compassion for both his wife and himself. It was a critical step toward emotional healing and personal growth, helping him realize that true connection and understanding cannot be born from ownership but rather from mutual respect and love. Ozzy entered a deep introspective process, utilizing a series of questions and answers to navigate through his turbulent emotions and reach a clearer understanding of himself and his situation. Question: Why am I feeling angry? Answer: I am angry because my wife is with another man, and she has let me down. Question: But why? Where does this anger stem from within me? Answer: It originates from the middle of my stomach. It's an unpleasant feeling that I can't ignore. Question: Where exactly does it start? Does it truly begin in the stomach? Answer: It starts with the thought in my mind of her being with another man. These thoughts provoke this physical sensation in my stomach. I feel they must be wrong for me. Question: Why do you believe they are wrong? Answer: Because I do not feel right about it. The intensity of my anger is so overwhelming that it makes me have violent thoughts, and that's not a healthy way to feel. Question: Why do you want to kill? Answer: Because she belongs to me, and no one else should have her. Question: Does she really belong to you? Answer: We are common law partners. In that sense, she belongs to me. Question: But that perspective is flawed. How can you truly own another human being? What is documented on paper does not reflect reality. How can you claim ownership over someone who is as much a person as you are? What does ownership mean in this context? Answers: ownership is what I have worked hard for, I feel it grants me rights over her. Question: so you see her as an object or possession? Do you believe she is a part of you simply because you think you own her? Does she follow your commands without question? Does she not possess her own thoughts and feelings? Do you allow anyone to own you, or have you ever submitted to someone else's will as if you were their puppet? Answer: no, she is not a robot, she is a human being, just like me. I realize now that in that context, I cannot truly own anyone. Yes, she has her own mind, just as I do. No, I would not accept anyone trying to dominate me or dictate how I should live my life. Question: what do you think her experience is like in this situation? Is she thriving? Answer: no, she cannot be having a good time, she was dependent on me, and now I am absent. She has to care for our 3 sons alone and manage all the debts and expenses for the household. Question: who has it worse? Is it she, struggling to survive because you let her down by going to prison, or you, who only has your own mind to contend with, devoid of responsibilities? Answer: she has the raw ordeal, I suppose, since she has to navigate life on her own with 3 young children. Question: how would you react if you were in her position? At this point in his meditation, Ozzy knew he had to adopt a realistic perspective and truly put himself in her shoes. Using visualization and imagination, he endeavored to become entirely unbiased, considering all her strengths and weaknesses. He had to forget his own identity and concerns in order to provide a genuine and unbiased answer. He needed to understand Jane and feel exactly as she must have felt. In truth, they were all human, navigating the complexities of life, each seeking their own happiness. Mistakes happen, and often a price must be paid for those missteps. Essentially, everyone is on a quest for fulfillment, albeit in different forms. Answer: yes, I now recognize why she is making these choices. Like me, she is also vulnerable, and if I were in her position, I would likely seek a way out. Although her options are quite limited due to her circumstances, she has chosen what she believed to be an easier path to improve her life. I also understand why she placed the children in a home, it must have been an incredibly difficult decision for her. She must be enduring immense pain, as making that choice signifies a deep struggle. I can only surmise that her hurt runs much deeper than mine, and she must be feeling profoundly conflicted. All of this turmoil stems from my actions. My initial choices set off a chain reaction that led to her current situation. If I hadn't made those decisions, none of this would have unfolded. Question: what right, then, do you have to expect anything better from her? Answer: I have no right whatsoever, and I genuinely wish her well. I hope that her circumstances improve, both for her sake and for the sake of our children. My deepest desire is to one day rectify all the wrongs I have inflicted upon her, if I am ever granted that opportunity. To achieve that, I must wait until I am released from prison. As it stands now, I possess no power to influence anything beyond my own mind. Through this extensive self-examination, Ozzy was not only confronting his feelings of anger and betrayal but also gaining invaluable insight into the shared human experience of suffering and the complexities of relationships. This internal dialogue was a crucial step in his journey toward healing, self-awareness, and ultimately, empathy for both himself and his common-law wife. Astonishingly, the negative emotions that had once engulfed Ozzy began to undergo a remarkable transformation. What had previously manifested as intense feelings of hatred and resentment directed toward Jane, along with a strong tendency to blame her for his own suffering, shifted into a profound sense of compassion and understanding. He found himself genuinely wishing for her well-being, fully realizing that she was now experiencing pain as a direct result of his actions and wrongdoings. This significant shift in perspective created a solid foundation within him, empowering him to move forward in both his life and his meditation practice. Having surmounted this considerable hurdle, Ozai felt prepared to embark on the next phase of his journey into progressively deeper states of meditation. He had grasped a crucial insight: thoughts give rise to feelings, and those feelings can, in turn, inform and influence thoughts. During the evolution of thought processes, a lasting connection can be established between thoughts and feelings, resulting in an automatic chain of responses. Initially, when these responses occur, they arise from a place of conscious awareness. However, as time passes, they can become habitual, functioning almost like a programmed piece of computer software. From an early age, individuals learn specific reactions to the feelings that arise in their stomachs, which are triggered by various external stimuli. For instance, stamping one's feet is generally considered socially unacceptable behavior among adults. As a result, rather than responding to frustration in such an overt manner, adults learn to modify their reactions in ways that are more socially acceptable. Instead of openly exhibiting anger, they may choose to suppress those feelings and seek alternative methods to express their emotions in a controlled and socially appropriate fashion. One possible alternative might involve issuing a thinly veiled threat that, on the surface, could even appear to convey concern for the other individual. For example, an adult might say, "If you persist in this behavior, you might encounter someone who will take offense and truly confront you." This type of response serves to mask the genuine anger, redirecting it into a format that aligns better with social norms while still allowing the individual to express their discontent. This newfound realization opened up a whole new realm of understanding for Ozai. He began to recognize how these learned behaviors and responses not only shaped his interactions with others but also influenced his internal emotional landscape. By comprehending the intricate relationship between thoughts and feelings, he equipped himself with the necessary tools to navigate his emotional responses more effectively. This understanding allowed him to cultivate a more compassionate and empathetic approach toward both himself and those around him. Through this process of self-reflection and awareness, Ozai moved closer to achieving a state of inner peace and clarity, which was essential for his ongoing journey through meditation and life itself. This transformative experience highlighted the importance of addressing and understanding one's feelings, ultimately paving the way for personal growth and deeper connections with others. In doing so, he discovered that true healing and understanding stem from the willingness to confront one's emotions and foster a mindset of empathy and compassion. By the time Ozai reached adulthood, he found that his emotional responses and reactions had become inextricably intertwined, even though the conditioned responses no longer bore any genuine relation to his actual emotional experiences. Over the years, he had become increasingly detached from his authentic feelings, often failing to recognize the language that those emotions spoke. Just as water flowing down the side of a mountain over many years carves deep channels into the landscape, his habitual responses had become firmly ingrained in the fabric of his emotional life. This was how it operated with his reactions to his emotional center. Realizing the need for change, Ozai understood that he had to dedicate himself to comprehending his feeling center. This required him to learn how to decode what it was genuinely expressing and to strive for greater honesty, not only with himself but also with those around him. As he began to observe, he noticed that many people, much like he had in the past, seemed unaware of the language of feelings. They, too, struggled to articulate their emotional experiences or even recognize them. This lack of awareness often led to a cycle of misunderstanding and emotional disconnection. As Ozai embarked on this journey of self-discovery, he recognized that acknowledging his feelings was a crucial first step. It was essential for him to listen to what his emotions were trying to communicate, rather than bypassing them or allowing conditioned responses to dictate his reactions. Through this process, he began to understand that emotions are complex messengers, each carrying valuable insights that could guide him toward deeper self-awareness and connection with others. By learning to decipher the nuances of his emotional language, Ozai aimed to cultivate a more authentic and compassionate existence, both for himself and those around him. This journey was not only about personal growth but also about fostering genuine relationships built on understanding and empathy. As he delved deeper into the exploration of his feelings, it became apparent to Ozai that many people, like he once was, remain trapped in a cycle of emotional ignorance. They often resorted to superficial responses or avoidance, missing out on the rich tapestry of experiences that true emotional awareness could offer. His goal became clear: to break through the barrier of emotional unawareness, not only for himself but also to help others recognize and embrace their own emotional languages, thereby enriching their lives and relationships in the process. It is astonishingly common for individuals to become increasingly detached from and unaware of their genuine feelings. Instead of fostering a sense of openness and honesty with themselves and the people around them, they frequently resort to expressing sentiments that social norms dictate as appropriate reactions. This inclination not only perpetuates a continuous lack of awareness concerning their authentic emotions but also creates a barrier to emotional understanding. Consequently, their real feelings remain buried beneath the surface, leading to complications in their interactions with others when these unrecognized emotions inevitably come to light. To illustrate this concept more clearly, consider the situation of a wife who reconnects with an old male friend from her school days and arranges a lunch date to reflect on cherished memories. When the husband inadvertently uncovers this plan, rather than articulating the jealousy and insecurity that bubble beneath the surface, he chooses to orchestrate a lunch with his wife at the very same time, all while claiming ignorance of her conflicting commitments. In this process, he may even manage to convince himself that he simply forgot about her earlier plans. This example underscores how easily individuals can slip into patterns of emotional avoidance. Instead of confronting their true feelings, such as jealousy, insecurity, or even sadness, many individuals opt to conceal these emotions behind socially acceptable behaviors. This choice not only stunts their personal growth and emotional development but also breeds tension and misunderstanding in their relationships. When emotions remain unaddressed, they can lead to miscommunications and conflicts that strain connections with others. Ultimately, the inability to recognize and express one's genuine feelings can create a cycle of emotional disconnection and dissatisfaction, affecting not only oneself but also the quality of relationships with those around them. This cycle of avoidance and miscommunication can be detrimental, leading to a lingering sense of frustration and alienation. Over time, as individuals continue to suppress their true emotions, they may find themselves caught in a web of unresolved feelings, making it increasingly difficult to forge meaningful connections. To break free from this pattern, it is essential to cultivate self-awareness and encourage honest conversations about emotions, both with oneself and with others. By doing so, individuals can pave the way for deeper understanding, empathy, and ultimately, healthier relationships. This passive-aggressive strategy allows the husband to accomplish his goal without having to confront his authentic feelings, while also evading the stigma and blame that are often associated with the label of the jealous husband. When we become aware that our verbal expressions are at odds with our true emotions, it serves as a significant indicator that we are concealing negative feelings that we prefer to keep hidden from others. This disconnection often points to the fact that these emotions have been suppressed, likely due to earlier negative experiences linked to them. The practice of meditation is essential in this context, as it encourages individuals to identify and bring to light these suppressed emotions rather than allowing them to fester below the surface of the psyche. If such feelings are allowed to remain submerged, our lives can resemble a chariot being pulled by a team of horses without a skilled charioteer to steer them. In this metaphor, the horses embody our emotions, while the charioteer represents our mind and conscious awareness. When the charioteer neglects to take control of the reins, the horses are free to gallop in any direction they choose, leading the charioteer on a tumultuous journey. This journey may traverse a spectrum of experiences, ranging from delightful to distressing. However, if left unchecked, it is highly probable that the chariot will eventually be overturned, resulting in disorder and confusion. On the other hand, if the charioteer learns to confidently grasp the reins and skillfully guide the horses, the journey through life can transform into a rich tapestry filled with joy and bliss. By recognizing and addressing suppressed emotions, individuals can gain a much greater sense of control over their emotional landscape, allowing for a more balanced and harmonious existence. Through the practices of meditation and self-reflection, they can cultivate a deeper understanding of their feelings, thus empowering themselves to navigate their lives in alignment with their true desires and aspirations. This journey toward emotional mastery not only enhances personal well-being but also fosters healthier and more fulfilling relationships with others. By embracing their emotions and learning to express them authentically, individuals create a profound sense of connection and understanding, ultimately paving the way for a more enriched and meaningful life experience. Once we become attuned to the messages our feelings convey, the mind gains the ability to recognize its own truths, transforming into a powerful tool for visualization, imagination, and creation. An aware and disciplined mind is an invaluable asset, whereas an undisciplined and uncontrolled mind can become a significant source of unhappiness and distress. To facilitate this transformation, it is crucial that we delve deep within ourselves, reaching down to the very roots of our problems until we achieve a comprehensive understanding of what has transpired in our lives and the effects it has had on us. When we encounter a recurring issue that seems persistent and unyielding, we must confront it head-on, accepting its presence, analyzing its nature, and ultimately diffusing it by recognizing that it stems from a flawed way of thinking. By adopting this approach to all our problems, we begin to realize that many of our struggles are indeed rooted in misguided perceptions and thoughts. Furthermore, it is essential to acknowledge that we cannot fully comprehend the pain of others until we first understand our own suffering. It is only through our own experiences of hurt that we can develop the capacity to empathize with how others feel. When we blame others for our own perceptions and emotional experiences, we create a kind of stalemate, a cycle of negative energy that circulates within us, leading to both physical and emotional turmoil. By accurately analyzing our problems and attributing them to our patterns of thinking, we can restore balance within ourselves through the infusion of positive energy. This shift is beneficial for both our emotional and physical well-being. As we restructure our energy into empathy and compassion, we cultivate a healing environment for both body and mind. In this process, we come full circle, emerging as better, more complete individuals, enriched by our understanding and experiences. Ultimately, this journey of self-exploration and emotional awareness not only enhances our own lives but also enables us to connect more deeply with those around us, fostering a sense of community and shared understanding. By embracing our feelings and addressing our thought patterns, we open ourselves to a life filled with greater joy, fulfillment, and meaningful connections. Ozzy came to the realization that addressing problems through the method of repolarizing energy created a significant surge of positive energy that not only invigorated his body but also revitalized his spirit. He observed how unresolved issues could drain his life force, often manifesting as feelings of depression, fatigue, and lethargy. It was as if the heavy burden of these unresolved matters sapped his vitality, leaving him feeling diminished and uninspired, as if a vital part of himself was being depleted. As Ozzy engaged in the process of confronting what he had previously labeled as problems, he became increasingly aware of the extent to which he had been dishonest with himself and those around him. Beneath the layers of facades and pretenses he had carefully constructed lay a profound belief that he was not a good person. Until that pivotal moment of insight, he had remained largely oblivious to this underlying truth. He realized that he had been living in a way that was disconnected from his genuine feelings, pretending to embody qualities that did not truly reflect who he was inside. During his meditative practices, Ozzy began to pose deeper questions to himself regarding his identity and behavior. He sought to uncover the origins of these unnatural and ingrained responses that had shaped his life. He pondered when these beliefs first took root and what experiences had influenced his reactions to specific external events. This journey of introspection required him to bring to mind certain incidents that had elicited strong emotional responses and thoughts. He would then focus intently on his feeling center, directing his attention to the sensations located in the solar plexus area of his stomach. Frequently, Ozzy found that his outward responses did not align with his true feelings. For example, he might experience a surge of jealousy in his feeling center, yet his outward reaction would be carefully crafted to project a more favorable image of himself. Instead of expressing the raw and unfiltered emotion of jealousy, he would respond in a manner designed to maintain his composure and social acceptability, intentionally avoiding the potentially negative repercussions that an honest expression of jealousy might elicit. This dissonance illuminated the ongoing struggle between his internal experiences and the external expressions he presented to the world. It became increasingly evident to Ozzy that in order to achieve genuine self-awareness and emotional healing, he needed to comprehend the root causes of these conflicting responses. By acknowledging the truth of his emotions and allowing himself to fully experience them without judgment, he was taking crucial steps toward reclaiming his authenticity and fostering a deeper connection with both himself and those around him. Through this continuous process of self-exploration and reflection, Ozzy began to peel away the layers of pretense that had long obscured his true self, ultimately paving the way for greater clarity, personal growth, and a more fulfilling life experience. Ozzy gradually came to the profound realization that he needed to confront and recognize all the detrimental habits that he had allowed to take root within himself. With determination, he embarked on a journey of self-improvement, consciously choosing to address each habit one at a time. Through this dedicated process of self-reflection over an extended period, he began to notice the emergence of a new and transformative sensation within his feeling center. Emotions that had once been steeped in bitterness and hatred began to evolve into a deep and genuine sense of compassion for others. Whenever Ozzy encountered a negative feeling, he took a moment to pause and engage in introspective questioning, seeking to uncover the origins and underlying reasons for that emotion. This internal inquiry often transported him back in time, allowing him to revisit the specific events and circumstances that had given rise to those initial emotional responses. This powerful experience enabled him to reconnect with the roots of his feelings, providing valuable insights into his emotional landscape. As he delved deeper into this process, Ozzy frequently discovered that he needed to dismantle the false self-images that had long been hidden behind these emotional responses. By doing so, he gained clarity on why he had been clinging to beliefs that were clearly misguided. He recognized that if a particular event had occurred during a time when he was unable to think clearly or rationally, his reactions were likely rooted in an unhealthy attitude, one that prevented him from being perceived as weak. He harbored a strong desire to be seen as strong, capable, and resilient, which colored his responses to various situations. Thus, this relentless pursuit of self-inquiry became Ozzy's primary means of achieving a deeper understanding of himself. Through this ongoing examination, he uncovered the reasons behind every significant development in his life, learning to trace the origins of both the positive and negative experiences he had encountered along the way. It became increasingly clear to him that there were far more negative experiences than positive ones, which prompted him to question his own nature. Was he, at his core, ultimately good or bad? The answer to this profound inquiry arrived unexpectedly, manifesting in the form of a vivid memory that provided him with much-needed clarity. This particular memory served as a pivotal moment of insight, allowing Ozzy to reconcile the complexities of his character and experiences. He realized that understanding the full spectrum of his past experiences, both the uplifting and the challenging, was essential for shaping his identity and guiding his future decisions. Through this transformative journey of self-discovery, Ozzy began to cultivate a deeper sense of compassion not only for himself but also for others, ultimately fostering a more balanced, authentic, and fulfilling existence. Ozzy found himself transported back to his childhood, a time when he grappled with his very first encounter with emotional pain. As he reflected on that formative experience, he came to understand that the way he navigated that pivotal moment was primarily driven by a singular desire, the longing to be happy. He realized that all the events and developments that followed in his life were deeply rooted in that initial response, which stemmed from an earnest yearning for joy and fulfillment. In his relentless quest for happiness, Ozzy had made a multitude of choices and taken various actions, often convinced that these decisions would ultimately lead him to a more satisfying and meaningful existence. He acknowledged that he had made numerous mistakes along the way, mistakenly believing that certain pathways would deliver the happiness he craved. Each choice he made, whether he deemed it wise or unwise, was intrinsically tied to this fundamental pursuit of joy. However, he gradually became aware that many of the decisions he made were only capable of providing fleeting moments of happiness, which would soon dissolve into feelings of discontent and dissatisfaction. These pursuits, especially the selfish ones, were fundamentally flawed and nearly all centered around material possessions and superficial desires that, in the end, offered little real fulfillment. The moment this realization struck him, Ozai began to observe the world around him with newfound clarity and insight. He recognized that all individuals born on this planet were engaged in the same fruitless chase for happiness. They, too, were pursuing joy but often found themselves ensnared in cycles of unhappiness due to the misguided methods they employed. The only real distinction among people was the specific things they sought in their quest for happiness, which varied widely from person to person. As he contemplated this universal struggle, Ozai felt a profound sense of empathy and connection to humanity. He became acutely aware of the immense suffering that resulted from this flawed mindset, and it stirred within him a deep sense of compassion. This led him to ponder the more profound questions of existence. What was the purpose of all this? What reason was there for living in a world filled with such turmoil and confusion? In that moment, it seemed as if there was no definitive answer to his inquiries. He sat down, allowing himself the space and time to reflect on the question, what purpose is there to this life? With his awareness directed toward the pit of his stomach, specifically the solar plexus area, he waited patiently and attentively for an answer to materialize. Typically, when he was transported back to a past event, the answers would come to him from the depths of his mind or the back of his head, often revealing insights he had not previously considered. However, this time felt different. Something significant was unfolding within him. As he sank deeper into a meditative state, he experienced a sudden and vivid vision that promised to illuminate the questions that had been weighing heavily on his heart and mind, providing him with the clarity he so desperately sought. This moment held the potential to reshape his understanding of himself and the world around him. In the transformative vision that unfolded before him, Ozai found himself miraculously transformed into a butterfly. This extraordinary metamorphosis granted him the ability to perceive the world through the unique and delicate senses of a butterfly, experiencing life in a manner entirely distinct from his usual human perspective. He glided gracefully through expansive fields of long, swaying grass and vibrant, blooming flowers, reveling in the sheer beauty and boundless freedom that accompanied this new form of existence. This enchanting state persisted for what felt like a significant period, vivid and extraordinarily real, immersing him in the essence of being a butterfly. Yet, when he eventually emerged from this profound experience, he was left with a singular and lingering thought: how strange and remarkable the entire vision had been. As curiosity enveloped him, he began to ponder the significance of this extraordinary experience. He found himself repeatedly asking why he had undergone such a profound transformation, but at that moment, no answers came forth. Deep within, he sensed that the vision carried a special meaning, yet the precise nature of that meaning eluded him. Typically, the insights that arose within him were clear and readily understood. However, this butterfly vision only served to leave him feeling perplexed. Day after day, he devoted himself to reflecting on the potential significance of what he had witnessed. Eventually, some time after the vision, Ozai made a conscious decision to immerse himself once again in the experience of being a butterfly. In doing so, a powerful realization washed over him with clarity and depth. He came to understand that the butterfly symbolized life itself, vibrant, full of color, and inherently beautiful. It fulfilled its purpose effortlessly, embodying the essence of existence without the burden of complication or overthinking. During the period in which he inhabited the butterfly's form, Ozai recognized that he possessed no active thought processes. There was no analytical mind present at all. Instead, he was deeply aware of his own life force, a vital energy that coursed through him. This absence of intellectual reasoning was precisely why he had struggled to articulate the meaning behind the vision. There was no analytical mind to dissect, categorize, or question the experience. In that transcendent moment, he experienced complete unity with the butterfly. He was the butterfly, and the butterfly was him. The distinction that usually exists between his identity and that of the butterfly completely dissolved in this state of oneness. They were indistinguishable from one another. In this state of being, the butterfly became his brother, existing within him as he existed within it, not as a matter of thought, but as a shared life force that flowed through both beings. Ozzy began to recognize that the thinking mind had evolved out of humanity's need for survival and adaptation, a tool that had served its purpose well throughout the ages. However, he observed that it had become overdeveloped and excessively relied upon, leading individuals to lose touch with their inherent godlike natures and the essential unity they share with all of mankind and the life force that connects them. In this moment of profound insight, Ozzy learned the true essence of what God represents, as well as the nature of what the devil symbolizes. He realized that God embodies the life force that sustains all living beings and the interconnectedness that binds them together. In contrast, the devil manifests as the mechanical, analytical mind that often creates divisions and separations, causing individuals to drift away from their true selves and from one another. This revelation filled Ozzy with a deep sense of clarity and understanding, as he began to grasp the intricate relationship between life, consciousness, and the deeper truths that underpin existence itself. With this newfound wisdom, he could see the path toward reconnecting with both his own essence and the collective essence of all life. With this profound realization, Ozzy found himself empowered to unravel the hidden meanings woven throughout the pages of the Bible. He discerned that its true essence revolves around the concept of the life force, not merely the intellect, but rather the fundamental and pure awareness of one's own existence, and the understanding that this existence is fundamentally intertwined with that of all other beings inhabiting the universe. This newfound insight illuminated the profound truth that we are all siblings, united by the same life force that has been revered and referred to throughout history as God. Ozzy also came to understand that within the realm of pain lies a remarkable gift, the gift of liberation. He recognized this higher form of self-love as something that transcends the ordinary notion of self-acceptance. It is a love that encompasses the divine, a profound affection inscribed across the very fabric of his heart, waiting patiently to be uncovered. He realized that this love was buried deep within his soul, intricately interconnected with his emotional center, yearning to be acknowledged and embraced. He began to reflect on the futility of clinging to emotions that poison the mind, body, and spirit. Continuing to hold on to resentment and hatred for those who had wronged him served only to inflict harm upon himself, leading him to ponder a crucial question: does anyone truly deserve such suffering? He recognized that the purpose of enduring the trials and tribulations of pain was to emerge from them tempered and strengthened, becoming more functional and resilient in the process. He understood that choosing not to forgive meant failing to pass the vital tests life presents, ultimately leading to a stagnation of growth and strength. Ozzy concluded that life is a brief and ephemeral experience, and he came to the sobering realization that his existence would be squandered if he chose not to move forward and embrace continual learning. Each day spent harboring animosity was yet another day wasted, a day not genuinely lived in an already fleeting life. This profound awareness prompted him to learn the invaluable art of letting go. He resolved to release the hurt and to abandon the hatred that had burdened his spirit for far too long. Through this journey of self-exploration and introspection, he discovered that the choices and mistakes he had made in life were, in truth, tests designed to foster his growth and development. He recognized that he could leverage the lessons embedded within these experiences to evolve into a more compassionate and enlightened soul. Why allow this precious opportunity for growth to slip away? In the depths of his heart, Ozzy knew all of this to be undeniably true, understanding that embracing this truth could ultimately set him free from the chains of his past. He realized that this truth was already inscribed in the great book of the self, patiently waiting for him to uncover its wisdom. By learning the language of the heart and striving to know himself fully, he began to perceive a clear path toward liberation. First, he gained understanding, then he embraced acceptance, and finally, he let it all go. The culmination of this transformative journey was nothing short of freedom, a profound release that allowed him to live authentically, unshackled by the burdens of the past, and open to the infinite possibilities of the present and future. This newfound sense of freedom filled him with hope and a renewed sense of purpose, as he stepped courageously into life with a heart brimming with love, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to growth and connection. Each day became an opportunity for him to embody the lessons learned, forging a deeper bond with himself and the world around him, ultimately leading him toward a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. After dedicating considerable time to his meditation practice, Ozai began to observe a remarkably significant transformation taking place within him. This shift was not only apparent in his reasoning and decision-making processes during daily situations but, perhaps more importantly, it manifested in the positive effects on his physical well-being and overall health. The meditative practice had begun to yield tangible benefits that he could feel resonating throughout his entire being. At this particular stage of his journey, Ozai made the conscious decision to incorporate physical training into his daily routine. It became increasingly clear that the energy coursing through him was eager for release. However, this energy had evolved from a frenetic and nervous state into something far more constructive. It was akin to a healthy appetite for engaging in meaningful and productive activities, which expressed itself as a genuine desire to exercise and strengthen his physical form. This newfound motivation invigorated him, encouraging him to explore the full potential of his body and capabilities. Despite not having yet attained the transcendental state he had often read about and longed to experience, Ozai set this lofty goal as his new aspiration. One of the challenges he faced on this path was the discomfort that arose from maintaining a single position for extended periods, which frequently resulted in physical pain. Recognizing this barrier motivated him to seek strategies to overcome it, allowing him to find comfort while remaining focused during his meditative practices. As he continued to engage in meditation, Ozai discovered that the more he practiced, the easier it became to slow down his racing thoughts. Gradually, he began to experience fleeting moments where no thoughts intruded upon his mind at all. This state resembled watching a monitor displaying a continuous line without interruptions, evolving into a visual representation marked by distinct breaks, a clearer and more serene mental perspective. At this pivotal moment in his practice, Ozai felt an unwavering sense of certainty that he would eventually achieve his goals, and this realization fueled his motivation even further. He started to notice that feelings of inner peace and calm were becoming increasingly prevalent during his daily activities. Although this tranquility was not a constant companion, it served as a metaphor for his meditation journey. Instead of a single, unbroken line on a screen, his mental landscape was transforming into one characterized by more distinct segments, reflecting a profound shift in his thought patterns. His everyday thinking was increasingly punctuated by these moments of inner peace and serenity. He discovered that he could sit quietly in a corner, entirely at ease and content with his own company. These periods of tranquility appeared and disappeared seemingly of their own accord, leading him to realize that he had little control over their emergence or departure. At times, it felt as though he had been granted a calming dose of Valium, as this newfound peace enveloped him in a gentle and soothing embrace. With this understanding in mind, Ozai devised a plan. Whenever these gaps in the flow of his thinking mind arose, he would strive to hold on to them for as long as possible. He recognized the immense value of these moments of clarity and calm, and he was determined to nurture them, allowing their soothing presence to enhance his overall experience of life. This commitment to embracing serenity became an integral aspect of his journey, guiding him toward deeper self-awareness and a more profound connection with the world around him. Each moment of peace he experienced provided him with the strength and resilience to continue his practice, propelling him further along the path of personal growth, transformation, and enlightenment. After engaging in extensive meditation practice, Ozai began to experience a profound and transformative shift within himself. He started to lose awareness of his physical body. While deeply immersed in meditation, he found that he no longer maintained a conscious recognition of sitting in one place. It was as if he had transcended the limitations of his bodily existence. When he eventually emerged from this meditative state, he often struggled to recall where he was or what he had been doing, requiring a brief moment to reorient himself to his surroundings and the present moment. During those serene gaps in his thought processes, Ozai would drift into a state that resembled dreaming, yet it was distinct from true sleep. Unlike the state of slumber where his head would droop forward, this experience felt uniquely different. A new phenomenon began to take shape within him, giving rise to a fresh and heightened awareness that blossomed in his consciousness. The best way he could articulate this experience was by envisioning the active part of his mind as a landscape. From this landscape, he imagined a new spirit mind emerging, standing alongside his thinking mind. This new aspect of his being felt like a separate life form, yet it was simply an elevated state of awareness. This awareness functioned as an impartial observer, yet it was simultaneously an integral aspect of his identity. It existed in a state of quietude, refraining from engaging in the same kind of analytical thinking as his rational mind. Instead, it merely observed the myriad thoughts and emotions that flowed through him, like a gentle witness to his inner experiences. In this moment of clarity, he realized he had developed a two-dimensional mind, one part that engaged in active thinking and another that stood as a silent observer of the thinking mind, remaining calm and aware. Ozzy came to understand that this observer, this profound awareness, represented the authentic essence of who he truly was. From this pivotal point onward, whenever he delved into meditation, this awareness would grow and strengthen with each practice. As he continued to focus on maintaining the gaps between his thoughts, he discovered that this awareness began to define his very identity. Instead of being solely immersed in the processes of his thinking mind, he found himself inhabiting a new realm where only pure awareness existed. He realized that this awareness had always been an intrinsic part of him, patiently waiting to be acknowledged and recognized. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the thinking mind, this awareness had been submerged and often overlooked. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, people frequently lose sight of this essential aspect of themselves, failing to perceive its quiet presence. Yet, this awareness is, in fact, the true essence of Ozzy. With this awakening came a profound understanding that the thinking mind is not his true self. It is merely a cognitive process necessary for navigating the material world and ensuring bodily survival. This insight resonated deeply with the teachings of the great teacher Jesus, who once posed the poignant question, "What good is it to gain the world at the cost of yourself?" Luke 9 verse 25. In essence, Jesus was warning that the material attachments and distractions one clings to can lead to a profound disconnection from the real self, the authentic essence of being. Ozzy became acutely aware that this concept could be substantiated through personal experience. He felt a compelling urge to reach that point of realization and uncover the truth for himself. He understood that by continuing to cultivate this awareness during his meditation practice, he could reconnect with his true self and gain invaluable insights into the deeper layers of existence. This would ultimately lead to a life enriched with meaning, fulfillment, and a profound sense of connection to the universe around him. The journey of self-discovery had truly begun, and he was eager to explore the depths of his own consciousness, seeking wisdom and understanding in every moment. Ozzy reached another significant milestone in his meditation journey. This particular moment typically occurred after approximately 2 hours of deep, focused meditation. It was at this critical juncture that a powerful thought would intrude upon his mind, insisting with a commanding presence that it is time to finish. This thought would disrupt the serene tranquility he had cultivated, overpowering the gentle flow of his gradually unfolding thoughts. At times, the impulse to conclude his meditation would manifest as a pronounced sense of restlessness within his body, a physical signal urging him to bring the session to an end. Once this desire to complete his meditation arose, he would often make the decision to rise and break the meditative state. However, despite taking this action, he frequently felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. His ambition was to explore and delve deeper into the trance state, yet he found himself consistently falling short of that goal. It became increasingly clear to him that he needed to cultivate greater self-discipline and resolve. He had to push beyond this mental barrier that seemed to hold him back. Determined to surmount this obstacle, Ozzy resolved that the next time this familiar thought pattern returned, he would devise a strategic approach to overcome the block that impeded his progress. Recently, he had begun a weight training routine, which provided him with a semblance of the discipline necessary to confront this challenge. Additionally, he began to apply his understanding of the mind-body connection, using it as a tool to help him transcend this mental impasse. Initially, when he encountered the barrier, it felt utterly insurmountable, as if the wall was far too high to scale. Yet, he recalled lessons from his past experiences that had taught him this was merely the voice of his mind imposing limitations upon him. How can I know for certain unless I actually make the effort to push past it? Ozzy mused to himself. He reminded himself that if others had successfully achieved what he aspired to do, then, by all accounts, it should also be within his reach. For a brief moment, he entertained the idea that his physical body shape might be a factor in his struggles, perhaps making it more difficult for him than for others to reach deeper states of meditation. However, he quickly countered this hypothesis with a memory from a day spent on the quarry face, where similar self-doubts had plagued him. He recognized just how easily his mind could convince him that he was incapable of achieving something, often without his having even attempted it. Ozzy came to the realization that permitting such limiting beliefs to dictate the course of his life was detrimental to his personal growth. This line of reasoning provided him with the encouragement he needed to embark on his next objective, to push decisively past the 2-hour mark and finally attain the trance state he had been so fervently eager to achieve. He envisioned himself shattering the barriers of doubt and resistance, fully embracing the journey ahead with renewed determination and purpose. Each meditation session transformed into an opportunity for him to confront and conquer the mental obstacles that had hindered his progress, instilling within him a growing sense of empowerment as he committed to the goal of reaching deeper states of consciousness. This newfound determination ignited a fire within him, propelling him to pursue the profound experiences he sought in meditation. He was resolute in his commitment to uncovering the depths of his own mind and spirit, eager to explore the vast landscape of his consciousness. With each passing moment, Ozzy felt increasingly equipped to face the challenges ahead, motivated by the understanding that true growth often lay just beyond the boundaries of his comfort zone. Another essential component of Ozzy's discipline was his decision to adopt a structured approach to his Bible reading. Instead of indulging in the text for as long as he felt inclined, he committed to reading for a predetermined amount of time each day. This deliberate structuring infused his entire day with a sense of purpose and discipline. Whenever he was not engaged in meditation, he was immersed in reading the Bible. If he was not reading, he was diligently exercising. During the moments he allowed himself to be free from these disciplined activities, he would let his mind wander and explore the realms of imagination. The combination of reading the Bible and practicing meditation cultivated an inner effect that transcended the simple attainment of peace of mind. Each time he delved into the stories of Jesus's teachings and profound acts of love, he felt his heart open, what spiritualists and Indian yogis often refer to as the heart center. However, while they identified this center in the heart area, Ozzy experienced this sensation more vividly in the region of his solar plexus. When he felt this energy in his heart center, the intensity was so pronounced that it often felt overwhelming, lacking the comforting quality he associated with the sensations in the solar plexus area. The biblical narratives centered on love served as a powerful catalyst for evoking deep feelings of compassion and affection within him. This influence had a remarkably positive impact on both his meditation practice and his emotional state upon concluding it. He sensed a profound strength in love that enabled him to remain immersed in meditation for extended durations. Whenever he encountered moments of unrest during his meditation practice, and the thought would surface that it was time to conclude, he would gently remind himself to relax. He would meticulously examine every inch of his body, instructing any tense areas, often the result of discomfort, to release and let go. The more he engaged in this internal dialogue, the easier it became to dissolve tension and discomfort. Ozzy also became increasingly aware that when he pushed past the point of discomfort, an old sensation of claustrophobia would creep back in, gripping him tightly. He would begin to sweat, and feelings of fear would surface. However, through the practice of autosuggestion, he gradually learned to navigate and overcome these sensations, gaining greater control over his responses. He began to notice that his muscular system was intricately connected to his mind in subtle ways he had not previously understood. Whenever he instructed a specific thought to dissipate, he would become aware of the corresponding muscle that was linked to that thought. As soon as the thought vanished, the associated muscle would also relax, creating a direct connection between his mental state and physical tension. These thoughts were often tied to anxieties that, under normal circumstances, he would not recognize as such. The way they manifested as muscle tension revealed their true nature as anxieties needing to be released. This realization illuminated the profound connection between the mind and body, highlighting how intertwined they truly were. With this newfound awareness, Ozui recognized that the mind exerted a negative influence over the tensions it imposed upon the muscular system. This understanding clarified what the block was that had been hindering his progress throughout his meditation practice. He had ventured deeper into himself to uncover this truth, and now that he understood the cause of his struggles during meditation, he felt empowered to push past this perceived wall. As he continued his meditation journey, the gaps between his thoughts expanded to such an extent that he found himself completely lost in the vastness of nothingness. At this remarkable juncture, he achieved an impressive endurance of 4 hours sitting in meditation. Although he referred to it as endurance, it felt more like an overwhelming pleasure, as he lost all connection to the incessant workings of the thinking mind. The space he once occupied during meditation seemed to dissolve. It was as if he had merged with the surrounding space itself. In this transcendent state, he experienced a profound sense of liberation and unity with the universe, a realization that transcended his previous understanding of self and existence. This deep connection to the essence of being filled him with joy and a sense of fulfillment that he had never known before. Ozui arrived at a profound realization about what it truly meant to be one with the universe. He had encountered this concept on numerous occasions before, but it had never resonated with the same depth of understanding that he experienced in that moment. He discovered that he had become one with all that exists, fully embracing everything in the cosmos, because in that transformative experience, he had essentially dissolved into nothingness. Initially, he found himself letting go of all thoughts and becoming nothing in mind. As he sank deeper into this state of profound awareness, the physical body he occupied began to fade away, merging seamlessly with the space that surrounded him. The boundaries that defined his body gradually evaporated, and the sense of I disintegrated entirely. In this state of utter nothingness, he felt himself blending into the allness of existence, the essence of everything, the profound emptiness that pervades all, and the boundless expanse of space. The very space he once occupied seemed to vanish, as he realized he had become the embodiment of all space itself. In this transcendental experience, he became bliss, pure, unadulterated bliss. This feeling was not fleeting, it felt permanent, like an enduring state that would remain within him. With each successive meditation session, the depth of this bliss intensified, growing more complete and fulfilling with every passing moment. He found himself increasingly reluctant to return to the realm of the thinking mind, harboring a fear that re-entering that space might taint the exquisite state he had achieved. The only reason he chose to return to the surface reality was the necessity of consuming food to sustain his physical form. In his mind, this experience was nothing less than heaven on earth. In this profound state of meditation, he uncovered the essential truths that underlie the teachings of all spiritual traditions. He grasped the essence of what God represented and the ultimate meaning of existence itself. Through his dedicated practice, he had attained the heavenly peace that so many religions speak of. This was not a mere concept or a half-formed idea, it was an authentic experience of true peace, a state of serenity that surpassed anything he had previously conceived or read about in texts. Ozui also came to understand that an idea is often merely a reflection of what others believe or have found within religious teachings. However, what he experienced was far from being an abstract notion, it was palpably real. It was undeniably authentic because he had lived it, felt it deeply, and immersed himself fully in it. While some might presume that 4-hour meditation sessions are lengthy, Ozui found that such durations represented the pinnacle of human experience. In the depths of his meditative state, time itself ceased to exist. Even though he remained in stillness for a full 4 hours, it felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. This perception of time was genuine, not a mere product of his imagination. Each second spent in this blissful state was rich with meaning, filling him with an indescribable sense of joy and fulfillment. In this state of unity and presence, he discovered a clarity that transcended the ordinary boundaries of thought. He came to realize that this profound experience was available to anyone willing to embark on a journey into the silence and stillness of their own being. It was a revelation that transformed his understanding of life, love, and existence, allowing him to embrace the world with a newfound perspective. This journey into nothingness had revealed to him the essence of everything, and he felt an overwhelming desire to share his insights and the beauty of this experience with others. He hoped that they too could find their own path to such profound peace and understanding, discovering the bliss that lies within the depths of their own consciousness. Once again, he earnestly urged anyone who read this to embark on a profound journey of self-discovery. Everything one might require to navigate this transformative path was articulated within the pages of the book he shared. He believed that individuals possessed the incredible opportunity to experience the truth firsthand. This was the way forward, and the rewards that awaited were not only plentiful but also immensely fulfilling. If one dedicated themselves to this endeavor and put forth the necessary effort, they would come to understand that this pursuit was the most significant undertaking they could engage in, not just for their own personal growth, but also for the well-being of their family and the broader world they inhabited. Should one choose to forego this exploration, opting not to invest their energy in seeking their own liberation, he encouraged them to maintain an open mind as they continued to navigate through a reality perceived as authentic. Perhaps their current state of slumber was comfortable and had not yet morphed into the nightmare that he once faced, a nightmare so distressing that it propelled him to actively seek his escape and ultimately discover genuine freedom. He urged readers to keep the essence of this narrative close to their hearts. If their tranquil slumber did not endure, perhaps they would remember these words, allowing them to serve as a beacon to guide them toward awakening to true happiness and lasting freedom. The journey toward enlightenment and self-awareness was not merely a personal endeavor, it had the extraordinary potential to create ripples that extended outward, positively impacting loved ones and the larger community around them. He encouraged individuals to embrace the boundless possibilities that resided within each moment, reminding them that the key to unlocking their true potential lay within reach. Their quest for truth and understanding could lead them to a life filled with profound joy, fulfillment, and purpose, should they choose to pursue it. The path might require courage and commitment, but the rewards of awakening to one's true self were immeasurable, offering a richness of experience that could transform not only their lives but also the lives of those around them. Thus, he implored them to take that first step and embark on the journey that could lead them to the ultimate realization of their potential and the extraordinary freedom that awaited. Chapter 13. Dreams. At long last, he had achieved what he had set out to accomplish. He had entered a profound state of consciousness known as trance, a transformative experience that allowed him to explore the depths of his being. Not only that, but he had also engaged deeply with the great book, the Book of Self. Through this enlightening journey, he had come to know himself on a profound level, leading him to become a self-realized individual. While some might interpret this as the self-indulgent musings of an inflated ego, he assured all who read his words that such a notion could not be further from the truth. He recalled the teachings of the great teacher of love and wisdom, Jesus Christ, who insightfully stated, "You shall know them by their fruits," Matthew 7 verse 16. Just as a bad tree produces bad fruit, a good tree is known for yielding good fruit. The quality of his life underwent a dramatic transformation as a direct result of this journey of self-discovery. By delving into the reasons behind his thoughts, behaviors, and reactions, he experienced a profound change within himself. He became acutely aware of the tendencies that had governed his mind and the patterns of reaction he had developed over the years while living on this earth. One remarkable consequence of gaining such deep self-knowledge was that he also developed an understanding of others. He could now discern what motivated people to express certain thoughts at specific moments, seeing beyond the surfaces they presented. Hidden emotions, such as jealousy, hatred, anger, love, greed, pride, empathy, and various other needs, became as clear to him as daylight. Through this newfound clarity, he had learned to relinquish these negative feelings. The extensive work he had undertaken on himself, facilitated by the solitude of his environment, enabled him to conquer all his inner demons. Yet, this victory came with the ability to perceive the demons that resided within others. Another significant realization he made was that he had transformed into a completely self-sufficient human being. He no longer relied on external stimulation for gratification or happiness. His needs had simplified to the bare essentials of life: food, water, and a roof over his head. He discovered that he did not require cigarettes, the companionship of a romantic partner, a book for distraction, a television for entertainment, or a gym to maintain his physical fitness. While he did engage in workouts at the prison to release excess energy, he recognized that he could have easily thrived without that outlet. Moreover, he felt no compulsion to seek stimulation through images of nude women in magazines or fantasies of intimate encounters. The desire for such distractions was firmly rooted in his past. This newfound independence and self-reliance provided him with a profound sense of peace and clarity. He came to understand that true contentment arose from within, rather than from external sources or possessions. His journey of self-realization had not only altered his perception of himself but also transformed his interactions with the world around him. Embracing this new state of being, he became acutely aware that he had unlocked a deeper level of existence, one characterized by genuine freedom and profound self-awareness. In this elevated state, he found a rich appreciation for life itself, one that transcended the superficial distractions he once believed were necessary for happiness. As he continued along this path of discovery, he eagerly anticipated exploring the depths of his self-sufficiency and the myriad enriching experiences it promised. This journey was not merely an end in itself but a gateway to deeper truths and greater understanding, as he sought to connect with both his inner self and the world around him in more meaningful ways. When he initially learned that his common-law wife, Jane, had betrayed him during his incarceration, he found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of deep thought and reflection. It soon became apparent to him that his relentless desire for sex had brought him an overwhelming amount of grief and suffering throughout the years. He came to the realization that this yearning was the fundamental source of much of the turmoil in his life. Each painful experience he had faced seemed intricately connected to the powerful urge for sexual gratification. Moreover, he noticed that many of the individuals around him in prison were grappling with the very same demon of lust. Witnessing the chaos and distress that arose from sexual desire, he formulated a strategy to consciously associate lust with an unpleasant sensation in his stomach. Whenever thoughts or fantasies of a sexual nature crept into his mind, he would remind himself of the negative feelings and adverse experiences that invariably followed when he succumbed to those desires. He recognized that these distressing emotions had played a significant role in creating numerous predicaments throughout his life. For example, whenever a sexual thought or fantasy surfaced, he made a deliberate choice to redirect his focus to the painful memories he had shared with Jane. He would reflect on the anger that had consumed him during those volatile moments, such as when he held a shotgun to her head, or the times he had to physically intervene to prevent her from smashing all the windows in their home. He recalled how neighbors had become embroiled in their conflicts, resulting in police involvement, and he felt a wave of shame and humiliation wash over him as he considered how his private life had been thrust into the public eye for all to witness. This approach proved to be remarkably effective in stifling the intrusive sexual thoughts and fantasies that sought to overwhelm his mind. With time, he reached a state where sexual thoughts no longer occupied his consciousness for the remainder of his time in prison. In comparison to his fellow inmates, this was an extraordinary accomplishment. He began to perceive sexual desire as the greatest devil of them all. He used the term devil as a metaphor, as it aptly captured his feelings towards sex at that moment in his life. By conceptualizing it as a demon, he found it easier to engage in battle against it. He understood that he would have endured far less suffering had he not been plagued by these desires. This strategy allowed him to reclaim ownership of his own mind and body. No longer could anyone from the opposite sex exert control over him, he had become the one wielding authority over his thoughts and actions. This newfound sense of control brought him a profound feeling of empowerment that he had not experienced in years. He realized that by confronting and dispelling the power of sexual desire, he had taken a significant step toward liberation from the chains that had previously bound him. As he continued to practice this strategy, he experienced a growing sense of clarity and strength, enabling him to redirect his focus toward more meaningful pursuits and personal development during his time in prison. He was resolute in his determination to emerge from this challenging experience not merely as a survivor but as an individual who had transformed adversity into a powerful opportunity for profound self-discovery and resilience. In this process, he learned not only about the nature of his desires but also about the importance of self-control and the ability to redefine his relationship with his own urges. With each passing day, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to embrace the future with a clearer mind and a stronger spirit, ready to take on the world beyond prison walls. He could clearly remember the pivotal day during his early teenage years when he first lost that essential feeling of control over his life. It was around the time of puberty, a tumultuous period characterized by significant emotional and physical changes, and it was during this phase that he sensed his grip on self-control beginning to slip away. However, he was now pleased to realize that he had regained that sense of mastery over his desires. No longer did he feel compelled to surrender to the overpowering urge of sexual desire or anything related to it. In this newfound clarity and strength, he felt like a true victor. During his time in prison, he had access to a library where he was permitted to borrow books. Quite often, the selections he made turned out to be connected to the teachings of the Bible, a fact that seemed purely coincidental, as he chose the books based solely on their intriguing titles. One particular title that captured his attention was Hell's Angel. When he requested this book, he intended to take a break from the religious texts that had dominated his reading, believing that the title suggested a different type of narrative. As he delved into Hell's Angel, he discovered it was authored by a man named Brian Greenaway, who had encountered serious trouble that ultimately led him to serve time in Dartmoor, the very prison where he was currently confined. Interestingly, the author had also taken a building course, just as he was doing at that time, and they shared the same tutor. To add to the remarkable coincidences, Brian Greenaway hailed from Gosport, a place that Ozzy would soon be heading to, and he would also be assigned the same probation officer as Greenaway upon his eventual release. Hell's Angel chronicled Brian Greenaway's tumultuous life, detailing the circumstances that led him to prison and the profound transformation he underwent, ultimately guiding him toward enlightenment. These significant events had unfolded several years before Ozzy's arrival at Dartmoor, yet Greenaway's journey resonated deeply with him. Brian Greenaway's transition from being a member of the Hells Angels to embracing Christianity mirrored Ozzy's own path of self-discovery and metamorphosis, taking place in the very same environment. As Ozzy immersed himself in the pages of the book, he felt an undeniable sense of purpose in its arrival in his life. Over time, this sensation would manifest repeatedly. It seemed that books would serendipitously find their way to him precisely when he needed them most, providing guidance and insight for whatever challenges he was grappling with at any given moment. Each new title that crossed his path appeared to offer not only entertainment but also a deeper understanding and encouragement along his journey of personal growth. This realization reinforced his belief that the universe has an uncanny way of directing individuals toward the resources and teachings they require, often in the most unexpected and surprising ways. The connection he felt with Brian Greenaway's narrative served as a powerful reminder that change is indeed possible and that enlightenment can emerge from even the darkest of circumstances. As he continued to read and reflect on the lessons within those pages, he found himself increasingly inspired to embrace his own transformation, feeling more equipped than ever to navigate the complexities of life with renewed strength, resilience, and purpose. In this transformative journey, he began to understand the profound impact that literature could have on his life, guiding him toward a brighter and more fulfilling future. During this enlightening and transformative period of his life, he felt as though he had become akin to the radiant sun shining brightly in the vast sky. He realized that he no longer needed to seek joy or tranquility from external sources. Instead, he discovered that true happiness and peace of mind resided deeply within his own essence. It was an extraordinary revelation to understand that he could find these profound states of being within himself. There was no requirement for outside stimulation or distractions. He experienced an abiding sense of peace because that tranquility had always been a fundamental part of who he was. It was an integral aspect of his very being. In this newfound state of awareness, he experienced an unparalleled depth of love and compassion for all living creatures, a feeling that had eluded him for most of his life. In the past, he had honestly and rightly confessed that he did not truly comprehend what love was. However, now he had an illuminating understanding of its true nature. His earlier interpretation of love, shaped by the experiences of his youth, had not been entirely misguided, as it often reflected the reality faced by many individuals. At that time, love had seemed more like a yearning for the security and stability that a particular lifestyle or relationship could provide. Now, however, he possessed a clear and profound understanding of what genuine love entailed. Every form of life became invaluable to him, even the smallest and seemingly insignificant insects. He found himself unable to harm even a fly, as the compassion he felt stood in stark contrast to the emotional coldness that had enveloped him when he first entered prison. At that moment in his life, he had been completely devoid of warmth and empathy. The transformative experience of seeing the light affected him not just on an emotional level but also profoundly influenced him physically. Colors in the world around him appeared brighter and more vivid. It was as if his physical eyes had undergone a thorough cleansing. His vision seemed to enhance, allowing him to perceive the world with a newfound clarity and appreciation for its beauty. He began to take notice of the small, intricate details that had previously escaped his attention in his former mindset. Everyday occurrences radiated a beauty he had never before acknowledged, enriching his experience of life. When he looked at another human being, he felt an overwhelming sense of love swell within his heart, free from any prejudices concerning their size, shape, skin color, temperament, character, morality, cleanliness, wealth, or any other superficial markers. He simply desired to extend his love to them unconditionally, without reservations or expectations. This profound shift in perception not only illuminated his understanding of connection and empathy but also allowed him to recognize the inherent worth of every individual he encountered. He felt a deep sense of unity with all forms of life, realizing that each being played a vital role in the intricate tapestry of existence. This experience enriched his life immeasurably, as he wholeheartedly embraced this new perspective, allowing it to guide his interactions and relationships moving forward. The world had transformed into a vibrant place filled with beauty and wonder, and he was determined to cultivate and nurture this newfound appreciation for life in all its diverse forms. This journey of self-discovery had opened his eyes to the profound interconnectedness of all beings, inspiring him to share his love and compassion with the world around him. He was acutely aware that, despite the profound transformation he had undergone within himself, the people around him remained largely unchanged. It was through the myriad of experiences and interactions he had navigated in his past life that he had crafted his earlier persona, the so-called badass. He understood that if he were to express the love and compassion that now filled his heart toward others, it would likely be perceived as unusual or even disconcerting by the wardens and his fellow inmates. To cope with this complex social dynamic, he made the conscious decision to revert to the role of a lamb for slaughter. He allowed himself to be seen as the person he had been in the past, conforming to the perceptions others had long held of him. The critical distinction now, however, was that he recognized this behavior for what it truly was, an act. In the past, he had been oblivious to the performative nature of his actions, fully believing that everything he thought, felt, or did was entirely genuine and real. Although he skillfully concealed the profound transformation he had experienced, there were times when glimpses of his new self would inadvertently surface. Occasionally, others would catch sight of the fact that he possessed something unique and special, an essence that distinguished him from the rest. One of the remarkable abilities he had developed was a keen aptitude for interpreting people's dreams, an insight that intrigued those around him and drew them closer. Moreover, whenever conversations ventured into philosophical realms, he found that he had the answers that people were desperately seeking, further enhancing their interest in him. As he shared his thoughts and insights, he began to notice that some individuals were genuinely captivated by what he had to say. The more he spoke, the more they listened intently, and the more they listened, the more questions they posed. These interactions served as clear indicators to the external world that he had been gifted with a unique perspective, one that set him apart from the other inmates and invited deeper connections. He also became increasingly aware of a significant change in his sleeping patterns. Each morning, he would awaken with a vivid recollection of the dreams he had experienced during the night. Up until that point, he had held the belief that he either did not dream very often or perhaps not at all. Now, however, everything felt different. Something profound within him had shifted, allowing him to remember what had previously been elusive and difficult to grasp. Not only was he capable of recalling his dreams with clarity, but he also discovered that he possessed the ability to influence their outcomes if he so wished. This newfound control was a direct result of the heightened awareness he had cultivated through his meditation practice, which enabled him to stand alongside his thinking mind, observing it rather than being completely immersed in it. This dual awareness granted him a level of mastery over his subconscious experiences, enriching both his waking and dreaming life. As he continued to explore this new dimension of his existence, he felt empowered by his ability to navigate the complexities of his dreams and the relationships he was forming with others. The transformation he had undergone not only enriched his own life but also opened doors to deeper connections and understanding with those around him, solidifying his conviction that he was on a path of profound self-discovery and growth. This journey was not solely about personal change, it was about sharing that change with the world, fostering compassion, understanding, and a sense of connection wherever possible. Each day brought new opportunities for him to express the love he felt within, allowing him to contribute positively to the lives of others while continuing to evolve on his own remarkable journey. Ozzy gradually came to the realization that the thinking mind serves as a precursor to the dreaming mind, with these two aspects of consciousness being distinct yet intricately intertwined. The thinking mind emerges from conscious effort and deliberate engagement with the world, while the dreaming mind operates autonomously, functioning seamlessly without any exertion on one's part. In his daily life, Ozzy often found that he rarely engaged the thinking mind unless he was actively working to solve a problem or absorbing new information. The dreaming mind, in contrast, tended to run in a mechanical mode, switching on effortlessly like a television screen and continuing its broadcast until it reached a natural conclusion. This dreamlike state was where most people, including him, found themselves for a significant portion of their waking hours. For instance, when he went grocery shopping, he sometimes found himself picking up the usual items without much conscious thought. His mind would wander off to other matters, perhaps lost in contemplation or daydreaming about unrelated topics. The act became so routine that he could easily divert his focus, almost slipping into a trance-like state. In this scenario, it felt akin to being in a dream. He had little control over the workings of his dreaming mind, which operated independently of his conscious awareness. Meditation played a pivotal role in helping Ozzy cultivate an observer within himself, an inner awareness that existed separately from the thinking mind. While he had honed the ability to observe his thoughts during his meditation sessions, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this capacity to observe did not dissipate once he concluded his practice. Instead, this heightened awareness followed him into his daily life, enriching his interactions with others and enhancing his perception of his surroundings. People often employed the metaphor of an actor to describe this experience. It felt as though he were merely a spectator watching himself participate in a grand play of life. In this state of awareness, the various challenges and dramas that life presented began to lose their weight and significance, as he started to perceive everything through a fresh lens, free from the burdens of emotional investment. Ozzy observed that when he articulated a specific word or phrase, it would trigger a whole chain of automatic reactions in those around him. By repeatedly witnessing these interactions, he began to anticipate where these responses would lead even before they materialized. This realization significantly enhanced his sense of being an actor in the ongoing drama of his own life, where he could navigate the script with greater awareness. Previously, He had been too entangled in the events and emotions surrounding him, overly focused on steering circumstances to align with his desires. This preoccupation had blinded him to the underlying patterns of interaction that governed his relationships. Now, by embodying this heightened awareness rather than being solely identified with the thinking mind, he found himself capable of remaining completely detached from any negative or emotionally charged reactions. For instance, in the past, Ozui might have interpreted someone's words as an insult, which would wound his feelings and provoke a defensive response. Alternatively, he might have encountered comments that elicited positive emotions, temporarily inflating his ego. However, with his newfound perspective, he could observe these reactions without being swept away by them. He recognized that the initial response was simply a reaction stemming from the dreaming mind, and he had the power to choose how to engage with it. This profound shift in awareness empowered Ozui to navigate his interactions with a greater sense of clarity and control. Rather than being at the mercy of his emotions or the opinions of others, he was able to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. In this way, the act of living transformed into a more conscious experience, allowing him to participate in his own life play with intention and grace. The liberation that came from this heightened awareness opened new avenues for connection and understanding, enriching not just his own life experiences but also the relationships he cultivated with those around him. Each interaction became an opportunity for deeper understanding, fostering a sense of unity and compassion that resonated throughout his journey of self-discovery. In this newly attained state of consciousness, Ozui realized that external events no longer held any sway over him whatsoever. He existed in a serene and unwavering calm, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. It was as if he had spent much of his life behind a self-imposed barrier, a wall constructed from his fears and reactions. Up until this point, whenever someone would launch something, be it words, actions, or judgments, at this wall, it would adhere to it like glue, leaving a lasting impression on his psyche. However, in this transformed state of being, it felt as though he had completely dismantled that wall. Now, any negativity or provocation that came his way simply passed through him without leaving a trace. There was no longer any substance for those external influences to cling to, the ego had been effectively dismantled. Throughout his day, Ozui maintained a remarkably structured routine, one that flowed with the precision of clockwork. Each segment of his day unfolded in a predictable manner, providing him with a sense of stability and order. The only variations to this rhythm came from the interactions he had with others, the letters he received, or the contemplative thoughts that arose within him, often inspired by his readings of the Bible. These small differences punctuated the otherwise rhythmic flow of his daily existence, adding depth and nuance to his experiences. When he was not engaged in his 4-hour meditation sessions or supplementing his practice with shorter periods of meditation, perhaps an hour here and a half hour there, he found himself deeply immersed in the rich landscape of his inner life. Nothing escaped the vigilant gaze of his inner awareness. He had cultivated such a heightened state of consciousness that every thought, feeling, and sensation became illuminated under the light of his observation. In his interactions with the outside world, Ozui became increasingly attuned to how specific stimuli could trigger emotional responses within him. Yet, because this constant awareness accompanied him throughout his day, he had learned to manage and control many of the thoughts that had previously acted as triggers for unwanted emotional reactions. Being alone provided him with ample space and opportunity to analyze and reflect on anything that arose within him, fostering a deeper understanding of himself and his responses. Although he understood that he had no control over the reactions elicited by fellow prisoners, the prison wardens, or even the biblical passages he read, he maintained a continuous awareness of the feelings stirred within his emotional center. This level of self-awareness had previously been unattainable. He had always found himself deeply entrenched in the drama of life, lost within the whirlwind of his thinking mind. Now, however, he could step back and observe the unfolding of his emotions with clarity and detachment. This profound shift allowed him to navigate the complexities of his emotional landscape without feeling overwhelmed. He no longer perceived himself as a victim of external circumstances. Instead, he embraced the role of an observer in his own life, which transformed his experiences into valuable opportunities for growth and understanding. Each interaction and stimulus became a chance for him to practice this newfound awareness, empowering him to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Ozzy was embarking on a remarkable journey of self-discovery, where every moment presented a valuable lesson in mastering his inner world. The liberation he experienced from his previous entanglements allowed him to engage with life in a more profound and meaningful way. With each passing day, he continued to refine this delicate balance between observation and participation, ultimately enriching his understanding of both himself and the intricate tapestry of human experience that surrounded him. This newfound perspective not only deepened his connection to his inner self but also enhanced the quality of his interactions with others, fostering a sense of compassion and understanding that resonated throughout his journey. What Ozzy discovered about the nature of dreams was both captivating and enlightening. He came to understand that if he had a day filled with specific emotions experienced in a particular sequence, his feeling center would effectively record those emotions, much like a videotape capturing moments in time. When he eventually succumbed to sleep, this emotional center would replay those same feelings in the exact order they had occurred throughout the day, creating a vivid echo of his waking experiences. Every night, as he entered the dream world, the emotions he had felt during the day would resurface, recounting themselves in his subconscious mind just as he had experienced them while awake. However, a crucial distinction emerged: the images that populated his dreams did not directly reflect the actual events that had unfolded in his daily life. Instead, these dreams acted as symbolic representations of the emotional landscape within him, reinterpreting the day's experiences through a different visual lens. While the imagery in his dreams was often disconnected from reality, the emotions they stirred remained strikingly consistent. The feelings elicited by the dream narratives mirrored the intensity and nature of his daytime experiences. This realization deepened Ozzy's comprehension of the intricate relationship between his emotions and his dreams, illuminating how the subconscious mind processed and expressed feelings through symbolic imagery. As he delved further into this relationship, he recognized that dreams served as a vital bridge between his waking life and his inner emotional realm. They provided him with a unique opportunity to process, reflect upon, and integrate his experiences, allowing him to confront and grasp the emotional subtleties that influenced his daily interactions. This insight not only enriched his meditation practice but also enhanced his overall journey of self-discovery, as he learned to pay closer attention to the rich symbolism present in his dreams. Each dream became a valuable opportunity for introspection, prompting him to seek out the deeper meanings behind the emotional patterns that replayed nightly. Moreover, by examining the recurring themes and symbols within his dreams, Ozzy began to uncover insights about his emotional state and personal growth. He understood that these nocturnal narratives were not merely random figments of imagination but rather significant reflections of his inner world, offering guidance and clarity. This newfound awareness allowed him to approach his dreams with curiosity and engagement, transforming them into powerful tools for understanding his evolving self. Each night's journey into the dream realm became an integral part of his exploration of consciousness, fostering a profound connection between his emotions and the life he was navigating. Chapter 14. The Material World. After Ozzy had spent some time in Dartmoor prison, he had the opportunity to meet a man named Rob Rowe. During one of their engaging conversations, Ozzy learned that Rob hailed from Gosport, the very location where he intended to establish his new life upon his release from incarceration. This revelation was particularly meaningful to Ozzy, as Gosport was home to Kay, the woman with whom he had made plans to live once he was free. As their friendship blossomed, Ozzy shared more about his intentions with Rob, informing him that he planned to settle in a neighborhood within Gosport known as Alverstoke. Rob conveyed that this area was regarded as quite affluent, and he appeared genuinely impressed by Ozzy's future living arrangements. However, the idea of residing in a well-to-do neighborhood held little significance for Ozzy. His foremost concern was the fact that he would be living with Kay, the woman who had filled his thoughts and dreams long before his incarceration. Kay had consistently accepted him for who he was, never once passing judgment on the circumstances that had led to his imprisonment. It was only just before his impending release that Ozzy mustered the courage to explain the details of the crime he had committed to Kay. Despite this potentially troubling revelation, Kay possessed an innate ability to look beyond superficial appearances and discern the true essence of a person's heart. Her keen intuition allowed her to sense insincerity immediately, and she had a natural aversion to those who were not genuine. Fortunately for Ozzy, it seemed he had successfully passed her unspoken evaluation, as she continued to embrace him wholeheartedly without any reservations. This profound connection with Kay became a guiding light of hope during his time in prison, a constant reminder that a fulfilling life awaited him beyond the cold, unyielding walls and the harsh realities of incarceration. The thought of reuniting with her served as a powerful source of motivation, fueling his determination to navigate the myriad challenges of prison life. He held on to the belief that a brighter future was just around the corner in Gosport, a future filled with the promise of love, acceptance, and the possibility of a fresh start. Ozzy's heart swelled with anticipation as he envisioned the life he could build alongside Kay, ready to embrace the opportunities that awaited him in the outside world. One day, during the designated recreation hour, a brief respite when inmates were permitted to leave their cells to partake in activities such as watching television or engaging in exercise, Ozzy noticed Rob sitting in the room. Rob's demeanor struck Ozzy as particularly concerning. He wore a blank expression that suggested something significant was weighing heavily on his mind. Recognizing the signs of distress, Ozzy approached Rob and asked him what was troubling him, why he appeared so downcast. Rob opened up, sharing that he had been experiencing issues with his lungs and had recently gone for an X-ray. The results of the X-ray were troubling. They revealed the presence of something on his lungs that should not have been there. Rob explained that he needed to undergo further tests to determine the exact nature of this unexpected finding. As he spoke, Ozzy could see the fear and uncertainty etched across Rob's face, which only deepened his concern for his friend. In an attempt to provide comfort and reassurance, Ozzy tried to speak to Rob in a calming manner, hoping to ease the turmoil that seemed to consume his thoughts. However, he quickly realized that his efforts were met with little success. Rob remained visibly troubled, and Ozzy's heart ached for him in that moment. It was difficult for Ozzy to witness a friend grappling with such heavy and unsettling news, especially within the confines of such a harsh environment. Being a man in one of the country's toughest prisons necessitated adopting a facade of toughness, an act of self-preservation that was all but essential for survival. There existed an unspoken code among inmates: never reveal any signs of vulnerability or weakness, for that could easily be seen as an invitation for trouble. Yet, despite the prevailing culture of machismo surrounding him, Ozzy felt an intense longing to comfort Rob. In that moment, he wished he could reach out and wrap his arms around him, offering solace and support during this difficult time. However, such a display of tenderness felt utterly out of place within the rigid confines of prison life. God forbid anyone witness that act of emotional vulnerability. This internal struggle left Ozzy feeling profoundly conflicted. He understood the harsh expectations of prison life, yet his genuine compassion for Rob tugged at his heartstrings. Beneath the layers of bravado that both men were forced to maintain, there was a deep human connection that transcended the tough exterior. Despite the constraints imposed by their surroundings, Ozzy's heart remained open, quietly hoping that Rob would find the strength and resilience to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Even if he could not express his support in the way he truly desired, to put his arms around Rob, God forbid, Ozzy wished for Rob to know that he was not alone in facing his fears, even in such a grim setting. That particular night, as Ozzy made his way back to his cell, he was enveloped by a profound and intense feeling that seemed to emanate from deep within his stomach. This sensation was markedly different from the emotions he had grappled with during his time in Cardiff prison, where his experiences had been dominated by feelings of hatred, anger, and pervasive negativity. In stark contrast, the feeling he was now experiencing felt like the polar opposite. It was a powerful surge of love and compassion directed toward a fellow human being who was enduring a painful struggle. Settling into his familiar lotus position, Ozzy entered a deep state of meditation, allowing his thoughts to quiet and his heart to open. Alongside this practice of meditation, he also engaged in heartfelt prayer, pouring forth his thoughts, hopes, and wishes into the universe with profound sincerity. He committed himself to this practice for about 3 nights, then decided to pause and observe whether any positive changes would emerge as a result of his efforts. Throughout this period, he felt that his prayer and meditation were particularly potent, and his focus was remarkably sharp, as if he were genuinely connected to a higher power. As time passed, several months went by without any updates regarding Rob's health, leaving Ozzy to wonder what had ultimately become of his friend. Then, one day, while he was out on the exercise yard, he unexpectedly encountered Rob. Filled with eagerness, Ozzy approached him and inquired about how he was faring, specifically asking if everything was all right with his chest. To Ozzy's immense relief and delight, Rob shared that he had undergone additional tests, and in a surprising turn of events, the patch on his lungs had mysteriously vanished without leaving a trace. It was as if the troubling condition had never existed at all. Hearing this uplifting news filled Ozzy with joy, and he felt no pressing need to disclose to Rob the details of his prayer experience. Deep inside, he grappled with uncertainty about whether his prayers had genuinely influenced Rob's recovery. Perhaps, in truth, they had, but he was cautious about jumping to conclusions. He had grown increasingly aware that truth can often be influenced by personal bias, and he didn't want to overstate the significance of his meditation and prayers. In that moment, Ozzy chose to embrace the joy of Rob's remarkable recovery without feeling the need to claim any credit for it. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the mysterious ways of the universe and the power of human connection. This experience reinforced his understanding that sometimes, the simple act of caring and expressing compassion can lead to extraordinary outcomes, even amidst the most challenging circumstances. Ozzy's heart swelled with renewed hope, further igniting his commitment to nurturing love and compassion in a world that often seemed overshadowed by darkness and despair. He realized that these feelings not only enriched his own life but also had the potential to uplift those around him, creating a ripple effect of positivity in a place where such sentiments were often in short supply. Memory often behaves like a slippery serpent, slyly evading precise recollection and leaving one to question the intricacies of past experiences. Ozzy found himself wrestling with this very dilemma, uncertain whether Rob had informed him of his cancer's miraculous disappearance while they were still behind the bars of prison or if it was years later during an unexpected encounter in the town where he eventually made his home. The essence of what Rob had communicated remained vividly etched in Ozzy's mind, the astonishing revelation that the troubling patch on his lungs had vanished without a trace. However, the particulars of the location where this significant conversation took place eluded him, slipping away like water through his fingers. Was it in the midst of their dreary exercise yard, or perhaps during a rare quiet moment in the prison's communal space? Alternatively, could it have been during a serendipitous meeting on the lively streets of his new town, where they shared a moment filled with surprise and elation? As Ozzy contemplated this uncertainty, he reflected on the enigmatic nature of the mind, which often weaves memories together or allows them to fade into obscurity as time passes. Despite the vagueness surrounding the circumstances, the essence of Rob's message remained a radiant source of hope within Ozzy's heart. That shared moment of connection, regardless of when or where it had occurred, stood as a powerful reminder of the strength of compassion and human spirit in the face of adversity. Ultimately, Ozzy came to realize that while the specific details may be lost to the mists of time, the emotions tied to those memories were unmistakable. Ozzy experienced an overwhelming sense of relief upon receiving the good news about Rob's health. In that moment, he felt no compelling urge to disclose his prayer experience to Rob. The truth was, he remained uncertain about whether his prayers had actually played any role in Rob's miraculous recovery. It was possible that they had, but he approached the situation with caution, as he had come to understand that our interpretations of truth can often be influenced by personal biases. These biases frequently arise from our worries about how others perceive us. Ozzy recognized that many individuals harbor fears of being seen as self-centered or disingenuous, which can lead them to mold their identities into what they believe is expected by others. This pressure to conform can easily morph into a form of self-deception. On one particular day, as Ozai sat quietly in his cell, he received an unexpected summons to meet with the prison governor. The reason for this meeting was entirely unclear to him, leaving him in a state of confusion and curiosity. He felt remarkably calm, with no racing thoughts clouding his mind. He was simply present in that moment, and nothing seemed to matter. He realized that he was not being pulled in any specific direction by his thoughts, having achieved a significant level of mastery over his mental state. As he reflected on his past, Ozai recognized that just 12 months earlier, his mental landscape would have been dramatically different. At that time, the mere thought of meeting with the governor would have sent his mind spiraling in countless directions. He would have been consumed by waves of nervousness and apprehension, constantly questioning whether he had done something wrong or if he was in trouble. A storm of anxious thoughts would have occupied his mind, leaving him feeling unsettled and uneasy about the impending encounter. However, in this moment of clarity and composure, he found himself enveloped in a profound sense of calm. The chaotic thoughts that had once dominated his mind had gradually dissipated, replaced by a serene acceptance of the present moment. He felt a deep and abiding sense of satisfaction in realizing that his mind no longer had control over him. This newfound mastery represented a significant milestone in his personal journey, allowing him to face whatever challenges lay ahead with a composed, centered spirit and an unwavering sense of self. Ozai embraced this transformation, understanding that it was a testament to his growth and resilience in the face of adversity. Occasionally, the environment that surrounded Ozai compelled him to behave in particular ways, and his awareness of the thinking mind would direct him to respond accordingly. Yet, deep within, he found it difficult to take these actions seriously. In fact, he often regarded them as somewhat amusing. This disconnect between his inner self and the external expectations created a curious tension that he found both intriguing and enlightening. When the prison officer arrived to escort him, Ozai stepped into the governor's office with a sense of anticipation and curiosity. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the light and somewhat cheerful atmosphere that permeated the room. As he made eye contact with the governor, he noticed an expression that conveyed he had something positive to share. The governor's subtle smile as he met Ozai's gaze hinted at the good news that was about to unfold. With a measured and deliberate pace, the governor began to speak, announcing that Ozai had been granted parole. A new and earlier release date had been set for him, and as he delivered this revelation, the governor's slight smile blossomed into a broad, beaming grin, as if he believed he had presented Ozai with a truly invaluable gift. In that moment, the governor must have felt akin to Santa Claus, bringing unexpected joy and fortune to someone in need. However, for the governor, the anticipated reward of gratitude from Ozai was not forthcoming. Ozai found himself unable to express the customary "thank you," nor could he muster the expected look of joy or excitement. To him, the news merely indicated that he would be departing from prison sooner than anticipated. Inside, he felt a profound absence of emotion, no elation, no sorrow, just an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He was acutely aware that he was fully present in that moment, with neither thoughts of the future nor regrets about the past clouding his mind. The future was yet to unfold, and the past had already slipped away into the recesses of memory. Ozai reflected on the notion that only in the chaotic realm of an untamed mind could one encounter what Jesus described as a place of wailing and gnashing of teeth. In his understanding, memory should serve a singular and practical purpose, to aid in survival and navigate the complexities of life. Any use of memory beyond that essential function seemed, to him, an excessive burden and a squandering of his precious energy. He had come to appreciate the profound value of remaining anchored in the present moment, realizing that true freedom lay not only in physical release from confinement but also in liberating oneself from the tumult of overthinking and emotional turmoil that often accompany the human experience. Epilogue. I hope you found a source of inspiration in the extraordinary journey of Ozai Rinpoche, a master whose life narrative serves as a powerful testament to profound transformation and spiritual enlightenment. Born into a modest family in a picturesque village, he exhibited an innate curiosity and a deep-seated connection to the world around him from a tender age. This remarkable sensitivity enabled him to genuinely experience the emotions of others and appreciate the intricate beauty of nature, often leading him to spend countless hours in thoughtful contemplation. I hope you found it meaningful to reflect on the numerous challenges that life presented to Ozzy, which played a crucial role in shaping his character. The heartbreaking loss of cherished loved ones, combined with the various struggles faced by his community, left an indelible mark on his spirit. These experiences compelled him to delve into the essence of suffering and the fundamental purpose of existence, ultimately shaping the crucible in which his profound understanding of compassion was forged. I hope you found it inspiring that, despite the absence of traditional spiritual training, Ozzy Rinpoche was unyielding in his quest for relieving his suffering. He actively sought to stop mind, stop suffering. His insatiable thirst for understanding propelled him to succeed. I hope you found significance in the transformative moment that occurred during his extended period of solitude in that small prison cell. It was within this harsh environment that he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to deep meditation and self-reflection. After a time of intense inner work, he experienced a profound awakening that revealed the intricate interconnectedness of all beings and the fleeting nature of existence itself. This pivotal moment solidified his unwavering commitment to guide others towards the path of enlightenment. After not speaking about his enlightenment for decades, Ozzy started selflessly to share his insights and wisdom, emphasizing the importance of living mindfully, practicing genuine compassion, and fully embracing the present moment. His teachings resonated deeply with seekers from near and far, all eager to learn from the honest and vast experiences he has to offer. I hope you find encouragement in that Ozzy Rinpoche exemplifies that enlightenment is within reach for everyone, regardless of their background or prior training. His enduring legacy continues to inspire countless individuals on their spiritual journeys, reminding us all that true understanding often arises from the depths of our lived experiences and the heart's infinite capacity for love and empathy. Ahiranta, student and wife of beloved Ozzy Rinpoche. Recommended reading list. Our books, all about meditation, fasting, and Tai Chi. Ahiranta's inspiring journey from being bedridden for 5 years due to significant health issues to discovering the transformative powers of meditation, fasting, and Tai Chi highlights the potential for personal healing and growth. Under the guidance of Ozzy Rinpoche, she learned to cultivate mindfulness through meditation, which became a crucial tool for regaining control over her mind and body. Fasting played a significant role in detoxifying her body and enhancing mental clarity, while Tai Chi helped her achieve physical strength and relaxation. By sharing her experiences and insights in her book, Ahiranta empowers others to embrace these ancient practices, promoting overall well-being and encouraging a collective shift towards greater health and harmony. https://amzn EU/D/1AHMCT. All about chakras and meditation, Chakra Wisdom, the essential guide to chakras for deep meditation. Discover the transformative power of chakras and meditation in this enlightening guide. Chakras and Meditation, A Journey to Inner Harmony, invites readers to explore the ancient wisdom of energy centers within the body, unlocking pathways to emotional balance, spiritual growth, and physical well-being. https://amzn EU/D/DLGXR. All about gratitude, how practicing gratitude generates mental and physical well-being. Ahiranta, a best-selling author renowned for her insightful and impactful works, has now released her latest book titled, All About Gratitude. This compelling new addition to her collection delves deep into the transformative power of gratitude and its profound effects on mental and physical well-being. In All About Gratitude, Ahiranta explores the various dimensions of gratitude, providing readers with practical tools and techniques to cultivate a grateful mindset in their everyday lives. The book is filled with inspiring actionable strategies that demonstrate how practicing gratitude leads to enhanced emotional resilience, improved relationships, and even better physical health. https://amzn EU/D/HGUQO. Sexual Consort Practice, Book 4 of the Tenfold Organization of the 6 Yogas series *** Sexual Consort Practice, Book 4 of the Tenfold Organization of the 6 Yogas series *** is a step-by-step guide aimed at individuals and couples looking to enhance their understanding of intimacy and connection. This comprehensive resource seamlessly blends ancient wisdom with modern practices, providing a holistic approach to fostering emotional, mental, and physical bonds. Through its insightful content, readers will discover valuable tools and techniques to deepen their intimate relationships and cultivate lasting connections. https://amzn EU/D/GVCFDMC. All about creating a positive mind, understanding its role in your unhappiness. The mind, understanding its role in your unhappiness, invites an exploration into the intricate relationship between our mental processes and emotional well-being. The mind, while a powerful tool for reasoning and creativity, can also be the source of distress and unhappiness due to various factors. https://amzn EU/D/24ATTCY. Words of Wisdom, Spiritual Insights through Ozui Rinpoche's Enlightenment, Crazy Wisdom. By weaving the concepts discussed in the book together, you embark on a transformative journey of self-discovery that leads to greater awareness, love, and a profound sense of fulfillment in your life. This journey not only enriches your own experiences but also enhances your connections with others, fostering a deeper sense of community, understanding, and compassion in the world around you. Through this process, you can create a life that resonates with authenticity and joy, contributing positively to the collective human experience. https://amzn EU/D/5SZSMMU. All about journal writing for the soul, a timeless practice for emotional integration, creative resurgence, and visionary manifestation. Here is a book description for a transformative guide on the power of journaling, Unlocking the Alchemy of Journaling, a holistic guide to self-discovery, creative expression, and visionary manifestation in a world that often feels increasingly disconnected, overwhelming, and uncertain. The practice of journaling emerges as a profound, multidimensional pathway for reclaiming our sense of purpose, creative vitality, and the magnificent unfolding of our most visionary selves. https://amzn EU/D/BHBHum. Phawa Transference of Consciousness, 6th Book of the 6 Yoga of Bon Lineage Series, 6, The 6 Yogas of the Bon Lineage. Embark on a profound spiritual journey with Phawa, The Path of Transference and Transformation, a comprehensive exploration of one of Tibetan Buddhism's most transformative practices. This enlightening book delves into the intricate teachings of Phawa, the art of conscious dying and the transference of consciousness, guiding readers through the essential principles that underscore this ancient practice. https://amzn EU/D/7 Tolsai H. Bardo Intermediate State, 6 Yoga of Bon Lineage Series, The 6 Yogas of the Bon Lineage. In Bardo, Intermediate State, esteemed authors Ahiranta and Ozui Rinpoche invite readers on an enlightening exploration of one of the most profound aspects of the 6 Yoga of Bon Lineage. As the 5th installment in this essential series, this book delves into the intricate teachings and practices surrounding the concept of Bardo, the transitional state between life and death. https://amzn EU/D/4TXRLU. Generation Stage Tantra, the Tenfold Organization of the 6 Yogas. We are excited to present Generation Stage Tantra, the latest offering from the esteemed author duo, Ahiranta Rinpoche and Ozui Rinpoche. This enlightening volume is the first installment of their comprehensive 10-part series, The Tenfold Organization of the 6 Yogas, which intricately explores the profound teachings and practices of the 6 Yogas tradition. https://amzn EU/D/Enk3JRW. The View of Emptiness, the Tenfold Organization of the 6 Yogas series. In The View of Emptiness, esteemed authors Ahiranta Rinpoche and Ozui Rinpoche delve into the profound teachings of the 6 Yogas, presenting a transformative journey through the intricate landscape of Buddhist philosophy. This illuminating work offers readers a unique tenfold framework that organizes the essence of the 6 yogas, providing clarity and depth to complex concepts. https://amzn EU/D/F5A77 BC. Meditation Unveiled: A Complete Beginner's Guide to Mindfulness and Inner Peace, A Complete Beginner's Guide to Mindfulness and Inner Peace. Embark on a transformative journey with Meditation Unveiled, a comprehensive guide crafted specifically for those new to the practice of meditation. Renowned authors Ahiranta Rinpoche and Ozui Rinpoche share their profound insights and wisdom, making mindfulness accessible to everyone. https://amzn EU/D/0kv8LRZ. From Suffering to Serenity, The Transformative Journey of Ozui Rinpoche. This book shares the remarkable story of Ozui Rinpoche, a narrative woven with themes of profound transformation and spiritual awakening. Born in the 1950s into a modest family, he moved to a small miners' village in Wales, where he was marked by an innate sense of curiosity and a deep connection to the world around him. https://amzn EU/D/IELJR. Words of Wisdom, Part 3 of Crazy Wisdom series. In the highly anticipated third edition of the Crazy Wisdom series, authors Ahiranta Rinpoche and Ozui Rinpoche delve deeper into the realms of spiritual insight and personal transformation. This edition expands upon the foundational teachings of the previous volumes, offering readers a richer understanding of the interconnectedness of existence and the profound wisdom that lies within each of us. https://amzn EU/D/GZ7BXCH. All About How to Be Happy, Rediscovering Inner Joy. In Rediscovering Inner Joy, readers embark on a transformative journey that invites them to shift their focus from fleeting external sources of happiness to the profound, enduring fulfillment that resides within. This insightful guide delves deep into the intricacies of human emotions, unveiling the habits and societal pressures that often keep us tethered to the pursuit of validation outside ourselves. https://amzn EU/D/69SWJ5M. Practicing Tummo, The Essence of Inner Heating, the Bon Yoga Series, 1, The 6 Yogas of the Bon Lineage. Dive into the captivating world of Tummo with this essential guide, designed to provide you with everything you need to know to embark on your journey into this powerful yogic practice. Often referred to as inner fire, Tummo is a profound technique that allows practitioners to awaken their body's innate energy, cultivate warmth, and achieve deep spiritual insight. https://amzn EU/D/747B0L5. All About Mindset, How to Change Your Mindset to Gain Mental and Physical Well-Being. Ahiranta delves into the idea that our mindset acts as a lens through which we interpret the world around us. She explains how adopting a positive outlook can significantly influence our emotional responses and decision-making processes, thereby shaping our overall quality of life. With an emphasis on the transformative power of self-awareness, she encourages her readers to reflect on their thought patterns and challenge limiting beliefs that may hinder their personal growth. https://amzn EU/D/I4TQZ7Z. Alcheng, Dream Yoga, 3, The 6 Yogas of the Bon Lineage. Step into the enchanting world of Alcheng, often referred to as Dream Yoga, a captivating and profoundly transformative practice intricately woven into the rich tapestry of the 6 Yogas of Bon. This unique form of yoga is dedicated to fostering lucidity and enhancing awareness during the dream state, providing practitioners with an extraordinary avenue for delving into the depths of their subconscious mind. Through Alcheng, individuals are introduced to essential techniques that empower them to recognize those fleeting and ephemeral moments when they are immersed in a dream, enabling them to navigate their dream experiences with conscious intent and mindfulness. https://amzn EU/D/DNV4KJZ. Chod Cutting Through, 6 Yogas of Bon Lineage Series, The 6 Yogas of the Bon Lineage. In Chad, the fourth installment of the esteemed 6 Yogas of Bon Lineage series, readers are invited to immerse themselves in the profound practices and teachings of this ancient Tibetan tradition. Chad, which translates to cutting through, offers a powerful methodology for confronting and transforming the inner obstacles that hinder spiritual growth, ultimately leading to liberation and enlightenment. https://amzn EU/D/2TG4RON. All about how to improve our relationship, nurturing connection and communication. This book serves as a comprehensive guide to enhancing relationships, emphasizing the multifaceted nature of this endeavor. It begins with the foundational principle of fostering open and transparent communication, which is essential for cultivating a profound understanding of each partner's emotions, thoughts, and needs. The author underscores the importance of regularly expressing heartfelt gratitude and appreciation, recognizing the unique qualities and contributions that each partner brings to the relationship. Such acknowledgments not only fortify emotional bonds but also create an atmosphere filled with support and encouragement. https://amzn EU/D/in9EG4I. Julu, Unveiling the Illusory Body, the second installment of the 6 Yogas of Bon, 2, the 6 Yogas of the Bon Lineage. Julu, The Illusory Body, is the second book in the transformative 6 Yogas of Bon Lineage series, inviting readers to embark on a profound journey into the depths of their own consciousness. In this enlightening volume, readers will explore the unique practice of Julu, which emphasizes the concept of the illusory body, a critical aspect of the Bon tradition that teaches how our perceptions shape our reality. https://amzn EU/D/gbuvxhu. All about humming for health, how to enhance well-being across all ages. In a fast-paced world filled with noise and distraction, the simple act of humming often goes unnoticed. Yet, this unassuming practice holds remarkable potential for enhancing our well-being. Humming transcends age, offering unique benefits to both adults and children alike. This book aims to illuminate the myriad advantages of humming, exploring how this natural, instinctive sound can positively impact our health, emotions, and social connections. https://amzn EU/D/cbyiq9. A Journey to Freedom, Escape from the Prison of Mind, A Journey to Freedom. Escape from the Prison of Mind Book 1. This book chronicles the extraordinary journey towards enlightenment, achieved within the confines of a prison cell. It delves into how the author taught himself the discipline to sit motionless for up to 4 hours at a time, allowing him to explore the depths of his consciousness. https://amzn EU/D/1VVHSO. A Journey to Freedom, Escape from the Prison of Mind Part 2, A Journey to Freedom. Escape from the Prison of Mind. In this book I continue my journey of transformation that began when I lost everything I held dear, my possessions, relationships, and comforts. In that emptiness, I found unexpected liberation. Without attachments, the fear of loss and death faded, marking a pivotal shift in my perspective. https://amzn EU/D/HJHM0W6. Freedom, Escape the Prison of the Mind. Ozyay Rinpoche, the Happy Life show presenter, tells the story of how a simple boy reached enlightenment. https://amzn EU/D/FTQSLWQ. Illusory Body, Book 5, The Tenfold Organization of the 6 Yogas. https://amzn EU/D/CRQRVVY. Thank you for listening. We see you in the next audiobook.